Today we have a follow-up video from the one posted yesterday, where we ended that video with Isagi and Hiyori creating their wonder goal and giving bastard Munchen the win against Ubers. And now we are diving right into the end of the Munchen vs PXG match. Rin is exhausted after his incredible hat-trick performance on the Munchen City team. Nagi is on the ground after getting dropped by Rin in their duel. However, as Rin is walking away, he stops him. He tells him that Rin just keeps on getting stronger and stronger, which is something amazing to Nagi. And he then asks Rin what it is that drives him to become even stronger with a rather deadless look in his eyes. Rin is surprised and says that Nagi already knows the answer, and that it is to surpass his older brother Itoshi Sai and destroy Isagi. Nagi understands but isn't quite satisfied as he asks Rin what will happen when he accomplishes all of that and what Rin's next step will be. This basically is the situation Nagi is in now, and maybe why he is playing so poorly, as he has accomplished all of his goals. Rin tells him that he doesn't care and asks what kind of baby thinks about dying when they are immediately born, and that once they are born, there's only one thing to do, which is to survive. And to be frank, it doesn't matter if there's a heaven or a hell, because in Rin's football fantasy, he dictates everything. And all of those who stand before him with a lukewarm attitude, Rin will personally send them straight down to the fiery pits of hell. After hearing that, Nagi gets a shocked expression on his face, but he doesn't stay there for any longer as we go back to the German stratum. Isagi is thinking back to his and Kaiser's deal at the beginning of the match, which of course was that the one who scored the most goals would win, and somehow Isagi really did it. He won. He is more happy and ecstatic than ever as he does a celebration pose while thinking that in this match and this moment he really did it. He finally surpassed Kaiser. However, his celebration gets shortened as the megaphones go off asking everyone to listen. They say that both Match 5 and Match 6 of the Neo-Egoist League have now finished. And with that, in addition to broadcasting the results to everyone simultaneously, they will now move on to the auction rankings, saying that currently, 29 players have received bids from various clubs. And with that, the players who are ranked in the 24th to the 29th place, on the 29th spot, and barely making it in, we have the man and the sweetheart himself Nanas on a mega steal for only 3 million yen. Above him we have Wanima on 4 million, then Fukaku on 5 million, Hiragi on 5 million, Niu on a small step up with 6 million, and on the 24th place, we have Zantetsu on 8 million, which he really isn't happy with, which I fully get when his former teammates are getting bids like 88 million. Moving on to the top 23 players, and here is where it gets interesting, as the top 23 players will be selected to represent Japan in the U20 World Cup, which I can't wait for. Anyway, the rankings here are pretty interesting, so let's get going. Tokimitsu just managed to squeeze in on the 23rd place with a 10 million offer. Reichi is on this list sitting on 18 million with just this single game, which is pretty solid. Above him, however, we have Hiyori with a 20 million offer, and now I think that's a bit low. However, it's also understandable as he only came in during the last stage of the game and even he is satisfied with it. After him, we have 3 of the former top 6 players of Blue Lock, referring to Otoya, Karasu, and Ryusei of course. And I'm not gonna lie, but I'm disappointed in all of them. Like at one point, they were considered the top 6 in the whole of Blue Lock, and now they are not even in the top 10. Anyway, we also have Corona coming in at the number 12 spot with only 1 million more than his last offer. Anyway, now it's getting spicy as we move to the current top 11. And first up is Ryu, which he definitely deserves as he comes in on a crazy 35 million offer. Above him, we have a shared place with Ryo and Yukimiya, who both got 36 million. After that, Aiku comes in with 38 million, and then on the number 7 spot, we have to everyone's surprise Nagi with a 43 million offer, which is crazy. Ryo is even surprised that their value has lowered since the last game, with Ryo losing 4 million and Nagi losing 45 million. However, Nagi says that it can't be helped as they played trash in their latest game. Ryo is determined and says that they need goals to increase their value, and tells Nagi that they will have to switch up their gears in the next game, which Nagi is on board with. After that, we again have a shared space with both Kunigami and Chigiri achieving 50 million offers, and Chigiri even tells Kunigami to stop following him, which I found quite funny. But honestly, I'm super happy for Chigiri. The author didn't feel like showing off Bachira, which might be for some reason, or I'm just reading too much into it. However, he still has his 66 million offer and is sitting in 4th place. Now moving on to the number 3 spot, we have the king of the field Baru with an offer of 130 million, which he really isn't happy with as he looks pissed. But anyway, let's get away from that gorilla and move on to the number 2 spot where Blue Lock's ace is. And I'm of course talking about Isagi sitting on a 150 million offer, which is insane, as it means that he went up with a total of 100 million. And then the current #1 superstar who recently scored a hat trick and is none other than Itoshi Sei's younger brother. It's of course Itoshi Rin, who is in the first place with a 180 million offer, and bro doesn't even look bothered. Tokimitsu is more happy for him than he is himself. As Isagi sees Rin at the top, he thinks that he's always one step ahead of him and that he's always in the way for him. But wait a minute, because this is not over, as some new news has just come in, and it's Kaiser who's got an offer. His offer is by none other than the Spanish giants Real Madrid, who's offered him a crazy 320 million offer. Now this is crazy, as that's the same club that Itoshi Sei is in, and also not to mention the strongest club in the whole world, and they are more than ready to steal him away. Ness is over the moon for Kaiser as he rushes over to him saying that he did it. He gets to Kaiser and says that he's now one step closer to becoming the best striker in the world, and that it was worth playing in the Neo Egoist League after all. He has a smug face on his as he says that Kaiser will become Real Madrid's ace, but Kaiser tells him to shut up and calls him an idiot. Ness is shocked, but Kaiser continues saying that he doesn't care about that 320 million offer, or Real Madrid, as right now, he's a trash player who is inferior to Isagi, saying that there's no way in hell he's gonna let it end like this, and that he will destroy Isagi. And look at that, we also get to Isagi, who's kind of shocked by all of this. However, he says that he's still only worth half as much as Kaiser is, and on top of that, he couldn't even surpass Rin, which means that to them, he's still only second. But it's not over yet, as the match against Paris is his last match, and also his last chance to surpass those two. Isagi, Rin, and Kaiser all have burning eyes and an insane lust for the throne, as the only thing they want is to become the best player in the world. And this panel is just so goddamn cool. The text kinda ruins it, but it's still really awesome. After that, we get to see which teams are facing which, and we see that Spain is up against Paris, and England is facing the mighty Ubers. Now what does this mean for Bastard Munchen? Well, it means that it's finally their turn to sit this round out. Everyone is in the training field, and Hiyori is sitting down on the ground. He says that while the other teams battle each other, they can instead use the time to train and level up. And since their final match is against PXG, and will also be the last match of the Neo Egoist League, it means that it's their last opportunity to showcase their worth. We see Igarashi looking frightened as Hiyori says it, while Raichi on the other hand is laughing like a maniac. He wonders why his value is lower than Hiyori's, but ensures them that he's definitely not pissed. Hiyori comments that despite what he is saying, he looks oddly satisfied with himself, and our Shark Boy tags on by saying that Raichi can't hide the fact that he's super hyped to have got his own offer. They all laugh, before Yukimiya says that Hiyori's assist to Isagi was absolutely sick and wonders if anything happened. Hiyori tells him that he finally bought into the Blue Lock mentality, saying that he wants to produce the world's strongest striker and that he wants to play football alongside players who can understand his passes. With Hiyori's new mentality, he looks at them and says that he is ready to discard any player who is too stupid to understand his passes. They are all caught off guard, and Yukimiya says that this new Hiyori reminds him of Itoshi Sei, and Raichi says that it means that Hiyori has given up on his goal of becoming a striker and is now set on settling as a playmaker. After that, Hiyori changes the conversation and says that he's at least not getting roasted on social media like Isagi is. Isagi is taken aback by this, as he's never heard about that. Hiyori then reads out some of the comments from their latest game against the Ubers. The first one saying that Isagi Yoichi is the future of Bastard Munchen, and Bastard's best future frontline is Isagi Yoichi and Michael Kaiser, the top two duos. Even though they're still immature and constantly fighting and getting in each other's way, if those two manage to understand and sync up with each other, then they hold the ability to potentially become the most lethal striker duo in the world. Isagi has a disgusted look on his face until he breaks out in total anger. It looks like he's powering up to go into full rage mode as he screams that there's absolutely no way of that happening. Everyone starts to laugh, and Reichi says that the comments got a point and that the two of them are extremely buddy-buddies with each other. This just fuels Isagi's rage as he says that he would rather die than team up with that piece of shit. Hiyori adds in saying that Isagi is a bit too harsh and that Kasagi is the trendiest Blue Lock topic currently and even the Blue Lock's best couple. Isagi at this point has had enough and tells them to cut it out, but Reichi comments saying that it's like where he pretends he hates it, but is secretly totally into it, which I found really funny. Anyway, in the middle of their silliness, Kurona suddenly starts to walk away, saying that he needs to work on some individual training. Reichi says that he's got a point, and that all of them have to level up and move up in the rankings. Even Hiyori, who is higher than Reichi, admits that his auction value isn't at a level where he can just kick back and relax, as if they don't finish in the top 23. All of their hard work would have been for nothing, and with that all of them leave, or at least all except one, and that person is Igarashi, who comes up and asks if Isagi's got a moment. Isagi sees that Igarashi is looking really tense and asks him what's up. Igarashi says that he hasn't yet played in a match and that his total value is still 0. He looks like a lost puppy as he asks Isagi what he needs to do to survive. Isagi, shocked by this, doesn't know what to say. Igarashi starts going off saying that if he can't play in the next game, then he's finished. And even though he's trying his best, he just can't catch up to the rest of them. He knows that he's got to force his way into the lineup, but everyone keeps getting bigger and bigger offers. He begs Isagi for any advice that he can give him, and even calls him the great Isagi Yoichi-sama. Isagi thinks for a bit before telling Igarashi that he's sorry, but that he's got nothing. Igarashi is furious, asking him how that is the best he can come up with. Igarashi starts swinging Isagi back and forth and tells him to use his brain and think. After some time, Isagi asks Igarashi what his reason is for playing football. Igarashi tells him that it's to get out of taking over his family's temple. However, Igarashi is worried that his reason isn't enough, as the other reasons are much larger, and that they are aiming to be the best player in the world, and wonders if he needs to change his target to becoming the world's best player. Before Igarashi can go on any longer, Isagi asks if his reason isn't already enough. He says that he and almost everyone can only focus on and pursue achievable, realistic short-term goals. Isagi explains that you can't compare your goals with other people, and that he's got to pursue his goals to the fullest, which is the foundation of his ego, an ego that is totally unique to Igarashi. He gently punches Igarashi in his chest and tells him that not wanting to take over his family's temple, that's one heck of an ego Igarashi's got there, telling him not to lose it. Igarashi looks a bit lost for words before looking determined and says that now he kinda knows what to do. Isagi is surprised and says that he hasn't even told Igarashi about his suggestions regarding training and stuff like that. However, Igarashi says that he's good and that he can think about that himself, and thanks Isagi. Isagi smiles, and then suddenly Igarashi tells him that, to be honest, when they met before in the survival game of tag, he would have never been able to think of Isagi as a player becoming worth a mind-blowing 100 million yen. Igarashi, with a newfound motivation, says that he will admit that Isagi is freaking amazing. Isagi is shocked at where all of this is coming from, but Igarashi says that he knows because the two of them started at the bottom as the two worst players of Blue Lock, and that even though he hates to admit it, Isagi is definitely on the path to becoming the best player in the world, and after that, they walk off laughing. However, not everyone is in such a cheerful and happy mood as we see Michael Kaiser, who is valued at a crazy 320 million yen. He's in the Blue Lockman system field training against the Blue Lock goalkeeper. He stops the ball and says that he came to the Neo-Egoist League to surpass Noah, stating that Bastard Munchen's first team is a squad designed to maximize Noah's strengths, and with Noah crowned as the world's strongest forward, the chances of Kaiser stealing his spot as the Bastard's ace striker was 100% impossible. This is why he wanted to use this league to secure a bigger offer from another club, and then force his way out of Bastard Munchen, which is his plan to become the best player in the world. And he has currently achieved step 1 of his plan, but even so, there's no way in hell that he can go home after losing to Isagi. He says this as he violently kicks the ball against the net. By the entrance, we can see Alexis Ness watching Kaiser closely. He thinks to himself that he knows that Kaiser can do it, and that ever since that day, and ever since that moment as he wallowed in that familiar sense of despair, Kaiser showed up and taught him that there was no such thing as impossible. Ness explains that both of his parents are scientists, and that ever since he was born, his parents drilled into him that everything in the world can be explained through logic. Sometime when he was younger, he had gotten a wound on his hand, and went to his father and asked if he could heal it with a healing spell. Unfortunately for Ness, his father told him no, and that he needed to quickly clean the wound and disinfect it. However, it doesn't stop there, as he tells Ness that if they don't clean the wound, there's a chance that it would get infected and slow down the healing process, and if that were to happen, then it would become necrotic, and in the worst case scenario, Ness could die, which is a lot to tell a kid. However, he soon after went to his mom to ask if that's true, however she denied it, and overhearing it, his brother and sister started calling him stupid. He later asked his siblings if it were possible to summon a monster and bring it to life. However, they had enough of his imagination, and told him that it was impossible, and told him to stop reading such garbage, explaining that there was no magic in his house. But Ness wasn't going to let that stop him, because on a winter day, he built a snowman, made a magic wand, and also a summoning circle around it. He told the snowman to give him all of his strengths and to come to life. But during the spell, his siblings came out to him telling him to shut up and that they couldn't focus on their experiments due to his noisiness. Ness looks confused and only explains that he was practicing magic as he wanted a pet for himself. This makes them extremely angry for no reason and destroys Ness's wand and his snowman. You can even see that the snowman was shedding a tear as he got destroyed. Later they told their parents about Ness's magic practice and asked if he's even related to them. His parents come out and explain that snow is composed of frozen water crystals, but they also contain dirt particles that were circulating in the air, and asked him to wash his hands on the way in. His father tells Ness that they are scientists and that it's their duty to observe, research, and explain natural phenomena. However, that wasn't enough for their father, as he also told him straight up that people who foolishly believe in the impossible are not wanted in their house. His father's harsh words make Ness fall down to his knees and start crying, while his siblings don't go to comfort him, but instead go back in saying that Ness definitely got the short end of the gene pool. Ness is so furious at them and says that they reject magic because they can't explain it in a scientific manner, and that they are all unable to understand the sadness within his heart. Ness explains that he truly believes that magic does exist, and that ever since he read a book about it, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep the entire night. He says that none of them is able to explain what he felt in that moment, and since that day, he searched for magic every day. Unlike the rest of his family, Ness liked dealing with fiction rather than fact, and if his family likes to brush off fiction as magic, then he believed that the world is filled with magic and adventure. Ness felt both a lot of indescribable and happy feelings, but also a ton of indescribable sadness in his younger years. But that was about to change, as somehow when he was watching a football match, he felt something he was unable to explain. A player scored a goal, and it was like magic flowing all around the pitch and striking Ness. He looks at the player celebrating and says that football is true magic. A single goal or a single player can ignite the crowd, whip the entire stadium into a frenzy, and provide a sense of euphoria that transcends all logic. And just at that time, Ness was happier than ever as he found it. He finally realized that football players are magicians. After that day, he started training like a madman, as he knew that it was what he wanted to do. His siblings wondered if he was an idiot, and their father told them to forget about him, and that he would come back crying to them in no time. But he was looked in, knowing that one day he would go pro and show them. He would get called up to Die Mannschaft and the national team. When they see Ness playing a game, he is in a one-on-one with the goalkeeper and shoots an incredible goal while saying that one day he will become a player that will enter the world with his magic. After that, Ness goes to celebrate with his teammates when suddenly someone new comes forward. He tells Ness that if he's interested in turning pro, he should definitely try out for their club, which is what he did as he went to Bastard Academy tryouts. He was met by a lot of older and more experienced players. Ness said that they were huge and looked strong, but even then, he would show them. He knew that if he showed results in this intra-squad scrimmage, the chances of him scoring a pro contract with Bastard Munchen, the strongest club in Germany, would skyrocket, and his dream of becoming a magician would come true. And that was put to the test as kickoff began, and Ness started with the ball. The dribbled across two players flawlessly, with such a sharp execution. Someone else in the box told Ness that he was open. Ness thought that he was too slow, but that it couldn't be helped and decided to pass. But out of nowhere, someone came and stole the ball. Ness is confused as he has already got past this guy, but he's already back. And after that, the other team managed to score. Ness notes that these guys are totally different from the players he's used to facing. He wonders if this is the level of those who are seriously trying to turn pro, and even though he can just keep up with them, with his technique and creativity, he falls short when it comes to tactics, coordination play, and transition, saying once again that they are on a totally new level to Ness. Two players go and block his path, making him fall to the ground and making Ness realize that his magic is powerless against the world. His teammates start screaming at him, asking him what he's doing, and that he's too slow. Someone else says that he needs to get rid of the ball quicker, and even calls him a slowpoke. Ness, falling to the ground, starts to hear the words of his family again, saying that there's no such thing as magic, and that everyone who foolishly believes in magic isn't wanted in their house. He starts seeing dark silhouettes of them before him. He starts to cry, saying that he hates his magic. But suddenly, when looking up, he sees someone else with extremely long hair. He calls him a loser and asks if Ness believes in the impossible, turning around and looking into Ness's crying eyes. Kaiser tells him that just now the thought of giving up flashed in Ness's mind. He tells Ness that thinking like that is a curse, and also calls him a stupid scrub. Kaiser points to his chest and says that the moment people believe things are impossible, they are programmed to give up like some kind of useless survival mechanism. However, that's the thought process of the weak. While you protect your pathetic hide, You kill and seal off your potential. He looks disgusted and disappointed as he says that you sacrifice your talent in exchange for living a long and tedious life. Those trash who do that are the ones he hates the most. Ness still trying to process this and has nothing to say back. So Kaiser just keeps on talking. He admits that their opponents are good, but they're only executing what is possible at a very high level, and that Kaiser doesn't see a truly strong player among them, but he looks back at Ness and says that he's different. Kaiser tells Ness that his dribbling and the timing of his passes, it was like he was imagining plays one step ahead. However, it failed because Ness didn't have a partner that understood his ideas, but with Kaiser, all of Ness's ideas will become possible. Kaiser, looking more majestic than ever, puts out his hand and tells Ness to get up and to crush them. Ness is hesitant and confused, but still takes Kaiser's hand, and he says that in that moment, he decided to gamble and put his trust in Kaiser. The game restarts with Kaiser on Ness's side. Ness, thinking to himself, says that if this is how he's going to go out, then he will use all his creativity, magic, and everything he's got to team up with Kaiser. Which is exactly what he does as he dribbles behind an opponent. After that, the perfect timing has come, and he looks over to Kaiser, who's fully immersed in this game. Ness passes the ball and says that thanks to Kaiser, he's got more options to work with. However, he sees that with Kaiser's position and the number of players around him, they will shut down his shot angle in no time, and says that Kaiser has nowhere to shoot. But thinking like that doesn't work for Kaiser, as he shoots an outstanding shot against the goal, while saying that they are full of holes, and to everyone's surprise, the ball actually goes into the net, making it 1-2, and it even leaves the scout and Ness mind-blown. Ness is in shock, wondering what just happened, and says that Kaiser's shooting motion is out of this world. Kaiser lands on the ground looking cooler than ever as he tells Ness or loser to give him the next one as well, and Ness with big eyes just has to take him up on that offer. Their unstoppable teamwork leads to another and even another goal, with Kaiser scoring every goal and ending the match with a 3-2 win. After the match, the scout comes forward and congratulates both Alexis Ness and Michael Kaiser on joining Bastard Munchen. It was in that tryout that Kaiser and Ness showed them the impossible and also met for the very first time. After that, we get into the Bastard Munchen clubhouse where they are eating their lunch. Ness asks if Kaiser isn't going to drink his milk, and Kaiser explains that he hates milk, or in fact any white-colored drinks overall, which I thought was quite funny. If that wasn't bad enough, we also saw them coming late for training. Kaiser tries to get out of the trouble and blame Ness. However, I think we can all see whose fault it really was. Like bro looks like he woke up 5 minutes ago. And if that wasn't wholesome enough, we also see them laughing and looking happy while showering. After that, Ness cuts Kaiser's hair, and Kaiser tells Ness something personally. He explains that originally he was a mentally weak person, which really caught Ness off guard. Kaiser says that he constantly gave up when he faced things he believed to be impossible, which is why he reminded himself to never ever again fall into that weak mindset, which is the reason for the blue rose tattoo on his neck. As a blue rose symbolizes the achievement of the impossible, artificially created, its unique blue color was not initially seen in nature, meaning an impossibility turned to reality. And when Kaiser first saw the blue rose, he saw it as an example of turning the impossible into reality, a symbol of defiance and a sign of defying the natural order of things. And that was just what Kaiser was searching for, as he wanted to become someone who couldn't be defined by the impossible. Ness is looking with bright eyes and says that the story is incredible. In his head, he thought that seeing how Kaiser was willing to open up to him made Ness happy. After that, Kaiser announced that he would win the Champions League and the World Cup, then cast down the rest of the football world into despair. Ness laughs and says that it sounds just like him. He also asks Kaiser what he thinks of his new haircut. Kaiser says that it's good and that he just wanted to cut it short because it was starting to get in the way. He then asks how the dye is coming into the hair. Ness releases Kaiser's hair and says that it looks really good and that it's a beautiful shade of blue. While thinking that one day, Kaiser's dream also became his dream, as it's because Kaiser, Ness, still believes in magic. After that, we get back into real time, and Ness walks into Kaiser's room and is shocked to see him on the floor while having his hands around his neck. Ness, in a panic, runs the fastest he can over to Kaiser and asks what he is doing. As he gets close, he sees that it's Kaiser, who's deliberately choking himself, and screams at him to stop it. Kaiser takes his hands away from his neck and sees that he finally sees it and that he finally found it. He has a maniac look on his face as he says that he found a way to destroy Isagi once and for all, and a way to turn the tables with his new weapon. And while Kaiser is looking furious and scary, Ness is looking at him with big and happy eyes. After that, we get into the German stratum and into the four-man room, where we see Yukimiya, Isagi, Kurona, and Hiyori. Corona says that if his math is correct, then scoring a goal is worth anywhere between 30 and 50 million. He looks over and asks if it sounds about right. Yukimiya ensures him that it sounds about right, and that Isagi's value increased by 100 million since he got 2 goals and an assist. Even if they take other factors like chances created into account, it probably adds up to Corona's total amount. Hiyori adds on by saying that he got valued at 20 million thanks to his assist, and says that to put it simply, your value increases if you contribute to scoring goals. Corona, really embracing his inner shark, says that he will put on a show in the next match while bidding something. However, Hiyori says that he will be the star, and Yukimiya, standing in the corner while burning up, says that it will be him this time as he's sick and tired of everyone calling him a mudboat. Isagi is quietly lying in his bed as he looks at his iPad. He looks at their values and thinks that right now, the difference between Rin's value and his is 30 million. He wonders if it means that if they beat PXG and Isagi outscores Rin, he will overtake him in the rankings and finally be given the title of Blue Lock's #1 player. He looks at Rin's name, saying that he wants to defeat and surpass him. But that's not enough for our blood-hungry Isagi, as we can see him imagining himself standing on top of all the players while saying that he wants to see the scenery from the top. Suddenly, he gets dragged out of his imagination by Yukimiya, who tells him to get up and that Rin's match is just about to start. Match 7, the Barcha vs PXG match. They go into the monitor room and sit next to Reichi and Gagamaru, who are already in there. Gagamaru says that he's curious as to what kind of team PXG is. Isagi, however, says that to win and become #1, he needs to analyze Rin and PXG. The match starts with Rin at the top and with the ball at his feet. Isagi is surprised to see that Rin's playing as a lone striker, while Shido is sitting quietly on the bench. Not before long, both Otoya and Bachira go in front of Rin. Bachira tells Rin to just try and get behind them, while Otoya is saying some random word over and over. Both Nanase and Tokimitsu quickly come to Rin's help as they say that they are open. Isagi, looking at this, is amazed that they are providing Rin with support, while simultaneously creating a 3 vs 2 situation, and calls them good. Rin passes to Nanas, who passes it over to Tokimitsu, who is handling Bachira. But not before long, he passes it back to Rin. However, Rin lets the ball go by, and it instead goes to #6, who without hesitation passes it to Rin, who is now in range. Isagi is looking with big eyes on the monitor, saying that it's about to come out. Rin's trump card is a highly accurate curve shot. Rin shoots the ball, but something isn't right. Even though the ball goes in, Isagi notes that this wasn't Rin's trump card, but instead a devilish spinning mid-range shot. Everyone is a bit caught off guard, and Gagamaru wonders when Rin learned to shoot a shot like that. Isagi thinks that by adding different spins to his shot, his scoring options have increased drastically, and he finally understands that this is the new and powerful Itoshi Rin. But just then, Loki claps his hands and requests a substitution change, and behind him, we see both Zantetsu and Karasu get ready to go in. And to everyone's surprise, Rin, after just scoring the first goal, is leaving the field for Shido, while Zantetsu and Karasu change for both Nanase and Tokimitsu. The game restarts, and Isagi says that they did a wholesale change, and that the PXG playing right now is a completely different system from when Rin was on the field. Otoya has the ball, but Karasu quickly goes and tackles the ball away, and gives it to Zantetsu, who is sprinting up on the field. Isagi thinks that unlike before, this team's playing a very counter-attacking style, and that they immediately go on the counter once they gain possession. Zantetsu, who just got the ball, gives it to #6, who again without hesitation just fears it off, a high-reaching pass. But Gagamaru is confused as it's too fast and says that there's no way for Shido to get to it. Shido, I don't know what he is saying, but bro just said a skull emoji, I guess. However, after that, Shido decided to prove Gagamaru wrong by just right away shooting the ball away, which goes into the net and gives PXG a 2-goal lead. Everyone is shocked by Shido's goal, and Isagi thinks that Shido is an otherworldly bad shot taker and maker, but still to pull this genius level off is insane. Yukimiya calls him a freak and Reichi calls it bullshit, and says that there's absolutely no way to game plan against this. Gagamaru adds that PXG relies heavily on the striker's talents to score. Yukimiya says that Rin's centered system and Shido's centered system create a dangerous team with 2 distinct styles with which they can win. While everyone is curious as to whether that pass was intentional or not, Isagi and Hiyori come in saying that it was, and that #6 knew Shido's tendencies and intentionally sent that pass. This leaves the whole bastard munchen mind blown, except Isagi and Hiyori of course. Isagi says that #6 was able to deliver a pinpoint pass with some backspin, so Rin had more scoring options. Hiyori says that not only does he have a good understanding of Shido's instinctive playstyle, but he can also sync and match up with Rin's vision and playmaking. coming to the conclusion that the reason PXG can win with two polar opposite playing styles is because of the beautiful passes number 6 dishes out. And then finally we see the powerful and mysterious number 6, who is none other than Charles Chevalier, the beating heart of PXG. But just quickly, why does everyone in Blue Lock need to have shark teeth sticking out? He's definitely a distant cousin to Corona. After that, we jump right into the Munchen City versus Ubers match, with the current scores being 1 to Munchen City and 2 to the Ubers. Agi is up in the air as he's just gotten the ball passed to him. Chris on the sideline screams at him to pass to Nagi, which makes Agi a bit annoyed, but he still does as Chris says and sends it over to the genius, who actually traps it flawlessly, which is one of my favorite things about Nagi, his incredible traps. Anyway, Nico and Aryu are standing before him, and Aryu says to activate the anti-genius defense. However, Nagi tells them to just try and stop him, and does as he said, as he got over them pretty easily by kicking the ball over. But just as he's gotten past them, and the ball is still in the air, Lorenzo comes by, really embracing his zombie persona. Lorenzo, with his tongue sticking out, says that it's too bad, as he isn't the only one who's special. But just then, behind Nagi comes Rio running. Rio screams at Nagi, who is getting hesitant by Lorenzo. He tells Nagi to just shoot the ball, and to not hesitate, and that the only thing that he needs to be focusing on is the goal. And with Rio's encouraging words, Nagi decides to trust him, and he shoots the ball, only for it to get blocked by Aiku's face. Aiku, just seconds after getting hit by the ball, says that Nagi was too slow. He asks if this really is all Nagi's got, and wonders what happened to all that passion he showed when he faced Isagi. And Lorenzo, once again comparing everything to money, says that Aiku's block was definitely worth 80 million. Anyway, the ball is soaring in the sky from Aiku's block, and you might wonder who the lucky player that catches the ball will be. Well, you don't have to wait any longer, as it's Baru, who is looking more feared than ever, as he takes the ball and tells everyone to move, and that the last goal is his. He gets behind 2 of the Munchen City players, like it's kindergarten football, and then makes his tyrant charge to link up with Nico and get behind Rio. After that, he's all alone with the goalkeeper, and says that he's about to finish this match once and for all. So he shoots the ball, however someone comes between the goal, and who else in the world could it be, if not the pink jaguar, the child prodigy, the GOAT, the player who deserves to be number 1, and lastly the princess, and who else could it be that I'm talking about, if not Chigiri Hayoma, who comes and effortlessly gets the ball away from the goal. And look, before we go any further, can we talk about how crazy this panel is? If you take away Baru at the top, then we have just pure perfection. And on top of that, Chigiri even turns into a cat as he meows. However, in the end, it was all for nothing as the ball fell to Sendo, who, even though he's got 2 Munchen City players on his tail, managed to get away a shot that went into the goal. And with that, the Ubers players started to celebrate with each other as they have just won the game and defeated Munchen City with ease. Nagi is on the field taking a breather as Agi walks up to Rio. He tells Rio that as things stand, the 2 of them won't be able to level up anymore, saying that the next match is Rio's last chance before both of them become insignificant randoms, and Agi even goes as far to tell Rio straight up to break their partnership. But Rio is having none of that, as he looks back and tells him to shut up and leave Rio alone. But Agi really wants the best for them, so he doesn't stop, as he tells Rio that they are too codependent, and that if he genuinely wishes to become stronger and to grow and evolve into a world-class player, then sometimes it's necessary to have the guts to cast aside those precious to you. However, we don't see what Rio says back as we get right to Nagi and Baru. Nagi asks Baru what his goal is, and what it is that drives Baru to play football so intensely while having his notebook out ready to learn. Baru is confused for a second, saying that it's pretty obvious, and that it's to become the best player in the world, of course. But Nagi isn't quite satisfied yet, as he asks Baru what happens after he's accomplished it. Baru then calls out his inner lion, and confidently says that he will define an era of football as its king, and that he won't stop there, but also destroy all those who dare challenge him for the throne. After that, Nagi finally understands that everything that Baru thinks about is becoming the king of the footballing world. But now it's Baru's turn with the questions, as he asks Nagi what's up with his half-assed and weak-willed questions all of a sudden. And if that wasn't bad enough already, then he also says that Nagi isn't even annoying in the slightest, and asks what is up with that, which puts a crushed facial expression on Nagi's face. Baru continuing says that it's like Nagi's hunger to become stronger is gone, and that Baru can't even feel his usual pain-in-the-ass competitive fervor anymore, and that all he sees right now is a loser pretending to fight because he's lost his edge, looking Nagi in the eyes, and tells him to go hit rock bottom, despair, and then die. Unless Nagi actually plans to do something serious with his soul-searching ego, he won't stand a chance on the world stage. After that, we leave the game and go into another game, which is the game between PXG and FC Barca, which has just finished, with Shidu scoring the final goal and giving the win to PXG with a close 3-2 win. We then get into the German Stratum monitor room, where we see the bastard Munchen players glued to the screen, and everyone is as ecstatic as the other one by Shidu's header. Hiyori says that even though Lavinho came on and together with Otoya and Bachira helped Barca draw level, but in the end, it seems like it wasn't good enough as we saw Shidu's finishing goal. Isagi also notes that because PXG won this match then, it means that bastard Munchen and PXG are the only undefeated teams left, which means that the match against PXG is an all-out battle to determine the champion of the Neo Egoist League. Shidu jumps up in the air and makes his victory pose, while of course having his tongue out. And Isagi is looking at him with flames in his eyes as he says that the stage is set for the best of the best. However, we quickly leave him as we instead go to the mysterious player Kiora Jin, who is training with the help of Igarashi. However, I'm not too sure how good of a training buddy Igarashi is, as Kiora gets behind him with ease. Igarashi falls to the ground, but he isn't done just yet as he tells Kiora to run it again, which I'm actually happy to hear, as we saw in a couple of chapters ago that Igarashi was determined to train and get into the final 11 for the PXG versus Bastard Munchen match. And oh yeah, we also got Noah standing against the wall and highly spectating and evaluating them. After that, we go straight into Germany's monitoring room. Everyone from Bastard Munchen is sitting on the floor while highly anticipating to see the new Neo Egoist League auction rankings after the 7th and 8th matches. Yukimiya notes that this was Uber's last game, which also means that it was Baru's last bidding. And after that, we see the players ranked between the 35 and 5th spot. However, as we know, the U20 Japan members will be above the 23rd place, so I'm thinking that it would be a good idea to go over everyone who is ranked in the 23rd spot to the 5th spot, and if you already know them, then you can just skip ahead a bit. Anyway, starting off with the last place, which is a really scary place to be. Anyway, we have Reichi with an 18 million yen offer. Following him comes Hiyori with a 20 million offer. Then for the 21 and 20 spots, we have a shared space between Tokimitsu and Zantetsu, who both have a 23 million offer. Following them, we have Fukaku coming in at a 28 million offer, then Gagamaru with a 32 million offer. After him, we have yet again a shared spot between Corona and Rio, who both falls onto a 34 million offer. And above them, we see the Crow himself, Karasu, on a 35 million offer, and with just 1 million above him, we have Yukimiya. Above Yukimiya, we've got Sendu, and then once again, a shared spot between Nico and Nagi, who both luckily got a 40 million offer. However, I doubt that Nagi is so satisfied with his offer. Anyway, following them, we have Otoya on a 42 million offer, and then the beauty himself, Aryu, who comes in with a 45 million offer. Then there's Kunigami, who's still on 50 million, but someone who has just himself a higher bid is Chigiri, who's now on 55 million, which puts him above Kunigami. Above Chigiri, we have the guard dog Aiku with a mighty 60 million offer. And then for the 5th spot, we have Bachira, who's got himself a nice 79 million offer. After that, we see Sendao being extremely happy to have gotten himself the 13th spot, while Nanas is looking with a stressed look at the scoreboard, and he isn't alone, as Raichi is surprised that he just barely managed to squeeze himself in. Nagi and Rio aren't satisfied at all either, as they are just falling lower and lower down, and Rio knows that this can't continue and that they need to do something quick. Moving on, we now see who is in the 4th spot, and it's none other than Shidu himself, with a mind-blowing 100 million offer, and he even says that number 1 is within his range. After him comes another shared spot, but this time between Baru and Isagi, who both got a 150 million offer. However, something that we have to remember is that this was Uber's last offering, which means that this is Baru's final offer. And then, to absolutely no one's surprise, we have Rin, who's comfortably sitting at the top with a 198 million offer, and we have Isagi looking at him with big eyes, looking to throne him. When all of the rankings are over, Noah comes into the room saying that the ones on the line are the ones going for a one-shot comeback in the next match. He says that the purposes are all different for each individual, but the ones going for the top will have to prove themselves. Noah tells them to be calm and rational, and to show their ability to win, as it's now time to plan for the last game. After that, we go into the PXG's locker room, where Loki tells everyone that they did a good job, and that as their head coach, he will now give them some feedback. He starts with Rin and says that 3 of the 4 shots were in the goal, and that the likelihood is favorable. However, he wants Rin to make additional tries. After that is Shidu, who's taking 12 shots, while only making 3 of them on goal, which is excessive even for him. so he tells him to broaden his horizons and work to improve the quality. Karasu should focus on winning the percentage of his duels, while Zantetsu should focus on winning the percentage of his sprints. And then Tokimitsu needs to make sure to work more with the backline. And then for Nanase, he says that he's gotten better at handling the ball handles. As he says that we can see Charles in the background trying his best to sneak away, but Loki spots him and shoots a football in his face, telling him that he's still not received his homework. Charles, talking back, complains that Loki's meetings are always so long and asks why he doesn't just take it easy. Loki asks how many times he needs to tell Charles over and over again that the reason why he came here is to make Charles grow, saying that he needs a passer to make him the best player on the planet, and Charles has that talent. On top of that, he's only a mind-blowing 15 years old, which makes him younger than Loki, telling Charles that he's going to represent France and be the best in the world with Loki, but that he absolutely lacks the experience, which is why he's there to learn. However, Charles just goes to Tokimitsu and asks him to tell him when Loki's done. And when Loki goes forward to him, he just starts talking over him and then asks if he's done. We see that Loki is starting to get annoyed and asks when Charles got that attitude of his. But Charles says that he isn't interested in following instructions because he's got a devious mind. After that, Loki tries to act nonchalant and tells him to not listen then, but that makes Charles fold right away as he says that he will listen. Loki then asks everyone to listen, saying that they have tried out and fought with two systems built for Shido and Rin, which was to give a pass to a striker that has the talent to experiment with Charles's ability. Other members then adapted to it and had them choose the way to appeal their existence from it so that they all could elevate to the next level, but the last opponent is led by none other than Noah and is a team that was won all their games just like them. The format he uses is using Kaiser and Isagi together, having two systems exist and compete, which he calls a gear shift weirdo system, and he isn't far off at all. Anyway, they did the opposite by using two systems by exchanging the members every 15 minutes. But he's done with that, as it's more interesting to be weirder, which leads to his new plan to have both Rin and Shido coexist on the field, while fighting both Kaiser and Isagi, which both Rin and Shido looks somewhat excited about. Loki then tells them that the goal is to win against Bastard Munchen, and that this will be their last homework. But Charles, as always, says that he isn't listening. After that, we see Ryo reading some of the comments about him and Nagi. Someone saying Nagi and Ryo are dragging their feet too much and that it's no wonder their salaries are down. A lot of people are calling Nagi a one-hit wonder and even says that his goal must have been a fluke or something. Ryo looks concerned and looks over to Nagi, asking him to talk for a minute. Ryo says that now that he's down to the 16th place with a 34 million offer, it's starting to feel really dicey with the cutoff point at 23rd with 18 million, and while Nagi is still in the safe zone with 40 million. If they mess up in the next game and go down again, they could end up at 24th or even lower, which is the real danger zone. Telling Nagi that they need to put up results in the final round and that they will have to keep. But before Ryo can finish his sentence, Nagi agrees, saying that he was thinking the same thing, which shocks Ryo. Nagi has a serious and determined look on his face as he tells Ryo that the two of them need to change. He thinks about the comments and says that he's been feeling a bit off ever since they won the first round, and that the fervor he had is now gone, and whatever he tries to do, he can't get it back. He's simply been feeling lost. After that, we see a couple of nice comments towards Nagi, with some of them saying that Nagi is back, and that they all trust and believe in him. With that, Nagi continues saying that the moment he had didn't wait for him, and that made his nemesis further and further ahead of him. Nagi has an aura that we have never seen before, as it's like he's been completely obsessed. He looks like he's ready to give it his all, which turns out to be true, as he says that if they don't start to change, then they will never reach the world's #1 spot. Ryo doesn't quite know what to say, as this completely caught him by surprise. However, Nagi's eyes just keep on burning more and more as he tells Ryo that they need to change and asks him to give him some new heat, and after that, Ryo is also on board with this, as his eyes turn from nothingness into determination, and he tells Nagi that if that's the case, then he's got an idea. After that, we leave those two and move on to Bastard Munchen's monitor room, where we see Noah talking to the team. Noah says that for the PXG game, they will go with a style that has a number of options to stack up both the offensive and the defense. Noah tells them that whoever comes in second will not be remembered, and if they're not #1, then they won't leave their mark on this world. He starts to walk away and says that Bastard Munchen will win and make their mark in history, which Isagi agrees on. Noah is by the door and says that he is going to bed, but that he will pass the baton to a special guest, and that guest is none other than the man himself, Jinpachi Ego, who greets Noah with a warm thank you as he tells him to shut up and to get to bed already, which is what he does. The bastard Munchen players are a bit surprised to see Ego, but he just casually walks in and calls them diamonds in the rough and explains that he's got a few words he personally wanted to say before the final round. He starts off by saying that when the Neo-Egoist League started, he gave them the key to win and asks them if they remember what it was. Igarashi, as dumb as he is, doesn't have a clue what it is that Ego is looking for. However, someone who actually listens is Hiyori, as he says that the key was proof of originality. Ego explains that hitting the barrier of the real world as they continue to fight through the salary bidding system, and then asks them what originality means to them. Everyone is caught off guard by the question and doesn't have an answer, so Ego continues, saying that it might be their own personal playstyle, or maybe how much money they are worth. However, all of those are just superficial answers, as he tells them that originality equals hunger. The Blue Lock players look shocked, and Ego says that they weren't born with it, and it wasn't something taught to them, meaning that what someone hungers for is what makes a person's originality. In order for them to win the Neo-Egoist League, they had to rationally commit to a required role, but also continue to follow their own ideals, and voluntarily destroy and recreate themselves countless times over and over again. They have all been forced to ask themselves what it is that they really want to be. Everything from, do I want to desperately survive? Do I want to be a regular? Do I want to beat a specific person? And of course, do I want to be the #1 player? Whatever it may be that their hunger has been revealed here, it is now their own originality. We then get this magnificent panel with both Bastard Munchen and PXG playing their game in front of a huge crowd, and Ego saying that the world is waiting for them, and for that, they need to challenge their focus and the radiance of a true footballer, as it is only the ones that keep on fighting through this crazy, continuous frenzy that Ego will call professionals. He has a hungry and almost sinister look on himself as he asks his hungry egoists if they are ready to shine. We then get a quick overview of the Blue Lock Stadium, and the commentators thanking all of the fans of Blue Lock TV for tuning in today. He tells them to get ready for the moment that they have all been waiting for, the climax of the Neo-Egoist League, and for today's matches, they've got FC Barca, who is facing off against the mighty Munchen City, but that's not the only one, as he also got the Battle of the Undefeated, which is, of course, Bastard Munchen versus PXG. Just who might it be that emerges as the Neo-Egoist League champion? After that, we see Hirotoshi, who is in the World Football Association conference room. He shows off something on his phone and says that the ratings are off the charts and asks them what they think, before saying that right now, Blue Lock TV has 100 million subscribers worldwide. And not only that, but that it's now one of the biggest and hottest sports entertainment platforms on the entire planet. He looks hyped to the max as he announces that the entire football world is tuning in to witness the emergence of its newest superstar. He then tells the mysterious figures that they need to take full advantage of the immense popularity wave that Blue Lock TV is generating. This is why, regarding the upcoming U20 World Cup, he humbly asks for them to consider his ideas. We then see a mysterious and dark figure who is holding a cane. We get to see some of his faces as he tells Hirotoshi that if it increases their revenue, then they will definitely consider it. After that, we go to the Blue Lock medical check room where we see a player getting measured in his cardiopulmonary functions, muscle mass, and just overall fitness. Henri is there and she says that his numbers are slowly but surely reaching Noah's numbers, and to achieve these numbers at his age is astounding. Ego, who is sitting a bit away eating his noodles, tells the test subject, who we now know is Kunigami in the machine, not to forget that he was designed to raise the level of the rest of the unpolished gems in Ego's quest to create the world's best player. After that, we see Kunigami lying down with a number of cords connected to him as Ego tells him to throw away his ego and to achieve a blank state of mind, which Kunigami, not even a bit hesitant, agrees to. After that, we change location once again and go into the German Stratum's locker room where we finally see the starting 11 for this match. The ones who are starting are Gagamaru, Mensa, Birkenstock, Hiyori, Kiora, Reichi, Ness, Grim, Isagi, Kunigami, and Kaiser, of course. Noah says that even though they are starting with this formation, he explains that he plans on aggressively substituting players depending on the situation, and that he wants to see the full extent of this team's ability, telling the ones on the bench to be ready to fight at any given moment and to not miss their opportunity. Noah has an intense look on his stone face as he tells them to go out and win, as he won't accept anything less than that. After that, we see all of the players beginning to walk out, and Igarashi is even saying "Yes, master," which I have no idea why he's saying, as he isn't even starting, but whatever. As Isagi is walking out, he thinks to himself for a bit. He thinks that winning is the only thing that matters. Thinking back to times before when he provided assistance and even used himself as a decoy, bit by bit he overcame the obstacles standing in his way, and as he fought, he evolved and gained some new very powerful weapons. And just maybe that is why the current Whim can think about becoming the world's #1 player. Saying that becoming the best player in the world, before it was always a vague, obscure desire, but right now he can already start to visualize the way he wants to play as a striker. He thinks that he will defeat Rin and then carry Bastard Munchen to victory in this game, and then prove that the image of him becoming the best player in the world is real. And Isagi's puzzle pieces are going absolutely wild around him as the time to meet Rin has finally come. He walks out on the pitch and sees all of the PXG players in front of him, looking mightier than ever. We then see their starting 11 as well, so I'm thinking that we quickly go over it as well. We've got Renoir, Michelin, Gabon, Chappa, Karasu, Tokimitsu, Charles, Zantetsu, Nanase, Shidu, and of course the current #1 player, Itoshi Rin. As Shidu sees Kaiser walking onto the pitch, he calls him the Blue Rose Emperor and asks when he beats him, then that must mean that the world will know who he is. However, Kaiser is having none of that as he tells him to get lost and calls him a vulgar pink-haired Philistine, and Shidu just laughs and says that this will be fun. After that, we get another interaction. As Isagi walks up to Rin, he tells Rin to put the title of the #1 on the line and see who's the strongest once and for all. Rin is confused and wonders what he means by #1. He begins to walk toward Isagi and says that he doesn't give a shit about being #1 and that what he desires the most is the moment he destroys Isagi. And then we get this awesome panel with both Rin and Isagi facing each other and both looking more menacing than ever. Nanase says that it's time to put everything on the line. Raichi is just screaming like always. Gagamaru is telling them to do it and calls them all champions. And when we get to Kunigami, he's just quiet. We then see the ball and hear Isagi say that his challenge and his goal is to beat and surpass Rin, his rival. And just like that, the kickoff begins for the Neo Egoist League Game 10. And right off the bat, Isagi is looking over the PXG team. He says that Loki decided to play Rin and Shidu at the same time, which we know will create absolute chaos. And Isagi agrees, saying that it looks like they have decided to go all in on a high-risk, high-reward formation to take down the undefeated Bastard Munchen. Normal players would be scared to see both Rin and Shidu on the same pitch. However, we know that our poster boy ain't normal, and we see that as he's more excited than ever. His eyes are burning up with excitement, and he's got pieces flying around him crazy, while he calls it interesting, and says that this is what a battle for the top spot looks like. We then see both Noah and Loki sitting comfortably in their master chairs, and personally, I really hope that we will get to see Loki play in this game, as I feel like Isagi needs a rematch on him since he crushed Isagi last time. Anyway, Ness and Kaiser are on the starting line, and both he and Isagi in sync say that it's time to go all in and that it's time to become the #1. Anyway, with that, the highly anticipated kickoff starts with Ness passing the ball to Kaiser. Now right off the bat, Shidu decides to stop Kaiser as he slams his body into his. Shidu tries to take the ball from him, but Kaiser drags it behind him and finds a passing passage to Ness on the side. The ball is flying to Ness, and Kaiser uses that to honestly beautifully get behind Shidu, who has no idea what is going on. Ness gets the ball, but he passes it away right away to Kaiser, who's behind Shidu. The pass is perfect, and this will be Kaiser's chance. However, a special crow decides to interrupt, and it's none other than Karasu who comes in and swipes away the ball from Kaiser. Karasu has a smug face on him as it's time to go on the offense. Or that's what he thought, as someone else comes to ruin his plans. That person is of course the dark horse of Blue Lock, Kunigami Rensuke. He kicks the ball up in the air and makes it soar through the sky. The ball is quickly going down, and two players are going for it. It's none other than Reichi and Zantetsu who are in a furious battle to get the ball. But in the end, it turns out that it was all for waste, as both of them arrive at the same time and together kicks away the ball. This time the ball is going towards Hiyori and Tokimitsu, who are fighting with each other. Hiyori with his quick thinking, and Tokimitsu with his unlimited stamina. But in the end, it's none of them that gets the ball, as Nanas had been eyeing the ball from a distance and manages to get to the ball before both Hiyori and Tokimitsu. Nanas passes away the ball to PXG's ace player Itoshi Rin, who's all by himself, but it's not staying like that for long, as just as the ball is going towards Rin, Isagi comes in his way and heads away the ball. As he falls to floor, he says that Rin is too lukewarm, and Rin just tells him to keep talking while he still can. The crowd and the commentators love this high-intensity brawl that is going on. The commentators are saying that it has been such a high-level exchange of offense and defense, and to forget feeling each other out, as these two teams are going for the kill right from the start, and tells them all to keep their eyes peeled on their screens. to witness the fight which will decide the Neo-Egoist League champions. The ball that was headed away by Isagi is now in the middle of the pitch and is up for grabs by anyone, but from this panel, it looks like either Rin or Kiora is the closest. After that, we get the finishing panel with all of the star players showing themselves and looking mightier than ever. Everyone is looking super cool, but I have no idea why Kaiser seems so confused and Kunigami looks like he doesn't even want to be there anymore, but I digress. Anyway, after that, we get into Isagi's mind for a quick second. He looks at the PXG team and says that they both have an offense built around Shido and also an offense built around Rin. With Karasu and Zantetsu helping Shido and Nanase and Tokimitsu helping Rin, Isagi is looking more serious than ever as he says that even though they prepared countermeasures against both systems, they couldn't predict that they would deploy both systems simultaneously. Comparing it to playing a new video game whose degree of difficulty is entirely unknown, therefore the title of this chapter is unknown. Anyway, PXG has a throw-in and it's Choppa who does it. He throws it so that it lands with Tokimitsu, who's already in a battle with Grim. Reichi tells the bastard Munchen team that they better not slack off on the defense, or he will personally kick their ass, Hiyori adds in, by telling them to not lower the backline, but instead lower PXG's options. Isagi is looking at this from afar, saying that everyone understands the situation and is adjusting on the fly, but at the same, they are barely hanging on. Tokimitsu, Nanase and Karasu pass each other, which ensures that the ball stays with them. After that, we go back to Isagi again, who thinks that on top of adjusting to their formation, the most important thing for them is not to let Charles get his chance to roam around and play freely. And it's crazy to think that Charles is the league's youngest playmaker and maybe even player. Charles is up against Reichi, and we can see in his eyes that he is planning something devious. Isagi is looking at the other players on the team saying that the others also know that as soon as Charles has the ball, PXG's offense shifts to an entirely different level, which is why Reichi, Kiora, and Hiroi is constantly keeping their eyes on Charles. But suddenly, Isagi notices that something is off. He sees that Charles is actively looking for the ball, but realizes that the timing is off, and that Reichi isn't looking at the ball right now, which means that Charles will soon try to get the upper hand. Isagi says that he knows this for a certain, as he thinks that Charles without a doubt also has meta vision. And just look at that, Isagi was spot on, as when Reichi went to look at the ball, Charles took his chance to get behind him and to get himself free. Shiguma saw this and was able to get off a pass towards Charles. Isagi knows that if the pass goes to Charles, then they will be in big trouble, as it will open up tons of attacking opportunities for PXG. And just therefore, he is determined to not let that happen, as he looks at the timing of both the ball and Charles to then get right in between them and stop the pass from reaching Charles. Isagi thinks that he was right on the money and is really to go back out there, however Charles is just looking at him from the side, making such a silly face which just makes me smile for some reason. Anyway, Charles is impressed by Isagi and says that he is terrific, and also says something in France which I translated to Mr. Ahoge, but I'm not sure what that is supposed to mean, and Isagi isn't too sure either, as he looks really confused and lost. Isagi then thinks that he's actually rather fond of Charles's hairstyle, which is a bit random to think about in the middle of a football game, but sure. Charles then asks Isagi if he has those eyes, which makes him see the same thing that Charles does, basically just confirming to use that Charles has meta vision, which was to be expected to be fair. We then see Grim and Ness's trading passes with each other, and as that is going on, Charles tells Isagi that he likes to play a tactician over a physical brute, and tells Isagi to do it and to see which one of them is able to control this match. Isagi seems a bit frustrated as he just calls Charles a cheeky, arrogant little brat, which is spot on. Anyway, Ness shoots a long pass over to his master Kaiser, who controls it flawlessly. Ness is a bit behind, but he thinks that it's finally time to initiate their plan. Ness then thankfully explains the plan to us, as he says that after simulating PXG's attack, they predicted that Isagi is going to drop back more to help out on the defense, and while he deals with their attacks, Kaiser, Grim and himself will pick up any loose balls and instantly hit them on the counter. They will swiftly break through the midfield, and Ness will then provide the final pass with a little bit of extra magic, of course. Anyway, as Ness, Grim and Kaiser get closer to the goal, Tokimitsu comes in his way and looks extremely scared, which I always find really funny. Tokimitsu tells Ness that he has already managed to catch up to him. Ness is shocked, thinking that he blocked of the passing lane and thinks if he should take him on and blow right past him, but he throws that idea to the side as he knows that he can't waste time on him, as if he does, then Isagi will read them. Before he can finish his thought, he sees Zantetsu sprinting with everything that he possibly can towards him. Zantetsu is just about to reach him and Ness knows that he has to act quickly, He calls Tokumitsu and Zantetsu imbeciles before he somehow manages to get off the pass to Kaiser. Kaiser traps it with his chest and says that it was perfect and tells them to leave the rest to him. But just then, both Nanas and Karasu comes in his way. Both is as determined as the other to stop Kaiser. Karasu asks Kaiser to show him what he's got and calls him a mediocre royal highness, but Nanasi just tells Karasu to back off and that Kaiser is his. However, for some reason, Kaiser doesn't look too worried about it. He says that two defenders quickly move in to block his shot and calls it a textbook move. After that, he spots Shiguma in the back and says that another defender is hanging back just in case he breaks through, and with that says that he has seen through their little plan and that it's finally time to destroy them all. He starts to run towards them, and Karasu tries to take his hand to stop Kaiser, but Kaiser just kind of deflects Karasu's hand, which looks so silly. In the meantime, Nanasi tries to snatch away the ball from Kaiser, but then Kaiser drags it behind him. And just as he is battling with both of them, he sees a small opening in the goal. He finally says that it's his win, and starts to do his Kaiser impact point. However, he suddenly realizes that he didn't shot the ball, and that Rin had instead grabbed it when Kaiser was unaware. Rin calls Kaiser a lukewarm blue rose, and Kaiser, Ness, and Isagi is just as confused to what has happened. But Rin says that if he can destroy that precious shot of Kaiser, then he's nothing. Rin now has the ball, and is actually looking cooler than I've ever seen him. He's got some kind of aura around him, which makes him look invincible. And with Rin having control of the ball, Isagi says that he's coming. Kaiser looks furious as Rin thinks that Kaiser's shooting point is way too obvious. Rin calls Kaiser a blue rose before saying that this field belongs to none other than Rin himself, as he says that he starts going at full speed against the bastard Munchen team and says that he will smash apart all of them. The bastard Munchen players are getting ready to defend the incoming Itoshi Rin, and both Hiyori and Kunigami are set on crushing him. However, Rin thinks that it's hilarious as he tells them to just try, and when they do, he decides to completely embarrass them. He uses his occlusion break and gets behind Kunigami, Raichi, and even the magician himself, Ness, and he does that without dropping a single sweat. Raichi is shocked to the max, and says that he's good, like we don't already know that. Ness, looking at Rin with fear in his eyes, says that his touch, speed, technique, reading, and just everything is out of this world, and realizes that he's facing Blue Lock's #1 Itoshi Rin right now. But even then, he is still trying to get the ball back from Rin. We then see Charles telling Rin that he is open, and if that wasn't enough, then he's also got Tokimitsu on the other side who says that he is open as well. However, the two of them aren't going to get the ball, as Nanase comes by Rin's side and says that he will follow Rin all the way. After that, we get into a flashback and get to 15 days prior in the French team training field. We see Rin and Nanas on the pitch. Nanas bows down and says that he doesn't care if he is just a pawn, but that he wants Rin to make him his disciple. Rin looks disgusted and says that there's no way in hell that he would do that, and also calls Nanase a loser. However, he doesn't give up yet, as he throws himself onto the pitch and locks onto Rin's leg and tells him to wait up. He explains that if it continues like this, then it's going to end with Nanase not playing in a single game, and he begs Rin to please teach him. At this point, Rin is starting to get a bit annoyed, so he says that Nanase's ball touch, passing, and shooting all basically sucks, and asks him what he is supposed to gain from helping a loser like him, and tells him once again to get lost. Nanase gets down on all fours and bows to Rin, saying that he will do everything and that he will even become anything, and that he just want to survive the Neo-Egoist League, and ends it by saying that he will offer everything to Rin. Something about that caught Rin's attention, as he says that he will throw him away if he's not useful. On top of that, he tells Nance to run 3 times more than the others, and that he needs to train himself exactly as Rin tells him to. Nanas looks happy as he agrees to it, but Rin then says that from now on he is Rin's own property. After that, we see Nanas enduring an extreme training schedule from what he is used to, as he is trained more than the others, just so that he can live up to Rin's standards. As they are training passes, Nanas passes Rin, and Rin asks him which leg is his dominant one. Nanas is a bit confused, but says that it's his right like normal. Rin looks disappointed and asks him who told him that, and Nanase says that no one did, but that he holds his chopsticks with his right, so that's why he figured it. Rin then explains that when it comes to Nanase's left leg kicks and how he uses his body, it's gotten to the same level as his right leg. In this short time, Nanase looks blown away by this information, and Rin says that his naturally favored leg is his left. However, he says that it might even be more than that, and says that he didn't notice it until now because how much Nanas sucks, but he tells him that it could be that his body is actually ambidextrous, meaning that he can use both of his legs like Kunigami and Noah. After that, we get back into the game and see Nanas running at full speed. He's got flames in his eyes and says that Rin discovered his buried ability and that he doesn't care if he sucks or if he is unpolished. Rin passes the ball to Nanas and he says that he will use his right and left leg equally to become a linchpin from every direction with this physical ability. He has the ball but is getting blocked by Kiora and someone else. He holds the ball and waits for the perfect moment and says that he is fine with getting crushed as many times as it takes to help Rin score goals and that he will survive as a post player. After that, Rin has gotten a bit of distance and Nanas gets away a pass to him but also falls in the process. Rin has an outstanding aura around him as he calls Nanasi a naturally gifted hick and that it looks like he was useful after all. But as he was just about to shoot, Kaiser comes in his way and tells him that it's not going to happen number one as he blocks of Rin's course. But that's not all as Isagi is coming from Rin's other side. He has puzzle pieces coming from every direction as he says that if he can't shoot, then is not worth a damn thing either. Basically just saying the same thing which Rin said to Kaiser when he stole the ball from him. Rin quickly drags the ball towards him while being surrounded by both Isagi and Kaiser. Rin starts to smile and says that he is going to shoot and that he has been waiting for this moment. Isagi is shocked as he can't understand what he is talking about. Rin gets the ball in the air and also grabs Isagi by his shirt so that he can clearly see the ball. As he is doing this, he asks if he didn't tell Isagi that he was going to watch from the closest view as Rin became the world's best. And now that he's got Isagi right by the ball, he tells him that he's got a box seat, just casual blue lock stuff. Anyway, Rin shoots an incredible shot towards the goal, and Isagi thinks that Rin is totally nuts. But luckily it's not over just yet, as Hiyori is there and kicks away the ball and tells both Rin and Isagi to stop flirting around with each other. Rin, Isagi, and Kaiser are all equally shocked to what has just happened, and none of them expected Hiyori to be there. And quickly just look at Hiyori's eyes. They look so goddamn cool, like bro was fully locked in. Anyway, Hiyori gets down on the ground and says that Rin's setup was pretty obvious and that he could predict his punchline, which was to of course intentionally lure in Isagi like that, just to show off his shot to him. Hiyori looks back towards them and is looking cooler than I've almost ever seen him as he points to Rin and says that if he wants a goal, then he should come at Hiyori with an unpredictable script. Rin looks annoyed to the fullest. Meanwhile, Isagi has stars in his eyes as he is looking at Hiyori, with the ball still high up in the air from Hiyori's save. And look at that. Even in the sky, Rin and Isagi can't just seem to let go of each other. Reichi screams at the team to get to the ball before PXG does, and Nanasi doesn't really know what he is doing, but we will let it slide as he had an amazing performance in the last chapter. Isagi is getting on his feet and says that Hiyori is amazing and that he actually managed to read Rin's plan. Hiyori saw that Isagi was most likely going to lose to Rin, and without any wasted moves, he moved to block the shot course. Isagi thinks that it's because he understands his playstyle that they are able to move and act so effectively. Isagi says that ever since the match started, everyone has hit their top gear. As a result, all of their plays are super high level, and everyone has actually managed to play exactly how they imagined that they would. It looks like Isagi has stars in his eyes as he says that it's amazing, and that this is without a doubt the greatest match that he has ever played in. Anyway, let's get away from Isagi and see who actually managed to pick up the second ball. It's none other than the crow himself, Karasu Tabito, who despite having Ness and Hiyori on his tail, and manages to trap the ball with his chest flawlessly. Karasu smiles as he looks at Hiyori and tells him that he's gotten more aggressive since the last time the two of them met. Hiyori, who is trying to focus on getting the ball back, asks if Karasu hates it. However, he says that he doesn't hate it at all, but instead tells Hiyori that he sure took his time getting to this point and calls him a slowpoke, a real backhanded compliment. Anyway, now that they have stopped flirting with each other, we see Reichi, who says that PXG is coming towards them and tells Bastard Munchen to stay alert for which system they are attacking them with. Isagi is looking at Karasu and says that he needs to predict it and quickly figure out the best possible football that everyone can produce at this moment. He basically wants to see where everyone would position themselves and play if they were at their peak. Hiyori is closing in on Karasu, but just then he passes the ball backward, which no one saw is coming. We then see Loki sitting comfortably in his master chair as he says that right now everyone's hyper-focused on the situation in front of the goal, and that this is the perfect moment for a trickster like Charles to come into play, which is exactly what is happening. The back pass from Karasu was directed for no one else than Charles, who was right behind Hiyori and Karasu. Charles has this immense and intense aura around him, as he of course has one of his teeth sticking out like everyone in Blue Lock has. But I would like to say that Corona started that trend. Anyway, Charles says that it's time to wreak havoc on his devilish content, and we can clearly see in Isagi's face that he knows that they are doomed, as he says that they were so focused on themselves and reading the situation that they totally lost track of the playmaker of PXG Charles. And now with him loose, he is beginning to load up a pass. We can even see that his eyes begin to almost spin. A quick side note, but why do his eyes look so insanely cool right now? They honestly look like they are spinning. Anyway, Charles finally passes, and it goes through 4 bastard munchen players, and it's headed to Rin, who is still in his battle with Isagi. But just as the pass is right by them, the ball suddenly starts to float over them. Both Rin and Isagi are shocked, and Isagi says that Charles passed a lob pass with the perfect amount of backspin, and that he wasn't aiming for Rin at all. The ball is still soaring through the air, and Isagi says that he could have never expected a 30-meter long pass. But if it's not Rin, he wonders what it's for, and it seems like he forgot the literal demon of Blue Lock, who is running for his life towards the ball. Isagi still can't believe it as he says that Shido is the only one who reacted to Charles's pass, and wonders if they practiced this beforehand. But then he notices something important, which he himself can't believe at first, but he sees that Shido isn't even looking at the ball, meaning that Charles and Shido basically did what Isagi and Hiyori did for the last goal in the Ubers game. Even Charles himself is a bit surprised, as he says that someone actually caught up to his pass. After that, Shido looks back for the first time, and is also surprised that it actually came exactly as he wanted it to. As this is going down, Isagi wants to have a timeout to process all of this, as he wonders how they managed to do this, saying that they didn't even make eye contact. He thinks that it might be improvised, and that it might be the result of both of them being able to bring out their best simultaneously. After that, he compares it to what Hiyori and himself did, and says that they did the same thing, and that they also clashed and crossed their winning vision. After that, we finally leave Isagi, who talked a bit too much about this chapter, and instead go over to the demon, who was able to just in time jump and get in a header. Real quick, why does Shido look so majestic when he is literally in the sky? Just look at him. Bro even got his own wings on his back. Anyway, Shiodu's header goes into the goal flawlessly, as Gagamaru tried but understandably couldn't save that sort of goal. And with that, Shido has just managed to get PXG's first goal of the game, which puts them in the lead. And I know that I said that Shido looked really majestic in the chapter before, but why does he look so goofy here? Like, it looks like he is just going to splat down onto the ground after this. Anyway, it looks like Isagi has realized something, as he says, so that's the key to winning this match. And the key is that they are going to have to consistently clash and cross their visions of themselves as the best players in the world. After that, we see both Shido and Charles celebrating their spectacular goal, with both of them speaking in emojis for some really weird reason. With Charles saying a demon face emoji, and Shido a heart I guess, that sounded so goddamn weird saying. But we move. And I forgot to say, but both of them of course have their tongues out. You know, just normal Blue Lock stuff over here. After that, the match commentators screamed goal, saying that it was an absolute rocket into the top left corner, and that Charles Chevalier obliterated the defense with a pinpoint killer pass. And on the receiving end was Blue Lock's pink-haired demon, with Shido Ryusei's ultra goal. PXG draws first blood, and as this is going on, Shido gets up from the ground, and he and Charles goes right into hugging each other, as they are ecstatic, and not only them, but also all of the spectators watching from home. Shido is over the moon and says that Charles is awesome, and tells him to keep feeding Shido. Charles, while having a rather weird facial expression, says right back to Shido, and calls him a pink-haired weirdo, telling him that he's amazing and that he was the only one who reacted to his pass. After that, they starts goofing around, and Shido says that he just followed his desire and instincts, and Charles' pass found him perfectly. As Shido is messing up Charles's hair, Charles says that this really might be the first time that someone caught up perfectly to his impish passes. Shido, still looking like a maniac, says that it's the first of many, and that in this match the devilish weirdo combo is gonna go on an explosive rampage, and then they go off and starts basically speaking nonsense. However, you can really see how happy the two of them are to finally have found someone that sees the game as they do. After that, we go to Loki, who is sitting comfortably in his master chair and says that a contrarian, impish, maverick personality that lies contradictory to his genius passing and playmaking skills. Noah looks over, but stays quiet as Loki continues and says that to unlock Charles's full abilities, he experimented with many different things in the previous few matches, but this time it finally happened. The high-level chemical reaction needed to awaken him. Loki's face is filled with excitement as he says that the Neo-Egoist League has finally gotten much more interesting, and an out-of-this-world striker will help a playmaker reach even greater heights, and that the faster Charles develops, it won't be long before he surpasses Noah. He says this directly to Noah himself as he looks at him. However, Noah still has his stone-cold expression and doesn't say anything. After that, we get to Isagi and Reichi is furious, asking the VAR if they are blind and that the goal should be disallowed, explaining that Rin grabbed Isagi and prevented Isagi from playing defense. However, we also have Isagi, who thinks that they probably won't overturn it because, to tell the truth, then he fouled Rin first when he went for the steal. But since Rin managed to keep possession and got off a quality shot, VAR will probably determine it as advantage played. And it is as Isagi predicts, as the VAR says, that the call still stands, which Raichi isn't happy with, as he says that he will go up and kick them. However, luckily, Isagi stops him and says that it isn't worth getting a card over. After that, he thinks that more importantly, he has to analyze and understand the mechanism behind Shido's goal, thinking that first, without a doubt, everyone on the field was playing at their absolute best. But the fact that no one could react to those two's outrageous combination means that simply playing according to the perfect scenario they envisioned isn't enough to score goals, saying that before they managed to produce their perfect scenarios, and that they could easily score 1 or 2 goals, but with both teams playing at such a high level, simply enacting their scenarios isn't good enough. Isagi thinks that from watching Charles play, he knew that he was a dangerous player, but the fact that he's still developing makes him even scarier. And his pass just now, it felt like he was simply laughing down at them, which really isn't something you want. He explains it as an impish pass that screamed otherworldly, and then Shido's pursuit of ecstasy responded and crossed with Charles's pass. And looking at those two just now, they didn't plan or practice that play beforehand, and that they rather clashed and crossed their best performance to produce that goal. But if that's the case, then it's similar to the goal that Hiyori and he teamed up on, and at that time they produced a chemical reaction where they synced and crossed their individual winning vision with one another, which means that to win the league, they are going to have to enter the demon's lair and come up with goals that equal or surpasses that chemical reaction. Isagi has pieces flying around him as he says that it's seriously fucked up. But just then, Hiyori comes walking by and says that if that's the standard, then they are gonna have real hell on their hands, and since they have to change their entire thought process, Hiyori wants to use the time to reorganize quickly and asks if Isagi wants to join. Isagi agrees and says that it looks like they have to consistently clash their winning visions to win this. Hiyori just agrees and says that they should do a quick recap. He thinks back to Ego and says that the bowl cut himself told him that the most important thing is hunger, and that what they currently desire the most is the key to their own originality, thinking that hunger provides hints that allow them to formulate an achievable challenge, and that if they fully immerse themselves in their challenge, it produces the chemical reaction, also known as flow. And then if they manage to recreate the perfect scenario that they can envision, you can then play at your absolute peak, you top performance. So basically, if we should make it easier to understand, it is hunger that leads to an original achievable challenge, and with egocentrism and focus leads to flow. Flow then leads to the challenge to winning vision, which leads to the final step, which is their top performance. After that, Isagi says that what they currently desire the most is the key to their originality. But he also says that Shido's goal wasn't the work of just his winning vision. Hiyori agrees and says that they must cross their winning vision with someone else's to pull this off. And Hiyori is just about to say something more when Noah rudely cuts him off and tells them to recreate it. Both of them looks over shocked and sees Noah with this immense aura as he tells them to score a goal that surpasses the goal the two of them scored in the last match, asking them if they can do it. Isagi doesn't know what to say, but Hiyori, just without hesitation, says yes with a smile on his face. But Noah isn't quite done with just that, as he says that if they don't keep Charles and Shido under control, they will keep getting more uncontrollable and they will lose. And because of that, he says that they are tweaking the game plan a little, looking at someone and telling him to man-mark Shido. And who else could it be that he is thinking of, if not the dark horse Kunigami Rensuke, which comes as a shock to Kunigami. But Noah tells him to restrict and steal Shido Ryusei's freedom. Shido overhears this and gets a smile on his face as both him and Kunigami thinks back to their shared past with each other, which led Kunigami to the wild card. But this makes Kunigami's blood boil as his eyes starts to light up and he says, "Yes, sir." After that, we get this awesome looking chapter with Isagi, Kunigami, and Hiyori all walking side by side. Isagi says that he is counting on Kunigami, but he just tells him to piss off, and Hiyori says that it's time for an eye and that it's time to counterattack. Reichi is by the side and screaming like always, as he says that it's still just 1 point which PXG leads with, and tells everyone in Bastard Munchen that it's their time for a counter. Gagamaru is also fired up, as he says that he will stop the next one, and Kiora is adding close to nothing by saying yeah. After that, we switch teams for a quick second, as we go over to PXG and see both Nanase and Tokimitsu. Tokimitsu says that even if they are on the same team, they can't be genuinely happy for Shido's goal, saying that they want to help Rin score and that they need to make Rin the hero or else their ranking won't go up. Nanase is looking really determined as he says that Tokimitsu is right, and that if Rin sinks, then they are going to end up sinking with him as well, saying that their fates are linked after all. And then we have Charles over here who's speaking in emojis like a weirdo. After that, we get to see the 4 big players of the match, which of course are Rin, Shido, Isagi, and lastly, the Emperor Kaiser. Rin calls Shido a pink bug eyesore. Shido takes it as a somewhat compliment and asks if Rin is jealous of his explosion. Isagi jumps into the mix and says that Shido definitely is an eyesore. And lastly, Kaiser says that he can't stand Shido, or as he calls him, pink trash. With that, the game restarts and Kaiser passes Ness while telling Shido that he will turn him into dust. Shido only finds this amusing and laughs while saying that he has become so popular now and that it's time for the trashy pink bug to have a party time. A bit weird that he calls himself trashy pink bug, but sure. Ness and Grim are having their regular passing drill with each other, which is just boring, so we instead move on to Isagi, who is running at full speed while thinking that he needs to recreate his ultimate goal with Hiyori. He says that he understands it logically, but reaching his own peak performance isn't that simple on paper, because what's most necessary is enough information to predict the field's future, and it's not a matter of pursuing his own pleasure like Shido is occupied doing, that selfish bastard. As Isagi is running, something finally clicks for him, and he gets an idea. He thinks that he needs to know more about the world beyond him than about himself. But then he pulls a fast one on himself, as he gets another thought. This time he takes a minute, and says that he thought that it was enough to simply want his own ultimate state. But each of them has a different process and way of concentrating. As this is going on, Kaiser has just gotten the ball and has the mighty Rin in front of him. Do we get to see what happens? Of course not, because we go back to Isagi, who says that peak performance can be split into 2 categories. One is the type which Shido is. This type ignores one's surroundings in pursuit of personal pleasure, and the other is Isagi's way of understanding his environment and calculation to determine the world's essence. But that wasn't good enough for Professor Isagi, as he phrases it in another way, calling one of them self-style ego and the other world-style ego, saying that it isn't a matter of which is good or bad, but instead a question of which mentality lets you most easily make use of one's abilities. This is his own theory of personality and character types. Firstly, the self-style ego type most highly regards value to himself. The world's rules are of secondary importance, and these spontaneous types can best use their abilities by immersing themselves in their own feelings and fixations. However, on the other hand, the world-style ego type prioritizes value to the world. This style thrives in relation, and their own feelings and sensitivity are less important than using their abilities in service of meanings and achievements valued by the rest of the world. So to them, put that into perspective. He says that Bachira and Baru probably have self-style egos. Nagi and Zantetsu also share that trait, while Karasu, Hiyori, Ryo, and lastly Isagi are absolutely world-style. Isagi's eyes and just face in general look more fired up than we have seen him in a long time. He then thinks that Kaiser is a world-style who's fixated on trophies. After that he starts thinking about Charles, Kunigami, and even Rin, but he can't really determine which one they are yet, and says that he needs to keep on analyzing them, concluding that in order to reach the field and reach his own peak performance, he needs to determine everyone's type so that he can gather more pieces and learn about them, to then input the world's data to reach his own ultimate form. After that, we leave our little egoist and go over to Ness, who has just lost the ball to Zantetsu, who for some reason calls him Sir Ness. I mean, it sounds cool, but just why? However, as the ball from Zantetsu was on its way to Tokimitsu, Hiyori came sweeping by and stole it, and then cockingly thanking Zantetsu for the ball. Zantetsu is shocked and wonders if Hiyori aimed for that. But Hiyori doesn't care about Zantetsu anymore, as he sees Isagi running on the field and telling him to go. However, he thinks that in order to recreate their last wonder goal, he can't pass to Isagi, but that he instead needs to think of the world's best and smash them together. However, his plan quickly goes to ruin as Charles comes from behind and completely steals the ball from Hiyori. Charles compliments Hiyori before weirdly enough starts squeezing his cheek while telling him that he has good eyes. And of course, he adds in a devil emoji just because he can. However, I would like to claim that this was sexual harassment by Charles and that he should get sent out. But that's not the case as he takes the ball and starts running. Hiyori is a bit taken back by what has just happened as he says that Charles perfectly anticipated his pass interception. Isagi is also in shock, and Reichi is on the side telling them to not let Charles pass. Hiyori is desperately running behind him and tries to catch up as he thinks that Charles also can use metavision, and that before he can recreate his goal with Isagi, they need to beat this contrarian. Anyway, Charles locks in and sends away a pass to Shido, who looks really excited, as he has even come up with a nickname for Charles, that being Charboy, sounding a bit too close to Shark Boy, which Corona already has ownership of. Anyway, it's not all rainbows from on here, as Kunigami comes by Shido's side and says that it's been a while explosion demon, while having a cup of total emptiness in his eyes. Shido tries to play it cool and asks who he is again, but Kunigami coldly tells him that he is the pathetic loser hero whose life Shido ruined. But that's far from all, as while he says that he turns around and heads away the ball from Shido, which even shocks him. Reichi is over the moon and compliments him while Charles can't really believe what has just happened. Kunigami falls to the ground, but then he and Hiyori in sync says that their ultimate lies in the challenge of surpassing both Charles and Shido. The ball is high up in the sky from Kunigami's save. And then we see Isagi, Hiyori, and Kunigami all going for the ball, but none of them actually get it as it is, instead Ness who traps the ball right between Tokimitsu and Zantetsu. So he has to think quick, and think quick he does as he takes one look to the side and sees Grim and passes right before Tokimitsu was able to come in and interfere. Grim gets the ball, but it doesn't stay there for long as he spots Kaiser on the other side and makes a pass to him. The ball is advancing to Kaiser. However, it will be difficult as Karasu is right behind him and is trying to get ahead of him. But imagine the shock both of them get when suddenly both Shido and Kunigami squeeze in between them and create a revenge matchup. Their clash becomes wild, but they manage to get away with the ball. Why does it kind of look funny when Kaiser's got his hand in front of Karasu's eyes? It's like he wants to save him the trouble of seeing these two meatheads go at each other. Anyway, the ball goes high up in the air, but it comes down to Reichi, who traps it with his chest. Nanas isn't too far away, and Reichi knows this, so he has to act quickly. However, before that, he of course has to say his slogan, so he says sexy chance. But before he can finish it, someone steals the ball. It's none other than Charles who comes in with his devilish aura. He asks what he means by sexy, and says that he's just a meathead who constantly sacrifices himself for others. But that's not all, as the disrespect doesn't stop, as Charles thanks him for doing all the heavy lifting while calling him a sweaty, non-sexy meathead. And being called not sexy really makes Reichi mad as he looks at Charles in shock. Hiyori is right behind Charles, and he knows that he screwed up. He thinks that just now, if he had just backed up Reichi, he would have gotten the ball. While Hiyori is trying to chase Charles, he says that to outread Charles, he's got to be more attentive to the finer details. Otherwise, he won't be able to catch up to his creativity and playmaking. Hiyori thinks that this is a whole new level, and says that it's a lot harder and almost impossible to figure this out on the first attempt. And if that wasn't enough, then it's like getting killed on the first try. It's like figuring out how to beat the final boss level after getting killed multiple times. And normally, with this realization, players would feel destroyed and give up hope. However, that's not Hiyori's, as he says that it sounds interesting, and that he will defeat Charles and clear this game once and for all. But seriously, let's take a quick moment to just look at Charles's aura. His aura is unlike anything we have ever seen before. Bro has gotten a whole boss as his aura, and honestly, because of that, it's gotta be up there with my top 3 favorite auras. But how do you feel about Charles's aura? Please let me know down below. Anyway, Charles still has control of the ball, and is going up against Isagi with Rin by his side. Rin looks at Charles and tells him to pass him while calling him a contrarian, which kind of sounds cool. After that, Charles looks over at Rin and straight up laughs in his face. He starts to dribble with the ball while telling Rin that his run was super boring, and of course our little contrarian has to add in a demon face emoji for some obscure reason. Anyway, Charles uses Rin as a decoy to easily get behind Isagi, which shocks both of them. But it's far from over, as Hiyori comes to Charles' side, telling him that it's not over yet, and that he saw that coming from a mile away. Charles compliments Hiyori, but says that he was still one tempo too slow as he shot across into the goal zone. Hiyori is watching the ball fly right beside him, as he says that Charles was able to deliver a cross with the outside of his foot from that position, which he can't even understand. Isagi, who is also watching from the side, says that Charles is just toying with them, and that they can't manage to outread him, saying that right now, Charles is ultimately dictating everything on the field. However, that's not exactly right, as the pass from Charles surprisingly gets blocked. And who else could it be than the man who is absolutely shutting Shido down at the moment? I'm of course talking about the dark horse Kunigami, who comes between Shido and the ball and shoots it away. Isagi thinks that it was a lifesaver, and says that he is amazing before calling him a cyborg. Kunigami falls down on the ground, but says that ever since he matched up against Shido, his performance is getting better and better, even though he's skillfully using his supreme physical ability to contain Shido. It's probably because he's been waiting so long to get his revenge on Shido. His emotions allowed him to reach his top performance, and while possessing a solid moral code, Kunigami Rensuke is actually a rather passionate person, which means that he's got an individualistic ego mentality. We see Isagi, who's just hit the nail on the coffin, as he has pieces flying around him like crazy. And he says that he finally gets it, saying that Kunigami hasn't changed that much after all, and that he is still that passionate and hot-blooded guy that he was in the first selection. When the two of them share the stake in the beginning, Kunigami gets up from the ground, and Isagi says that Kunigami's ego is still burning inside of him. After that, we get some more thoughts, but this time Hiyori says that Kunigami is keeping Shido in check, and with that, Charles's options should decrease, and because of that, the game's momentum will change. Shiodu tells Kunigami to get out of his way and calls him an annoying trash hero, but Kunigami isn't going to let that slide as he asks if that's all that Shido's got, and asks him not to tell him that he used up all of his explosives on that one goal. Shido's eyes are beginning to itch as he gets furious at Kunigami's harsh and disrespectful words, but just then, someone else joins their conversation. It's Isagi who tells Kunigami to look who's talking, and says that if it weren't for his assistance, Kunigami would just be a useless dude. Kunigami is confused and asks Isagi what it is that he wants, but Isagi comes closer and closer and asks Kunigami to lend him a hand for his own explosion. Isagi gets close and runs past him while telling him that they should get some steak after this, like old times. As he says that his eyes and aura completely change, Kunigami is looking at him in shock, but Isagi thinks that if PXG is using a top performance and top performance chemical reaction, then all they have to do is one-up them and use a top performance and another top performance, and lastly, one more, making a triplicate chemical reaction, which he calls the triflow chemistry reaction. After that, we get this amazing last panel with Hiyori, Kunigami, and Isagi all locking in to make their chemical reactions together, while there is an intense aura around all three of them. Kiora and Karasu is furiously fighting for control of the ball. Raichi is trying his best to motivate Kiora by telling him to steal it, while Zantetsu is doing the same thing, but for Karasu. Anyway, their clash is getting more and more intense, and they quickly realize that they can't keep doing this forever. That's when Charles decides to weigh in as he starts running to help Karasu. However, he looks behind himself and sees Hiyori right on his tail. As Hiyori is trying to catch up, he thinks that if he is going to outwit Charles, then he will need to effectively use this moment while Kunigami is blocking Shido. Because as we know, Charles likes passing to Shido as they are very like-minded, but now that he has lost that option, Hiyori is certain that he will need to look for someone else to pass to. He tries to look around and starts to wonder who the lucky man will be. Maybe it's going to be Rin, or maybe he will go through Nanase, but that doesn't quite seem right. He says no, and calls himself a dumbass. Hiyori looks destroyed as he says that he can't beat Charles with such surface-level thinking, saying that Charles isn't just a normal player, but that he is a contrarian, and because of that, he needs to contradict his contrarian thinking. Charles is getting closer to Karasu, but then suddenly Grim comes into the mix and barrages into Karasu's back. Karasu can't hold on anymore and tells Charles to go as he sends over a pass to him. Charles starts to smile as he compliments Karasu's pass and says that it's good. He looks ahead of himself and sees Shido, who is still getting blocked by the rebirthed Kunigami. But that's not all, as he also sees both Kaiser and Ness, who are determined to stop Charles in his tracks. Even though Shido is already blocked off by Kunigami, the two of them get in front of them to completely destroy any chance for Charles to pass Shido. Saying that his pass course is as good as dead, Charles is noticeably annoyed by this, and also calls them the Nuisance Rose Duo. Just then, someone comes to his rescue, and it's none other than the current #1 Neo-Egoist League player, Itoshi Rin. They look at each other, and Charles says that Rin is just where Charles wants him to be. However, this turns out to be a straight-out lie, as he says, "Just kidding," with a skull emoji, as he instead shoots the ball forward, even though Ness and Kaiser are ahead of him. Kaiser and Ness are in shock, and Kaiser can't believe it as they manage to close off Charles's pass course by 99%, but somehow Charles managed to find that 1% spot where he could pass too. We also get a bit of a better understanding of Charles, as he looks devilish while saying that aiming for something that was thought to be impossible is the real way for a contrarian like himself. However, you know that devilish smile he had, it's going to be wiped off his face real quick as his pass to Shido suddenly stopped on its way, and it's none other than Charles's new nemesis Hiyori, who came to contrarian like he said he would. And the block wasn't just any block, as it was stylish as hell as well, which I would like to give him so many points for. Anyway, everyone is looking at Hiyori, amazed, and even Isagi is looking at him in total shock. Hiyori lands on the ground and says that he cracked the contrarian's thinking, saying that normally nobody would take that shot, but Charles's rotten personality loves such a tight course, and ending it by saying that he figured out how to beat Charles while looking straight at him. This leaves Charles in shock as he just calls Hiyori creepy while looking demoralized but also disgusted. But that's what you get when you go up against an ultra sadist. We also see Shidu, who is a bit annoyed that another one of his chances got blocked. After that, we leave them and get to Isagi, who, like always, has pieces flying around him like crazy and says that Hiyori's winning the field and that it's about to overturn. While it's looking like the ball and the pieces are forming a black hole on the pitch, you know, just normal blue lock stuff, right? Anyway, Hiyori is fired up after this and tells Isagi that it's time to go, and Reichi agrees by being the first one on the ball. However, he isn't all alone, as he has Tokimitsu right behind him, but that doesn't stop Reichi, who says that it's time for them to get a counterattack. But there's another duo who is getting excited by this, and that's Shidu and Kunigami, who are running side by side to try and help their respective teams. Anyway, Tokimitsu is starting to get some ground on Reichi, and he knows that he can't hold on forever, but before he can, he has to trash talk a bit. So he calls Tokimitsu a meat shield who's only meant for shoving duels, but after that, he decides that he's done with Tokimitsu and says an utter victory sexy pass as he sends away a pass to Hiyori and tells him to go. Hiyori gets the ball, but suddenly someone decides to join him. We can see a couple of feathers popping up as someone tells Hiyori not to celebrate just yet and calls him a dumbass. It's Karasu who honestly looks possessed, and we can see that he means business, but he tells Hiyori to watch where he is going and really decides to lower his self-esteem by calling him a mediocre gamer. He gets a smile on his face and tells him to try and beat this boss rush. It's Nanase who says that he won't let Hiyori pass him, but also Zantetsu, who tells them all to smash him, but I doubt that Hiyori swings that way. Anyway, the three of them form a triple press in order to try and steal away the ball from Hiyori. But do you really think that it's enough to stop Hiyori, who's now in the zone? Of course not, and we see that as Hiyori locks in and says that he can get past the three wimps without watching where he is going. This even catches Karasu off guard, who is wondering what Hiyori is on about. He smashes a pass without even looking at where it is going, calling it a no-look rapid cross. Zantetsu and Nanase can't understand it and wonder how he is able to play such a gamble at this distance. But Hiyori is certain as he says that this is peak performance, and as the ball is beginning to land, he wonders if the Egoist himself is there, which of course he is, as he is running to meet up with the pass, saying that it's time to continue their ultimate play. But it will be anything but easy, as we can clearly see the pit where the ball will land. In the pit, we see of course Isagi, but also Kaiser, Rin, Kunigami, and lastly Shidu. The ball is coming, but Isagi has Choppa close to him. But I don't think Isagi cares about that so much as he looks at Hiyori and says that this is his top performance and that Isagi will take it from here. After that, we get an overview of the Isagi position, where we can see that he is in the midst of 3 PXG players. Normally you would get shut down here, but Isagi has locked in and is determined to deliver his own top performance. Does he have a plan to do that? Of course he has. He knows that it is 2 defenders who are in front of him. To get behind them, he does a sidestep into a diagonal sidestep to kind of throw them out of balance. This works because they aren't able to predict what Isagi is going to do, which lets him use his speed to slip in between the 2 defenders. You would think that Isagi gets a breather after that, but he really doesn't, as Shidu is right by his side and he is looking at Isagi as if Isagi were his prayer, even going as far as speaking in his and Charles's emoji language and saying a skull emoji. But just as Shidu thinks that he's got Isagi where he wants him to be, Isagi slips away from the ball and tells Shidu that he's got to do better than that if he wants to stop him. This of course throws Shidu off guard, because why would you willingly move away from the ball? Shidu's face turns into panic as he wonders what it is that he is up to. But it doesn't take long for him to find out, as he can feel someone behind him. It's Kunigami, who uses his majestic legs to jump up into the sky and meet the ball in the air. He tells Isagi that this is for the stake that he owed Isagi and tells him to consider them even now, before deciding to just call him a piece of shit, just normal sportsmanship between the Blue Lock cast. Isagi is looking at Kunigami and says that it's right and that this is the ego that he wants to see from Kunigami, as he heads the ball into the ground and makes it bounce over to Isagi, who's going all in now. His black eyes are out and he has his iconic piece flying around him like a tornado. After Kunigami's header, he falls down on the ground and leaves it up to Isagi to finish. Isagi says that until now, Kunigami had refused to pass and only tried to score by himself, which is why no one will predict that he will pass in this situation, where he could have simply stolen the ball instead, making it a top performance combo that only they could have created. Now Isagi's light is beginning to shine, as he says that he's managed to break through their defenses, and says that the only thing left is the finish. But I think that we both know that this is Blue Lock, and that it isn't going to go that smoothly. and it turns out that it's true as a familiar face decides to pay Isagi a visit. It's Rin who comes behind him, looking like he has been devoured by total darkness as he tells Isagi that it's too lukewarm. Isagi is in total shock as he couldn't have predicted that, and Rin then, with an angry face, tells Isagi not to forget about him. As I said before, Isagi is in shock and wonders how it was possible for Rin to catch up to him. But then, suddenly someone else comes into the picture, because of course, Isagi should have more trouble. However, this time it's his own teammate Kaiser who comes by. Kaiser has an immense aura around him and says that this is part 3 and calls it the Raider Edition. After that, Isagi realizes that he really is fucked and that he wasn't even expecting Rin, but now that Kaiser is on top of that, he can't understand how it happened, but then he says that both of them only focused on Isagi's movements and nothing more. Kind of like what Baru did in the U20 match, where he became Isagi's shadow. Anyway, Isagi says that this explains how they were able to react to him so quickly, concluding that instead of reading the game's flow and situation, they solely focused on plays that would allow them to destroy Isagi, calling it their top performance and saying that it is messed up and that there was no way that Isagi could have known that and predicted it. However, he has to throw those thoughts to the side, get back into the game, and make up a game plan. He desperately wonders what it is that he should do. He knows that he will reach the ball first, but then what? After that, we see what Rin and Kaiser are thinking. Rin wants Isagi to shoot the ball, and if he does, then Rin will destroy every single direct shot course Isagi comes up with. A bit rude if I'm honest. Kaiser, on the other hand, wants Isagi to trap it, and if he does, Kaiser will steal it and score for himself. Isagi's pieces are working at full potential to figure out what to do. Should he just go for the shot and try to come up with a solution where Rin doesn't block it? Or should he trap it and try to fool Kaiser somehow? But in the end, as the ball falls down on his foot, he realizes that none of that is good enough, and that he needs to, in this extremely stressful moment, come up with a totally new attack pattern. The ball falls down to his foot, and just then, Isagi does a fake with his left foot, which puts Rin out of the picture, as he has no way of interfering. But that can't be said for Kaiser, as he says that Isagi will now trap it with his right, and that he has got him. But he couldn't be more wrong, as in mid-air, Isagi doesn't trap the ball, but instead decides to just gamble and shoot it with his right foot. He makes such an unpredictable and powerful shot that even 2 Glocks decide to show up around him. Anyway, as he shot the ball, he said that this was his new top performance. Kaiser can't believe his eyes, and is amazed at how Isagi did a mid-air quick draw, and Rin is just as blown away as he can't believe Isagi's new ambidextrous direct shot. The shot from Isagi goes into the goal with ease, as there's nothing that could have stopped that shot. And then, as Isagi Yoichi has just given Bastard Munchen their first goal of this match, his pieces connect with each other, and he has just formed a new attacking pattern. By connecting the left direct shot with his right direct shot pieces, he's now formed the 2-gun volley, and just look at him. His face has a determination which I have never seen before, and he's even got himself smoke coming off himself, as he has just scored what might be the best goal in this series so far. Everyone is blown away, and the commentators are screaming goal over and over again. We also see the live reaction to Isagi's goal, and we then see that everyone is jumping out of their seats to celebrate with our poster boy. Even Isagi's first true fan was shown, and we can see how his eyes absolutely lit up when he saw this goal. Anyway, the commentators call the Isagi goal amazing, and say that he was able to pull off an amazing mid-air direct shot, and with that shot, he also brings back Bastard Munchen into the game as the scores become even. And please just look at Isagi. He is understandably over the moon, and he looks so happy, which just makes me happy as well. However, the players who are everything but happy are both Rin and Kaiser, as we can see here as they burst out screaming out of anger for Isagi. But you know what this panel means. It means that Rin and Kaiser will probably give it their all after this, and try their hardest to ruin everything for Isagi. We also see more of the players' reactions to the goal. Karasu's voice is stuttering, as he wonders what the hell that was, and can't believe that he switched his shooting foot in mid-air, while Tokimitsu just has fear in his eyes, as he calls Isagi a monster. Raichi, on the other hand, is just as ecstatic as Isagi is as he starts screaming. Nanase looks honestly really scared as he says that Isagi is still evolving. And then we see Shidu, who is the first PXG player, who seems ecstatic over Isagi's goal as he says that it was a fantastic explosion. Anyway, Isagi comes down on the ground and is right away faced with Kunigami, who tells him not to expect any more passes from him. He looks into Isagi's eyes and calls him an overly dependent egoist. However, Isagi feels the same way and says that they should keep devouring each other like always, and calls Kunigami the Mr. Fair and Square stickler, which I don't really get. Or maybe it's supposed to say striker because I don't even know what a stickler means, but it does sound funny. Suddenly, Isagi, out of nowhere, feels something heavy on his back, and it's none other than Hiyori, who comes and jumps up on him. He looks happier than ever as he asks what the hell that shot was, and calls it amazing while having a big smile on him. Isagi is happy to see him and says that Hiyori's pass was epic, but Hiyori just coldly tells him that of course it was, while they high-five each other. Anyway, Hiyori isn't done, as he asks Isagi how he was able to visualize everything, from Hiyori's alley cross to Kunigami's assist, and lastly, his goal. Isagi has a smug face on him, as he says that he believed that Hiyori would send a perfect pass. And as for Kunigami's assist, he thought that since Kunigami was running up and down the field to contain Shido, his chances of being in clutch situations were very high. On top of that, Isagi was probably the only one who believed that he would win that duel against Shido. Hiyori understands and says that it was a combination that only Isagi could pull off, and he asks if he then decided to finish it off with Isagi's ultimate trump card. However, Isagi looks confused before saying that Hiyori is wrong and that he actually didn't plan on scoring that way, which completely takes Hiyori off guard. Isagi says that he saw himself being wide open after he managed to break through their defense, and that he definitely didn't expect Rin and Kaiser that close to him. However, it was due to them that he was able to improvise, and the attack that gave Isagi a hint to pull off that move was undoubtedly Nagi's amazing juggling shot. Hiyori remembers it, and says that it was the same one he used against them. Isagi explains that he probably had the image of Nagi's shot stored in his mind, which is why even though he had to improvise after those two killed his options, he was still able to subconsciously recall and recreate it. Hiyori smiles and says that it means that the shot was a combo of Nagi's creativity and Isagi's direct shot. Isagi is a bit more humble and says that he stole it from Nagi, but that it's true and that he wouldn't have been able to pull it off if he hadn't seen Nagi do it firsthand, which helped him create his ambidextrous mid-air quick draw, or as he calls it, his two-gun volley. Hiyori then thinks for a bit and says that his shot was epic and is implying something more, so Isagi asks him what he means. Hiyori explains that no matter which direction a defender comes in to block Isagi's shot, he can then fake them in mid-air and shoot after successfully destroying their timing, not to mention that the goalkeeper is going to have a hard time timing his shot as well. Hiyori looks super excited as he says that if Isagi can recreate that shot consistently, he will then become unstoppable. This makes Isagi's brain tick as he thinks that Hiyori is right, and that this means that he just came up with an incredible weapon now, while he says that he has an immense aura all around him, showing how on fire he currently is. After that, Noah also joins in and compliments Isagi, while saying that they will be switching things up in Bastard Munchen, because now that the attacks centering around Isagi are succeeding, they are going to lean more towards an Isagi-centric system. And with that, he sends Grim into the Shadow Realm as he goes out, and Grim doesn't take this well as he looks destroyed. However, can you guess who will be replacing him? It's none other than my favorite Bastard Munchen player and the Shark Boy himself, Kurona Ranse, who looks ecstatic to be on the pitch again. Isagi thinks that now that Grim is out, it means that Kaiser only has Ness to support him, which is going to be really tough for him. Just look how crushed Grim looks as he is walking out. Honestly, he hasn't done anything, but he deserves it. Anyway, Isagi thinks that with his goal just now, he managed to shift the entire team's dynamic, saying that Noah trusts Isagi's goals to lead them to victory, not to mention that now that Corona's in the game, he's going to have a much easier time controlling the game. And Corona comes in and right away tells Isagi that they should go for the second goal and that they can do it. And I'm just so happy to see Corona back on the pitch, as it has been a really long time since the last time he was out here helping Isagi. Isagi thinks that if he scores another goal, he will then be able to crush Kaiser completely, and then Bastard Munchen will firmly become Isagi's team. But that's not all, because if he can manage to score another goal after that and make a hat-trick, then he will surpass Rin. And not only that, but also become the best player in the Neo Egoist League. Although this isn't an easy feat, that doesn't matter to Isagi, who says that he can do it, and that he can see it. He can visualize the image of becoming the best player in the world now. Isagi has two guns behind him as he walks with determination. We then zoom into his eyes, which are burning with excitement as he asks them to hurry up and restart the game already. Kaiser grabs his shoulder hard and says that as annoying as it is, Isagi is evolving. And if he learns to master that outrageous and insane shot, then his value as a striker will skyrocket. If that wasn't bad enough already, Kaiser says that Isagi is on the very verge of taking over his team, thinking that he's going to become a second fiddle, but also be defeated by none other than his rival Isagi. Suddenly, someone screams his name. It's Ness who says that, with this new formation, he is Kaiser's only ally. But while Ness is coming here being concerned, Kaiser just tells him to shut up and to go, saying that the only objective is to show Isagi that no matter how much he tries, he will never surpass Kaiser, ending it by saying that it's now or never, and that it's time to unleash his impossible weapon before Isagi manages to steal everything from him. And with that, the match restarts with the scores being 1-1, and PXG starting with the ball. Nanase, right off the bat, passes the ball to the flying Rin, who is right away faced with Reichi and Hiyori. He takes a deep breath and looks over to Charles, but what he sees shocks him. Rin actually stops for a second as he looks over to Charles, who tells Loki to sub him out. He explains that Shido is getting pocketed by Kunigami, or Muscle Freak, as Charles calls him, and that none of his passes are going through, calling him boring, and asking if he can quit. We can see that Loki is starting to get annoyed with him and says that there it is, Charles' irritating lack of motivation. However, we don't stay there for long as the match starts heating up, because both Reichi and Hiyori go to steal the ball from Rin. Reichi says that it looks like his playmaker betrayed him, and Hiyori says that Rin stopped moving, and that this is their chance with the two of them creating a double press. We can see that Rin isn't pleased at all with it. Even Karasu can't believe it and tells them to go for the second ball, but that won't work as the player who's finally back on the pitch and ready to strike says that it's time to counter. It's of course Corona who says that the ball is his, as he easily steals it from Zantetsu. As Corona has gotten the ball, he looks right away for Isagi, whom he finds just above him. They make eye contact, and Corona says that Isagi is his target. However, as he passes the ball, something unexpected happens, as the ball doesn't reach Isagi, but instead, Kaiser comes in and steals it right in front of their eyes. As Kaiser's got the ball and is looking more determined than ever, he asks Ness if he is ready, and Ness, who is behind him, says that he is, while trying his best to stay on speed. After that, we get into a quick flashback into the German Stratum training field 10 days prior. There we see Kaiser and Ness asks what the Magnus effect is. Kaiser explains that when a player kicks the ball, the air will naturally exert an equal and opposite force back onto the ball. Now this part might get a bit confusing, so I will first explain the 3 different steps, and then read what they are saying. Feel free to pause and be ready if you aren't able to follow. Anyway, the first step is the mechanism behind a spinning ball, which explains that the shot's power will increase if the airflow and the ball's spin face the same direction. Conversely, the shot's power will decrease if the airflow and the ball's spin face opposite directions. After that, we got to the second step, which is the creation of the aerodynamic force. This means that as the ball spins, some areas experience lower air pressure than others, which creates a pressure gradient. And the third step is the result, which is the Magnus effect. As a result, the ball will naturally curve towards the side with lower air pressure. After that, Kaiser says that the reason why a spinning ball will curve, dip, or rise is because of the difference in air resistance between different sides of the ball. Ness, who isn't familiar with this concept, says that it's pretty cool. Kaiser then explains that, up until now, he prioritized shooting straight while increasing the Kaiser's impact's velocity and power. He puts the ball down on the ground intensely, as he says that his new weapon is where he put some spin on the Kaiser impact and intentionally made it curve. However, for this to work, he needs to determine exactly where to strike the ball and raise its accuracy to a level on par with the Kaiser impact by using the air valve as the central reference point. He looks at the ball and determines that the meet point is on the lower left side. After that, he looks at it before shooting the ball. Firstly, it looks like a mishit, and Ness is confused and mostly shocked, but then he realizes something as the ball starts to curve. Lastly, he goes into the goal, which is honestly a really impressive goal, and Kaiser did that without sacrificing its speed or power, and managed to add a devilish spin to his Kaiser impact. Ness has never seen something like this before and is ecstatic for Kaiser, as he calls it amazing, and says that this means that he can freely control the direction of the Kaiser impact and no one will be able to stop it. Kaiser breathes for a second before agreeing, but admits that currently it only works if the ball is stationary, which means that it won't fully work during the game, as the ball will be moving around constantly. Anyway, after that, we get into the game again, and we see Kaiser and Ness passing around the ball. Kaiser compliments Ness's passes and says that currently they are raising the difficulty level astronomically. As they are going at it, Kaiser admits that he hasn't yet succeeded when the ball is still moving. However, that doesn't matter to Ness, as he puts his full trust in Kaiser and says that they will complete Kaiser's weapon right here and now. As he passes over the ball, Kaiser gets the ball and says that it's 3 defenders in front and 2 more defenders right next to me, also saying that he is a bit off balance, but that the conditions are now all set. He looks over to the goal and spots the perfect shooting point. Even though the ball is still moving, he says that it doesn't matter and that this is the thing he needs to overcome, an impossible challenge, And with that, he shoots the ball with his new weapon, which he calls the Kaiser Impact Magnus. He shoots the ball over all of the PXG players. However, they are confused as it looks like it's going to miss. Raichi screams out and asks where it's going, and Nanase is wondering if he actually mishit it. Kaiser's look is intense as he tells the ball to curve. He follows the ball closely as it approaches the goal, but sadly, it's far from the goal and goes out. Ness is shocked to his core and says that it didn't have enough spin on it. Even Isagi can't believe his eyes, as he wonders if Kaiser mishit it, but there's no way that it could be the case, saying that he has never seen him like this. Kaiser falls to the floor from the goal, but quickly gets up on his feet and starts to actually scream his heart out. His scream is so loud that it starts to echo, and everyone in the stadium is able to hear his frustration. Isagi is looking at him while his pieces fly around and says that Kaiser's unraveling. And then for the final panel, we see Kaiser's eyes, which look so dead and lost, and also his teeth, which he is scratching against each other, showing off his incredible frustration. After that, we get right into a flashback, and we can see someone who can assume to be Kaiser's father. He has some kind of beer in his hand, while his other hand is wrapped around Kaiser's face. And we then see Kaiser, who can't do anything but cry as he looks at his abusive father. After that, we get a deeper explanation of what has happened, as the text says that Kaiser's childhood was something no child should want or ever have to endure. Kaiser's father was a small-time theater director, and his mother was his father's lead actress. Whether the romance between them just fizzled out, or the unintended consequences of one lustful and passionate night. Anyway, shortly after giving birth to Kaiser, the mother abandoned Kaiser and the father, and not long after, the mother became a star actress. On the other hand, cast into the shadow of the mother's success, the broken-hearted father entered an endless spiral of self-destruction, with an alcoholic gambling addict father beating the crap out of Kaiser every chance he got. That was the unfortunate reality of how Kaiser grew up, and it wasn't as if Kaiser could just go somewhere else as he had no other place to turn to. After that, we see that the father had ordered Kaiser to work. However, Kaiser is just a kid at this time, so what kind of work could he have? Well, he was ordered to steal different things. Kaiser made his way to the neighborhood store and stole everything from food to everyday appliances. If he managed to fail to bring anything, the father would yell at him and beat him up, and because of that, Kaiser quickly became an expert thief. However, when he came home with the things he had stolen that day, there was a problem. His father told him that he had forgotten the milk, which made him extremely angry as his fat ass was too lazy to go and get it himself. So he kicked Kaiser right in the face, telling Kaiser that if he forgets the milk one more time, then he will seriously kill him. So even if Kaiser did his job, the daily beatings and abuse wouldn't stop. Far from it. Michael was the name that the mother gave Kaiser shortly before she left. However, that name was never uttered by the father, not even once, as it was evident that the father deeply resented and hated the mother. Yet the father had treasured a rose the mother had once given him, and Kaiser couldn't believe why his father had kept it this time, as it was something from someone who had ruined his father's life. After that, Kaiser's father starts to choke Kaiser. He says that he is a piece of garbage and that the woman he loves discarded him. However, while still choking Kaiser, he says that he is below that and that he is the scum that he and Kaiser's mother had spawned, telling Kaiser that he is incompetent, worthless, and a piece of worthless trash. He says all of that while looking into Kaiser's eyes, which are filled with fear as he doesn't know how this is going to end. And Kaiser had to endure things like this multiple times every day. After that, we see him walking in the street, saying that one beautiful day he will leave this place, and as Kaiser got older, his desire only grew stronger. Among the things he stole, the boy secretly sold off the more valuable items and kept the money for himself, and for someone like him, it was his first moment of defiance. After that, we got to Kaiser's 12th birthday, and he decided to buy something for himself, which was probably when his life actually started. He thought about buying food, but threw that idea to the side as he wanted something that would last. And honestly, he didn't care what he bought, but after being abused and mistreated for so long, he wanted to find something which could give him a will to live for, and that's when he came across it. He was looking at a brand new football in the window, and knew that it was what he wanted. He bought it, and went to a nearby park and sat on the ground. He said that when he throws the ball, it flies away, but when it hits the wall, it bounces back to Kaiser, even when he gets angry and punches it, or when he kicks it. With all his strength, it never cries or gets angry at him. And when things got rough with his father, his football was always silently by his side. When his father was done with him, he found somewhere to rest and put the football close to his chest, saying that both him and the ball were pieces of trash. Kaiser started to shed a tear as he dreamed of getting out of this hellish nightmare he was in. However, one day, some thieves robbed the neighborhood jewelry store, and among the captured thieves, one of them gave the police the name Michael Kaiser as an accomplice, as Kaiser and the thief knew each other. However, the saddest part is that Kaiser was completely innocent, and that it was a completely unfounded accusation that framed Kaiser for it. His father hears this and takes a beer bottle and smashes it at Kaiser, which could have ended extremely badly. His father asks him how many times he's told him not to steal things that aren't his and to get lost and die, and that just made my blood boil, that he just straight up lied about everything. Kaiser can't believe his ears and thinks that his father really isn't one to talk, and he calls him a deadbeat. After that, the police found a safe where Kaiser slept that had tons of money in it. His father is only getting angrier and asks Kaiser to explain before trying to hit him again, but lucky for him, the policeman stops him. His father screams at him that he wasn't allowed to hide money from him, but says that now that Kaiser is going to jail, the money is his. Kaiser sees this as he is getting handcuffed and is a bit irritated, but there's nothing he can do about it. He says that he could recoup that cash some other time and that he can just start over. As Kaiser is getting escorted out, another policeman comes to his father with Kaiser's football and says that it was lying near his bed. His father is confused but gets angry as he tells Kaiser that he better not have stashed some money inside this football. He takes his broken beer bottle and is about to destroy the football, but at this point, Kaiser isn't having any more of his shit. He breaks free from the policeman and jumps high up in the air. His eyes have a sense of anger that can't be explained in them, and with that, Kaiser finally gives back to his father by kicking him right in the face, which makes him bleed and fall right to the ground. Kaiser says that at that moment, something snapped for him, or rather, it was as though something new got born to life. The policemen see this and try to get Kaiser to stop, but Kaiser can't think clearly anymore. He has tears in his eyes as he sees the ball bouncing on the floor and manages to actually make a volley right into the policeman's face. Anyway, one of the policemen takes out a gun, still on a child by the way, but that doesn't matter to Kaiser as he also gives him a kick right to his face. The thing that got born inside Kaiser was nothing else but an identity, which he hadn't had before. And just like that, Kaiser, while screaming his heart out, had just taken down 3 policemen while being handcuffed. However, he sadly got caught in the end, and as he was in his cell, and as the night came closer, someone came to visit him. He has a serious aura around him as he asks Kaiser if he loves football. Kaiser is confused by this question, but he tells Kaiser that if he does, then he can get Kaiser out of there. The man was revealed to be Ray Dark, who is none other than the World Football Association agent, or scout, who's come to probably take Kaiser under his wing. After that, we see Kaiser, who is getting neck tattooed with his infamous blue rose. In the background, you can hear someone talking to him. He says that he heard that Kaiser took down 7 police officers with just a soccer ball. Kaiser tries to defend himself and says that he just ended the fight that they started. We then see that it's Ray Dark whom he is talking to, and he compliments Kaiser and says that it's good, explaining that he's traveling the world to scout untapped lumps of soccer talent like Kaiser himself. After that, we get to the Bastard Munchen training clubhouse, where Ray and Kaiser stand side by side, and Ray tells Kaiser that from now on, this is where he belongs, but that he has to pass the pro exam first. However, Kaiser thinks that it won't be a problem, as he is really willing to do whatever it takes to escape from his house. Anyway, he goes into the clubhouse and is greeted very welcomingly by everyone there, who even says that they have heard lots about him. Kaiser takes a quick glance at them and says that these are people who, unlike himself, people wanted them to be born. Anyway, they decided to eat together, and they even complimented Kaiser's blue rose tattoo. However, as he looks down at his food, something strange happens. He feels kindness, but Kaiser hasn't felt that before and doesn't know how to receive goodwill, so he just throws his food onto one of the players' faces, who rightfully gets angry at him and asks him what he is doing. But Kaiser explains that it's way easier for him to live as the target of malice, and with that, he starts to go wild at them while they try to de-escalate the fight. However, in the end, soccer is a sport played by 11 players, and guys who are hated don't get passes. We can clearly see that as they are playing, but Kaiser isn't getting the ball. He knows that if he's going to succeed in this environment, he needs the ability to fight on his own. He needs his own overwhelming weapon, and because of that, he starts to train like crazy as he tries to find something that would clearly prove his existence to everyone. He needed to make an impact. This is really cool to hear, as we know that his weapon is called Kaiser Impact. He says that rather than a conspiracy of goodwill, he needs a dog who will submit to his malice. After that, we got to the Bastard Munchen tryouts, and we saw Ness, who got run over by 2 of the Bastard Munchen players. However, Kaiser doesn't care about that and just says that he seems like a good test subject. He looks at Ness, who's lying on the floor, and says that his dribbling, passing imagination, and all of his abilities are above criticism. And if that wasn't good enough, then he is also isolated, which made Kaiser really take his eyes on him. After that, we see Kaiser asking Ness if he believes in the impossible. However, he didn't want to help Ness to be nice, but instead knew that this was the perfect time to erode his heart. And with that, Kaiser gradually started to understand his disposition. He scored more and more goals, and the other players started to fear him. But Kaiser only said that the feeling he got felt so good. By using victory to hurt people and warp them, he's basically using malice to prove his existence. It then says that the being known as Michael Kaiser took great pleasure in eroding others' hearts and living on inside them as a scar. After that, we also see Kaiser undergoing some kind of transformation, while the players he's beaten are seen crying on the ground. However, after that, things only got worse, as destroying people's dreams and rewriting their sense of values become a symbol of impossibility that taught them true despair. And because of that, Kaiser believed that it was the ultimate destination of the impulse that gave its first cry at that moment. By doing so, he felt that bit by bit, and every time he harvested new despair, he became a little more human, which sounds so fucked, but also so incredibly cool. At the same time as he was doing all of that, he would picture his father, whom he'd hated so much, understanding that he hurt Kaiser just so he could maintain the feeling that he was alive. This was why, instead of saying thank you, he instead hit Kaiser every day, and instead of saying I love you, he instead called Kaiser a piece of shit. After that, Kaiser realized that he was doing the same thing as his shitty father did, except that he was trying to do it to the world's soccer players, and that's why he started dreaming about becoming the world's best. But quickly, let's just look at this panel. Kaiser looks so incredibly cool right here, with his flowers all around his body, and his insanely cool tattoo, which goes down to his arm. Anyway, after that, we get into the match again, and we see that PXG is starting with the ball. The goalkeeper kicks out the ball, and the game is on again. The ball is going toward Nanas and Ness, but Ness manages to just in time block Nanas and jump up to head the ball, and the ball lands on Kaiser, who's already in a heated battle with Karasu. Ness told Kaiser to go and get the next goal, and with that, Kaiser was locked in. He says that he won't miss again, but that he's currently 35 meters from the goal and is too far to shoot. However, he knows that if he waits for 5 more meters, he will stop the ball and be in the perfect situation. However, just then, something unexpected happens as both Isagi and Rin go up towards Kaiser. Rin calls Kaiser tepid, and Isagi is wondering why the hell he is stopping, screaming at him to continue going and that Rin is coming. However, Rin says that it's already too late, and then all of them clash with each other and the ball goes high up into the sky and Kaiser loses his attack. Nanas compliments Rin's defenses and Raichi tells them to grab the second ball. Kaiser falls down onto the ground and says that everything he gained by winning is now slowly but surely being stolen and destroyed. As Kaiser is beginning to get back on his feet, Isagi starts talking to him, which shocks Kaiser a bit. Isagi has his back towards him and asks Kaiser if he finally gets it, telling him that this team isn't his anymore. And with that, he looks back right at Kaiser, and Isagi's eyes are burning while he tells Kaiser to kneel to him and calls him a shitty clown. Kaiser's eyes begin to melt by that, but we then see Noah from the sidelines, who is looking at this extremely closely and says that this is it, Kaiser, and that it's finally time for him to fight with his ego. Isagi begins to run away, but Kaiser is still down on the ground and is beginning to lose it as he says that evolution only happens in adversity while looking like he is about to kill someone soon, probably Isagi, if I'm honest. The commentators say that the ball is evenly matched, however, the one dominating the aerial battle is none other than Kunigami Rensuke. Kunigami heads the ball right over Shidu's head and gives it to Corona. After that, we get to Isagi, who, while running, says that he can crush him and even destroy him now. He's determined that he can take that step further and devour the Emperor, as the team is almost all his, and Kaiser is thrown off balance. As we know due to his latest miss and his awful play against Isagi and Rin, Isagi thinks back to when he told Kaiser to kneel before him and even called him a clown. He says that if he hurls such abuse at Kaiser now, he won't be able to escape his obsession with Isagi, which will then in turn make his movements predictable, and if Isagi is able to take advantage of that and aim for the back with Corona and Hiroi, he can then win with 100% certainty. After that, we get this amazing panel with Kaiser still on the floor while Isagi is running far ahead of him into what looks like an explosion or a black hole. As he is running, he asks Kaiser if he doesn't want to devour him and that Kaiser always thinks of himself as the main character. After that, we switch sides as we instead go over to Kaiser, who says that he recognizes this feeling he is getting from Isagi. He thinks that every day his father used to put Kaiser through that, all that same sense of irrationality and suffocating constraint. However, after that, Kaiser finally gets up on his feet and says fuck it, saying that he has already surpassed his father a long time ago. However, because of Isagi, Kaiser's very existence is shaking again, and if he doesn't win and doesn't surpass him, then everything that Kaiser has worked so hard for will just disappear. Suddenly, Ness comes out of nowhere and screams Kaiser's name and tells him to calm down. He says that they have already achieved enough results and that Kaiser has already scored so many goals up until the previous match. Not to mention that Kaiser already has his offer from Real Madrid, and because of that, Ness advises him not to make any reckless plays and instead wait for a chance where he can fire off his new weapon. Kaiser looks back with some sort of scared but also dissuaded facial expression as Ness with big eyes says that he is here for Kaiser. However, Kaiser couldn't care less about that if he asked if Ness was out of his mind and said that if he lost now, then everything would disappear. Ness's happy facial expression quickly turns to a sad one as Kaiser says that the whole world is watching this match and that a defeat here isn't just a simple loss, but that the offer from the Real Madrid and his throne in this team, all the glory he's gained through football, will be crushed by Isagi in an instant, saying that if he loses now, then he will return to the time when he wasn't even considered human. Just then, he sees his chances and tries to slide tackle Isagi to get the ball back. However, Isagi avoids it easily. Kaiser quickly starts to wonder if he is afraid of losing, and if the reality of the current him and returning to the worthless thing he was before might scare him. Kaiser's life wasn't even born out of desire. Isagi is still above him, but now he's got a menacing and intense aura around him, as it looks like Isagi is almost looking down at Kaiser. While this is still going on, Kaiser says that having gained status, honor, and money made him feel like he had become a human desired by others. But now suddenly, he is afraid of losing what he's paid for, calling it the pitfall of an achiever's heart. Kaiser's eyes start to twitch as he looks at Isagi in front of him. Ness tries to help him and screams his name, but Kaiser is too far gone and can't hear him. Kaiser starts to get up and thinks that he's now fighting to take, but before he knows it, he has started fighting to protect himself by only choosing easy opponents that he could win against. He did that to be able to settle in places where he could remain king without getting hurt and living indefinitely without injury, saying that there's nothing wrong with that as he fought for that position and that there was no need to do anything after that, which could potentially shake the proof of his existence. But even then, the place that Kaiser is currently in doesn't have the best view in the world yet. He says that as he sees Noel Noah standing beside Isagi in front of a throne, they are looking down at Kaiser's petty little throne, which he has been sitting comfortably on. Kaiser finally realizes it and says that fighting to protect his current glory won't allow him to prove his existence any further. He finally gives in by saying that he has no choice but to slowly close his eyes. However, it seems like that was just to throw us off, as we can see his arm down on the grass as it begins to evaporate into flower leaves. As that is going on, he says that he has to throw it all away, the glory, the title, and even his own pride. Everything that made him feel like he had become human, he has to now strip it all away in order to reset totally and become zero. Kaiser is now covered in total darkness as he thinks about this sensation and if this is something that he truly wants. And he starts to ask himself about the dignity that he truly desires, thinking that it isn't a life that he desired, but what he has found and wanted is his own ego, or his own zero as he calls it. We get back to when he was looking at his football for the first time, and it made his eyes glow up. After that, we see when he is sad, and sleeps with the ball close to his heart. Behind it, we can see his hand, and in the next panel, he completely destroyed that picture. He's looking more furious than ever, as he says "you shitheads," and is ready to go at it again, and it even makes Isagi turn around in shock. And then we see Isagi, who still has his eyes looking at Kaiser. He has a bit of a shocked facial expression as he says that Kaiser's movements changed all of a sudden, and then we see Kaiser, who is looking insane as he's hunting for Isagi. Suddenly, Corona, who is next to Isagi, tells him to speed it up. He tells Isagi to keep on attacking and for them to combo. Isagi is on board with the plan, but suddenly someone says, "Right now," and a hand comes across Isagi's face. It's Karasu who manages to get his hand around Isagi's body, making it harder for him to move. Karasu tells Isagi that right now he is the game's protagonist. He continues and says that if they let Isagi get in range, then he will hit them with his crazy shot again. But Karasu is here to stop that from happening, as he is set on crushing Isagi before he gets that chance. However, Isagi is so cold, so he doesn't even care for Karasu, as he tells him that he would like to see him try and calls him a baby crow, which goes so incredibly hard. Isagi thinks that he saw PXG shifting all of their defensive focus towards him from a mile away. Even though Karasu has him on lockdown, he still manages to get off a pass to Corona, or Planet as he calls him. Corona gets the ball and starts to just say ad-libs for no reason, which I think was quite funny. He says interlock connect as he passes the ball away. It looks like the ball is heading for Isagi, but he jumps over it in the last second and lets the ball continue its path. After that, Isagi tells Hiyori to show him the best production that he can come up with. The ball is going closer to Hiyori, and his facial expression totally changes as he's ecstatic that he gets to play with both Corona and Isagi, who both have such great ideas. However, just as the ball is supposed to meet up with Hiyori, something unexpected happens, as instead of Hiyori getting the ball, Kaiser comes in his way, blocks off the pass, and grabs it himself. Kaiser now has the ball and is looking cooler than ever, and he also has flower leaves flowing behind him. Isagi is watching from afar and is frustrated. Isagi says that, as he suspected, Kaiser changed his attaching patterns, and instead of being overly fixated on Isagi and forcibly pressing him, he's instead scanning the entire field and predicting their combination attacks, calling it a calm meta-press. After that, we see Raichi, who's super pissed that Kaiser once again stole the ball from his teammate, but then we have Ness over here, who's praising Kaiser over and over again and telling him to try again. We see Kaiser looking over and then passing the ball. However, the pass isn't to Ness this time, but surprisingly to Raichi, who's just as shocked as we are. After that, Kaiser starts sprinting on the pitch all that he can. While Raichi is confused and wonders what the hell it is that Kaiser is planning, we also see Ness, who honestly looks crushed that Kaiser didn't pass to him. It definitely destroyed his heart. But Kaiser says that if he's going to climb even higher, then he has to discard everything that defines who he currently is. He needs to get rid of all of it to then reset himself to when he was a simple nobody and to the time when all he wanted was to live, back to when he was just 0. After that, we see Kaiser, who tells Reichi to please pass him. Reichi puts a smug face on himself as he passes. Reichi says that it looks like Kaiser has some redeeming qualities after all, and screams at him to score with his assist. Igarashi on the bench wonders why the hell Reichi is passing Kaiser, but personally, I don't think you get a say if you're not even good enough to play in the game. After that, we get into Isagi's brain as he thinks that now that he's currently the game's protagonist, their best option is to attack through Kaiser since he doesn't need Isagi to score, which annoys him. But after that, we see that he gets all fired up as he looks really menacing and says that he can't believe that Kaiser would actually throw away his pride, still calling him a shitty clown. But suddenly, another one enters the picture, and it's Rin who comes and tells Kaiser that he was too forceful, telling him that it's over as he gracefully steals the ball from Kaiser, who falls to the ground. Reichi is furious and asks Kaiser how he dares to waste his beautiful assist and screams at him to get up and get back on it. Kaiser takes his around his mouth and says that it's getting interesting, explaining that this isn't some simple impulsive train of thought, but that this only occurs to those greedy enough to achieve even further success. He calls it the turning point of one's identity, while simultaneously being destroyed and rebuilt. He says that while chasing after Rin. However, he continues and says that he shouldn't waste his energy playing defensively, and instead keep searching for ways that will spur him to greater heights, admitting that the reason that he is able to get into this mindset is because of Isagi and the hardship that he gave Kaiser. After that, we see that Reichi and Corona teamed up to take the ball from Rin. Karasu is watching from the sidelines, wondering what is going on, saying that on top of Shiodu getting shut down and Isagi suddenly evolving exponentially, even Kaiser's beginning to move unpredictably, and ending it by saying that he can't manage to get a read on the team. After that, we get into Hiyori's brain as he thinks that a formation where Isagi operates as the main striker and his two-gun volley forms the base of their attacks, while simultaneously allowing Kaiser the freedom to score goals by himself as the second striker. Hiyori gets big eyes as he calls it awesome, continuing by saying that now that Kaiser isn't solely passing to Ness, their opponents are having a more challenging time tracking his movements. On top of that, with Isagi's two-gun volley and Kaiser's Kaiser impact, they have two different nuclear weapons that they can destroy them with, saying that the destruction those two create individually is finally starting to resonate with each other. After that, we get this amazing panel with Isagi and Kaiser being almost side by side, and Isagi getting the ball from a pass by Corona. After that, we can see everyone's reaction to this, and Noah has a stone face as always. However, the text says that despite all the expectations and chaos, only one was calm, quiet, and yet still fired up. It's none other than the mysterious player Kiora Jin, who's patiently waiting for his moment to strike as he's starting to define the borderline moment to mark his impact on the game. We then see his eyes, which are looking more determined than ever. After that, we see the most mysterious player in Blue Lock, Kiora Jin. However, that's not all, as we finally get an insight into his life. The text says that Kiora Jin is always destined to stand at the boundary line. The first boundary was when Kiora was in his mother's womb. His mother suffered a serious illness and was told by the doctors that her survival rate after giving birth was 50%. However, despite knowing that Kiora was able to draw the change of life and was born into this world strongly, after that, we fast forward a bit, and we get to know that Kiora has 2 siblings. He got caught between a short-tempered older brother and a rowdy younger brother, and because of that, the Kiora household was constantly embroiled in siblings' quarrels. But even then, as small as a child, Kiora thought about which side, or rather which brother, would be more advantageous for him, thinking that whichever side he allies himself with will win, and that his presence determines the victor, which was Kiora's own way of fighting and way of life. And even in Blue Lock, this nature bears its fangs as Kiora survives the boundaries of battle and finds his way to this point. But right now, his destiny comes around again. It's his first and last opportunity to participate. He looks at both Isagi and Kaiser and wonders which side he should take to survive. This wasn't an easy decision either, as this choice would be dead or life for him. After that, we leave him and get to both Kaiser and Isagi, who's going crazy on the pitch. Isagi is fully locked in, and as he's running, he thinks that the field is completely revolving around him. He says that all of the movements of his allies are centered on Isagi, and even the enemy's vigilance is at its max. However, it isn't just Isagi who's using that to his advantage, as Kaiser is starting to aim for the goal on his own, and has now abandoned the cooperation with Ness he had been using until now. And the most shocking part was that he even was ready to pass to Blue Lock members for the sake of his own goal. Isagi thinks that it's a wise decision to ride on the changed Kaiser for his evaluation like Raichi did, and because of that, Isagi is a bit afraid as he says that the Emperor is trying to invade his stronghold using that psychology. He clenches his teeth and says, not bad, but still determined to absolutely crush him. Because Isagi knows that if he scores, then Kaiser's evaluation will plummet. He looks over at Kaiser and tells him to do it, and to see if Kaiser's awakening or Isagi's monarchy will win this game. After that, Isagi passes the ball over to our favorite Shark Boy, who traps it flawlessly. However, Tokimitsu comes in his way right away. He tries to block off Kurona and says that he won't let him and Isagi do that combo again. Kurona tells him to get out of the way and tries to get free, calling him the meatball boss for some weird reason. However, Kurona will face more trouble, as it isn't just Tokimitsu who has his eyes set on stopping Kurona. Nanase also comes and joins the party. He takes advantage of the fact that Tokimitsu is holding down Kurona to come and sweep away the ball, calling it an opportunistic press. We can clearly see that Kurona got mad at this, while Tokimitsu is mad that Nanase came in and took away his credit. Now that Nanase has the ball, he wants to get out of there right away, but as he turns around, he sees that Kaiser is approaching in full force against him. Nanase freezes for a second, and Kaiser uses that to steal the ball from him. Isagi, who watched from the sidelines, finally understands what is going on. He says that Kaiser isn't directly targeting him, but instead aiming at the flaws in others through Isagi. It really shouldn't be this confusing in a football series, but we move on. Isagi thinks that if what he thinks is true, then Kaiser's next target will be Kunigami. And Isagi turns out to be spot on. As Kaiser asks Kunigami, or Orange as he calls, Kunigami doesn't really understand what is going on, but he sees that he's getting a pass towards himself. He's anything but happy because of this, but still passes the ball back to Kaiser. After that, Isagi calls it clever, as he thinks that Kunigami can't move freely now because he's broken with Shidu, and by using that, Kaiser is forcing a post-play 1-2 with Kunigami. Accurately understanding the situation of this team, and using that to manipulate of other players' psychology, Kaiser is willing to abandon everything and change for the sake of his own results. Isagi thinks that Kaiser for sure is like him, and that he is a world-type egoist instead of a self-type egoist. Suddenly in the game, as Kaiser is running with the ball, he gets into some trouble as both Karasu and Rin go to stop him. Rin even says that he is going to kill him. All three of them collide with each other, and the ball goes up into the sky and falls into the hands of the ultra-sadist himself, Hiyori. He traps it and says to Kaiser that his luck has descended. Right after getting the ball, Hiyori wants to give it away, so he passes toward Isagi and tells him to resonate. The ball goes to Isagi, but in the last second, he decides to step away from it, which shocks everyone. However, it wasn't for nothing, as the ball instead rolled over to Corona, who, alongside Isagi and Hiyori, created the ultimate triangle. After Corona has gotten the ball, he passes it over to Isagi to finally finish it off. Isagi looks at the ball, which is slowly approaching, and thinks that he's won as he's going to score his second goal, but that's not really the case as Charles instead comes in his way and stops the ball from ever reaching Isagi. Charles says that it's the imp's super arrival. He looks into Isagi's eyes and asks if he's surprised or even annoyed. We can definitely see that Isagi is annoyed after that, as he wonders if Charles wasn't super unmotivated just a minute ago, and wonders what happened. The ball goes high up into the sky, but it lands in the hands of a bastard Munchen player. That player is none other than Ness, who tells Kaiser that it isn't over yet, as Ness is here and by his side. Ness's eyes are beginning to fire up as he follows the ball closely and is ready to fire off an amazing pass. Kaiser, Isagi, and Kiora, all three of them, look over to Ness and wonder what is going to happen next. The ball is approaching Ness, and everyone has their eyes on him. Ness thinks back to Kaiser's training and his new weapon. He knows that he has to pass to Kaiser in a position where he can shoot. He says it over and over again to really get it into his brain. After that, he thinks that assisting Kaiser's new weapon is his role and no one else's, and after that, he fires off his pass toward Kaiser. The pass goes past both Nanas and Karasu, who are unable to stop it. Kaiser's eyes are glowing like never before as he sees the ball coming closer to him. But he says, "You mutt," which basically means dog. The ball is almost right by Kaiser, but as he looks ahead of himself, he sees a ton of players, and because of that, he thinks that he doesn't have a single chance to shoot it right there, so he instead lets the ball continue to roll, ignoring Ness's amazing pass. Ness sees this and is in total shock, as he can't understand what happened and why Kaiser decided to ignore the pass. After that, we see both Isagi and Kaiser, who, in sync, look behind them and watch who the ball falls to. And look at that, the ball falls to the most mysterious player on the pitch, which is of course Kiora Jin, who, I must say, traps it flawlessly. Just look at that trap, it looks so cool. Anyway, as Kiora gets the ball, he says that he's got it. After that, we see Hiyori, who's a bit shocked that Kiora has the ball. Charles is just annoyed and a bit tired of this game, I think. However, Reichi is super hyped over this. However, after that, we see Isagi, who has his pieces flying all over the place, as an unexpected ball holder has now come into play, and he must adapt it to his puzzle. He sees that because of this, the enemy formation is in chaos due to the continuous attacks, and thinks that this is the moment to go for it. He steps on the ground determined, and we can see that he's absolutely locking in right now, as his eyes have turned into total darkness, while his piece can't keep up with his thinking. As he continues to run, he thinks that he needs to call for the pass from Kiora. Kaiser sees this and is determined not to let this happen, and he is looking to steal the pass himself, as it's his survival instinct. So instead of running up on the field, he runs back towards Kiora. When he arrives, he makes a turn around him, letting him know that he's there, which we can see confuses Kiora a bit, as he doesn't know what to do. Anyway, now that Kaiser is in Kiora's vision, he starts running up on the field again, and says that the element he needs is his constraint energy, which only he can breathe in. He then admits that he is a piece of shit, and that he will keep throwing himself into constraint as many times as it takes until death. Tokimitsu is approaching Kiora at a rapid speed, which makes it even more stressful for Kiora as he will soon have to send out his pass. As Kaiser continues on his path, he says that the field is the greatest thing in the world and that he must emerge from its absurd reality, and he can only do that by breaking through the crowd in front of him. He has to dive right into his dense constraint by breaking free and charge towards his constraint, which is exactly what he does, as we can see him getting through the PXG players with ease. We see him sneaking in between Nanas and Karasu like they were just out of thin air. But it isn't only Kaiser who is trying to break free, as Isagi has the same idea, and knows that to get the pass, he has to be in the perfect spot, so he gets past one of the PXG players, and runs as fast as he possibly can. Both Isagi and Kaiser are running at full speed, and are awaiting the pass. They look absolutely furious as they tell Kiora to pass the ball, and to choose them. After that, Kiora finally spots the perfect spot to pass, and we can see how fired up he looks. Just look at him, even his hair changed color. But anyway, Tokimitsu tries his best to block the pass, but it's too late as Kiora has found the boundary line as he calls it, and passes the ball. However, something unexpected happens as the ball goes past Kaiser and sees that the ball is going toward Isagi, and he can't do anything but just watch. Isagi, on the other hand, is pleased as he says that it's coming. A high-speed ground trajectory that surpasses Kaiser. He knows that with this pass, he will finally beat Kaiser for good and take over the bastard Munchen team, which will lead to Kaiser ultimately falling into darkness. But suddenly he comes back to reality as he notices something weird with the ball, as out of nowhere it stops going forward and instead goes backward. Isagi can't believe his eyes as he understands that the ball had a backspin to it and sees how the ball slowly goes back towards Kaiser. Kaiser manages to break free from Karasu's defense and is rushing towards the ball. Kiora, who can't take his eyes away, tells Kaiser to get it and to score. Kaiser is honestly looking demonic as he has some sort of aura coming off his face as he says that he did it. He stole it from Isagi. But the twists and turns aren't done just yet, as Kaiser will face more trouble as both Charles and Rin are going at full speed toward the ball. Charles says to Rin that if he's feeling down, then here's a thorny rose, even calling him brother, which I know Rin isn't liking as he has enough brother issues as it is. Rin tells Charles that he won't let him take it and that he will stop him, just reminding you guys that these guys are on the same team. But whatever, even though Kaiser is facing major trouble with both Charles and Rin, he realizes something as he sees that the ball has stopped exactly how it was in practice and knows that this is the perfect chance for him to score as everything is aligned. He gets close to the ball and says that the last thing that will come down to is luck. After that, we can see him loading up an insane shot as he is looking absolutely crazy, and he even has the luck puzzle piece beside him like Isagi had in the U20 game. Anyway, Kaiser gets ready to fire his shot, but sadly we don't see any more of that right now as this is where it ends. Anyway, the next panel is crazy because we see Kaiser making contact with the ball and getting ready to fire off a hell of a shot. And if that wasn't cool enough, then his face is determined so that it almost looks scary. In the next panel, he finally fires off the long-awaited shot, his Kaiser Impact Magnus. Both Rin and Charles didn't see this coming, as they probably expect just his normal insane Kaiser Impact, so they had no way of stopping this ball. In the chapter before, I was scared that Isagi was going to take the ball when Kaiser finally shot it. However, with the angle that the ball is in now, it's extremely unlikely for that to happen. By the way, just a side note, but I'm amazed at how the mangaka constantly comes up with new ways to make the manga look absolutely stunning. Just look at the target circle where Kaiser shot the ball. I don't think we have ever seen anything like this, but it should definitely come back because it looks so cool. The ball is going right by Isagi's head. Raichi is angry as he wonders what it is that Kaiser is doing, as this once again looks like a failed shot. Tokumitsu as well can't really understand how Kaiser would make another miss kick. However, as Isagi is closely analyzing it, he sees that this one is different. He says that since the ball stopped for a split second, he cleanly struck the ball the way he wanted to. He looks at the ball and sees that wind is beginning to emerge around it, and he says that the amount of spin he generated on the ball, he managed to even make the air his ally, which just sounds so incredibly cool, making the literal air come on his side. And once again, this panel is out of this world, and I can see that the break last week was definitely necessary because this is just wild. After that, we see Ness, who is intensely looking at the ball. He tells it to just bend already, as he knows that if Kaiser misses another shot, then it's probably bye-bye for him. But just then, as Ness told it to bend, it actually bended, going around Isagi perfectly. After that, we see some sort of hologram or silhouette of Kaiser from when he was younger, as he tells the ball to go. After that, we get into a short flashback, and we see Kaiser attempting some kick-ups, but ending up failing, and this makes him extremely mad and kicks the ball into the wall, which funny enough ends up landing right back in his face and making him fall to the floor. This only makes the young Kaiser more furious, as he instead just kicks away the ball and starts to leave. However, there's no way that he could just turn his back on his precious football, so he quickly runs back to it. He finds it and looks at it with sad eyes before he lays on the grass and takes the ball close to his chest. After that, he goes home and we get into another extremely tragic panel, as we see his father literally stomping on Kaiser, who is lying helplessly on the floor. He looks back up, and we can see that his eyes are just filled with eternal sadness, as this is his regular day-to-day. However, as he is getting stomped on, he looks at his precious football. After that, when the night comes around, and his father has probably gotten tired of stomping Kaiser, Kaiser takes his ball and holds it close to his heart. He calls the ball a piece of trash, and says that someday they will get out of this shithole and finally become free. And as soon as they are free, they will then earn a lot of money, eat tons of good food, and finally after all of these hard years become human for the first time ever. But why stop there, as he says that if they are super lucky, then they will also become loved. Kaiser has bruises all over his body as he takes his hand towards the sky and says that he wants to be loved. After that, we leave him and go back into the match, where we see Kaiser's outstanding shot, which is growing closer and closer to the goal. The goalkeeper tries his best, but the ball ends up going right into the net. The spectators are amazed as they jump out of their seats and celebrates Kaiser's spectacular goal. After that, we see Isagi, who has an immense aura around him with what looks like to be Kaiser's flower petals and wines. Anyway, Isagi felt the power of Kaiser's immense goal as he calls Kaiser a real superstar. While his eyes turn into darkness, however, that are typically a good sign in the Blue Lock series. Anyway, Kaiser, who's finally gotten his goal after getting run over by Isagi time and time again. He screams out of excitement and pure happiness, I think. After that, just like in the flashback, he takes his hand up towards the sky while he has tons of flower petals falling down on him. And this goal celebration is just amazing. It legit looks like he's aiming to grab hold of the sky or heavens. And I think that it's a clear sign that he isn't stopping anytime soon, as he gave Bastard Munchen their second goal of the match, and also the lead. The commentators screamed that it was a super golazo. After that, they say that despite struggling earlier in the match with a single strike, and with the entire football world tuned into this match, Michael Kaiser shows why he's considered one of the best strikers of his generation. And then we see Kaiser, who makes his awesome goal celebration by lifting his hand towards the sky. Nanas can't believe his eyes, and wonders what that shot's trajectory was. Karasu, who's also in shock, realizes that it was what Kaiser was going for the entire time. And then we also see Tokimitsu, who's honestly a bit afraid as he says that it's impossible, and that there's no way to stop a shot like that. Isagi is looking at Kaiser, and his eyes are filled with total darkness, as he thinks that Kaiser is an emperor who's willing to sacrifice everything for his evolution. After that, we have Charles, who says damn, and also calls him a show-off. Hiyori, on the other hand, goes straight to Kiora and asks him why he passed to Kaiser. Kiora is a bit taken off guard and says that there was no specific reason, looking back at Hiyori and saying that both of them were going to score regardless and that he could have easily passed to Isagi instead of Kaiser. However, Kiora admits that he tends to ally himself with the underdog, which shocks Hiyori as it was not what he expected to hear. Kiora continues and says that if the underdog wins, then it's all because of him. He starts to walk away while saying that with his borderline decisions, he can constantly shift the scales of power to whomever he chooses. Hiyori doesn't really know what to say and just calls him a weirdo while Isagi asks him to wait up. Kiora stops, and Isagi asks him if this means that he will side with Kaiser from now on. However, Kiora says that it's not the case at all, saying that this time it just so happened that his interests aligned with his, but next time, who knows? Starting to walk off once again while saying that until the last minute, not even the gods know who he chooses to side with, which, I'm not going to lie, sounds extremely cool. Isagi says that he will remember that, and Kiora just says alright, showing that he really doesn't give a shit about it. But with that, Isagi now understands Kiora-jin's philosophy. He thinks to himself, and says that there's no doubt that Kiora played a massive role in Kaiser's goal, but it all started when Kaiser changed his approach, thinking back and saying that he abandoned his obsession with Isagi, and by passing to Reichi instead of Ness, he showed that he was willing to work with everyone else, even going as far as forcing Kunigami to work with him, and then, for the finishing touch, got Kiora to deliver the crucial final pass. By throwing away Kaiser's pride, and logically pursuing results, he propelled himself into his top performance, finally coming to the conclusion that without a doubt, Kaiser's 100% a holistic ego type. However, that kind of superficial analysis wasn't enough for Isagi to stop him, and he thinks that there's something that he still doesn't understand about Kaiser and his overall mindset. Thinking that to defeat Kaiser, he needs to gather more information. After that, we see Kaiser, who's walking, and Ness behind him. Ness stops him and calls out his name, and Kaiser looks at Ness. Ness is looking extremely happy, as he has stars in his eyes, as he says that Kaiser is incredible, saying that even though Ness couldn't deliver that final pass, he was still able to shoot it as he did during training. But not only that, as this shot was even greater than any of the shots he scored during training, and the way everything fell in place, it was almost as if God was on Kaiser's side. Kaiser just glanced at Ness with an uninterested look. But Ness continues as he says that his work ethic and perseverance helped turn an impossibility into a reality, saying that Kaiser truly is a player destined to become the best striker in the world. As he's saying, he looks so proud and happy for Kaiser, but after that, Kaiser speaks up. Kaiser thanks Ness, as it was thanks to him that Kaiser was able to come this far. Thanks to the freedom Ness's football gave him, he has become stronger since joining Bastard Munchen. These words mean so much to Ness that he starts to cry, but as he's crying, Kaiser says that he doesn't need Ness anymore. As Ness hears that, his expression changes drastically. Kaiser says that this match showed him what he needs to become even stronger, and says that he doesn't need the freedom that Ness brings anymore. Ness looks crushed as his tears keep on flowing down his face. Kaiser tells Ness not to follow him anymore and to find a new king instead. While walking away, he says that he thrives best in discomfort, and just like that, he leaves Ness. Isagi was able to overhear their conversation and hear what Kaiser said about discomfort. His pieces start to fly around again as he says freedom or restriction before saying that he gets it now, saying that depending on the environment, people's performance can change, regardless of whether we want it or not. He says that there are people like him who are freedom ego types, people who thrive in conditions where they are allowed the freedom to change their winning formulas. Conversely, there's the restrictive ego type. Those are people who thrive in conditions with clearly defined rules and objectives and faithfully accomplish those objectives to achieve success, or those who thrive in conditions where they rebel against those rules and objectives. Saying that if they combine these two ego types with the individualistic and holistic ego types, then they can categorize each egoist into one of these four ego types. Here we have Isagi and Hiyori, who are both holistic and freedom ego types, while Shido and Bachira are individualistic freedom ego types. Kunigami is an individualistic and restrictive ego type, while Kaiser is a holistic and restrictive ego type. Isagi can't believe what he's just figured out, as he says that the quality of his analysis is increasing, and with this, he can understand more about each egoist. If he's then able to pinpoint Kaiser's weaknesses with this, then he will be able to before he can finish his sentence. Kaiser calls out his name. Kaiser takes his hand through his hair and says that he's on fire right now, and that this is the most excited he's ever been, saying that thanks to Isagi, he's been reborn or metamorphized, and because of that, he says that the two of them should settle this once and for all. With this, they should determine who's the king of their generation and see which one devours who. Isagi isn't one to back down, so he looks straight into Kaiser's eyes and tells him to bring it on. Both of them have an immense aura around them, and their eyes are literally burning with excitement. Isagi thinks that if he can crush Kaiser, then he will be able to grab the golden ticket that will lead him to become the world's best player, and after that, they both leave. However, we can see Rin, who was watching them closely. We get a close-up of his face as he just says kill after looking at Kaiser and Isagi. The text at the bottom says, overshadowed by three of his rivals, Itoshi Rin seethes with rage. As both teams wait for the game to restart, the aloof genius prepares to assert his dominance and announce himself as the world's best player. The next chapter is going to be called Pressure, and with the last panel being Rin and the bottom text being about him, I think that the next chapter will focus on him, and maybe about the pressure he's feeling right now, as it feels like every one of his rivals is going ahead of him while he hasn't done anything in this match yet. Alright, let's go over this chapter. First, let's talk about Kiora. I'm going to be real and say that I love how they have done his character. Until now, he was always a mystery, and still is, to be honest. But I like how he isn't necessarily allying himself with anyone, just going with the flow and passing who he wants to. It makes the situations when he has to ball to be unexpected and mysterious. It makes him somewhat of a wild card because you never know what's going to happen. Now I feel like we have to go over Ness. I do feel extremely bad for Ness, but it was kind of a given after Kaiser started playing with the blue lock players. However, now I'm left wondering what Ness's next step will be. The most obvious play for him would be to try and go over to Isagi, but that would be kind of boring in my opinion. I want him to evolve on his own and find his own ego, just like Hiyori did. But I definitely see Ness working together with Isagi in the future, as it's either Isagi or Kaiser he can choose from, and Kaiser doesn't want him. It would be cool if he just went into savage mode and tried to score on his own, but that would never work for a player like Ness. What do you think will happen to Ness in the future? Please let me know in the comments. Lastly, this panel is just amazing. Finally, being able to see the competition between Kaiser and Isagi now that both of them are at 100% is amazing, and I think that the next few chapters are going to be wild, especially when we've gotten hints about Rin's potential starting to absolutely do something in this game instead of just backseating. However, I wonder how he will be able to get into the game right now. It's probably going to be some sort of chemical reaction with Charles or Loki if he enters. However, I still have big hopes for Nanase, as I'm confident that he will make some sort of big play in this game. After that, we see the whole Ubers spectating the match closely. Sendo scratches his head and says that it was an amazing goal and that it was expected by the Emperor, but even then, Sendo is determined not to lose to Kaiser. However, this feels more like a one-sided rivalry, if I'm honest. Anyway, after that, Ryu says that even Kaiser's pose after scoring the goal was flashy, and that it was one of the favorites to win the Super Flashy Protagonist Award, basically just Ryu being Ryu. We then see Nico, who says that now that Kaiser has stopped obsessing over Isagi, Bastard Munchen's gotten much more versatile on the attack. Aiku adds in by saying that they are a hell of a lot stronger than when they faced each other, and says that even though Bastard Munchen is evolving, behind him we have Lorenzo, who's almost drowning himself in popcorn, as he says that Kaiser's goal just now was probably worth around $500 million. Lorenzo's popcorn is going all over the floor, so Sendo and Aryu try to get him to stop. While those three are arguing, Baru is sitting calmly and wonders to himself what Isagi's next move will be. After that, we leave Uber's squad and instead go back to the match and to the Masters. Loki asks Noah if this is the evolution that he wants Kaiser to achieve. Noah says that it was, but asks if it's really okay for Loki to be interested in his players while his own players are falling apart. Loki has a smirk on himself as he says that it's fine if they lose, as he doesn't care about the result. However, he tells Noah to rest assured, as his prized impish trickster will undergo another evolution soon enough, which I'm dying to see, as Charles hasn't been able to do that much recently. After that, we see Shidu, who calls Kaiser's goal a fantastic explosion. He asks PXG what they are going to do after this incredible goal. However, Shidu is getting on Karasu's nerves a bit, as he tells him to shut up and calm down, and tells him that first, they have to peel that musclehead gorilla off Shidu. Once they do that, they should be able to create more chances. He turns to Zantetsu and asks if he's good to go, and Zantetsu, as dumb as he is, responds with full course, and it doesn't take long for Karasu to say that it's of course and calls him a dimwit. On the other side, we have Tokimitsu, who is freaking out, saying that this is really bad and that they are gonna lost at this rate over and over again. Nanase agrees and says that they need to switch things up before going to Rin and asking what the plan is. However, Rin is in a world of his own as he tells Nanase to shut up and that he is thinking. He thinks that Bastard's momentum just won't stop, and for Kaiser not to be outdone by Isagi's evolution, he evolved as well. As a result, those two brought a new style to Bastard Munchen. However, Rin knows one thing for certain, which is that their chemical reaction is still incomplete. He looks over at them and thinks that if he's going to destroy them, then it has to be right now. And with that, the game starts. Rin starts with the ball, but passes Nanase and tells him to follow him while calling him a bumpkin, who is an unsophisticated or socially awkward person from the countryside, and Nanase just agrees with it. With the ball at Nanase's feet, he is thinking about what to do. He thinks that the first thing he has to do is build up and make a link with Rin. However, something that Nanase didn't account for was that Isagi would be rushing towards him right as the match started. Nanase is caught off guard by this play and tries to defend the ball with his life, saying that he could have never predicted a frontal assault and calling it a demon press right from the start. However, it isn't only Isagi who is going on the attack, as out of nowhere Hiyori also comes by. He tells Nanase that he is too slow and that they will be taking it. With no other choice, Nanase can only pass the ball back to Rin. However, as he passes the ball and sees it going towards Rin, someone interferes. It's none other than the Emperor Kaiser, who comes in between the ball and takes it for himself. Nanase is left speechless as he can't figure out how the hell Kaiser got the read on that, and Rin isn't so pleased either as Kaiser starts to sprint up on their field. Rin starts to wonder if Isagi and Kaiser are actually working together. However, as he looks over to Isagi and Hiyori, he overhears them saying that Kaiser stole the ball and that they need to get it back. This clears things for Rin, as he knows that he was wrong and that the two of them aren't working together. Instead of saying that Isagi and Kaiser aren't even considering working together, compare them to a dragon and a tiger, as those two are battling each other for supremacy, and by clashing their top performances against each other, those two are dominating them to the point of being obliterated. Zantetsu says that there's no end to Bastard's attacks. Karasu screams at everyone to get back and to not worry about getting carded and just stop them, while Tokimitsu is just saying that it's bad over and over again, kind of starting to get on my nerves if I'm honest. After them, we have Rin, who is a bit behind. He thinks to himself that he came here to destroy Isagi, and that ever since he lost to him in the U20 match, he has devoted all his time and energy to getting ready for this match, so that he could finally defeat him. However, in this match, Rin realizes that he's nowhere near attaining that, saying that the state he was in during the U20 match, that level of concentration, and that level of bloodlust, if he can be able to get to the point where he can enter that berserker state at will, he knows for certain that he can destroy Isagi and even Sei. But still, at this rate, he's just going to lose to Isagi once again. He starts to wonder if it's because of Isagi's rate of growth is way faster than his, and says that right now he can't see a path to victory. While this is happening, we see that Zantetsu and Karasu were able to steal the ball from Kaiser. Zantetsu shot away the ball, which landed in the hands of Hiyori, who later passed it to Isagi. Rin sees this, and says that his feelings for revenge are getting crushed and his obsession is somehow being obliterated by Isagi. The screen goes black and he says that everything is soon going to be destroyed. But then something happens. Rin starts to transform and a strange aura with darkness and eyes starts to go around him. Rin has finally entered the same state that he was in the U20 match and has gotten close to Isagi and says that this is it, saying that he needed the pressure that Isagi emanate to enter this state. And then Isagi looks at him and says that he saw him coming from a mile away. And just like that, the duel which we've been most looking forward to is finally here. Isagi versus Rin is finally going to go down, and I've been waiting for this since all the way back in the U20 match. Isagi has the ball and Rin tries to go for it, but just in time, Isagi drags the ball back. But Rin isn't stopping his attacks as he once again goes for the ball. But Isagi handles this situation flawlessly as he passes the ball to his left foot to keep it. We can clearly see in Rin's face that he's beginning to get furious because of this. Rin tries to take his hand and get Isagi off balance, but Isagi isn't having any of it as he just slaps away Rin's hand. However, there's more trouble coming Isagi's way, as behind him, the left wing of PXG Nanase Nijiro comes to help Rin. Isagi is able to quickly see this, and looks for options that he can use. Just then, he spots Corona running on his right side and makes a smooth pass to him. Corona gets the ball and tells Isagi to do a 1-2 with him, so Isagi escapes from Nanase and Rin and runs up while they are caught off guard by Corona. After Isagi is free, Corona passes Isagi, and Isagi gets the ball flawlessly, which we can clearly see really upset both Rin and Nanase. As Isagi has the ball, he says bye-bye to Rin and thinks to himself that he's now broken through completely and that he has a complete grasp of Rin's movements, further explaining that right now, the whole field revolves around Isagi, saying that since Kunigami is keeping Shido in check, the Karasu, Zantetsu, and Shido combo is pretty much useless, and even though Rin remains a dangerous threat, Isagi is good if he can bypass him and his two lackeys, like he just did now, talking about Nanase and Tokimitsu. But that's not all, because as long as he keeps an eye out for Charles and his unpredictable movements, he can destroy PXG's attacks. However, this also means that the only player who even has a chance of scoring a goal right now is none other than Kaiser, who is seen running behind Isagi. Isagi thinks that even though it's highly unlikely that he can recreate that super goal, since he's constantly positioning himself in a way that he can score at any moment, to deal with Isagi and Kaiser simultaneously, their opponent has no choice, and if they go all in to stop Isagi, then Kaiser will score. Conversely, if they go all in to stop Kaiser, Isagi will be the one to score, concluding that right now Bastard Munchen is burning the brightest and evolving the strongest, which we can clearly see as both Kaiser and Isagi are fully immersed in this game right now. After that, we switch over to Rin, who says that it's not over yet, and calls Isagi an asshole while almost being fully immersed by his rage and darkness aura, not to mention how mad he looks. Rin thinks that he doesn't deny that he became stronger playing in the Neo Egoist League, but that's only from a technique standpoint. What he truly was lacking, and what he desperately needed, was the intense mental pressure, which for him is a player that brings him torment and suffering. As he says, we see his aura getting bigger and bigger, almost covering all of Rin, as well as two silhouettes of Sei and Isagi behind him. Continuing with what he said before, and saying that he needed someone stronger than everybody, and one who rightly stands in his way, which he calls the ultimate egoist. Once again, his aura is just getting more and more intense, as he says that the urge to destroy that sort of egoist is the trigger to enter this state. And lastly, while almost being consumed by total rage and darkness, he says that this is it. This is the feeling he's been looking for. After that, we once again switch over to Isagi, who has puzzle pieces flying around him like crazy, as he says that this is his game and his only, saying that if he can't succeed in this situation, and if he can't finish first, then all of this hard work would have been for nothing. He tells himself to think, and says that there's got to be a way to win, while simultaneously shutting down Kaiser, saying that for the top performance that Kaiser is currently seeking, he has to find an action that destroys it, which is just what Isagi has found as he finally makes his move. Isagi decided to move towards Kaiser, which caught everyone off guard. Kaiser can't believe his eyes and is extremely confused. The same could be said for Karasu, Hiyori, and Nanase, who are just watching this go down. Isagi thinks that since Kaiser loves playing in Isagi's shadow so much and taking advantage of any blind spots that may occur due to Isagi's presence, he's now instead made a run that forces Kaiser into the spotlight. And we can see on Kaiser's face that this was a smart move by Isagi, as Kaiser is furious at Isagi. After that, Isagi, Hiyori, and Corona start trading passes, while Isagi admits that, from an individual skills standpoint, Kaiser outclasses him. but what he has over Kaiser is the support he gets from Corona and Hiyori. Since Kaiser is all alone inside this cage Isagi created, he is now powerless. They trade glances for a moment, as Isagi asks Kaiser to show him the answer Kaiser is able to create from his restrictive environment. And just then, Kaiser makes his move, as instead of watching, he runs up on the field. However, this was exactly what Isagi wanted, as he says bingo, and says that he fell for it, you shitty clown. Explaining that since Kaiser made the first move, the defense has no choice but to deal with him first, and that Isagi's aim is the run he will make within Kaiser's shadow, which is just what he did now, as he did an opposite run that kickstarts his freedom, as Isagi has broken through everyone and is free. Corona from the side tells Isagi to be ready as he will pass the pass now. However, that's not exactly what happens, as instead of Corona passing the ball, he instead gets a one-way ticket right down to the ground as Rin, fully immersed in rage, comes in and pushes him off balance, making him fall to the floor, saying that he figured that he would do that and calls Corona Isagi's pigtailed sea anemone, which is actually a bit funny. Anyway, Isagi is extremely shocked by this, as he didn't expect Rin to be there. Rin gets the ball, and Isagi realizes that Kaiser wasn't the only one who evolved when he's feeding off the restriction Isagi creates. We see Rin, who looks furious and even has his tongue out, which we know from the U20 match that he only does when he's extremely locked in the game, and then it begins the battle between Isagi, Rin, and Kaiser, even though I feel like it will be more directed between Isagi and Rin. We get right into the chapter where we see a shocked Noah and Loki, who's looking at the monster like Rin, who currently has the ball, as well as a dark aura around him. Not to mention that he has his tongue out, meaning that he's extremely concentrated. Raichi is furious and asks how Rin didn't get a foul for pushing over Corona in the last chapter. However, Isagi thinks that Rin touched the ball first, so there will be no foul. He then says that Rin is bringing out his prey's best and destroying it, just like he did in the U20 match. With this, Isagi knows that Itoshi Rin is about to go all out now. We can see in Rin's eyes that he's extremely determined, and just then he starts rushing over to Raichi. Raichi is a bit taken aback and says shit before taking out his arm and trying to block Rin. However, Rin just slaps Raichi's arm to the side and instead takes his arm on Raichi's stomach to push him away. However, another bastard Munchen player has been lurking in the shadows, and it's none other than Kiora Jin, who tries to sneak up on Rin and take the ball. But Rin somehow predicted it, so he makes the ball float and avoids Kiora. With the ball now in the air, he turns around and passes it. Nanas gets the pass and traps it amazingly. After that, Rin starts to sprint all that he can up on the field. He breaks free from Raichi, and because of that, Nanas passes back the ball to Rin. But just then, another challenger comes in Rin's way. This time it's the ultra-sadist Hiyori. However, it doesn't take long for Rin to absolutely demolish Hiyori, as he actually does a rainbow flick to get past Hiyori. And this just looks so goddamn cool, I can't even lie. We can clearly see on Rin's body that his aura is beginning to become clearer the longer he plays. Hiyori looks back in shock after getting the rainbow flicked and says that Rin is extremely good and is wondering if his concentration has increased. After that, we see Isagi, who is on Rin's left side, following Rin's steps closely. He thinks that Rin doesn't stop the movement of the ball or himself, saying that he's doing a counter that makes the most of his individual skills and passing, calling it efficient breakwork, which we can clearly see annoys Isagi. However, this makes Isagi understand that Rin was always aware of his movements. With this, Isagi thinks that the more the field becomes centered on him, the easier it becomes to read the overall movements tied to it, which means that he is more restriction-oriented to show his abilities in this situation, where they are limited and tied down to what he can do. Saying that unlike Kaiser, who let go of his obsession with Isagi, Rin fixes on Isagi more to express himself better, which makes him a self-type egoist, and with this newfound knowledge, Isagi says that he's starting to understand Rin's mental structure and also the equation of his mind. And with his puzzle pieces flying around him like crazy, he starts to wonder how he can twist Itoshi Rin into his will. If that wasn't bad enough, then he's also getting closer to the feeling that time during the U20 game, which we can clearly see as his aura has beginning to take an even larger form around Rin. Isagi thinks back to the U20 game and thinks about Rin's flow mode and says that the thrill of exposing the enemy's highest form and crushing and trampling on it is what Rin likes the most. Rin has been able to get himself to the backline of bastard Munchen, and before him are two defenders who probably won't do anything. However, before we see Rin manhandle them, Isagi wonders how he is going to stop him, as he says that this situation is different from that time at the U20 match, saying that at that time Sei was there, so he became a presence that could barely stop Rin, but now, no one can suppress Rin when he's switched on. We see Rin get behind one of the defenders without even dropping a sweat. After that, he turns to the other one and does the same thing to him, leaving them completely destroyed. And this leaves Isagi with no choice but to be the one to take Sei's place, now that he isn't here. However, as his pieces are floating like crazy, he wonders if he really has the power to do it. But then he realizes that it isn't about whether he can or not, and that he has to do it. The two of them make eye contact with each other, and we can see that both of their eyes are glowing with a burning desire to beat each other. Isagi asks Rin to bring it on, to give Isagi his best form before saying that the number one is none other than Isagi, as he slams his body into Rin's, making them side by side fight for the ball. I will talk about this panel more afterward, but please just look at this panel. It's amazing. I love how Isagi has his puzzle pieces flying around him on his side while Rin has his darkness and rage aura around him. However, we quickly leave that and instead go right into a flashback. Where do we see Rin playing with some toys? He has a dragon and a superhero in his hand, and as he plays, he breaks the superhero with the dragon. He says random words as he has drool running down his face. However, to his rescue, Sei comes and wipes it away. He puts his hand on Rin's head and asks if it's that much fun, as Rin drools when he's having fun and is concentrating, and Rin just says that it is. Sei notices the broken superhero on the floor, which makes Rin get a guilty expression on his face. Sei takes up one of the broken pieces and says that toys aren't like humans and that they don't bleed, but once they break, they won't heal. Rin says that he knows and apologizes. He looks at the broken toy and asks if he will get scolded again by mom and dad, wondering if he will once again cause trouble for them. To try and lift Rin's gloomy mood, Sei asks Rin if he wants to go grab some ice cream, which you can't refuse. As they have the ice cream, Sei asks if Rin got it, probably referring to the prize on the ice cream. Rin, with a sad face, says that he didn't, but Sei tells him not to worry about it, and that until the day he dies, his older brother will always be by Rin's side. After that, we get back in the game and see that both Rin and Isagi are out of balance just in front of the ball, but suddenly, Rin's darkness and rage just vanish after the flashback, and he's back to his regular expression. So in the last chapter, we left off with Rin and Sei going out and eating some ice cream, and as we get into this chapter, we see them coming home. Sei and Rin enter the door, and Rin yawns as both of them say that they are home. Right as they enter, their mom and dad are standing right in the doorway. With an angry and irritated voice, their mother yells Rin's name. She asks if he broke another toy again, and asks how many times it has been now. Rin, who is struggling to come up with anything, just says random words before he apologizes. However, just as he is doing so, Sei confesses that it was actually him who did it, even though it was Rin. Their parents are surprised by this, and even Rin isn't too sure what is going on. Their mom gets on the floor and takes her hands around Sei's face as she asks if it really is him. Sei explains that he got annoyed and accidentally did it. After that, their father asks Sei to come with him for a bit, and he follows along while looking back at Rin, and both of them stick their tongues out to each other. After that, we get into an intense scene where we can see a dinosaur starting to destroy and burn up an entire city. The citizens say that they can't take it anymore and that it's the end of the world, but suddenly someone sees something in the distance. They look over and see Evelyn, who is still trying to get up. They are all amazed by this and say that it's been over 3 minutes and that there shouldn't be any power left for it to turn into a giant. However, don't be so sure. As we see one of Evelyn's eyes start to light up, he then gets up on his feet once again and starts to emanate some sort of light ability. The citizens don't understand what is going on, and someone even says that he is able to feel his life energy being sucked out of him. They realize that Evelyn is about to undergo his final evolution, and he asks everyone in the world to share their lifespan with him, which they do. Even the elderly can't be stopped. We see that the energy from everyone is starting to form some sort of light ball attack in Evolman's hand, and it doesn't take long before it fires off an incredible lightning blast as he says that life is beauty-ho. Now, I'm not sure whether this is a typo or if it's supposed to say beauty-ho, but I will continue saying beauty-ho as it's what it says. Anyway, the light beam hits the dinosaur right in its stomach, making it a critical hit. After that, we go back to the regular blue lock and see some of Rin's classmates doing the Evolman final attack in the classroom. Rin is watching them as he plays Jenga and hears them saying that Evelyn is so cool and even asks their sensei to do the final boss attack. Their sensei scratches their heads and says that recent special effects hero shows are really well made, even saying that she cried again yesterday after watching all the episodes, and she even begins to cry just thinking about it. The kids are getting annoyed and ask her to just do the attack already, but she continues going over how sad the last episode was. Rin is watching this closely However, suddenly his friends call his name and say that it's his turn to go. Rin looks back at the Jenga tower, but instead of placing a block, he instead falls on top of the tower, which makes his friends question what he is doing. After that, we went outside and saw some birds eating seeds on the ground. However, suddenly, superhero Rin comes attacking, as he jumps down from a playground thing and goes for the birds. However, they quickly evade him as they see him going for them, and after that, they fly away, leaving Rin on the ground with a bleeding nose. After that, the school day is over, and Rin is home watching TV. He sees a tiger and what looks like a deer who's fighting for its life. However, the tiger is faster than the deer, so he catches up, and as he's gotten hold of the deer, the tiger starts to bite on its neck. I can't really make out Rin's expression for this because, at first glance, he looks shocked, but at second glance, I feel like he looks fascinated, so I can't really say, but let's go with him being shocked. After that, we go over to Rin's parents, who are sitting in the kitchen. Their mom says that today again, Rin caused trouble at the kindergarten, saying that he jumped off a high place by himself and came home injured again, saying that lately Sei seems to be acting strange because of Rin, and their mother starts to wonder if she is a good enough mother. Their father tries to comfort the mother and says that it's fine, explaining that it's just a boy's impulsive nature and that he is sure that Rin will calm down as he gets older. As he says that, we see Rin, who's been standing quietly alongside the door and listening into their conversation. As he's listening, Sei comes down the stairs and asks if Rin wants some ice cream. Rin shakes his head and says that he doesn't. After that, we see a small panel of the superhero toy that Rin broke before, but now it has tape around it that is holding it together. Rin, who's lying on the bed, asks if Sei thinks that Rin is weird. Sei is surprised by this question and says that he is his little brother after all. After that, Rin asks if Sei thinks that it's a bother for everyone if Rin is around, and Sei just asks what that's supposed to mean. As he's stretching, he says that people often call him weird or annoying as well, asking Rin if he's unhappy that Sei is just as weird as he is. However, Rin says that if he's the same as Sei is, then it's okay if he's weird, and then Rin puts on Evelman on the TV. Sei, who is doing keep-ups up with the ball, asks if Rin is once again watching that, and says that all of his friends are also into it, and that they are saying stuff like, Evolman is so cool as well as he is fighting to protect the earth, calling it all childish. Rin, who's still closely watching the TV, says that he, instead of liking Evolman, is a fan of the final monster boss, asking Sei to take a look at it, and explains that he is trying to beat someone who is better than himself is, explaining that even though it's at a disadvantage, it's still fighting for its life, as we see as the final monster boss runs through the light beam and crushes Evolman's head with his teeth, almost like what the tiger did to the deer earlier. Rin continues and says that even if its body is riddled with holes, or if it has to go as far as to self-destruct, it still fights to defeat the hero and calls it super cool, as he sees that the two of them self-destructs. Sei is watching Rin in shock, as Rin says that to him, even if he gets hurt and beaten, one day he wants to fight someone amazing, destroy him, and then die just like the final monster did. Rin's eyes are big as he's watching the TV while Sei still looks in shock. We also see that Rin starts to drool again as we get back in the game, and he says that his ego isn't just a destruction impulse, but instead, a destruction at the cost of life, looking like a maniac with his dead and dark eyes while having his tongue out and saying that this is his true nature. However, just then, Kaiser comes from his side and screams that it's fucking rude of Rin, calling him a foul-mouthed, tongue-wagging monk. And just then, the matchup between Kaiser and Rin starts with both of them looking more fired up than ever before. We start with a panel with a bunch of sports players, and the text says that when humans concentrate, they unconsciously open their mouths or stick out their tongues. It's often seen in childhood, but it's also said that top athletes do this in sports to release themselves from excessive tension and relax their bodies, which is exactly what Rin is doing. After that, we see Loki, who looks at Rin and says that, still, you're sticking your tongue out too much and calling Itoshi Rin quite wild. We also see Noah, who says that this is the true nature of Blue Lock's number 1. After that, we see Isagi on the floor, while Rin and Kaiser are beginning their matchup against each other. Their faces are filled with determination, as well as a ton of bloodlust. Rin tries to trick Kaiser away by doing some feints with the ball, but Kaiser instead tries to take his hand on Rin's shoulder. Still, it doesn't take long before Rin completely slaps Kaiser's hand, and that just looks incredible. Isagi finally realizes that he can't be chilling on the ground and gets up and compliments Kaiser's stalling before calling him a clown. Kaiser is looking furious as he tells Isagi not to interfere. He says that it's a duel between him and this fucking tongue, which was actually pretty funny. But Isagi just says that he doesn't care and that he will crush Rin. we get a close-up of Rin's eyes as he says that he now understands the psychology that leads him to the flow state. He says that it's the desire to bring out the best in his enemies and destroy them. He calls it an impulse that comes from his deep-seated desire to risk his life to destroy an amazing person. This means that Rin's flow is extremely similar to Sei's, but compared to Sei, who wants to destroy players beautifully, Rin wants to shame and embarrass them by bringing out their best. He also thinks back to the U20 game, and says that he was able to raise his performance to such a level in the U20 match because he threw everything at the strongest existence, which of course was Itoshi-sai at that moment. But now, in the Neo Egoist League, before him is the guy he wants to kill, which is of course Isagi, as well as a nuisance who's standing in his way, which is Kaiser. Rin takes a step on the ground and says that the conditions are set. With his rage and dark aura, which we haven't seen in a while, decides to peek out as Rin rushes towards the two of them and says that all that's left for him is to have the courage to burn to death in this moment. He says that as we get closer to his eye, which is getting swollen by the darkness, as Rin is rushing towards them, Kaiser looks intensely at him and says that he's not going to fall for it. While Isagi charges in without even thinking twice about it, Rin notices this and is surprised by the fact that Kaiser decided not to charge him, saying that he wanted to destroy them both all at once. Kaiser is standing back and is actually looking really cool as he tells Rin that he will get bit by Isagi as well as the stray dogs. Now you might wonder who the stray dog that Kaiser was talking about is, and it's none other than Ness, who's looking super weird as he's coming closer to Rin. He looks furious based on his facial expression, and he asks them to let him join in with a raspy voice. In the middle of it, Ness actually manages to grab the ball away from Rin when he isn't concentrating on it, which really annoys him. Ness shoots away the ball, and Rin is just left thinking that he needs to get in a thicker fight to get the calm Emperor to fall for it. Ness, right off the bat, looks over towards Kaiser after clearing out the ball and asks him how it was with a desperate tone. On the other hand, Kaiser just looks annoyed as he's running past him while saying that he doesn't care at all and that he isn't Ness's master anymore, which comes as a shock to Ness. After that, we get a close-up of Rin's eyes while he's saying that it's still too lukewarm. The ball is soaring through the sky, and Karasu screams that it's a second ball and that they need to be the ones to grab it. They actually manage to do that as Charles cuts in between both Reichi and Kiora and steals the ball from them. His aura has finally decided to come back, as he knows that he can finally show off again while saying a skull emoji because you know he's just Charles. After that, we see Shidu, who's still getting manhandled by Kunigami. Anyway, he screams at Charles to pass towards him. While this is going on, however, we get into Kaiser's thoughts as he says that he now understands that Itoshi Rin's talent is definitely the most outstanding in Blue Lock in terms of an individual's skill level. While Isagi has continued to adapt and evolve to defeat this guy, as he says that, we see this incredible panel with Isagi placing his arm on Rin's chest while rushing ahead of him. He's even got some sort of steam around him. Now back to Kaiser, who thinks that if that's the case, then the center of the Blue Lock is the relationship between these two rivals. Charles is getting ready to throw away his pass as he says his final skull emoji, while Reichi is right beside him and is unable to do anything. Kaiser says that Isagi and Rin stealing the seats of the main characters created by them is his own impossible challenge. As we see now, as he blocks away Charles's pass with his own head, Charles can't believe his eyes and calls him annoying, while Kaiser tells him to get lost and calls him a side character. Charles isn't the only one who's annoyed, as Rin wasn't a fan of Kaiser's move either, but Isagi on the other hand says that he finally got it, the current state of the field, as he's got pieces flying around him in all directions. He says that the quality of Rin's movements has improved, and now only he can keep up with him. If that's the case, then Kaiser, who is less vigilant, will be able to move more easily, but when Kaiser attacks alone, Isagi just needs to attract attention like he did before. The ball falls down to Nanase, who has Corona right behind him, but none of them are important right now as we are still in Isagi's thoughts, and he says that if it stands out, Rin will again try to target his movements from behind, creating an infinite cycle, explaining that the power balance is so finely matched that when someone stands out, someone else crushes them, saying that he, Rin, and Kaiser are currently crushing each other like rock, paper, scissors, which means that with just one mistake, one spark of inspiration, and any of the three of them could score a goal. His pieces are starting to grow back into place as he says that he knows he sees it, and that the key to the next goal is a fourth piece that aims for the main characters other than the three of them, whether it is someone who will create a fatal crack in the field or force in a new set of values. As we see a single piece of Isagi's puzzle, we hear him say that he can't afford to lose that moment. And then we see a three-way panel of Isagi, Kaiser, and Rin. Isagi says that he will win with his own goal. Kaiser says that with his own goal, he will take it. And Rin says that with his own goal, he will kill them. And all of them are looking extremely determined to be the ones to grab the next goal. We get right into the action as we see Nanase firing off a pass to Rin, who's currently on a roll right now. Rin traps it like he's Nagi or something because this looks sick. Anyway, he tells Nanase to go and also calls him a weakling. After that, we see a small panel of Hiyori, Kiora, and Raichi, who, in sync, look at Rin with a feeling of fear as they know that the egoist Itoshi Rin is on his way. And the next panel is honestly so insane because just look at Rin. Rin doesn't even look human anymore as his eyes are only focused on the goal and his tongue is fully out. He has the ball in his feet as he only has one thing in his mind, which is to annihilate. Before him, we see Corona, Hiyori, and Raichi all being in his way, not to mention the two loverbirds, Shidu and Kunigami, who are standing in the distance. After that, we see this absolutely wild panel where Rin tries to get behind both Corona and Hiyori. However, they aren't like the other background characters that you can get behind in a split second as they are keeping him in check. Or in check might be the wrong word, as they are clinging to their lives trying to hold Rin back, as they are on both sides of him. Rin thinks that it's going too slow, and that's why he decides to send off an insane backheel pass to his right side where Tokimitsu is. Even though he already has his own fight with Ness, he manages to send away the ball to Nanase on the other side. Nanase gets the ball, and after that, from nowhere, Rin decides to send himself back, breaking through the hands of Hiyori and Corona and leaving them totally confused. We see in these eyes that he has a plan in mind, as he simply says more. Now that Rin has gotten both Hiyori and Corona out of the rhythm, he uses this as his chance to try and sneak behind them as he right away moves to Hiyori's side and runs past them. While doing so, he asks everyone to come at him as he is ready for a real challenge. Nanase, of course, has kept his eyes closed on Rin, and now that he is free, he sends away the ball to the superstar. Hiyori has managed to get some ground on Rin and is extremely close to Rin. Hiyori tries to make it harder for Rin to trap the ball from Nanase, but that has no effect on the hungry Itoshi Rin, who's looking so demonic. The ball is closing in on him, and to try and stop Rin from getting away with a shot, both Corona and Raichi jump before him and try to block off his shooting angle. Rin watches the ball closely with his eyes being totally consumed by darkness and his tongue being free in the air. Just then, he stomps his foot on the ground and stops himself from moving any further, and instead of shooting the ball from Nanase, he traps it with his other foot. Corona and Raichi couldn't believe their eyes, as they were almost certain that he would shoot. Rin still has Hiyori's back towards him, but he uses this to his advantage as he somehow manages to roll over Hiyori's back, while still having the ball practically glued to his feet. He gets on top of Hiyori's back before he rolls over, basically just using Hiyori as a straight tool for him. After that, he drags back his leg and is beginning to go into shooting position. Before him are both Kaiser and Isagi, who are trying their best to read Rin's every move, but it's not going as planned, as Kaiser can't believe Rin's movements and decision-making at all. However, it isn't only Kaiser, but Blue Lock's hero as well, as he says that he can't keep up with Rin, and just now he knows that Rin is in his range, and could score easily as he has a clear angle towards the top corner. Rin's eyes only got more serious, but the next thing shocked everyone, as instead of shooting a clear goal, he took the ball down to the ground. Both Isagi and Kaiser can't believe their eyes as they wonder why he didn't shoot, and that he could have scored if he had shot, so what was the reason for this? Rin, in the middle of the game, decides to crack his shoulder before saying that someone is wrong. After that, we see who he was talking to as a silhouette of his brother Itoshi Sei is standing right in front of him. Sei has his arms crossed and has the same aura that Rin has. Rin thinks that if Itoshi Sei had seen the goal he was going to make, he would still have said that it was too lukewarm. Looking at Sei right in the eyes, he says that even if he scored like that, it wouldn't lead to his evolution. Then once again shocking everyone, he passes the ball backward. He says that the act of putting your strongest self into the strongest target is what he wants to do. Charles is the lucky one to receive the ball. However, like everyone else, he's in shock, but he still traps it. Rin looks back at Charles, but this time he's really giving off some demonic vibes as his eyes and aura look terrifying as he tells Charles to gather all those who can die with Rin. That sentence alone gave Charles goosebumps, and his body started twitching. Tokimitsu can't believe what he is saying, and not even the analytic Karasu can figure out what it is that Rin wants. Raichi decides to add in by saying that he could have scored and asks if he's just going to start over because he isn't satisfied. After that, we finally see Loki, But this time, he isn't his normal casual self, as he looks completely absorbed by Rin's play. And he says that if this were an official match, Rin would be banned for life. Noah decides to add in by agreeing and saying that Itoshi Rin is the worst kind of egoist. After that, the match goes back into action as Rin leaps forward. We quickly see Isagi, whose puzzle pieces are starting to break and disappear from him as he calls Rin crazy. We see that Charles isn't too pleased by all of this, but decides to play along. On the other hand, Nanase is absolutely ready to give another shot, while Raichi tells them that they are underestimating him. After that, we see a small text and someone saying that Rin is the same as he was in the U20 game. We learn that it was Isagi who says that it's even more now, explaining that this time Rin is seeking something beyond that. He says that right now, there are a few people like Nagi, Baru, or even Kaiser that he feels are complete geniuses. But the current Itoshi Rin, for the first time in Isagi's life, is something that even his brain can't analyze. And he calls Rin a beast of destruction and an incomprehensible creature, which, to be fair, is a really sick nickname. Anyway, Charles passed the ball back to Rin, and he trapped the ball while his body was consumed by what I could only call spikes from hell. But these aren't just regular spikes, as all of the spikes pierce through Isagi's puzzle pieces. And honestly, this panel is just so sick, I don't actually know if I can think of another panel that matches this level. Like, just take a look at Rin, who looks so insane, and Isagi just looks a bit lost, and then of course Rin's spikes, which pierce right through Isagi's puzzle pieces. After that, we see Rin, who asks them all if they have ever played soccer with their lives on the line. He says this as he rushes towards them with the ball, this time being almost fully consumed by his dark aura. We then see this small panel of Hiyori, Raichi, and even Tokimitsu, a player from his own team. All of them look afraid and scared as Rin comes rushing toward them. Rin continues and asks if they have ever lived, believing that they would absolutely kill someone and devote everything to it, as he says that we see him absolutely devouring both Raichi and Hiyori, who can't even react to Rin, who dribbles past them. After that, we once again see a flashback to Rin playing with his toys. We also see the silhouette of Sei. After that, Rin asks for someone to give him the strongest illusion that surpasses even Itoshi-sei. He asks them to give it to him with their lives on the line. And once again, the author absolutely went crazy with the drawing, as I can't even describe it properly. Rin just looks like a beast straight from hell, and Isagi sees this from afar and can't believe his eyes as he's totally stunned and is left wondering what to do next. And with that, we see Rin, who's doing everything in his power to keep the ball to himself. The commentator says, again, 3 times, the ball is with PXG, Blue locks number 1, Rin Itoshi. After that, we get a close-up of Rin's face, which is filled with a mix of determination, but also a ton of bloodlust. After that, we get a quick panel of Isagi, who says that he doesn't get Rin at all. He looks like he's lost in some alternative universe. The pieces around him start to dissolve as he wonders why Rin decided to abandon his goal in the last second, saying that he started from the beginning because the goal didn't suit him, wondering if Rin actually has gone crazy, even asking if Rin is an outright idiot or a monster. He looks at Rin and says that whatever it may be, it's for sure comprehensible. Rin passes the ball to Nanase, who has Corona right ahead of him, so he quickly sends it right back to Rin. But then again, we get back into Isagi's mind as he says that he can't read Rin for the life of him. He wonders what he's supposed to do and how he could ever manage to stop him. We can clearly see in Isagi's eyes that he's beginning to feel irritated as he can't figure out what to do. He says that Rin's plays can't be predicted by logic and that his brain isn't working at all. This new Rin is something that Isagi has never faced before. This creature in front of him is an incomprehensible being, and if Isagi is honest, then he admits that he is actually scary. I would be as well, because just look at Rin in this state. The only visible parts of him are his glowing eyes, which add a striking contrast to his dark and furious aura, which is slowly but surely consuming Rin. Rin goes with the ball towards Isagi and looks him right in the eyes while asking him if this is all that he's got. Isagi only gets more fired up by this as he scratches his teeth and looks back annoyed. After that, it really starts to get crazy as Rin decides to finally take the first step and advance, so he starts by doing some step-overs with the ball. After that, he takes his arm out to try and make it harder for Isagi to stop him. As he does that, he tells Isagi to come with a resolve to die, asking Isagi to come wanting to kill Rin because with such a lukewarm existence that Isagi has now makes him disqualified to be Rin's rival, and as he says that, he absolutely destroys Isagi as he does the same thing Sei once did towards Rin. Rin did a backheel nutmeg on Isagi, who we can see is just lost, like bro wasn't even able to react even a fraction to Rin's play. Though on the other hand, we have Rin, who looks like a straight up demon. I love the contrast from his image where he did the nutmeg, to to when he gets behind Isagi and his aura and darkness start to appear again. I don't know what it's supposed to mean or anything like that, but I just think that it looks awesome. And with that, we can say for certain that Rin owned Isagi here. Anyway, after that, Isagi tries to do something, but he ultimately falls down to the ground and can only watch as Rin runs away with the ball. Hiyori screams Isagi's name, while Reichi, on the other hand, asks him what the hell he is doing, but their words aren't able to reach the broken and damaged Isagi as he clenches his fists and looks down on the ground, saying resolve and to die for it, basically what Rin told him to get. However, after that, Isagi says shut up, probably saying it to Rin, before saying that he's got it too, and as he says that, he's left his sobby attitude and instead looks like a wild beast right now as he's gotten up from the ground and starts to run. He looks at Rin from the back and says that even though it's probably different from Rin's resolve, no matter how many times Isagi's lost, even if he were to die, he will always be able to be reborn and come back even stronger. And in this small panel, we are able to see that Isagi's puzzle pieces are slowly but surely coming back to him as he says that he's Isagi Yoichi, the genius of adaptability. And now let's just look at this insane panel where we can see that the GOAT Isagi Yoichi is finally back in action. We see his pieces starting to work overtime to come up with a new strategy, and just look at the eyes, they are filled with determined and revenge. Anyway, after that, Rin passes the ball to his side where Charles lies. He calls him an incompetent contrarian and says that he doesn't need any more of his sloppy passes and tells Charles not to adjust them and to just smash it, putting his finger up and telling Charles to give him his impulse. Charles is shocked at first and doesn't know what to say before getting a mean and villainous look on his face as he tells Rin that he's tripping, before saying that he will do as Rin said and give Rin his nastiest pass ever. After that, his aura starts to once again make its appearance around Charles, and we can also see Loki in the corner whose eyes start to glow up with excitement as he says that this is good and that Charles is finally being guided. However, we quickly leave them and get to Reichi, who screams that PXG is coming and for everyone to get ready. But we also see Zantetsu, who uses his super acceleration to run into Kunigami and is trying to annoy him. But to Isagi, they are all just small fries, as he has to keep close eyes on Kaiser and Rin. Rin is advancing at a rapid pace as he thinks that this is it. This is what he's been looking for. He says that they are broken and that this isn't soccer anymore, but that they should kill each other instead. Personally, I would only allow killing if it were Igarashi, because he deserves the death penalty. Anyway, Rin is coming close to Kaiser, and Charles, who has the ball, gets behind Kiora with a simple sidestep, but he still thinks that this isn't it yet. He starts running scary close to the line, but as he looks into the box and sees Rin and Kaiser, who are battling for their lives, he suddenly stops and takes the ball behind his other foot with his other one, and says that just for Rin, who's gone crazy, he deserves this Rabona cross. And this is just wild. Doing a Rabona in the most intense part of the attack is wild, but I can't imagine anyone else doing it than Charles, so I guess it makes sense. Anyway, he makes the cross, and from out of nowhere, Rin takes his hand on Kaiser's back and starts to run the wrong way, which completely shocks Kaiser. Anyway, the ball is flying over all of the players, and Reichi, who is watching it closely, says that PXG drew them closer in and then crossed the ball to a distant area, admitting that they got them. Hiyori, who is also watching this, thinks that this is a top-level technique and that the only one able to read this pass and react is Itoshi Rin. But this does not turn out to be true, as Rin gets company from our favorite freak in blue lock, Shido Ryusei, who comes in with wings behind his back and says that he's a special devil for Rin. Rin is shocked by this, but Shido, with a bright smile, says that he's come to kill Rin and even calls him an unofficial rival. Charles, watching this from the side, is ecstatic as he explains that the nastiest part of his cross is that it's a shooting point that both of them can reach, meaning they will most likely collide. He later tells them to go on and to kill each other, but that doesn't matter to them, as Shido looks super hyped up while Rin looks focused to the max. Thanks to Charles's incredible Rabona cross, it's now a death race for the goal. We also see Charles for a quick second, as he just looks ecstatic over what he's just managed to do. Hiyori looks over to Zantetsu and Kunigami, as he says that Zantetsu decided to block Kunigami's path, and also got uncomfortably close to Kunigami's body. This in turn made Kunigami's reaction a bit delayed, and because of that, for a quick moment, the demon Shido Ryusei was free on the battlefield and is once again seeking pleasure. Where we can clearly see here as he's trying to stop Rin from scoring and instead score his own goal, both Rin and Shido stare into each other as they also have their tongues out. Rin thinks that here he comes, the blonde pest. Rin starts to analyze it some more and concludes that if he waited for the ball to reach his targeted shooting point, Shido would interfere and he wouldn't be able to shoot. Because of that, Rin knows that he needs to change his shooting point and he has to do it quickly. He looks at the nasty cross Charles made, which was constructed to make havoc between them, and he realizes that to get to the ball even a moment faster, he needs to do a route change, which is exactly what he does in the most vital of moments. He turns his body the other way and starts to really sprint for it. Shidu looks back in shock and can't believe what Rin is doing. He asks if Rin has finally decided to run away, but Rin thinks to himself that he would never run away from Shidu and thinks that it's a challenge to a more difficult kick. Looking at the ball and saying that it's from a high point that even Shidu can't reach. He is able to start to visualize his goal as he gets an image of a bounce shot which will lead to the ball smashing it in the left net. Rin has just gotten under the ball and says that this is it. He will now live his life and update his personal best by going further beyond what he thought was possible, as he will try to reach the ball from a new high, making a new unprecedented kicked ball. But just then, something comes his way, and no, it's not Isagi or Shidu, but instead his own brother as a silhouette of Sei pops up in front of Rin. He's got Rin's darkness and rage aura around him as he comes before Rin and tells him that this is too lukewarm. Rin is confused by this and can't believe that it's happening again, as he just looks at Sei, who once again, but this time with a determined face, looks straight at Rin and says that it's still too lukewarm. Rin is in shock right now, as he doesn't understand how once again he's too lukewarm. He was certain that with this shot, he would be able to surpass this guy's illusion. Sei, who's still in front of Rin, says that this is his limit, and that Rin can't become the world's best. Rin is lost. He doesn't know what to do because if he doesn't overcome this image, he can't evolve any further. Sei doesn't budge, as he's still trying to get Rin to turn away, and he tells Rin that he's still just a thrashy little brother living in his shadow. As the ball is still flying in the air, and with Sei in front of him, Rin realizes that he can't do anything because Sei's murderous intent towards Rin is enough to stop Rin from coming up with any ideas to overcome it. Rin's eyes seem to have lost the glow and spark they had before, as they look lost now. The silhouette is just growing larger and more fearsome as he tells Rin to just get lost, and tells Rin that he does not need him in his life anymore. Rin is so close to finally scoring a super goal, but there's nothing he can do against his older brother. He asks for someone to please come forward and give Rin a new impulse. Just then, a hand cuts through Sei's head, and he later sweeps away the whole silhouette. It's none other than Blue Lock's hero and Rin's destined rival, Isagi Yoichi, who comes forward to try and stop Rin in his ways. We get a close-up of Isagi's face, and his eyes are bigger and shinier than ever before as he looks right at Rin and says that he will even stake his life on this. For a quick second, Rin is confused and lost as he can just stare at Isagi, but then his eyes start to slowly light up again as he sees his rival, and with that, he's gotten back his determination to score. He looks at the ball and then wonders if the shooting course is blocked, but after analyzing it, he sees that there's still a chance, but he has to act quickly as Isagi is advancing fast toward him. Isagi is coming with a killing intent as he takes his hand out and screams that he won't let Rin shoot, also calling him a freak. But you know, that's just the standard here. After that, Rin's eyes start to transform from his white normal eyes back to his dark and empty eyes. As his urge to attack is weeping up, he thinks back to the childhood program he watched where the monster put his life on the line and decides to do the same thing as he rushes towards the ball again. The anticipation is just getting bigger and bigger as both of them are trying their all to be the ones to win this showdown. Isagi grinds his teeth while Rin puts his tongue out. He says that Isagi is the one he wants to die with, calling it an imagination of unprecedented destruction as he jumps up in the air. Rin is now in the air, and Isagi is close by on the ground. However, Rin is preparing his foot to shoot the ball the second it arrives. Rin has his rage instincts all around him while Isagi's pieces are flying rapidly around him, and just in this moment, Rin says that his desires and this impulse, he wants to let it all out right now, saying that it's because he is against Isagi after all, his sworn rival, as he says that he finally comes in contact with the ball and is able to fire it off. However, Isagi also got in contact with Rin as he tried to jump on him, which may ruin Rin's shot. Anyway, the shot is coming closer and closer to the goal, and we see that Hiyori can't believe his eyes as Rin is able to fire it off while he and Isagi are colliding. Shidu behind Rin is also amazed that he managed to get a crazy crash shoot. We also see Raichi, who tried to get up and head away from the ball, but he wasn't able to, unfortunately. This makes it so that the only thing standing in Rin's way is Gagamaru. However, he is facing some trouble as he thought that Rin would shoot in the open left corner, but he instead shot a high-spec shot to the right corner beyond the crowd, and because of that, Gagamaru was unable to do anything, as Rin's shot finally goes into the goal and gives him his first goal in this match. After that, both Rin and Isagi fall down to the ground. Luckily, Isagi fell on top of Rin, so he came out with minimal damages, but that can't be said for Rin as we see blood on the pitch. Isagi looks up towards Rin, who has his hand close to his face, and suddenly Isagi's face gets serious as he sees him. Rin, on the other hand, wonders what this feeling that he is getting is, saying that he's blown away as well as saying that it feels so good, as he says that we finally see his face, and we are able to see that Rin has blood coming out from his nose. It also looks like it's coming out some blood from his mouth as well. But that doesn't concern Rin the slightest, as he's in shock by this new and immense feeling he's gotten. The commentator asks the world to pay attention as, at the 11th hour, PXG ties the score and says that this is Blue Lock's #1 Rin Itoshi. We get a close-up of Rin's face, which has an ecstatic feeling to it, while Isagi is just looking at him in shock. Nanase is also looking at him and is amazed at his crash shot. But he isn't the only one, as Reichi and Karasu also can't understand what just went down. Out of nowhere, Charles starts to run towards Rin as he screams at him, telling him that he is out of his mind. Charles goes right by his side and starts to laugh at his nosebleed, while saying that his shot was just insane and incredible. After that, he tells Rin that he's definitely got some loose screw somewhere and says that he loves it, while also saying a devil emoji as the weirdo that he is. But Shido overhears this and comes by. He asks Charles which one of them he likes better. After that, he gets an annoyed facial expression as he tells Rin that he just can't stand his personality or those lower lashes of his. However, Rin's shot just now was art, and he explains that he was really into it before saying some gun noises. Rin, who hasn't really had time to grasp everything, is confused as he says huh, before wondering what Shido means with art. After that, he asks Shido so what, and calls him a vermin, which basically is a pest. After that, Shido tells Charles to listen up, and asks him to decide which one of Rin or Shido is the crazier one, as well as which of them is going to be the one to change the world. And after that pass to that person, this gets Charles' blood boiling as he's very on board with this crazy and interesting idea. Anyway, after that, they get up from the field and leave Isagi behind, who's still in shock. But before they leave, Charles tells Rin that he should probably plug up his nosebleed, as he can't play if he loses too much blood. Anyway, now back to Isagi, who is just left wondering what the hell happened. His eyes look traumatized as he thinks back to everything that happened and asks himself if he got something wrong. He starts from square one and says that once Zantetsu started covering the exhausted Kunigami, Shido tried to break free, and he became the fourth piece that threw off the balance between Isagi, Kaiser, and Rin. However, Isagi saw that faster than anyone, and he reached the spot where Charles's pass was most likely to land, but Rin accelerated to shake off Shido, and he still shot with Isagi right by him. Isagi is lost, as having himself so close to Rin should have stopped him, as he knew that he would crash into Isagi. But still, he wasn't the least bit afraid. He thinks back to Rin saying that the feeling he got from that goal felt so good, and also compares that to his goal against Team Nico, when he got the exact same feeling, and he concludes that they both felt the same thing, and starts to wonder if that means that Rin has just started to realize his own talent. And because of that, Isagi starts to wonder if he was just a totally random supporting characters meant to awaken this prodigy. This realization almost breaks Isagi as his world is getting turned around, while Rin's world is just getting more and more exciting as his aura is around him and almost burning him alive by all of this excitement. But just then, someone takes their hand and grabs Rin close to him. Rin is shocked as he's just randomly getting pulled back, but we later see that it was none other than Julian Loki, who is having a dark and almost furious feeling to him. Nanase and Karasu doesn't know what is happening as Loki has never done this before, and Isagi just watches quietly by. Rin, who's already quite annoyed, asks what this is about. Loki is having trouble remembering but says that he's pretty sure that they played against each other in the Blue Lock's third selection and asks if this is correct. Rin slaps away Loki's hand and says that it is and asks why he's wondering. Loki tells him that he's had to revise his opinion of Rin, saying that since Rin has become such an entrancing striker, he could even say that he's now a totally different person. Loki starts to smile a little as he thanks Rin for causing Charles to awaken, and then we just see Charles for a quick second, but it looks like he's frozen to ice by Loki's words. Anyway, after that, Loki says that he hadn't planned on taking the field, but it just seems too fun, and he tells Rin that it was he who made Loki want to play in this match. Loki's words shock Rin, as he can't believe it. All of the spectators are getting excited to have Loki come into the match, and the commentators say that Julian Loki, the Wonder Child, who has yet to play throughout the whole Neo-Egoist League, has declared he's taking the field. After that, we switch teams as we see Noah slowly taking off his jacket. He tells Loki that he joining is basically cheating and calls him a stupid brat before declaring that he is also going in. He looks at Kunigami and says that he's out, which is a good thing as he's really exhausted, but that's not all. He also says that there is another player on the verge of topping over, and that one is Corona Ranza, who is ordered to hit the bench. This comes as a shock to him, but he switches. After that, we see that the ones going in are himself as well as the fucking rat Gurimu Igarashi, who for some reason is getting called in. Even Igarashi himself can't believe it. Raichi is furious, and he starts to scream. Even the analytic master Karasu can't understand this plan, and both Isagi and Hiyori are in shock by this. Noah looks at the bald gremlin and says that it's time to go. Stand up, Super Sub, and tells him that it's his last chance to change his destiny. The rat screams yes, master, before saying hail to the standing Buddha and saying that he is ready to go in. After that, the new players take the field, and the commentators come on once again, saying that with a score of 2-2, the final match reaches its climax. The point from this last goal will determine the game, with both teams' masters in play and the game hitting its peak, who will score the last point and become the Neo-Egoist League champion. After that, Isagi hears someone calling his name, and he turns around to see that it is Rin. Rin, who has his back turned to Isagi, tells him that he is glad that he chose Isagi as his rival. This gets Isagi a bit irritated for some reason, but Rin, who takes his hand on his head like a classic anime villain, just tells Isagi to hate him, as it only makes him stronger. After that, he takes away his hand, looks Isagi straight in the eyes, and tells him that it's his duty to try and kill Rin until Isagi dies. This makes Isagi furious, and he starts grinding his teeth while in his head, asking Rin to shut up and calling him an arrogant prick before saying that he swears on this last goal that he will devour Rin back. And with that, we get this last awesome panel with Isagi burning up with frustration in the middle while he has Kaiser, Shidu, the rat, Hiyori, and Ness behind him. And then we get right into it by seeing Ego sitting in his chair while closely analyzing the Bastard vs PXG game. He says that Rin Itoshi has now lit a fire in the final match. We then get a close-up of Ego, and it feels like it's been decades since we last saw him, but I'm glad to finally see him eating his noodles as always. He's also got some company from Henri, who says that she can't believe that Julian Loki actually wants to take the field as he hasn't played once up until now, also saying that their viewers just spiked, telling Ego that they are the #1 trending topic on social media worldwide, which is just crazy. Ego, who's finished his noodles and is currently slurping the juice, says that it's the herd mentality and that the world just wants to witness a hero and geniuses attract one another. He puts his noodle cup down as he says that at the hottest place in the world, they're about to see an incredible finale. But then, out of nowhere, his mood switches into a much more sinister vibe as he says not to be misjudged and to not fly too high, looking at his players and telling them not to dare try and become geniuses, and also calls them his little prodigies, which is quite sweet. Anyway, after that, we get to Isagi, who's actually burning up with a mix of rage but also determination to stop Rin to whatever the prize may be. After that, we see Loki, and the commentators review what has just happened, as they say that PXG has swapped out their defender Gabin and swapped in their master Loki, saying that this is an ultra-specialized finisher attack formation. However, on the other side, Bastard Munchen has swapped out 2 players. Those are Rensuke Kunigami and Ranze Corona. To replace those heaters, we have Master Noah. And for some reason, the rat himself, Gurimu Igarashi, just looking at him makes me mad, to be fully honest. However, that's not all, as they say, regarding the contact play during the goal attempt, and for tackling a player after the ball had been kicked. Yoichi Isagi has been given a yellow card, forcing him to be a lot more careful in his plays. However, in his mind, he just tells the commentators to shut the hell up, which is so like him. While he's walking around on the field, he thinks back to what Rin said to him, about him having a duty to try and kill Rin until the very end. He then looks back at Rin, who's also walking. As he has his eyes on Rin's back, he tells him to bite Isagi and calls him a freak, telling him that he isn't some stepping stone for Rin's evolution. He finally looks pumped up to the max as he thinks that his life doesn't exist to serve Rin's. After that, we get a look at the spectators who are going crazy while watching. However, they aren't relevant as we see Isagi's true and first fan watching the game, who has a kind of worried expression on his face as he sends his prayers to Isagi. And then the commentators say that the next point will be the last goal, which determines the game, wondering what kind of finale they will witness during the Masters' 3 minutes of the star change system, with the score being tied 2-2 in the final match of the Neo-Egoist League. The whole world is watching as this last battle starts. After that, we get this insane panel of the restart of the match and Noah passing the ball to the fired Isagi, who says that he will win with his own goal. Now, as I said, Isagi has the ball and Noah on his side. Going up to contest them, we have Shidu, who's standing before them and watching for their move. Isagi and Noah look at each other, and Isagi says that as he has Noah here for these 3 minutes, he will prove to everyone that he is a genius too, which was the exact same thing Ego told them not to do, so not to be that guy. But I have a feeling that it's not going to go the way Isagi has it planned to go. Anyway, Isagi sends away his pass to Noah, who traps it with his right leg, and after that, Isagi sneaks behind Shidu while saying that the level of play right now is undeniably world class, and that the adaptability genius Yoichi Isagi is gonna control the field. As he says that Noah sends the ball back, and Isagi makes a little jump as he traps it. We can also see that his puzzle pieces are starting to really get active around him. But out of nowhere, it's like a lightning came across Isagi and stole the ball, leaving him speechless, before looking to his right, where we see the Wonder Child and PXG's master, Julian Loki, who is able to just simply sweep away the ball from Isagi. Loki still has lightning coming off him, as he calls Isagi's trap weak and way too slow. He gets a dark aura and feel to him as he looks back to Isagi, and tells him that the slow ones die first and calls it the law of nature. Isagi still hasn't grasped what happened and looks at Loki in shock. Now that Loki has the ball, he's faced with both Raichi and Hiyori before him, but he simply just says okay and that it's time to blast off. And blast off, he definitely does, as he uses his ability called God Warp to completely blitz through Raichi and Hiyori, who wasn't even able to react. Raichi, who's looking back, can't believe how fast Loki is. And Hiyori, who's also totally amazed, says that his stride is completely nuts. Even Isagi jumps in here, as he asks if Loki is even real. Loki gets behind another player which looks like Kiora, but Isagi is watching this and says that thinking and logic are meaningless here. No matter how much he tries to get stronger bit by bit, this is the abuse of physical talent. Loki's insane pure speed. The defenders of Bastard Munchen quickly realize that going one-on-one with Loki will never work and say that they need at least 2 guys on him. But just as Loki reaches them, he passes to his side where the beast and monster lie. And I'm of course talking about Rin. Rin gets the ball, and Loki tells him that he can have the last point and calls him Tongue Monster-san while also sticking his tongue out. Rin, who also of course has his tongue out, calls Loki a patronizing master. Isagi, who's looking at this closely, wonders if it's over already and that in just one play, Loki was able to break through their whole team, and now Rin is basically free to score. He looks dumbfounded as he thinks that it might already be over. He starts saying that they are going to lose. But before he can finish his sentence, an unexpected player makes his appearance, and I hate to say it, but it's none other than Gurimu Igarashi, who comes and is actually right by Rin. He takes his hand on Rin's chest to try and stop him from going further. He looks at the ball and says, "Hail the 3 treasures," as he goes to steal away the ball. Rin looks at him with a furious facial expression and asks him what his deal is before slamming his entire body into Igarashi, who almost flies up into the sky before landing right on his face, which I just know hurts like hell. However, just then, the announcer goes off, which shocks Rin as they say that Itoshi Rin made a foul. Rin can't believe it, and Isagi, who's rushing over there, compliments the rat's awesome ability. Igarashi, who gets up from the ground, just looks back with burning eyes as he says that it's his secret technique, the genius killer Militia. We start off by seeing the spectators being ecstatic over Igarashi's amazing foul play in the latest chapter where he gave Rin a foul. Isagi also can't believe his eyes as he looks in total shock by all of this, probably thinking that the rat was good for something at least, whereas Rin just looks absolutely furious, and he fully looks like he wants to kill someone. The commentators say that not even they can believe it, and moments after being swapped in, Gurimu Igarashi drew out a foul from the feral Rin Itoshi and barely managed to stop his shot. After this, we actually get this rather cool panel with Igarashi down on his knees celebrating, and Raichi and Gagamaru rushing over toward him. Igarashi later uses all of his force and screams "Ya" out loud, probably just as loud as Buddha would be able to hear it. Raichi takes his arm around Igarashi and tells him that it was a nice one, while Gagamaru scratches his head and tells him that he nailed it and calls him a god monk. After that, we actually get some insight into the rat's play as he explains that Noah told him his plan when they swapped in, and it worked wonders. As they were standing side by side, Noah said to him that right now, Rin Itoshi is relying on his own senses, so he will probably charge in without giving it a second thought. He told Igarashi to turn Rin's reckless charge back on him and to use his militia to make him get a foul. The rat actually looks really happy as he looks down on his hand and says that Noah has been watching him, and he knows how to properly use Igarashi's hard work and abilities. After that, he gets an outburst and screams, asking if his mom and dad saw that, trash-talking their temple a bit, before saying that his life just got a Buddha boost. After that, we see Noah coming over and actually complimenting Igarashi and telling him to keep it up. Igarashi couldn't be happier as he's just gotten a compliment from the one and only Noah, and he says yes sir, as well as hail the 3 treasures. Noah looks at him intensely as he says that the enemy will keep coming at full force and tells Igarashi to drive them nuts, and when they come at them with ruthless violence, they will meet them with cool-headed intelligence. All of them are ready for it as they look super hyped to finally get some coaching from Noah. After that, we finally get to the main man, Isagi, who's been eyeing their conversation. He's a bit surprised that Igarashi's militia actually worked on Rin. However, that also means that the furious and ruthless Rin can actually be stopped, and with that knowledge, he's sure that the field is going to change. After that, we switch teams as we go over to PXG, where we see Loki and Rin talking. Loki asks Rin if he will let it end like this, and calls him Tongue Monster, which just sounds pretty funny. Anyway, Rin gets an intense look as he tells him to shut up and that the next time he will curse that monk to death, which I can get behind on. Anyway, with that, the match restarts, and Igarashi kicks the ball. He passes it to Noah, who's got a burning aura around him as he traps the ball. It's quite fancy, I would say. As Noah has the ball, he tells Bastard Munchen to go, and for them to follow his lead. Kaiser just replies with okay, and calls him a shitty master, but that's actually quite a calm response coming from Kaiser. And then it begins for real, as Noah is getting company right off the bat, as we see Shidu asking Noah to have a dance with him, as well as Charles joining in to pincer Noah together with Shidu. Shidu takes his hand on Noah's shoulder to get him off balance, while Charles tries to sneak under and take the ball. But Noah handles them flawlessly as he simply sweeps the ball to his left side to secure it. After that, he says go, and then right away we see Kaiser running on his right side. So Noah then takes back the ball and actually gets off a nutmeg pass under Charles. After Kaiser gets the ball, Noah runs past both Shidu and Charles, which lets Kaiser send the ball back. Isagi is looking at them amazed and says that Noah drew both Shidu and Charles in to then make a nutmeg pass, saying that it's a direct 1-2 pass and that the two of them managed to just get past 3 defenders. However, he felt a little bit left out of it as he says that he doesn't want to be on the sideline anymore as he's going to coordinate with them, as we can see here as he ran right by Kaiser. As they are running, Noah passes the ball over to them. However, it's not going as Isagi wants, as Kaiser uses him as bait for Zantetsu and gets the ball himself. After that, they hear a familiar voice saying that the reason he joined the league was not for the team, but instead to awaken Kaiser's true ego. It's Noah who's saying this, and both Kaiser and Isagi freeze up at this. Noah explains that what he truly wants is a rival who poses a threat to him. Someone like that would force Noah himself to evolve further and produce an entirely new him, saying that what he wants is to be even stronger. And wow, we just got Noah's true ego, which is far greedier than I could have ever thought. Just look at him as he hungers for the next one to even come close to challenging him. Not even the masters are enough for this beast. He looks so demonic as he traps the ball he just got from Kaiser. As I said before, Kaiser and Isagi can hardly believe it, as Kaiser is shocked at the mere fact of Noah being able to become stronger. However, as Noah is running on the pitch, someone comes in his way, and it's none other than Tokimitsu, who, with a scared voice, says that he will stop him. Tokimitsu looks terrified as he says that he's got to stop Noah or else it's over. However, I would be terrified as well, because just look at Noah in this panel. He looks like an absolute monster, and Tokimitsu can't believe that he has to be the one to stop him. But surely enough, he takes his courage and charges in. He grabs Noah's shirt, which makes him fall to the floor, which just looks like it hurts. Not the prettiest of plays maybe, but he did what was necessary. Isagi is in shock by this, and then the speakers go off as they announce that Tokimitsu just made a malicious foul, and because of that, they are giving him a yellow card. Tokimitsu right away falls to his knees because of the yellow card, but Nanas rushes over and ensures him that he had no choice, and that they would have been done for if he didn't. However, if we look a bit to the left, we see Isagi, who looks absolutely lost and heartbroken as he says that Noah doesn't care about him at all. He looks destroyed, as he says that he was only planning to use him to help evolve Kaiser further. And if this wasn't bad enough, then Rin just sees Isagi as a rival to help him grow and achieve his own goals. And he finally concludes that to the world, he's just a second-rate stepping stone to help create heroes, which must have been such a crushing reality to find yourself in. After that, we see Noah holding the ball up towards Kaiser and telling him to finish it, as this is a 29-meter free kick just for him. Kaiser walks towards it, as he says that it's time for Kaiser's impact, but not just that, as his eyes are burning with excitement as he tells Noah to back off. However, he isn't the only one with burning eyes, as we see Isagi, whose eyes are also starting to glow and burn up, as he thinks back to what he said and says that it's bullshit, and that he will crush all of them, and with that, we end the chapter with Kaiser getting ready for his free kick. The commentator says that it's now Bastard Munchen's free kick opportunity, and that the kicker is the new Emperor Michael Kaiser. After that, we get a close-up of Kaiser's eyes, which looked filled with frustration as he calls Noah a shitty master and asks him if it's true that since the beginning, Noah has just been participating in this league just to make Kaiser evolve. Noah, who was already walking away, turns around and looks at Kaiser while telling him that it's true. Kaiser continues saying that Noah guided Isagi just to try and stimulate Kaiser, and Noah says that he is spot on. We see that the wall is beginning to build up as we have Tokimitsu, Zantetsu, and Karasu in the wall. However, while that is going on, the conversation between Kaiser and Noah isn't done just yet, as Kaiser lets out a quick laugh before telling Noah that all he cares about is creating a rival just so he can improve himself, concluding that Noah is only really thinking about himself. Kaiser looks a bit let down as he calls him a scum of a coach and asks if this is the way that the world's best does it. Noah repeats what Kaiser said, but sounds a bit confused before saying that it's just a trophy created by others. Kaiser isn't really following what Noah means. However, Noah then explains that he simply pursued the life of a striker, completely, perfectly, and instinctively everything as his own expression. He tells Kaiser that being number one is just a result of that, before saying that right now, Loki is the talent that is threatening Noah the most. After that, he tells Kaiser that after he's done settling things with Loki, he can come and try to surpass Noah himself. Kaiser's mind goes blank for a quick second, as he simply just wonders what the hell is wrong with Noah. Noah gets an intense aura around him as he looks right into Kaiser's now lost eyes while saying that he only wants to fight those who are stronger and that to the bone he is a football junkie. Kaiser gets back his cold demeanor as he thinks to himself if Noah believes himself to be the lead of a shonen manga or something like that. However, with all this new information, he finally understands the true source of Noah's talent. After that, we quickly leave Kaiser and instead go over to Isagi, whose brain is about to explode as his thoughts go at 100 miles per hour. Isagi is focused on one thing only, and that's to try and predict where Kaiser will be aiming his free kick. He stands before the goal and thinks that if he were to steal Kaiser's goal from here, then he'd either push in the rebound of his shot, or if not that, then he could change the trajectory of the shot to score. Isagi thinks that either way, he has to read whether it's going to the right corner or the left, as well as if Kaiser is going to put the same backspin as before. However, he starts to think that maybe this time, Kaiser will make a feint and smash it straight into the right corner with all his might. He looks at Kaiser and knows that if he reacts after Kaiser shoots, then there's no way that he will make it in time. So instead of reacting after Kaiser has shot, he has to predict right or left and then bet on the place that he thinks Kaiser will shoot on so that he can start running first. Isagi is in a gamble with Kaiser's thoughts. Kaiser has placed the ball down on the ground as he looks forward intensely as he thinks that he won't live the way that Noah wants him to. He thinks that Noah probably wants him to be his rival within Bastard Munchen, but Kaiser won't fall for that story, as he says that he himself will create his own new story. Kaiser closes his eyes and says that he is finally feeling his zero self. He says that his zero self is just a pathetic thing that only wants to be loved. He calls it a worthless piece of trash that can only live by hurting others and waiting to be loved. However, this time around it's different, as he refers himself to Michael and tells himself to come on, and instead, aim for the love. He starts to run as he says to pour in your malice, which just sounds kind of catchy. Anyway, the defenders are getting ready for Kaiser's shot, and Chappie says that here it comes. Chappie is trying to guard Isagi, who just thinks to himself that he has to bet everything on this and read Kaiser's kick. He thinks about it one last time before he starts to run off, while having his puzzle pieces almost covered around him. Kaiser runs towards the ball and is getting into shooting range when his aura starts to reappear again, and then he fires off an absolute killer free kick, which, lucky for Isagi, is heading for the left corner, which is just what Isagi predicted. The ball is getting closer to the goal, and Isagi starts to wonder if the goalkeeper reads it as well. However, it does not matter, as he says that if he hits the kick and deflects it, then Isagi can still come in and finish it off with his 2 gun volleys. However, as he glances at the ball again, he realizes something as he sees the ball starting to curve like crazy. He's confused for a second, as he says that this is a much more extreme curve than before, which is something that even Isagi is having a hard time believing, as he finally realizes that Kaiser's aiming for the right corner while pretending to go for the left. Isagi can't believe it, as he says that Kaiser got him. However, when he hears something behind him, he looks back and is shocked to see Loki starting to sprint like a wild man. Isagi can't quite understand what it is that Loki wants to do as he's moving after he saw where the ball was going. However, after seeing Loki coming closer and closer, he finally gets what it is that Loki is trying to do. However, it's so absurd that he can't believe it and says that Loki's got to be kidding. However, as he sees Loki getting closer and closer, his face suddenly goes totally blank as he sees Loki somehow just in time reaching the ball and blocking it from going in with his left leg. Both Isagi and Kaiser can't believe it as they say that this is not human speed. On top of that, Kaiser is furious as his chance to prove himself just got blocked, and Isagi doesn't quite know what to say as he just says that this can't be explained by logic and that this is what the world calls a prodigy. After that, we see Loki, who's just gotten back on the ground and is hitting an insanely hard pose. However, we then get a close-up of his eyes, which were filled with a feeling that I can't really put into words. They look somehow reborn and filled with a bright glow. With Kaiser's kick gone, Loki ends the chapter by calling the Kaiser impact too slow, which is the wildest thing he could ever say, as the Kaiser impact has been praised as one of the fastest kicks, if not the fastest in the series. We start off by hearing what the commentators have to say after Loki's incredible save of Kaiser's free kick in the last chapter. Anyway, they say that the divinely fast wonder child Loki just stopped the Kaiser impact with his superhuman speed. And then we get a quick panel off Loki, who's got a big smirk on his face. Someone who's definitely not got a smirk on his face is Kaiser, who looks furious as he says damn it. After we see Kaiser being salty, we see Isagi, who's just blown away by all of this as he looks at Loki with a stone expression. He thinks to himself that Loki was able to react after he saw it and still stopped it, which is just wild. Moving on, we go to the PXG players as Nanase screams that the second ball is coming. Karasu hears this and goes straight into action as he jumps up and heads away the ball to Zantetsu. Zantetsu gets the ball just where he wants it and compliments Karasu. Karasu then says, "Time for your stupid speed," which I would assume means time for your stupid speed. But as he and Hiroi had a bit of an accent, it came out weird. And then Zantetsu, out of nowhere, says that he is on his weight, which just doesn't make sense. And it made me laugh more than I should have. Anyway, Zantetsu really proves his weight later as he uses his jet counter to absolutely sprint through the Bayern Munich players. He gets behind Ness in no more than a second, and Ness can't believe it as he just thinks that Zantetsu is too fast. Raichi, also on the defense, screams at everyone not to rush in and instead play for time. Kiora adds an insane amount to this critical conversation as he just says, K. That's the classic Kiora, which we love. Anyway, behind Zantetsu, we have Isagi, who's watching everything carefully when suddenly he gets into his mind and asks himself what really is a genius. He says that up until now he's automatically thought of anyone amazing as a genius, but after seeing Loki's insane speed just now, he feels like labeling him a genius just doesn't cover it. His brain starts to work overtime as he knows that he has to analyze it to win, as it's crucial for him to understand the concept of genius. He continues and says that regardless of how much logic he's accumulated, a genius is someone who can transcend all that with their unimaginable playstyle. In that case, Rin is absolutely on the level of a genius, and then the same goes for Noah, but then he starts to think about himself and wonders what he is. However, he leaves his thoughts for a quick second as he runs to Noah's side and screams, "Master Noah!" He gets Noah's attention and asks him what he should do in this situation. Noah, just with a blank expression, looks at him before saying that he clearly asked Isagi to bring him a winning theory. Isagi is a bit shocked and caught off guard by this, but Noah explains that he is only interested in those who seek to best him, and right now he feels nothing from Isagi. Isagi's face quickly goes right into despair as he looks legit crushed by this. But then he goes back into his mind and says, "So that's it. Geniuses aren't logical. They fascinate people by living however they want, and naturally become the centers of the soccer world. Those are the sort of people it refers to, however, as he's figured that out." He ends it by saying that if that's the case, then he is no genius. His puzzle pieces start to slowly fade away around him, as he says that he is someone who only continually adapts to geniuses and calls himself a talented learner. After that, we leave our favorite boy and see Charles, who's going crazy on the field, managed to dribble away Raichi, and after that, he looked with a determined face and said that it was time for another round for the strikers, and of course adding that devil emoji like usual. Anyway, after that, he sends away a cross-up on the field, and it looks like it's heading to Shidu as he says, "Good one, Charboy." However, he gets company right off the bat as Kaiser comes in and says that it's not happening on his watch, and also calls them a shitty perv hotline, which sounds a bit weird as Charles is only 15. Anyway, after that, we see a quick panel with a tongue sticking out, which could only mean that it's the freak Itoshi Rin who calls Kaiser tepid, and also calls him a blue rose, which is just so dope. Anyway, Rin comes before both Kaiser and Shidu and makes a flawless trap while saying that this hotline is for him and the contrarian. After that, with a weird smile, Shidu legit tells Rin not to cuck him, which is so crazy, like you are still talking about a goddamn child, but he just tells them to fight nice, like it's nothing wrong at all. Anyway, quickly moving on, we see Rin going absolutely wild on the field as he is legit destroying everyone in Bastard Munchen. Reichi screams at them to box him in, but Hiroi is annoyed as he thinks that they may run into him, but that he would still not stop and calls him a monster as he's got his spiky rage aura coming right off him while guarding the ball with his life. However, after that, the rat comes before Rin, and he tells Rin nope, and also says, "Hail the 3 treasures," like he always does. Anyway, as Rin gets closer, he also says that his brakes are busted and calls him a tongue boy. Rin, who's totally obsessed with this new flow of himself, just says you before he bashes into Igarashi's body and slams him onto the ground. Right when Igarashi's body makes contact with the ground, the speaker goes off, and they say that Gurumu Igarashi is down once more. But not only that, as the tackle earned Rin Itoshi another foul, making it Bastard Munchen's ball. And now we can see how furious Rin is by being done over by Igarashi for a second time. However, Igarashi is just ecstatic to the max, as he's managed to once again stop the berserker Rin. Reichi from the side screams at Igarashi and compliments him. Hiyori is dipping sweat from his face as he says that Igarashi stopped him, but just barely this time. But if we look a bit further away, we see Isagi, who's just standing still like a statue. He is quiet for a while before he says that if all he can do is just brush up his talent, then how can he ever hope to win against these geniuses? He thinks back to his time in Blue Lock and says that this is how he's always fought. He's used his eyes and brain to read the enemy's movements and then get one step ahead of everyone else. He's simply won using logic, and with that, he realizes that he isn't actually special at all, as anyone could imagine these things. In fact, he only developed his direct shot weapon through persistent effort and then made it his own, one step at a time. But that was enough, until now, that is. He's managed to scrape by with his average talent, but the arena of the world's best strikers is swarming with geniuses. Physical abilities beyond anything he could have imagined, incomprehensible impulses to score goals, and unhuman philosophies. All of those amazing guys have those things naturally, and if this is a stage where only geniuses can survive, then he will definitely disappear here. In the end, what he was doing can all be explained logically. His power of imagination won't let him survive what lies ahead. However, he still wants to beat Rin, and he also wants to be the best in the world. However, right now, he can't even imagine himself winning. He says this heartbreaking line as he feels tons of tears rolling down his face as he doesn't know what to do anymore. However, someone who knows his ego, who we go to now, he says that this is it, Yoichi Isagi. That wall of the talented will become your stepping stone, and the truth of the world of talent is that it's hopelessly illogical, but only those who have reached that can discover a new path. He puts his finger in front of his face, which is filled with a furious aura, as he has a glowing and burning fire coming out of his eyes, as he says that it's time to learn the formula for evolution, Yoichi Isagi. We start off with seeing some rather interesting characters, but we also have Ego, who's going to give us a lecture on DNA. He says that as a general rule, all organisms are born after receiving half of their mother and father's genes. However, there are occasionally copy errors, and a child is born with a trait that neither of its parents possesses, for example, extreme smallness, height, speed, or sensitivity of feeling. In most cases, that child is singled out for being different or cannot compete with others, and so is culled out without passing on their genes. However, in very rare instances, that trait happens to be advantageously susceptible to their environment. That gene proliferates through natural selection, and the trait that was once a mutation becomes a new standard for the species. After that, these genetic cycles repeat over and over again until the original species has become a totally different creature. We then see Ego, who looks down at his hand and says that this is evolution. Henri, who is standing right by Ego, is astonished by all of this, as she even admitted that she had no idea. She then says that it's basically how Pichu turns into Pikachu, right? Ego tones then shifts as he says that foolish adults who stop studying will get culled out by natural selection. Henri immediately gets really embarrassed by this, as she starts to look down to the ground and says that she will make sure to do better. However, after that she looks up and gets a serious expression, as she asks Ego, what connection does evolution have to soccer? After that we get a full image of Ego's insane setup, really showing us how much of a gamer he is, as he tells Henri that this is just his personal theory about talent. But the various evolutions human society undergoes are essentially the same as this. He further goes on and explains that humans born with traits that others lack have a hard time being understood and live difficult lives, but that might be a gene that will cause humanity to evolve. Those areas of differentiation produce unique expressions of body and mind, and there are some people who can cast those expressions out into the world and admit them. There are some revolutionary expressions which are suitable for the era and circumstances, and these can change the world standards. The ones with those seeds are what Ego calls geniuses, he says with an intense and determined facial expression. However, we are far from over with Ego's lecture as he continues and says that to present society, that innovation is never something the genius can achieve on their own. Someone needs to discover the seed, comprehend its worth and be able to communicate it to the world. By boosting its feasibility and reproducibility, they turn it into a new world standard. The ones who do that are called talented learners. Henri, who's finally allowed to speak, says that she finally understands. She says that the talent mutations that geniuses have eventually become common, and that it's the same as the genetic evolution that Ego explained earlier. Ego says that Henri is spot on, and says that he thinks that it's how human culture has continued to evolve, and the same could be said about soccer. The mutant geniuses with abnormal physical abilities and incredible plays become singularity points, and by analyzing the geniuses and forming new tactics or using data to counter them, the talented learners develop players using a new kind of logic, which is just how soccer has continued to evolve. Henri's eyes suddenly light up as she says that it's the formula for evolution. And then we get right back to Ego, who gives off an intense and wild feeling as he looks at his screen and tells Isagi to open his eyes and tells him that the world doesn't just revolve around geniuses, as geniuses and talented learners share the stage, and talented learners like Isagi himself have their own path to becoming the world's best. And after that, we finally get into the meat of this chapter, which is of course the gameplay as the match restarts and the rat passes the ball right over to Noah, who traps it easily. We then get a small panel of Isagi's eyes, which are burning up with determination as he says that there's no way that he himself can defeat a genius. As he is running behind Noah and Rin, he thinks about the absurd plays that geniuses make and says that they are impossible for him to try to pull off on the spot, as he can't even begin to imagine it. But then something clicks as he thinks that he actually might have always fought as a talented learner. He thinks back to the time he used Baru's blind spot against him, also his two-gun volley direct shot, and not to mention his luck goal in the U20 match. He thinks about all of this as he says that he has analyzed somebody's talent, copied it, and then made his own arrangements based on predictions, thinking that he has stolen from everyone else and still barely scraped by. His facial expression looks furious as he grinds his teeth while thinking that he doesn't have enough originality to create something from zero, saying that he is a genuine second-rate talented learner. After that, we see Rin, who tries to get the ball away from Noah, but Noah just in time sends it over to Kaiser, who alongside Noah does some passes back and forth with Kaiser. Isagi then thinks that this game just revolves around the geniuses and that the world is waiting for another super goal. Isagi is starting to look a bit lost and afraid as he thinks that nobody's going to pass to a second-rate player like himself and that he needs to steal it for himself. But just as he was in his mind, he noticed something to his right. It was Loki who was coming with his godly speed. Isagi was shocked, as even though he just seen Loki by his side, he was now all the way up on the field thanks to his insane speed. And because of that, Isagi realizes that this is on a whole other level. He looks lost as he looks at Loki while saying that he doesn't have a chance in hell. Loki manages to actually catch up to a pass sent by Kaiser to Noah, which means that PXG has the ball and is going all out for an attack. But we aren't done with Isagi just yet. While that happened, he looked at Loki closely and thought that between him and the geniuses lies an unsurpassable genetic wall of talent. It looks like time stops for Isagi as he realizes it, and he looks crushed to the max as he says that God is so unfair. However, he wasn't all alone in this thought. As he hears someone to his right, he looks over and sees Kaiser, who's screaming his heart out. Kaiser asks how unfair he can be and calls the gods shitty while having a super annoyed facial expression as Loki stole his pass. But this changes things as Isagi hears it, but to a start, he is so confused by Kaiser's words. He looks over at Kaiser and wonders why Kaiser would be saying such a thing, as it was exactly what Isagi was thinking. He says that it's bullshit and that Kaiser is a genius like them, asking him in his mind if he isn't. He says that, unlike Isagi, Kaiser is actually able to hold his own against the other geniuses. But then, as Isagi's puzzle pieces start to spin like crazy, something clicks for him as he finally figures it out. He looks intensely at Kaiser and asks if it could be true that he is at the same level as Isagi, and if Kaiser is also a talented learner just like Isagi. To end it off, We see this amazing panel with Isagi's puzzle pieces floating right by Kaiser and some of his iconic moments on them. We start off with the commentators speaking. They say that it's now only 1 more minute remaining with the masters in play, and also begs the question of what the last goal will look like. And then, if we take a look at the actual panel, we see Loki blitzing through the field while Kaiser is chasing after him as his life depended on it. However, it's not only Kaiser, as Isagi is right behind him and is also giving it his all to catch up. He has his pieces floating around him as he looks at Kaiser and says that he isn't a genius, but instead, he's just like Isagi. He grasps the field through his senses, which makes him into a talented learner as well. After that, he decides to have a bit of a revisit to some of his and Kaiser's moments together, where he concludes that as he's thinking back now, all his words and actions, even though those things seemed so incomprehensible, there were reasons and logic behind all of it, even his Kaiser impact. A striker using the world's fastest kick is a weapon he had to think up. It's not like Loki or Rin's abnormal intuitive strength. He's the type who makes plans around what the world regards as the ultimate. But as he says that sentence in his head, something clicks, and he says, "Wait, the world," with a surprising tone. After that, we get a close-up of his face and 2 puzzle pieces linking together, and he asks if those things could be the same, referring to talented learners and world-style players. He says that of the self-style and world-style ego types he theorized, the world-style ego type finds it easy to perform in relation to the world's values and meaning, and a talented learner faces their opponents with logic, which means that those 2 concepts might be the same thing, which in turn would mean that geniuses have the self-style egos. After all of that heavy thinking, he asks his brain to hold up and really think this through, as this could be his next breakthrough. He says that pursuing value and meaning in relation to oneself is what produces a genius's inspiration and unthinkable inventions, and then he looks shocked as he thinks that they have to be the same thing, and also says that this fits right into his analytical framework. All of this would mean that the world doesn't just revolve around geniuses. After that, we see a panel of Nagi, Ryo, Baru, Snuffy, Kunigami, Chigiri, Bachira, and of course Isagi down in the bottom. After that, he says that geniuses are able to be discovered because there are talented learners, and as they admire each other and compete with each other, their egos are honed in the fight, and that's how all of Blue Lock has continued to evolve. We then get this awesome looking panel with Isagi saying that geniuses and talented learners aren't in a hierarchical relationship, but that they instead spur each other on in a related relationship. After that, we leave Isagi's brain for a quick moment as we get back into the game. Loki is still in control of the ball and is advancing on the pitch at an astonishing speed. Raichi screams at the team that they need more bodies over here as Loki is about to blitz through them. Hiyori says that he understands and that he is on it. Just then, Noah comes and tries to shove Loki to the side, but the master striker isn't folding that easily, as Noah's push doesn't even make him flinch. Isagi, who is a bit behind them, says that now that his head is clear, he's certain that he can do this, and continues by saying that up until now, he was trying to use the same insane methods as the geniuses. However, that would have never worked as he isn't one of them. He's breathing heavily as he thinks that geniuses and talented learners, self-style and world-style types, all of them have different ways of using their abilities. With this in mind, he knows that nothing will happen unless his talent and effort align. He looks at Kaiser, who honestly looks a bit lost, but anyway, Isagi thinks that he needs to think like a talented learner and wonders how Kaiser is able to hold his own against the geniuses. He thinks back to some of the earlier stages of the match and says that he started being effective in this match once he dropped his fixation on Isagi and the options he'd been using and instead started applying himself logically. That was the moment when things changed. However, that would mean that for Isagi to take the next step, he would also need to drop his fixations. Everything from the rivalry he feels towards Rin, his malice towards Kaiser, and of course his admiration for Noah. After that, we legit get this insane panel where Isagi looks like he and his puzzle pieces are about to enter some sort of alternative dimension as we see some sort of light right in the end. Anyway, as he's about to go into his domain expansion, he says that he's dropped all of his fixations, so he starts to wonder what's left for him now. After that, we get a full panel of a bunch of puzzle pieces, but also a huge one, and in this panel, we have 2 of Isagi's most vital moments, which are both from after the Kira game, when he first screamed out of anger, and then later started to cry due to losing the match. However, when he's done daydreaming, it looks like he legit becomes God. I don't want to glaze Isagi too much, but the panels are just godly in this chapter, as Isagi looks like he's being reborn with some sort of white glow around him. After that, he says that he wants to win, and asks himself if that isn't right, and also calls out his name, Yoichi Isagi. After that, we leave God Isagi and go back into the Firely game where Rin now has the ball. However, the rat is standing right in front of him. He says hey to Rin and asks him to come on already while calling him a monster. Rin looks at him furiously, as he thinks that if he runs into him, then the actor monk will just fall over again, which is also why Loki gave Rin this space with his pass. We then see Rin taking his foot by the ball, and in the next panel, he's just magically behind the rat. I'm guessing that he did some magic dribbles, as he has his rage aura following him right behind him. We then get a small panel of Loki watching Rin closely and just saying yes, while the rat is just in shock by Rin's skills. After that, we see two random bastard munchen defenders, and one of them tells the other one to cut off his pass. However, Rin looks determined like never before, and he licks his tongue while telling them all to bring it on, and for all of them to come at him. As Rin wants to dive headfirst into the monster breakpoint, and then we see this crazy panel of Rin just sprinting in between the players and taking his hands on their chest to push them out of his way, like Rin just shoved them to the sides while looking at them with a deadly facial expression. And I really mean deadly because just look at him, he looks just like a monster whose only goal is to score. However, just when Rin thought that his path was clear, someone comes and ruins his fun, and who else could it be than his sworn rival, Isagi Yoichi, who's still in this godly state as he is just glowing to the max. He starts rushing towards Rin while saying that it's not enough for a freak like Rin, and while looking into Rin's eyes, he says that Rin has been waiting for Isagi. Then in his own brain, Isagi thinks that if Rin is a genius monster, then Isagi will become a talented learner monster. We get a close-up of Isagi's eyes, and his pupil is just a picture of Rin with puzzle pieces around it as he tells Rin to come on and that it's time for Rin to face the new Isagi. While Isagi is looking goldy, Rin is like always looking like a monster, as he has his spikes piercing through his back as he's coming with the ball. However, that's far from everything, as we also get a small panel of Raichi who screams at his team to stop furious Rin from advancing any further. We also have Shido on Rin's left, who's just in pure shock by Rin's insane playstyle, as he looks at Rin while thinking that this can't be for real. Then in the bottom, we have Hiyori, who prays to God for Isagi to make it in time to stop Rin, and with a mere 10 seconds left on the star change system, Isagi does just that, as he's still in his god form comes right in front of Rin, and I just love this new form Isagi's got, like, he legit looks reborn and so glowy, and it's so cool. Anyway, Isagi's eyes are filled with puzzle pieces as he looks straight to Rin and tells him to come on. Rin is just a mindless beast at this point with his tongue out, so he just looks at Isagi as if he were his newest prey. Then, out of nowhere, Rin speeds up like a flash as he now zooms past the two random defenders in Bastard Munchen. Loki gets a smirk on his face as he looks pleasantly surprised by Rin while telling him to go and calling him a new star. Noah also looks visibly shocked, but he is so boring, so he doesn't decide to add to the conversation. However, after the Masters, we see Isagi once again, who says Rin's name to himself. Bit weird if you ask me. After that, we see this godly panel of both Rin and Isagi in their respective new forms, with Rin in his monster rage form, while Isagi is in his newly awakened god form. Anyway, as they are closing the distance to each other, Isagi asks Rin in his head if he does not want to destroy Isagi, not to mention that Rin is completely locked on winning this game. After that, in the next panel, we see that Isagi is going in to try and take away the ball by intercepting it. But Rin's eyes then start to work overtime as they start to activate, and because of that, he sees through Isagi's play. We also have a small panel of Gagamaru, who is probably begging Isagi not to let Rin pass. After that, Rin once again closes the gap and says Isagi's name over and over, as if he is confessing. When he is done with his lovely dovey stuff, he gets almost uncomfortably close to Isagi, and then, with Isagi unable to move, Rin takes this chance to act as he swings back his foot and shoots a killer shot towards the goal. After his shot, his rage and monster aura just disappear, and his eyes become clear as he thinks that this is finally his win, and that he won against his sworn rival. But just as Rin is thinking that, Isagi drops a bombshell as he asks Rin if it feels good and also calls him a pervert, before telling Rin that Isagi is just a sacrificial pawn after all. As Rin hears this, his facial expression quickly changes, and he looks in total disbelief as Isagi says that this is what stabs a genius, and it's nothing else than a chemical reaction between prodigies. And then, we see exactly what Isagi is talking about, as behind both Rin and Isagi Kaiser was laying low, waiting just like a hyena. And as Rin shoot the ball, he quickly came to set an end to it. Rin, who's still not fully grasped the situation, questions if Isagi let himself be destroyed in order to lure that damn Rose to then make a shot block once again, which was spot on what happened. However, this plan isn't fully perfected yet, as even though Kaiser was there in time and made contact with the ball, He wasn't able to hit it in the right spot to fully kick it away, saying that the shot is shallow as he looks at the ball going past him. The ball gets an insane curve on it as it's heading for the frame of the goal. Everyone's eyes are glued to the ball as it feels like time suddenly stopped, and that they can only watch what is about to happen. Gagamaru looks right at the ball and says, "Damn," before he starts to pray for the ball not to go in. However, sadly, his prayers weren't received as the ball hit the post and is going towards the goal again. Isagi's and Kaiser's faces drop as they both in sync, saying that it's a rebound and that even with all of their efforts, the ball is still going in. Then we have Charles, who's surprisingly not hitting his regular devil emoji, but instead says a singing note. Anyway, after Charles, we get a close-up shot of the ball, which bounces on the line, and it looks like it's just about to go in, which would mean the end for Bastard Munchen and PXG's victory. However, if you thought that the GOAT Gagamaru would just let that happen, then you are so wrong, as Gagamaru just in time jumps down to the ground and is able to deflect the ball just in the last second with the help of his new ability, the Bear Claw Deflective. He quickly punches away the ball out of bounds. This leaves the whole stadium in shock as we see Charles, the Rat, Loki, and Noah all being visibly confused as to how Gagamaru was able to make this insane save. And it's not only them, as the commentators scream their hearts out as they say that Gagamaru managed to stop the ball just in time. After that, we see this amazing panel with both Gagamaru and Isagi celebrating, with Gagamaru jumping up to the sky and Isagi holding his fist up to celebrate their insane save. Both Raichi and the Rat rush over to him, and the Rat jumps on top of him out of happiness. The commentators screamed no goal, saying that Gin Gagamaru, in a nail-bitingly desperate situation, managed to keep his team alive with a big save. After that, we get over to Isagi, who is hitting this crazy, insanely cold pose as he hits the ground and clenches his fists. We also have two randoms behind him, pretending to be out of breath like they did something, and we also get a small panel of Rin biting his teeth together, being extremely frustrated about his missed goal. Anyway, after that, Hiyori comes by, and he pats Isagi's head while telling him that he actually managed to do it. Hiyori looks ecstatic and has big eyes as he compliments Isagi, and asks him just how much of that he calculated and calls him a monster. Isagi, who's sweating like crazy, says that, well, aside from Gagamaru's save, he had calculated all of it. After that, we get a small panel of the Rat, Raichi, and Gagamaru still celebrating, and I love how funny Gagamaru looks as he does his peace sign. Anyway, Hiyori helps Isagi up from the ground while saying that it's nuts, and asks if Isagi had given up on beating Rin all the way from the start, which Isagi says that he had. He thinks back to his insane plays, and explains that if he had just charged in like normal, then he would have had a low chance of stopping him, so he just focused on restricting his shot course, and after that, he left the block up to Kaiser. Isagi thinks that if Rin's shot got past him, Rin would have definitely scored, and that was something that Kaiser could anticipate, and therefore Isagi trusted him to come and stop it, saying that he knew his psychology and abilities and managed to exploit them all. Hiyori looks at Isagi shocked while saying that it's crazy, and saying that Isagi used himself as a pawn and exploited Kaiser, then asking if this is the first time he's had to think of himself as the object and not others. Isagi just casually says that he guesses so. However, he says that if he lost here, then he would just disappear after being devoured by geniuses. So he figured his fleeting personal feelings don't really matter, and he felt like the only way out was to sell his soul to achieve victory, also saying that he found a new way of fighting. Also, he looks absolutely insane as he is saying this, and more puzzle pieces just start to appear around him. However, Hiyori looks a bit worried and asks Isagi what he means about selling his soul. We also see that Kaiser is having a sneak peek into their conversation from a bit away. Just as Isagi is about to further explain to Hiyori, he gets interrupted by none other than the rage monster Rin, who calls Isagi tepid. He asks him if he's really that happy about blocking one measly shot, and not only that, but saying that Isagi's striker ego is totally rotten. Neither Hiyori nor Isagi says anything to start, but then Isagi's hair starts to cover his eyes, and then we know that it's really about to go down, as he says that Rin is the tepid one. Rin is just confused and asks him what he is talking about. Isagi then says that it wasn't just one measly shot, as the whole world wanted a super goal from Rin himself. They were waiting for the birth of a hero in the Neo-Egoist League. However, Isagi clenches his fist, and an aura starts to appear around it as he says that he tore that away from him and also crushed it. We see that both of the masters are also eagerly listening in to the conversation as Isagi continues and says that he bent history to his will and that his logic surpassed Rin's inspiration. After that, Isagi looks super manic and overall scary as he looks straight towards Rin and says that he proved that a talented learner can defeat a genius, also saying that he's never felt such egotistic pleasure and calls Rin a beast. Rin is just in total shock as he doesn't understand what has gotten into Isagi. However, I love that the savage and bold Isagi that we love is back, as he doesn't care about anything anymore. However, the commentators break off the intense tension between the two, as they say that the 3 minutes for the star change system are up, and that the masters are being forcibly swapped out. Loki looks a bit annoyed and says that he got it, but as he is leaving, he says that his playing was all for nothing, saying that he joined because it seemed fun, but that he can't believe that Rin was unable to score off his pass, which is just so insane by putting all of the blame on one of his players. But sure, however, the little brat isn't done just yet, as he says that at this rate it will take 10,000 years before the world's best striker comes from Japan. However, someone who isn't going to let that slide is, of course, the new savage Isagi, whose eyes have just gotten fully blank as he straight up tells Loki to shut it and that he is the one who lost. Loki looks back and asks him what he is on about. Isagi continues and says that his visualization and the future were where Rin scored. It was none other than both Isagi and Kaiser who managed to smash it apart. While still having his eyes totally blanked out, he starts emitting an aura on top of it as he tells Loki to just be a man and admit that he lost, saying that Loki is awfully full of himself for someone who just happened to be born fast. And when I tell you that I was jumping out of my seat from excitement, I mean it. This is what Blue Lock is all about, the insane shit talk. Anyway, Loki loses it as he hears it, and it looks like he plans to absolute murder Isagi. But just then Noah comes by and places his hand on Isagi's shoulder and tells him that it's enough, and that this is streaming worldwide. However, he does admit that his play definitely surpassed what they could have imagined, calling Isagi's play a victory, and is about to give him some tips on what to do from now, I would assume. But it's hard to say when Isagi isn't even letting Noah speak as he cuts him off, and also shoves Noah's hand off his shoulder. Isagi tells him to shut up, and calls him a shitty master, saying that he is just like Loki, and we can just see on Noah's eyes that he doesn't like this at all. Isagi reminds Noah that he used him as a tool to get Kaiser to awaken, and says that he doesn't trust Noah anymore. After that, he starts to squeeze Noah's hand extremely hard, and also drags him closer to him, but not in the lovey-dovey type of way, as he looks furious, while telling Noah that he will bring him a theory that surpasses him, and tells him to just keep waiting at the top for him, as Isagi declares that the next World Cup is his. Noah, who's just so bland, just says that he's looking forward to it and says Isagi's name, but like, come on, couldn't we have gotten something more, like even a "I would like to see you try" would have gotten me more fired up, but whatever, it's Noah after all. However, after that declaration, the world is in total shock, as the commentators say that he just declared war against Noah, his own team's master. After that, Karasu adds in by asking him who Isagi thinks he's picking a fight with. The rat just looks in shock as he says Isagi's name, but Hiyori, the sadist himself, looks hyped up to the max while calling Isagi a dumbass and saying that he is totally twisted. After that, we can see Isagi walking peacefully on the pitch, or maybe not peacefully as he has just declared war, but you get what I mean. He thinks that he has to sell his soul for victory, abandon all of his pride and useless sentiment, and says that if he uses himself as a tool, he can go as far as defeating Rin. After that, we see that Isagi was in fact walking towards Kaiser, however he looks like a straight up demon behind him, as he tells Kaiser that thanks to him being here, he found a new way of thinking. Kaiser isn't fully understanding what Isagi is getting at, but then we get a close-up of Isagi, and I can't even describe what his face looks like, but it just looks like this is the only thing that really matters to him, and he looks like he is determined to get it, as he has an insane aura around him while he asks Kaiser to team up. It looks like Kaiser is just thinking what the fuck, as they have been going on fighting for about 100 chapters by now, but Isagi determined, and having a ton of puzzle pieces around him, puts his hand out and tells Kaiser that the two of them can end this Neo-Egoist league together. However, Kaiser in his mind is in total shock and just pure disbelief as he says a team up with him and none other than his sworn rival, Isagi. Also, I like how Isagi is legit, just staring Kaiser into his soul, like his eyes are dead set on this. After that, we get this insanely cool panel with both looking extremely mighty as they stand up against each other. Kaiser then finally speaks and asks him if he has lost his mind, saying Isagi's name and reminding him that before him isn't just a teammate, but the person he wanted to defeat. Isagi is calm and says that it doesn't matter at all. He says that Kaiser has to get it as well, that at the rate that they are going in, they have no chance of beating a genius. Kaiser looks annoyed at this, but stays quiet for now. They then glance over at Rin, as Isagi tells Kaiser that right now, they can't stop him alone. He tells Kaiser that if they let them score just one more goal, then it's game over and their time as undefeated is gone. Isagi, while looking pretty cool, says that they can't predict when Rin is going to pull off something beyond their imagination again. And in order to stop that genius, their only way would be to combine their high level of logic. Isagi reminds Kaiser about their last play and says that they barely managed to stop him with defense earlier, which is proof that it works, so now they should just sync up on the offense too. As they are talking, they have steam coming out of their mouths, and then Isagi puts out his hand, and with a fierce tone, says that they are going to prove that hard workers can beat a genius. Kaiser looks more and more annoyed as he asks if this is really the reason for Isagi wanting to team up with Kaiser. Isagi just confidently says yes, and that right now he cares more about something bigger than just working through his own feelings, explaining that he wants to dedicate himself to this plan of proving it to the world alongside the Emperor Kaiser. After that, Isagi makes a total turn and gets a kind of ominous and fierce feeling to himself, and a cube starts to build up his puzzle pieces. Anyway, he says that throwing away their emotions to win, and alongside this feeling of using someone as a tool, is something that Isagi wants to fully immerse into. He says that with pure determination, which makes Kaiser's eyes pop as he looks at him in disbelief and wonders if Isagi has completely lost it and asks if this is pure madness. However, he says no and stops himself as he thinks that this is more like Isagi's true sanity and his true ego. Kaiser then gets a smug face on himself as he lets out a laugh before saying that it's fine. Let's say that the two of them decide to team up. Then who will get to score the final goal? Isagi isn't caught off guard by this question, as he already had an answer prepared for this, as he tells Kaiser that they will keep it fair and says that the most logical outcome for the act of winning. Kaiser is a bit slow in the head and asks Isagi to explain it in other words, which Isagi of course says is nothing more than just luck, which we can use as the final piece of the cube from earlier. Anyway, Isagi tells Kaiser that they will do their best with logic and pass the ball, and whoever has the final ball at that moment will score the goal. We then get an upside panel of Kaiser, which was quite annoying to look at, but he says that it makes sense, but that for it all to work, they would have to put their emotions and personal feelings aside. Isagi says that he is spot on, but that it's a condition that both of them would need to follow. After that, Isagi starts to dissolve, and his pieces start to flow away, as he tells Kaiser that from here on the battlefield, they will abandon their egos and become the best strikers to win. We then see that his puzzle pieces are being replaced, and that he is getting reborn and entering his god mode as he looks right in the eyes and says that it's the only way for them hard workers to surpass a genius. This makes Kaiser just pure stunned as his face goes blank. After that, he imagines himself as a classic anime villain as he takes his hand on his head, covering his eyes while saying that he understands. He says that he still hates Isagi's guts to death. However, for a plan like this, he might consider it. Isagi points to his chest and says that he still wants to crush Kaiser and not to misunderstand him. However, this is a cold, calculated contract to get what they both want. He looks intense as he says that he wants to surpass Rin and destroy Noah, right? Kaiser still has an edgy attitude and just says, yeah, and that their goals align. After they say that, they walk side by side and give each other a super dope high five as they, in sync, say that to surpass a genius, they have formed a devil's contract with one goal in mind. But please, what is this insanity of a panel? It looks so incredibly dope, and I just love it. After that, the commentators get into action as they say that now the final stage of the Neo Egoist League Championship, even with the coaches participating, the fierce battle is still unevolved, now that both teams will make a substitution with the coaches stepping down, and we see that the Dark Horse Kunigami is going in for Noah, while Gabon goes in for Loki. Sorry for calling Gabon Shiguma in the leak video, by the way. Karasu has a smirk as he tells everyone to just end it already. Hiyori is just in pure shock seeing Isagi and Kaiser together, and the rat screams that they are going back at it. After that, we have Tokimitsu, who, with an extremely scared tone, asks if they will win it. Zantetsu just tells himself to keep on running, and Nanase looks intense as he says that they got it. Charles has a smirk as he tells them all to do it, and that this is the final sprint. Shido looks like a pure maniac, like always, as he says that he will take the spotlight for the finale, and Rin is just quiet, thinking that he will destroy everything in his way. After that, we get over to the Masters, who are both pulling some funny faces as they just got owned by Isagi in the last chapter. Loki tells Noah that he needs to fix Isagi's attitude and that it's his responsibility as a master, and Noah just refuses. But he says that he doesn't need to fix anything as Isagi isn't wrong. Loki asks him what it's supposed to mean and asks Noah if he is saying that Loki lost. Noah says no, and that the final result is still to come. However, Maybe they were forced to open this door, the door to Isagi Yoichi's ego. Loki then kind of owns Noah as he says that instead of using Isagi, Noah was the one who got used. Noah says yeah, and that this Neo-Egoist League wasn't just for making money, as it even involved the ego of the rivals they wanted, saying that Blue Lock was Jinpachi's experimental ground for accelerating the evolution of an egoist at an insane speed. And then we see the legend himself, as he is sitting in his chair watching all of this go down. Looking at Noah, who says that they got played into his gamble perfectly, Ego then does his signature move, as he pushes up his glasses, and kind of mocks him by saying that it took him long enough to notice and calls him a so-called genius. Ego says that what he wanted was a striker with the greatest ego in the world and a burning intense poison to ignite everything. Henri is just looking at him like he's completely lost it, but Ego continues as he says that whether they could handle it or not was a total gamble, but they survived that insane environment, gaining the mindset and skills to endure it, asking them to prove that the seed of this evolution is the unique originality that will change the world. And alongside that, we get another insane panel with Rin restarting the game, and Isagi and Kaiser running side by side with Isagi having his puzzle pieces and Kaiser having his flower things. After that, on the last panel, Ego continues and says that the birth of a new egoist begins. And then we get another insane panel with Isagi's, Kaiser's, and Rin's eyes all burning up with excitement and looking more insane than ever as they want to be the hero of this game. The commentators say that this game enters its final phase with 1 point to go. The ball goes to Blue Lock's ace, Rin Itoshi, and I don't know why, but he looks so cool as he is trapping the ball and just getting ready to go crazy. We then get a close-up panel of Rin, who says to himself that it's only 1 more point and that he will become this game's destroyer, as we actually see here as he is playing with Igarashi and Raichi, not even leaving them a chance to go at him. Both just looked back at Rin in shock. The commentators then said that Rin's been slipping between those tightly packed defenders by himself, calling it such an explosive dribbling technique. However, right after Raichi and the rat was another monster lying in wait, and it was, of course, Isagi Yoichi, who came right in front of Rin's path while looking crazier than ever. Isagi's eyes light up, and he has steam coming out of his mouth as he says, "Right here, you beast!" Rin wasn't expecting Isagi, so he tried to quickly think about what to do. He thinks about maybe dodging Isagi, and then trying to get a shot in. He thinks about it again as he is dribbling, but then just says no, and instead of dodging him, he decides to just completely crash into Isagi instead, which is just wild, as he is completely manhandling Isagi here. However, with Isagi gone from his position, Rin has now gotten a chance at scoring, as he can see his shooting point. Gagamaru is getting ready for Rin's upcoming shot, but that's when someone comes in and changes everything, as Kaiser, out of nowhere, comes in and slide tackles the ball away from Rin's legs, which leaves him stunned. Anyway, Kaiser is actually looking extremely cold as he is lying on the ground and looks at Rin as he says that his pleasure points are obvious as shit. Rin just looks back at him, and we can see that Rin is annoyed to the max. After that, both Isagi and Kaiser get up and start to run past them. Rin turns around and sees them running towards him with their insanely cool aura, and then it finally clicks for him as he now understands that the once unimaginable duo is working together, which I myself still can't get around. Isagi then compliments Kaiser's interception before calling him a shitty rose, which makes it a kind of backhanded compliment, but I don't think Kaiser really cares. Isagi then thinks that when he charged into Rin, it gave Kaiser a chance to gauge Rin's shot timing and move in to intercept it. Kaiser thinks to himself that they together can actually do this, and that they can kill the geniuses with logic. After that, he tells Isagi to let go, and that's exactly what the two of them do as they rush up on the field and think that they will become machines working towards victory. The first victim of Isagi's and Kaiser's attack is Nanas, who gets completely fooled by Kaiser. Zantetsu screams that he will break their chain, but we later see that Isagi has managed to shake off Tokimitsu and is running almost freely on the field, and because of that, Kaiser sends away an outstanding pass toward him. After that, a no-name in PXG finally realizes how much of a threat these two actually are. Anyway, the ball went to Isagi, but it left him just as quickly as Tokimitsu had caught up, and Kaiser had in the meantime become free. Tokimitsu, while being completely out of breath, says that their plays are too compatible. However, as the pass is heading over to Kaiser, he does something unexpected as he jumps over the ball and lets it instead come into the hands of Hiyori, as he, while trapping the ball, says that it's not just their problem, but that their blood runs through the whole team. Two no-names from Bastard Munchen agree and get pumped as Hiyori says this, as Kaiser's and Isagi's team-up has given some sort of light to the team. After that, we see that Nanas finally understands the gravity of this situation, as he says that Isagi and Kaiser were enemies before, But now that they've teamed up, all of Bastard Munchen is logically working as one. And with that, we get this insanely cool panel of Hiyori passing the ball to Isagi, who then passes it to Kaiser. We then hear the commentators say that it's one pass after another, and that they have never seen this level of team-wide coordination before. We also see a ton of comments from spectators, who question how this teamwork between Isagi and Kaiser even came to light, and also praise the duo, saying that they should have done this from the very beginning. After that, Raichi gets in control of the ball. He looks around and says, "Do it," as he passes it back to Hiyori. Hiyori gets the ball and says that he is on it. Hiyori looks ahead and says that complementing each other's movements with no wasted motion and giving their best over and over with those two working together as the team's nucleus makes it easy to visualize a goal. He puts his foot back and is getting ready to send away the pass while saying that those two are the future of Bastard Munchen. Hiyori then sends away the pass while saying that they aren't just the future of Bastard Munchen, but that they are making a cutting-edge design for a new era of soccer. We can also see that Shido tried his best to intercept the pass, but unfortunately ended up missing the timing. We then see that Hiyori's pass is going straight towards Isagi, who looks extremely fired up and says, "Come on." He has his puzzle pieces around him, ready for him to use at any moment. He receives the ball, and Gabin tries to come in and stop it. But even with Gabin in front of Isagi, he still finds a way, as he first makes a feint, then goes into his infamous two-gun volley stance, which I just absolutely love. This design of an attack is just wild, and I'm all here for it. However, at the bottom of the panel, we can see some feathers, and those come into play as Isagi shoots the ball. However, it ends up being blocked by the crow Karasu Tabito, who sends it flying into the air. He looks at Isagi intensely, and Isagi is just left stunned, looking at him and wondering what happened. However, it's far from over as the ball is high up in the air, but it's going down, and it's going towards none other than Kaiser, who thinks that luck is finally on his side. The ball falls down rapidly, and Kaiser, right off the bat, sends away one of his powerful Kaiser impacts towards the goal. But to everyone's surprise, it doesn't hit the back of the net, but instead hits Charles on his head. Charles has a smirk on himself as he just says a devil's emoji. However, I'm sure that he's completely brain dead now after taking a Kaiser impact head on. Anyway, Kaiser is just like Isagi and is completely stunned, but we then get back to Isagi, who thinks that they anticipated the timing of their shots and is just left wondering how's that even possible. However, we then see someone land and say that he can't stop someone he doesn't understand, but says that if it's logical, then he can get there just in time. We then see both Karasu and Charles looking extremely cold, as they have the same sort of aura around them, and it looks like some sort of darkness, but not the same one as Rin has. Anyway, Karasu tells them that the two of them are just like Kaiser and Isagi, and then Charles adds in by calling them dumbasses and throws in another devil's emoji. Kaiser looks extremely annoyed by all of this. However, that can't be said for Isagi, as he is entering his god mode. It looks like he is just emitting light, and his puzzle pieces are going crazy around him as he says that he understands, and that both Karasu and Charles are also adaptable, talented learners. Everyone is keeping their eyes on the ball as they want to be the hero to reach it first. After that, we see God Isagi, who is glowing like crazy, as he says that the coordination logic Kaiser and himself were using can be just barely stopped by other exceptionally talented learners, and this time he is referring to both Charles and Karasu, and because of that, Isagi knows better than anyone that they can't get a goal using normal means. After that, he starts to sprint, and we can clearly see his puzzle pieces starting to resolve and change up after him. Anyway, he tells himself to stop thinking and to change it up instead. He knows that he doesn't need feelings as he has abandoned those, but now what he has to do is ring out an idea of how to get past Karasu and Charles, to finally then take home this victory. The one who got the ball was none other than Zantetsu, who trapped it wonderfully with his chest, while having Ness clinging onto him and Kunigami to the side. Even so, Zantetsu is determined not to let this chance slip, so he calls out for a table-turning counter, and with this, he sends away the ball towards Shido while telling him to just end this already, and calling him a demon bastard. It looks like Shido is straight up flying through the air as he meets up with the ball. Anyway, the first thing he says when he reaches the ball is that he's gotta come, and I don't want to speculate exactly what he means by that, but he is the freak of Blue Lock for a reason. Anyway, he gets a slight smirk as he asks his team if they will hate him if he takes too long. However, Shido faces trouble right off the bat as Reichi, Hiyori, and Kiora come forward and are set on stopping him. Reichi declares to Shido that they will be the ones to put him down. Anyway, this panel is actually kind of funny for some reason, as Shido has all three of them around him, and they are just locking him into place with their triple press. However, For some reason, Shido isn't too fazed by this, as he just smiles and says that he's got plenty of ideas as he sends the ball backward to none other than the other monster in PXG, Itoshi Rin, who is just as shocked as I am by Shido's pass. Raichi then looks back in pure shock, saying that Shido passed to Rin. While everyone is distracted by Shido's play, he uses this chance to get out of their press without any trouble. After that, he says that if their aces are teaming up, then Rin and Shido should team up as well, also giving Rin a cute little nickname, which I'm sure he will hate. Anyway, we don't get an answer to Shido's team-up request right off the bat, as it looks like Rin is frozen in shock. However, his peace of mind gets interrupted as both Karasu and Charles comes on either side of him. Karasu tells him to let him help and calls him a dumbass, while Charles says that PXG is super evolving and says a devil emoji like the weirdo he is. Hiyori looks at this in shock and asks if they are for real this time, and Kiora, beside him, admits that he never saw this coming. After that, Rin honestly really shows off against Hiyori as he makes a backheel chip over to Karasu behind him, who follows up with a light tap pass over to Charles. Charles doesn't waste any time either as he makes a backheel pass to Shido with his signature devil's emoji, and Shido dashes towards it and reaches it just in time. And I just love how flawless and fast PXG's passing looks. It's oddly satisfying to look at. Anyway, after that, we see the rat who has come in Shido's way and is standing before him. He screams that this is the end of the line and also goes on with this 3 treasures bullshit. He looks determined and tells Shido to just come on, while in his head he is thinking that he will stop him no matter what and then become the hero. Shido looks more furious and more devious than usual, which is hard to top. Anyway, with a dark aura around him, he asks the rat if he really thinks that someone like him can stop Shido. Shido then shifts the ball between his feet before breaking out in an insane chop cross, which makes him fly through the rat while telling him to try it in another life. However, all of the praying finally pays off as he somehow manages to throw himself back and catch Shido's shoulder. Even Shido is amazed by this, while of course being extremely annoyed. Anyway, as he is falling to the ground, he manages to get a pass in the last second and says that they can't stop his explosion. The pass has an insane curve to it as it's heading towards the goal area where none other than the #1 striker lies in wait. Rin's rage aura is out as well as his tongue. The rat, who looks lost in despair, screams at them to stop him, and that's when we see 2 small panels of both Isagi and Kaiser, who say, "Now and right here." And we can see that they managed to pinpoint the exact moment as they reached Rin and were able to tackle him away from the ball, and let me just say that Isagi and Kaiser's team-up is so insanely sick. Anyway, Rin is in total awe by this, as he thinks that the shitty rose blocked him to slow down his movement, and Isagi used that moment to steal away the ball and is asking himself if their thinking is perfectly in sync. Anyway, the ball falls high up and goes out of bounds. Gagamaru compliments them and calls them the Brainiac Duo, saying that this is their ball. We then see Isagi, who is out of breath and kneeling on the field. After that, he says that Shido's and Rin's teamwork is too shallow, just like how they can't become special by pulling off their genius moves. You geniuses can't beat those talented learners when it comes to logical coordination. After that, both Kaiser and Isagi go into demon mode as they look wilder and cooler than ever. They tell them to keep playing crazy soccer, and that they will never be able to outsmart them, which leaves both Shido and Rin visibly frustrated. Anyway, that's when the announcer goes off. It says that there was a malicious foul during the previous play, and that the play continued because PXG was at an advantage, but Gurimu Igarashi will receive a yellow card. His first shock as he hears this, but then he becomes visibly angry and scared before someone on the side says that he is out. It's none other than the stone statue Noel Noah, who says that Rin has already seen through his plot of throwing his body into him to make him get a foul, and that his other abilities aren't enough to cut it at this level, telling Igarashi to take a seat before he wrecks this game. It looks like everything freezes for Igarashi before he screams that he can still fight, saying that he will be worthless if he gets swapped out now as he doesn't have a salary value, and that if he doesn't play more, then it's all over for him. He looks lost as he screams at Noah to just give him one last chance. But before he can even finish his sentence, Noah tells him to take a seat and that his theory is utterly lacking in logic. He continues and says that their objective is to win, and that's it. Noah doesn't need anyone on the field who's not necessary for that. He then looks actually scary as he, for the last time, tells Igarashi to take a seat and that his time is over. Igarashi then falls down to the floor and his whole body feels heavier than ever before. He looks lost as he wonders if it's really over and if his soccer life and his dream have come to a stop. After that, someone places his hand on Igarashi's round head. Igarashi, while crying his eyes out, looks up and sees the goat Isagi. Isagi then tells Igarashi that he is only here because he was here. After that, we see some small puzzle pieces with some moments they shared together as Isagi looks more determined than ever as he tells Igarashi that he is glad that he was the 300th player, and this only makes Igarashi cry even more as he feels completely lost. Anyway, we then get to the bench where we see a special player starting to get ready. The commentators say that here we go, subbing for Gurumu Igarashi with his goggles, and powerful dribbling is, of course, none other than the street dribbler Kenyu Yukimiya. And I'm so happy to have him back in the game as it feels like it was ages since we last saw him on the pitch, as I don't think he played in the Ubers game. Anyway, we see that he's taking the left wing position while Ness is left, occupying the right side. Yukimiya then really coldly starts to adjust his glasses as he says that the Apostle of Victory is coming into the game. Now, in my leak video, I was kind of lost on what he meant, but a lot of people actually told me that apostle in Greek meant messenger, and that Yukimiya tried to say that Jesus had given him the task to deliver the miracle of victory. And if that is what he meant, then I'm not going to lie, but it goes extremely hard. We also then just get a small panel of Isagi eyeing Yukimiya, but as he is eyeing him, he says that with Yukimiya on the field, the breakthrough power on the left side will explode, and instead of defending, they are adding an offensive player. He then looks at Noah and thinks that this is Noah's way of giving them an order to end this game as fast as possible. After that, his eyes starts to fire up as he looks right to Yukimiya and says, "Let's go, and to win this game." As he says that he thinks that other than victory, he doesn't need any other outcome, which we have clearly seen lately as he's even willing to work with Kaiser to achieve victory. Yukimiya, who's also looking extremely cool, just says yeah and calls Isagi an egoist, which is always dope to hear. We also got a small panel in between where we see the bench where Corona is looking the other way. But even then, he has his hand on Igarashi's head and is comforting him to the best of his abilities while he has his face in his hands and is just crying more and more as he's probably thinking about all of the chores he will have to do back at the temple. But now we luckily leave the rat and instead go over to the goat Gagamaru, who says that it's a certain victory for Bastard Munchen as he sends the ball flying into the air and with that also restarts the game. The one to get hold of the ball is none other than the sub in Yukimiya, who traps it effortlessly. However, we do see that he has a hungry and furious Tokimitsu right behind him, who's slowly but surely closing his distance to Yukimiya. We then see two small panels with both Isagi and Kaiser faces, and Isagi just says, "Here," and with Kaiser, saying that they will build a rationally and destructively three-way relationship that leads to a victory. Kaiser sneaks up on Yukimiya's side, and to get rid of Tokimitsu, he decides to pass to Kaiser, who keeps it going as he sends it over to Isagi on the other side. Isagi thinks that Yukimiya's dribbling spear tears through the enemy while he and Kaiser quickly and logically think up the attack. Isagi then sent back the ball to Yukimiya, who was really in trouble though, as he had both Zantetsu and Shido right ahead of him, not to mention Karasu a bit back, who we actually get into the mind of, as he looks at the fired up bastard Munchen annoyed while saying that more troublesome guys showed up. He looks closely at Yukimiya, who's just gotten to Shido and Zantetsu. Anyway, he says that Yukimiya's dribbling allows him to get out of a pinch anywhere, while the whole bastard Munchen coordinates with him like a perfect accelerator. Continuing his thoughts, he says that if he breaks through, his speed and tech will be targeted, and Karasu knows that it's that moment that he has to take advantage of and hunt him down, and his master plan is to coordinate with him to then steal his pass to Isagi. And that's what he does as we see that Isagi is going into a clear spot to receive a pass. But that's when out of nowhere Karasu gets ahead of him and blocks him. However, is someone like Karasu really going to stop the furious Yukimiya? Well, of course not, as we see right here. And instead of passing to Isagi, he gets close to the two of them and then side dribbles behind them like it's nothing. Even the analytical master Karasu is left speechless as he looks back at Yukimiya, who's just managed to get behind him and fool him, saying that he faked that he was going to pass and used Isagi as bait and cut through by himself. After that, we also see him actually destroying the ankles of more PXG players, as it looks like he's dribbling through air. Anyway, we then see Isagi, who has an extremely shocked facial expression as he's left behind and thinks that Yukimiya linked with him and Kaiser to then in turn make himself shine. His face then right away turns into amazement and excitement as he says that it's awesome and compliments Yukimiya's play. He's going against some of the PXG defenders when Isagi, who's behind him, says that it's fine and calls him a sinking ship, saying that what they wanted on this battlefield wasn't a piece to bring stability, but instability itself. Yukimiya starts doing some stepovers, while Isagi continues and says that unexpected ideas are being changed, saying that Yukimiya is another self-centered genius, and in turn, by adapting to someone like that, Isagi's own talent will accelerate even further, once again only thinking about how he can use his teammates. But Yukimiya isn't on board with that plan, as we see that he has some sort of light in his eyes as he says that there's no way he's letting Isagi adapt, going as far as saying that even if it costs him everything, he will beat Isagi. And then we see Yukimiya really showcasing what he goes for as he goes forward to two defenders and dribbles behind them, leaving them in total awe as they weren't even able to react to Yukimiya's swift movements, as it was like a flash just swept by them. Yukimiya looks toward the goal, and when we see his eyes, we can notice a super huge detail, which is that he has developed predator eyes, which I feel like was the perfect fit for him. Anyway, he says that he will beat Isagi with everything that he's got, as it's the way that Isagi has taught him to use fate. And we then see some of Yukimiya's fate as he sends away a shot right towards the goal without hesitation. One of the defenders is in shock by this, as he says that Yukimiya forced himself into such a tight spot, and Zantetsu, who just barely missed with his block, looks at the ball and says that this is bad. However, PXG doesn't have to worry, as we see a small panel of Charles smirking and telling Yukimiya that it isn't happening. We then see Charles, who had jumped high up into the air to block away the shot, saying that this is the only way to win. He's then taken some notes down from Rin, as he also has his tongue out, saying that Yukimiya's shot was way too simple. Yukimiya, who's annoyed, smirks, calling Charles a clever brat. Anyway, the ball ends up flying high up into the air. Isagi is keeping close watch on the ball as he is in his puzzle dimension. He says that it's a 50-50 loose ball, saying that he was waiting for Yukimiya to create this chance. We get a close-up on his face as he says that he can reach it. He thinks about trying his direct shot, but he then realizes that he is too far away, but at the same time, dribbling would be an even worse move. He looks left and right before saying that in this position, the best option would be to pass to none other than the magician of Blue Lock, Alexis Ness. Ness, however, just looks at Isagi in total shock as he has no idea why or what Isagi is thinking. But Isagi starts to enter his god mode again as he says that with Ness they can do it and tells Ness to become the tool that Isagi needs to win. As he says that, he zooms up into the field at a ridiculous pace, and even his puzzle pieces are falling behind him, while still Ness is just letting him wonder what to do. But it doesn't take long before he makes his choice. As he starts to dribble the ball around, Isagi looks back at Ness and is wondering what the hell it is that he is doing. But then we see what it is that Ness is trying to do as he looks left and right. If you are wondering what he is looking for, then it's of course his Master Kaiser. He spots him on the right side, but to his surprise, he's completely shut down by both Rin and Shidu. Ness slowly says Kaiser's name while trying to think of a way to get the ball to him. But we then see a crow coming into the picture while thanking Ness for stalling. And it's to no one's surprise that it was Karasu who came in and slide tackled away the ball from Ness. Ness, who's just gotten the ball taken away, looks at Karasu in shock, while Karasu, on the other hand, looks totally fired up as he tells Ness that his choice just now was painfully mediocre, and this leaves Ness speechless as his panel gets completely dark. We also see two small panels of both Kaiser and Isagi, and neither of them is looking particularly happy with Ness's choice, both thinking that right now, Ness is totally irrational. We then see that both Nanase and Zantetsu rush forward to Karasu as fast as they can to celebrate with him, complimenting his block. We can't leave out the speedster either, as we see Yukimiya being a bit away, but looking at the whole situation, he thinks that Ness is too fixated on what he wants to believe in, saying that right now he's being left behind by the environment and the team dynamic. We see Ness a bit away, breathing heavily, while Yukimiya continues as he says that looking at him now, he reminds him of his old self. But unlike himself, Ness's ego is completely disconnected from everyone else right now, straight up calling Ness a cancer killing the team's evolution. And that's just wild, calling Ness a literal cancer for the team. But he then tells Ness to change his perspective, and that anyone who can't keep up with the speed of evolution created by Isagi and Kaiser is falling behind and dropping out of relevance. After that, we get to Ness, who's in a pit of darkness, and then he suddenly hears a familiar voice calling his name out. He looks over and sees both Kaiser and Isagi looking at him with an intense look in their eyes. Kaiser's left side is covered by shadow, which gives him this little mysterious vibe to himself as he straight up tells Ness that he should quit soccer already. Ness hears this and doesn't know what to say, and it just looks like he is an ice cream, which is slowly but surely starting to melt. Under Isagi, we see Kaiser, who honestly just looks annoyed at this point as he says Ness's name before telling him to just give up on soccer. Ness goes into a shock state because of this, as his face freezes up, but he manages to snap back and say no. He looks down at the ground while trembling as he tells Kaiser that he doesn't want to. The background gets dark behind him, and he tells Kaiser that he is here for the sole reason of making Kaiser the best in the world. Kaiser has then turned his back, and the wind makes his hair move freely as he asks Ness if he can't feel what is happening here. Ness looks at Kaiser, but is confused and asks him what he means. We then see 3 small panels of Shidu, Rin, and Igarashi, as Kaiser explains that the heat of those risking their lives in this battle of egos. After that, he gets real close to Ness's face and tells him that this is no place for those who live for someone else. He then looks right into Ness's eyes with a terrifying facial expression as he says that pigs without autonomy should get lost. Ness is shocked, but Kaiser continues as he says that those without individualized talent are trashed. Ness once again struggles to get out his words before he looks up with big puppy eyes and says that he doesn't have a reason to play soccer besides making Kaiser the best in the world. Kaiser then takes a really deep breath before laughing a bit sinister and saying that talking won't make him understand. He then starts to walk away while saying that it's not like he's still angry at Ness, but just that he doesn't care about anyone who can't keep up. In the next panel, we see that Kaiser has walked towards Isagi's side and they have their backs turned while saying that Isagi and him are innovating and they don't need any uncreative traditionalist pigs. Hearing this makes him freeze up as he can't say anything and just looks down towards the field. We then get into Isagi's head as he looks at Ness and says that right now, Ness just fell behind the rapid changes happening all around him. We then see Karasu, Charles, and Raichi, while Isagi continues saying that nobody expects anything from him anymore. Without Kaiser, he can't shine. After that, Isagi's eyes gets a bit weird as they somehow looks different, and they are almost in the shape of a chessboard while calling Ness's talent dead in the water. We then leave Isagi, and instead goes over to his rival Rin, who thinks that this is the worst possible situation. He starts to walk, as he thinks that he wants to destroy Isagi, but if he tries, then Isagi will use it against him and counter. He then looks down at his hand and says that to surpass that, he needs a stronger destructive impulse. Thinking back to his broken toys, he then sticks his tongue out like always and says that he needs to find another way to destroy. His eyes are fixated on Isagi, as we can see him in Rin's reflection, and Rin then thinks that amid the stress of this field, he needs to find an even more pleasurable way to destroy Isagi. However, after that we get into the most exciting thing as the match is back on, as Kiora throws the ball to Isagi and restarted the game. Isagi gets it but sends it away to Kaiser right away. He traps it but looks confused, and it's because none other than Rin has gone towards Isagi to block him. Kaiser thinks that this time he isn't colliding into Isagi to steal it, but he's now instead staying a step back to keep a close guard. Isagi thinks that Rin is sticking close to him to block his pass course, and this makes Isagi wonder if Rin is finally using his head to stop him realistically. This makes Isagi extremely annoyed, as he knows at this rate Kaiser, whose plays have focused on passes to him, will have fewer options. We then see an extremely cool panel with Isagi's puzzle pieces kind of separating from Kaiser due to Rin coming in their way. Anyway, Zantetsu screams at them to go in, and Nanas agrees, saying that it's time to press. Kaiser gets annoyed by this, as he says that they have stopped the ball's flow, and that he's now a prime target for PXG. But just then, as Zantetsu is beginning to get a bit too close to Kaiser, both Kiora and Raichi comes on either side of him, and telling him to use them. Kaiser is firstly shocked by this, and he says that his allies know that he is being pressed, and came to help him with that. However, the Trouble Crow Karasu decides to throw himself into the mix, as he says that he won't let them. Kaiser is thankful to have allies around him, but he knows that if they cluster like this, then Isagi will be left all alone. Isagi asks Rin if his plan was to separate him and Kaiser, and as a response, Rin just licks himself around his lips. Isagi then thinks that this is a plan to render himself ineffective. However, we then see his metavision getting active as he says "so what?" and starts to run, which leaves Rin shocked. Isagi thinks that their job is to read this divided field and update their plan with the shortest and best way to a goal. Right after that, we get into Kaiser's thoughts, who says that this is it, and that no matter the circumstances, they will be optimal goal machines. Isagi is continuing to run up on the field with Rin following, but he knows that Kaiser is able to feel him, and that he will dodge Rin and get in front of the goal to get in the best position. The players around Kaiser is beginning to get closer, and Kaiser thinks that right now everyone here is looking at him, while he is just looking at Isagi, and thinks that one path and one instant is all that he needs. And just as Isagi dashes against Rin, Kaiser's Predator Eyes gets out as he insanely sends away a Kaiser Impact Cross Magnum towards Isagi, which is an attack we have never seen before. Just then, Isagi goes into his god mode and tries to move into Rin's blind spot. Karasu can't believe it, and Nanase is just as shocked by Kaiser's pass. Isagi is getting close and thinks that this is a perfect new design. However, just then, Rin says that this is it, and then somehow he manages to react to the pass and block it with his right foot just in time, saying that he wanted to destroy the connection between them. Isagi can't believe his eyes as he thinks that Rin actually managed to stop this, and wonders if he predicted it, but that would be impossible. Kaiser is just as speechless as Isagi as he thinks that Isagi and him just invented this new idea. We then see that Rin is beginning to kind of morph with his rage aura, as it looks like it's completely eating him alive. But then we see something crazy, because as Rin licks his lips, he says that he found a new toy, and while looking into his eyes, we can clearly see what he means, as he's awakened Predator's eyes, which is absolutely wild, and Isagi can't do anything but look at him in shock, and saying that the genius is mutating. We see Nanas in just pure shock saying Rin's name. Under him we have Karasu, who is basically speaking nonsense at this point, but he's saying that all of the extraordinary players like Rin are getting him excited. Shido is grinning left to right as he says that this is a red-hot counter, and then we see the ball falling towards Charles, who looks up with a manic expression while saying that this is PXG's grand finale and tells them to go as he sends away the ball high up on the field. We then see Isagi, who looks mildly annoyed while thinking that Rin's play was totally unexpected, and he can't even begin to understand how Rin managed to stop them, as he and Kaiser had just improvised that chemical reaction. So how was it possible for Rin to see through it? Out of nowhere, however, Rin appears right on Isagi's side, kind of scaring him. Rin has lightning coming off his eyes as he says that he is sticking 4 meters to Isagi, explaining that he has already pounded all of Isagi's specs and physical abilities into his brain, and given his capabilities and Isagi's individual skills, Rin knows that he can effortlessly stop Isagi reflexively if he can stay within a radius of 4 meters. We also see what looks like some sort of bubble form around them, indicating the 4-meter radius. Rin keeps on going, and explains that he was waiting for the moment to use that to split up Isagi and Kaiser. He then starts to look like a demon as he gets his tongue out, and says that he waited for the fiery moment when the two of them would try to connect again. Isagi is staring at Rin, looking extremely pissed off, while in his head thinking that Rin is insane. He looks over and sees Tokimitsu and Nanas passing around the ball and starts to wonder what to do. His meta-vision eyes get active, and he says that if Rin is sticking close to him, then he should maybe try and move away. However, he realizes that it's not possible either, because if he tries to force himself away, then he will have less freedom, and his coordination with Kaiser will suffer even more because of it. We then see that Isagi's puzzle pieces are starting to dissolve and disappear, while he says that if it were to happen, then the new bastard Munchen would be obliterated. Then saying that here at the 11th hour, Rin has found a new motivation and is trying to change. Because of that, he snaps back into reality and says that he can't back down either, and with that realization, he goes into his god mode and tries to push himself even further as he is determined to win over Rin within this 4-meter space. Rin is looking over at Isagi and thinking that this is just what he wants. We see an eye starting to appear as Rin says that Isagi's thoughts, his freedom, dreams, mind, and all that's precious to him, Rin wants to destroy all of it. And this is the panel I was talking about in my leak video. Just look at how insane it looks, like it's a whole hand with an eye in the middle staring down both Rin and Isagi. Rin's new aura is really something in its own kind. Anyway, skipping away from it, we see Nanas battling with Kiora while screaming to the PXG players that they have to win no matter what, and to continue passing even if it kills them. The ball goes to Karasu, who's in a battle of his own against Raichi, but he quickly sends it away to Zantetsu, calling him an overworked 4-eye, and that's kinda true as Zantetsu has really put in a shift in this game. But then, as he gets the pass, he starts to spout out nonsense as he says lactic acid linear motorcar dash, which I have no idea what that's supposed to mean, but sure. Bastard Munchen starts to panic, as Raichi says that they can't seem to stop PXG's attack, and Hiyori says that they are already past the midfield. After that, it only gets more intense as the ball falls over to Charles, who actually traps it beautifully. He gets a smirk as he says, "Right there, lickety Rin," which I'm not even going to comment on. Anyway, he sees Rin and Isagi sprinting alongside each other, and decides to send away a one-shot killer pass towards them, which has an insane curve to it. However, to their surprise, the ball doesn't go to Rin, but instead to Shido, who has his wings out as he flies up into the sky and gets the ball. Shido says something in French, which gets translated to "I love you, contrarian," and I feel like Shido just wants to catch a case at this point. Anyway, before him comes Kiora, who says not yet while still sliding, but it wasn't just Kiora, as suddenly Kunigami comes bashing into Shido's body. He tells Shido to just try and shoot and calls him a vermin. Shido starts to smirk as he calls this a hot surprise, but to their own surprise, He says that he is a contrarian too, and actually passes away the ball. Both Kiora and Kunigami can't understand their eyes, as Shido sent away the pass to none other than the monster Rin. Rin gets the ball, but it's everything from easy, as both he and Isagi are almost falling over while battling each other. Rin looks completely insane as he says it's time for their last battle. Isagi is in his own head and thinks that they are still over 35 meters from the goal and that it's still just too far for him to shoot. But if he makes it just a bit further, he'll be in range, which would mean that one wrong move would mean their death. Suddenly, Shido comes from the side and asks for a pass, and he must be delusional, thinking that Rin would give back the pass. And Isagi is also aware of that, as he thinks that what Rin wants is to make the last shot while crashing into Isagi. They look at each other, and Isagi's pieces are slowly dissolving as he says that he's been a disposable pawn over and over again, and he then calls over Kaiser, who comes right away from the side. There's a highlighted spot on the ground, and Kaiser asks Rin if that's his crash shot point. He looks completely obsessed with stopping Rin, as he declares that he is butting the hell in. Isagi, who is looking at this, just says that Kaiser is the best, but this is where everything changes, as out of nowhere Rin calls it tepid, and says that he's been waiting for that fire, which shocks Kaiser. But right here we also see Rin's new hand aura appearing around him, and Isagi and Kaiser are just speechless, wondering what Rin is going to do. But then it clicks for Isagi, as he says that Rin had already read their coordination, and that it wasn't Isagi who he wanted to crash into, but instead Kaiser, which we see here as Rin pushes his whole body into Kaiser's and collides with each other. While having his hand completely around the two of them, almost consuming them, as Rin is bashing into Kaiser, he says Isagi's name, and that destroying his ultimate fire is Rin's ultimate pleasure. However, while we see Kaiser almost being turned upside down, we see some sort of rose starting to appear, and we hear Kaiser apologizing, but not to Isagi, but instead to Rin, as he has grabbed hold of Rin's shoulder and says that when it comes to physical contact, he's been taking the special course since he was a kid. Rin looks back and is in total awe by this as he realizes that Kaiser is going to make a mid-air rotation. Kaiser's face gets filled with a shadow as he says that he is a piece of shit and that he has had a way worse upbringing than those humans. And as he says that, he gets somewhat down to the ground and shoots away the ball from Rin and into his hand aura and completely destroys it. Isagi is ecstatic as he watches from the side and asks Kaiser if he is some sort of god before calling him a superstar. Even the commentators compliment Kaiser's defense as they say that he defended the goal with an acrobatic clear. However, right after that, both he and Rin fell down to the ground, but they looked like wild beasts as they got up in an instant. Isagi, who's behind them, thinks that just with him reading the situation, he ended up completely losing to Rin. Kaiser screams that he will get the next one, and Rin just calls him a shitty rose. Isagi has his meta vision out as he looks back and thinks that Kaiser was able to awaken abilities that he didn't know of. After that, we get to Kaiser, who's behind him, who says that the shitty past that he hated, surprisingly, gains meaning and acceptance, saying that this is the first time he's ever felt this feeling. After that, we see that the soaring ball falls towards Yukimiya, who jumps up to trap it while having Charles behind him. As he has the ball, he looks at Kaiser and says that new aspects keep showing up in Kaiser's play, and that he's just like how Yukimiya was back then, saying that when playing with Isagi, one's current self just won't do, explaining that if you don't change, then you won't be needed. And then we see him go absolutely mental on the pitch as he dribbles past multiple PXG defenders. He thinks back to some of his memories, and says that you then have to confront your past self and want to find your ego again, thinking back to his goal and saying that people standing on the same field as Isagi, that's their privilege and cruelty. After that, his eyes start to light up with some sort of flame as he's just getting more and more pumped. Yukimiya gets towards Tokimitsu, who first looks ready to take Yukimiya on, but it all ends with him being completely embarrassed by Yukimiya, who makes a roulette dribble behind him as he says that those who can't become new will end up disappearing into the void. Right after Tokimitsu, he faces some new troubles right off the bat as he sees both Zantetsu and Nanase standing right in front of him. Both of them go to press Yukimiya, but somehow Yukimiya still manages to keep steady control over the ball. After that, he starts to smile as he says that here comes the sinking ship, and says that he won't disappear. And as Nanase and Zantetsu start pressing harder and harder, Yukimiya manages to get off a pass towards Hiyori, who traps it flawlessly. Hiyori, just like Yukimiya, looks absolutely insane and absorbed in this game as his eyes are burning with an intense fire. Hiyori thinks that Yukimiya is right and that they are egoists who died once and got brought back to life by Isagi, Then he also starts to go absolutely mental on the pitch, as he's like the wind, as he's getting past the PXG defenders, while saying that Isagi doesn't want their gratitude. He thinks back to some earlier moments, and says that if you have faith in yourself, renew yourself, and get your life back, then that will be totally okay. Which is what Hiyori did, as he renewed himself together with Isagi in the Ubers game, and then, because of that, found his spark. After that, as he's running down the field, he starts to get some sort of weird aura around himself. It's like Isagi's puzzle pieces aura. However, instead of puzzle pieces, it looks like glass shards, which I don't know why it's glass shards, but it looks super dope, so who cares? Anyway, alongside his glass shards, he says that he's here because that's what Isagi taught him, saying that Isagi is the center of this team. But even then, nobody here is fighting for his sake. He looks ahead of himself and sees Isagi before him, and says that everyone feels like they're the protagonists themselves, and that they are exposing their own egos. Hiyori says that this is Isagi's magic, and that the source of this team's strength. However, we then leave the Glaze Master Hiyori, and move on to Isagi, who's a bit ahead of him. He thinks that he can't read the awakening of a genius. He looks frustrated with his meta-vision eyes out, as he says that just now Kaiser used his own specs to the fullest against Rin, and adapted faster than anyone. And with that in mind, he's figured out what the most important thing for talented learners is, and that the awareness of being faster than anyone. We then see a huge shiny puzzle piece with the word fastest written on it. Isagi knows that they don't have stunning sensibility like the geniuses, but they can understand what's needed for the world by their brains. He then takes a big step on a couple of puzzle pieces and says that if that's the case, then find it. The path to victory is connected to luck and the awakenings and mistakes occurring on the field. Isagi then once again goes into his unbelievable god mode and has pieces flowing around him while explaining that if designed faster than anyone else, this one attack will become originality that pierces the world, and I don't know why, but that just goes so insanely hard. After that, we get to the Master Glazer again, who's still completely locked in as he says that here comes the super sadistic pass. He says both Isagi's and Kaiser's names and says that it doesn't matter which one of them it is, but that he will send the best pass that he can dream of, telling them to come and get it if they want it. But just as Hiyori is getting into passing position, someone comes before him and calls it a fire. It's none other than Hiyori's old buddy Karasu, who has a big smirk on himself while telling Hiyori to go while calling him a dumbass. Hiyori is just in pure shock that Karasu was able to come here and calls him a nuisance. Karasu looks completely insane as he has a big crow behind him, as he says that getting to fight Hiyori in a place like this is getting him excited, as he asks Hiyori if he's ordinary or not. Hiyori thinks back to when he first met Karasu, but gets interrupted as Karasu tells him to show him what he's got. Hiyori looks frozen, but knows that if he can't beat him, then the Neo-Egoist won't be born, and with that, both of them rush towards each other to try and win. Karasu has his crow feathers behind him, while Hiyori's side is filled with glass shards. Anyway, as they are going at it, we see both Kaiser and Isagi running side by side with each other to try and get into the best position possible. But behind them, we have Ness, who can't really form any words, but we see that he looks completely furious and almost creepy as he's watching them from behind. We then see Kaiser's face where he looks super annoyed while thinking that he knew that Rin was going to come here and says that he's gone all in on trying to stop them. Kaiser takes his hand before Rin's body, and Rin does the same to Kaiser to try and stop each other a bit. Kaiser is still a bit mad at Rin for trying to destroy his coordination along with Isagi, and he calls Rin a monster of destruction. But this makes it glass clear for Kaiser that to be able to score a goal, they have to be able to overcome his greed. Right then, Isagi runs up on Kaiser's left side, and Kaiser looks over and thinks that if Rin cuts off his coordination with Isagi, then it's over for good. So to try and prevent that, Kaiser needs to stay aware of his position relative to the last passer. After that, we see Isagi completely making a sprint for it as he runs before them. Kaiser thinks that this is just what they need, and with a cross run, they'll be able to confuse Rin and disrupt his field of vision, saying that the best thing that they can do is head towards the goal and force him into choosing one of them to destroy. After that, Rin has gotten in the middle of them, and we can see that Kaiser and Isagi are beginning to start sprinting diagonally. Anyway, Kaiser says that luck will come to whoever he doesn't choose, and that they are feeling the same conclusion even without words. Kaiser looks over to Isagi and thinks that they are thinking on the exact same level. After that, we see Isagi, who's completely locked in, and even has some sort of lightning come out of his eyes, as Kaiser says that Isagi is in the ideal spot. But he then realizes that this is just football with Isagi after all, as he is a literal goat, saying that it's fascinating, but not only that. As he says that, it's extremely fun, After that, their plan gets into action as Kaiser and Isagi starts to cross-run with each other, which we can see leaves Rin a bit confused on what he should do. We then see Kaiser looking extremely determined with his metavision eyes out, as he says that with this one attack, he will become the emperor of the new dimension, which I'm not gonna lie, but it sounds extremely cold. But then, as Isagi and Kaiser are going absolutely insane on the field, we get to someone who isn't that involved right now, which is of course Ness, who we can see is desperately running behind them to try and catch up. He has a scared and worried expression on his face as he thinks that he is no longer needed. He thinks back to Kaiser's heartbreaking words when he told Ness to give up on soccer. He then says that Isagi stole his Kaiser, which now Ness just sounds like an insane stalker. However, as he is running, it gets dark around him and he wonders what he should do and if he also has to change. He thinks about when Kaiser called him a pig in this match. But he also thinks back to the first time that they met, which was like a blessing for Ness. Not to mention their academy time together, which Ness really treasures. He thinks about how Kaiser almost casted a spell on him in that tryout match. Anyway, right here we also see that some sort of aura is starting to once again form around Ness, which can only mean one thing, which is that he is getting back in the game. We then see that his aura is almost like fireballs, and we also see one ball with Kaiser in it, which is starting to disappear because Ness thinks that if Kaiser doesn't need him anymore, and if Kaiser would rather have a fresh start than to work with someone like Ness, then he will change too. He then says the heartbreaking words, which is a goodbye to Kaiser. His eyes then starts to absolutely fire up with determination and probably excitement, as he also says goodbye to the Ness, who believed that he would become the best in the world alongside Kaiser. And as he takes that step, his aura just starts to completely fire up, and it looks insanely cool as he now has abounded everything and is finally a player that can hopefully stand on his own, but it's too early to say, but I now have big hopes for him. Anyway, we then see both Hiyori and Karasu, who's in a bit of a duel with each other, as Hiyori tries to get around him, but Karasu is following him closely and even asks Hiyori if this is all that he's got. However, Hiyori fires back and says that it applies to Karasu as well, and tells him to just try and steal away the ball. After that, Hiyori's eyes switch to metavision mode as he looks over to Kaiser and Isagi, and thinks that they are now in his range, and that all that's left is to get the perfect timing. After that, we see Rin, who's frustrated as he's in the middle of both Kaiser and Isagi and is getting sandwiched to the max. Rin has then realized that if he covers one of them, then the other one will move ahead just like a seesaw, and says that he can only destroy one of them. He looks at both of them and says that he needs to gamble on who he wants to destroy. After that, Hiyori says now, and he stops the ball before passing a short pass to himself, which he is able to catch up to, and with that, get behind Karasu, who's just in pure awe by this. It also reminds me a bit of Chigiri's play in the first selection, but a lot smaller. Rin now knows that the attack is incoming and wonders if he should stop Isagi or the shitty Rose, but in reality, there's no need to think about it, as Rin obviously goes to destroy his long rival Isagi and completely bashes into him while saying that he is the one that Rin wants to annihilate. Isagi just calls him a beast and is a bit annoyed that he went for Isagi. Anyway, Hiyori got away with a killer cross, as we then see that he completely tricked Rin, as the ball isn't going to Isagi, but instead to Kaiser, who looks to be completely free right now. Kaiser's eyes are glued to the incoming ball and thinks that it's coming at a rapid speed. He gets out his furious predator eyes and just says, "Luck," but then the annoying demon comes in his way to unnecessarily prolong this game even more, as he comes in with his devilish wings and says that he saw him coming from a mile away and calls him a loser. Kaiser is just in shock by this, and Shido just looks like a maniac like always, as he says that if Rin didn't choose to go for him, then he knew that it meant that Shido was all free to go and hunt him down. After that, Kaiser tries to get the ball but he fails, and Shido heads away the ball and tells him that it was bad luck. Both Isagi and Kaiser looks like they have just frozen in place as they are following the bouncing ball to see where it goes. However, unfortunately, we see Charles making a run for the ball as he compliments both Rin and Shido. He then, just like Shido, looks completely insane as he tells them to go and for them to start another killer counter, wanting this game to finish in 2028. However, to stop that, we see Kunigami, who looks completely wild as he tells Charles that it's over yet and calls him a brat as he jumps and heads away the ball while saying that he is still here. Charles looks at him from above and is just in pure amazement that Kunigami was able to head it away. Kunigami then says that this just leaves it to fate as the ball soars high up into the sky. Isagi just looks at him and says, "Hero." Anyway, we see the ball being in the middle of the battle royale as everyone has their eyes on it. We see both Rin and Kaiser looking completely wild as they have lightning coming out of their eyes. And not to mention that we see Isagi starting to enter his god mode, which I'm sure is hyped for. However, as you are looking at this panel, you realize that Ness is nowhere to be seen, which is kind of weird, but they might be keeping him hidden for now, as instead of Ness, we see Yukimiya coming in from the sidelines to try and join the showdown. We get a close-up of Rin, who looks demonic. We also see Charles, who looks shocked, while Kunigami looks a bit frustrated and annoyed. After that, we see who's been chosen and who will have luck on their side today, and it's none other than the magician Alexis Ness, who the ball falls perfectly down to. He looks at the incoming ball with big eyes as he knows that this is his chance at redemption. After that, we see Asagi in his god mode, as well as Kaiser, both looking at Ness with a mix of shock, but also anticipation. After that, Kaiser gets a bit of a furious look in his eyes, as he questions why the ball falls to Ness at times like this, also calling him a puppy. However, Ness is too fixated on the incoming ball to worry about anything. Ness has, his eyes are practically glued to it, and we also see that the fire in his eyes begins to once again light up, as he says that luck has finally come. But with such a big opportunity at hand, he wonders what he should do. His brain starts to work overtime as he thinks about maybe setting up a pass towards Kaiser, but he then grinds his teeth together and calls himself an idiot, as he very well knows that he can't do that, as this is his chance to change. Even so, Ness isn't the only one who's thinking about this, as we see Kaiser, who's battling with Shidu, and wonders what Ness is going to do. He wonders if Ness is going to shoot, but he quickly throws that idea away, as he calls it impossible, as Kaiser is in his own head. We see that a mysterious player is beginning to sprint and make his way towards the goal silently, and I think we can all guess who that is. Anyway, back to Ness, who looks super confused as he has too many options to choose from. He thinks about shooting, but he knows how much Kaiser is anticipating a pass from him, but as he sees the ball in the sky, it gets glass clear for him, as he says that he'll cast a new spell on this field, and as he says that, his entire aura changes, and it gets super intense as it's like real magic flowing all around him. He gets more intense as he says that up until now, he's only made passes that made it easy for Kaiser to shoot. But this time, Ness has decided to throw all of that to the side, as he doesn't want to feel restricted anymore, as he looks intensely at the ball, and says that this is his first rebellion, and that Ness will now declare his war towards the new emperor. And then he fires off this absolutely out of this world looking pass, while telling everyone that if you are the best in the world, then come and steal it. We see Charles, who tried to jump up and head away, but he was too short to even be close to reaching it. Reichi first thought that Ness shot the ball by himself, but as Nanasi is looking closely at the ball, he sees that it's a drive pass and that its direction is changing. Ness looks like a demon as his eyes are filled with eternal darkness, as he says that this pass has topspin to it and that it's not suited for a Kaiser impact, explaining that he kicked it past the defenders and timed it perfectly. As Ness is following his pass with his eyes, he sees that Kaiser has managed to almost escape from Shidu and is heading towards the ball with an insane determination, as he even has lightning coming out of his eyes. Ness then looks happy as he thinks that if Kaiser is there, then just maybe the two of them can try all over again, and maybe they can once again become a team. But that's not how the story will go, as we see at the bottom. We see a small panel of Asagi before moving on to a big panel of him sprinting with all that he can towards the ball, while being in his god mode and having his puzzle pieces going absolutely wild around him. Ness sees this and is shocked as it looks like his eyes are almost about to pop out of his face as he sees his passing growing closer to Isagi. But it's not only Ness who's shocked all the way to his core, as Karasu can't believe his eyes and asks if Ness planned this pass towards Isagi and thinks that it's too unexpected. Hiyori by his side looks absorbed by this attack and says that Karasu is wrong and that nobody on the field, including himself, could have expected the genius known as Ness to have such a sudden mutated awakening, but still there was only one person who believed in him equally and ran there faster than anyone else and managed to adapt to the changing Ness. We then see that Isagi is far ahead of Kaiser, which means that Kaiser is out of the picture for now. We also see Yukimiya, who's looking over and says that right to the end, he killed his feelings and kept selling his soul for victory. Kunigami to the left just looks at Isagi with an angry and frustrated face as he calls him an egoist machine. If that wasn't bad enough, then we also see Isagi's sworn rival Rin, who tries to stick his hand out to stop Isagi, but he's too far away to even be able to reach him, and Rin is just in pure shock to how Isagi is able to undergo another evolution. As he looks at Isagi coming closer to the ball and seeing his chances of beating him slowly fading away, he says that Isagi has the charisma to draw out others' egos and exploit them for his own goals. This leaves Rin with a lost and defeated look on himself. Meanwhile, Kaiser under him just looks furious like he's about to kill someone. and I fear that it might be Ness as Kaiser screams his name with all the power that he can and looks like he's about to jump Ness after this game. Ness is just as confused about what has happened as he looks like a straight up zombie, and I low-key feel bad for him. Isagi starts getting into shooting position, and Rin, once again watching him, says that Isagi is hatching and says that a brand new and perfect Isagi Yoichi is being born as he's controlling hope and despair in this Neo-Egoist league. And then as he says that, Isagi fires off his outstanding and mind-blowing shot, and as he does that, his signature Glocks appear on his side. As the ball is going towards the goal at a rapid speed, we see some puzzle pieces around the ball. They're different moments from this game, and some of them are when Isagi comforted Igarashi after he got subbed out, also when Isagi entered his first god mode, but also when he realized that Noah used him, and lastly my favorite part of this game, where he went to Noah and straight up declared war towards him. Anyway, back to the action where we see the goalkeeper getting ready and throwing himself to the side to try and reach the ball. We see Igarashi, Noah, and Loki all looking shocked to their core as this is going on. However, unfortunately for PXG, the goalkeeper wasn't able to reach the ball, which led to it going straight into the net and giving Bastard Munchen their third goal. Rin looks at this while scratching his teeth as he calls Isagi the Demon King, but Isagi just rushes away in pure happiness before he kneels and slides onto the ground, making this awesome looking celebration. And with that, Isagi Yoichi has once again become the hero of Blue Lock, as he made Bastard Munchen into the only undefeated team in the Neo-Egoist League. The commentators are saying that in the final of the Neo-Egoist League, the one who scored the final goal is Isagi Yoichi, and in that moment, Bastard Munchen achieved total victory. Anyway, we see Raichi and Hiyori sprinting towards Isagi with all that they can to celebrate. But it's not only them, as Kurona and Igarashi jump out of the bench in no time and just start running towards him, and together make this fantastic looking panel. Honestly, some of my favorite panels in the entire series are when we get to see the whole squad just celebrate with each other, so I'm all here for it. However, I do feel like Gagamaru should have been here as well. Under them, we have the losers PXG, and we see Charles looking at them in total awe as he probably couldn't imagine that they would lose. We also see Karasu, who looks super annoyed and frustrated to have lost the game. Next to him we have Zantetsu, who's finally able to take a real breather as he can rest now. Lastly, we see both Tokimitsu and Nanasi, who both look terrified now. Why do they look terrified, Will? Probably because they did close to nothing in this game. I can only remember Tokimitsu stopping Noah, but that's about it. And Nanas had a whole flashback dedicated to himself, which led to nothing. And look, I don't want to be that guy, but they should probably start packing their suitcases. After that, we move on to someone who looks even more crushed, and it's Michael Kaiser, who falls down to his knees. He looks terrified as he says that Isagi devoured everything. He thinks back to the play and says that when Ness got the ball, he didn't stop like Kaiser did, but swiftly moved to the next action. They then became an obstruction, and in his lean run, he shook off Rin's effective 4-meter range. In that moment, Ness possessed an imagination different from before, and made an amazing pass and the best route for it that led to Isagi betting everything on this point and getting away. Lastly, he paired the drive pass coming from behind with a direct shot and made the best shot ever. After that, it gets dark and gloomy around Kaiser as he says that he could have done that if he had just read Ness's mind. Ness looks at Kaiser and he looks absolutely destroyed, and with a shaky voice, he says Kaiser's name. The background once again turns dark around Kaiser as he looks down to the ground and thinks that Ness most likely made a pass not to the old him, but to the new evolving Kaiser. But it all fell into pieces as Kaiser got angry and stopped thinking that a swine couldn't change, which led to Kaiser cutting Ness off and stopped thinking and wonders if all that combined was because he lost. We then get a small panel of Ness as Kaiser says that it wasn't that. He looks at his hand with either tears or sweat rolling down his face and says that the biggest reason was because playing with Isagi was too much fun, while he is saying that he looks absolutely insane and furious at himself as it looks like he's almost screaming internally. His eyes get big and wide as he thinks that the euphoria, the endless possibilities, slowed Kaiser down. He thinks of his old self and says that he came back to the origins of malice in just taking away. He was supposed to come back to zero, however, he ended up diving right into the freedom that Isagi gave him. He then realizes that Ness isn't the reason that he lost, but instead it was himself who let go of malice towards Isagi, which I know that he is furious about right now. But it's kind of sweet as he's basically saying that he lost because he had too much fun and forgot about the malice he felt towards Isagi. Anyway, after that, the goat Isagi starts to walk towards Kaiser and asks him if Ness is special to him. He almost looks down towards the kneeling Kaiser and says that to Isagi, he's just an equal player who hid his possibilities. But in the last moment, Kaiser treated him differently. Both Kaiser and Ness looks a bit lost, as Isagi tells Kaiser that based on his relationship, he deemed Ness worthless. He puts out his hand towards Kaiser and says that instead of fully becoming a machine for the goal, he acted on his feelings, and that's the last piece that decided the outcome between them. Kaiser then looks at Isagi's hand and asks him what it is that he wants. Isagi tells Kaiser that this ends the contract for the one goal. He thanks Kaiser for his hard work while calling him his finest clown, and if that wasn't enough, then Isagi looks like he's completely insane as he stretches out his hand towards Kaiser. However, Kaiser just gets pissed after hearing Isagi once again call him a clown, so he slams away Isagi's hand before continuing to look at the ground while grinding his teeth together out of frustration. We then see Shidu, who's looking at this from the side, and kinda looks pleased by seeing this. Ness just looks in total awe and can't even say anything as he looks like a statue. Isagi then begins to walk behind Kaiser, and as he's gotten a bit away, he clenches his fists together and makes this awesome looking celebration as Bastard Munchen has finally become the champions of the Egoist League. Also from the side, we see Rin looking a bit mad, but he doesn't look too angry about this defeat, as he instead just has his tongue and predator eyes out, and looks creepy. After that, the commentator speaks up and says that with that, the Egoist League concluded all of its matches and says that it's now time for the final salary rankings to show, which is going to be completely wild. However, if we take a look below, we see Ryo and Nagi. Ryo looks a bit stressed as he screams towards most likely Nagi, who looks super focused as he's just gotten the ball to himself. And also something to note is that what we will see in the Munchen vs FC Barca match happened 33 minutes earlier. So to begin the match between FC Barca and Munchen City, we start by entering a flashback into the moment where it all started for Nagi, which was, of course, right on the stairs when Ryo accidentally bumped into Nagi, which made him lose his phone, but somehow he clutched it by jumping down and catching it with his foot, and Nagi knows that it was thanks to Ryo finding him that got him to start playing football. We then see Nagi, who thinks back to firstly the time when he styled on Isagi's team in the first selection, but also when he betrayed Ryo in the second selection, as well as when the two of them made up and made the super goal in the Egoist League. Nagi thinks of the fire, the frustration he overcame, all of those in order to beat Isagi, and now he once again needs to become someone new, thinking back to when he, with burning determination, told Ryo that the two of them needed to desperately change, and while looking colder than ever, he asked Ryo to give him a new fire. Because if Nagi can't dream of being the world's best, then it's all over for the two of them. And then finally, we get back from the honestly pretty boring flashback and onto the real deal, which is of course the match between Munchen City and FC Barca, where we see Nagi starting it off by passing to Ryo. Ryo looks towards Nagi and tells him to blast off, and Nagi, a bit nonchalantly, just responds with, "Yes, boss." We then finally get a small panel of Bachira, which it feels like we haven't seen for about 3 years, honestly. Anyway, under him we see Ryo getting the ball and saying that in this match, at a minimum, Nagi and he need to make a case for raising their salary ranks, thinking that if they aren't in the top 23 after this match, then they will disappear before reaching their World Cup dream. Ryo says that currently Nagi is at the 11th spot, while Ryo himself is at the 16th spot, and he knows that if their value drops, then they'll be right on the edge of dropping out, and because of that, they need to change how they do things, and that they can't just go for their own goals, which we see right here as Ryo is passing, and it goes over to Nagi, who coldly just heads it away, because both of them know that they need to make plays that'll help the team win and go all in on proving their value. Otoya, watching this go down, says that they are aiming for a devoted post play and says that it's rare for Nagi. Meanwhile, Bachira, on Otoya's side, asks Nagi if he's getting scared. However, Nagi in his own head thinks that it's not like they won't try for their own goals and that they can't forget to shoot when the moment's right. Nagi asks Ryo if he's right, and Ryo tells him that he is spot on, as Ryo thinks that if they stay like this, then they are as good as dead, and he then tells someone to enjoy the change as he makes a backheel pass. Now who is it that is getting this pass from Ryo? Well, it's none other than the Princess of Blue Lock and the future #1 striker, Hayoma Chigiri, who we see is sprinting for everything that he's got, even making his Pink Panther come out, and tells Ryo that he's got a good eye and calls him a chameleon. Otoya looks back and is a bit surprised and says that Ryo isn't coordinating with Nagi like usual. Ryo also looks back and tells Chigiri that right there is his favorite angle, which is, of course, none other than the famous 44-degree Panther sniper. Now Chigiri doesn't just shoot a shot towards the goal, but he shoots one of the most perfect shots ever, which the goalkeeper obviously had no chance of catching. Anyway, with Chigiri's wonder goal, he gives Munchen City the lead, with the score being 1-0. After that spectacular goal, Chigiri rushes towards Ryo, and the two of them celebrate with a high five. However, after that, we fast forward to seeing Bachira having control of the ball. He looks intense as he says that the monster has arrived. Ryo behind Bachira screams to his teammates that Bachira is coming at a rapid speed, and Agi tells Nagi to join him and try to press Bachira, which Nagi agrees to. However, they heavily underestimated Bachira, as he first makes a lift and then goes right into a roulette, which firstly just looks so insane cool, but at the same time, I can't think about how goofy he looks. Anyway, Bachira's moves leave Agi in total awe, as this is probably the first time he's seen someone with this many crazy moves and dribbles. Bachira flies over Nagi with the ball, before he starts getting a huge smile on himself, as he looks ecstatic and calls himself a god. Nagi, who's currently under Bachira, sees this and is in pure awe as he calls it awesome. And then Bachira delivers the final blow, as with the ball still being in the air, he kicks the ball with his right foot and makes an absolute wonder goal. And with that goal, he also makes the scores even. Now if the game hasn't heated up enough already, we also see that the Masters are getting ready to join in on the fun, as Lavinho looks super hyped as he compliments Bachira and says that it looks super fun and that he is joining in. Chris couldn't agree more with Lavinho and says that it's the Masters showtime, and we then right away start the match again with Munchen City being in control of the ball, and Nagi is looking at the field closely as he knows that the situation is changing. Just then, however, we see Agi, who's getting control of the ball and telling Nagi to focus, telling him that even if it's for the team or his own goals, half measures will only ruin him. We then see Ryo, who's on Nagi's other side, and tells him to shut up and to stay back. While Ryo and Agi are acting like a fighting couple, Nagi is in his own head and thinks that he still can't do anything, and that even an assist would be fine right now, thinking that his plan is to contribute and then raise his value and in turn survive with Ryo. And now just look at this insane trap Nagi hits us with. Like I already knew that his traps were godly, but this is just a new high. Even the no-name from FC Barca couldn't believe his eyes. Anyway, Nagi gets the ball down towards the ground and passes it to Ryo, which Ryo compliments him for and tells him that they will strike through and make a direct 1-2 with each other. But just then we see someone's foot coming into the picture and telling them that this pass pattern, he's seen it more times than his own parents, and it's none other than the ninja Otoya, who comes in with an insane amount of aura as he looks wild as he steals away the ball from Ryo and Nagi. He looks at them and tells them that the same trick won't work twice on the goat Otoya. Ryo is just totally mind-blown by this and can't believe that Otoya managed to read their play, not to mention how he sneakily came from behind and cut into Ryo's blind spot. We also see Nagi on the side, who realizes that they are now in real danger, and he begins to sprint with all that he can back towards their goal, while saying that Otoya and Bachira are getting fired up in the climax. The ball then goes over to Lavinho, who tells his players to speed it up and to blow away the Munchen City players with their imagination, which is something that Bachira is more than on board with as he looks ecstatic. We also see Otoya, who agrees, but not only that, as he is also able to completely sneak behind Chris Prince without any trouble at all. Bachira spots Otoya in the box and sends away a magical cross towards him. Nagi is looking at this and is just in pure amazement as the ball falls towards Otoya, who's in the middle of Chris and Niu, but even then he jumps up towards the sky, and with fire in his eyes, he shoots an insane and outright wild shot towards the goal, which obviously goes right into the goal, and as Nagi watched this go down, he concluded that the fire of those two is from those who believe that they're the center of the world. We then see Bachira and Otoya celebrating together as Bachira says that they have gotten the lead, and Otoya agrees by saying that they have only one more goal to go now. We then see the Panther Chigiri calling it a super goal. Meanwhile, some random defender from Munchen City, who thinks that he is someone, tells everyone to pay attention, and that if they lose here, then they'll lose everything. However, Nagi doesn't pay him any mind, as he knows that he's felt this feeling before, so he knows that after all, only those who get fired up can compete on the world stage for being the best. But that makes him wonder how he can get fired up right now and get into the same mindset that they are in, as he isn't sure who this new version of him is that can believe that he can become the world's best. We then see Ryo coming behind Nagi and saying that, as expected, it looks like this team thing isn't working and that they are in really big trouble. Nagi looks back and just says Ryo's name. However, just then, Ryo gets his tongue out and says that it's great and that they'll do something exciting instead, which leaves Nagi shocked. But Ryo looks completely fired up as he even has a really cool chameleon chilling by his shoulder, as he tells Nagi that if they score a goal now and turn it around, then they'll be in the center of the world. He gets a light smirk as he says that it's enough of a reason to get Nagi fired up and asks him if he's right. Nagi looks just at Ryo with big eyes and says that Ryo has become strong. Ryo then looks even more fired up and wild as he has the football in his hand and tells Nagi that to become the world's best with him, Ryo is really ready to become anything, and Nagi then just continues gazing at Ryo and says that he's strong and dazzling. He has Ryo in front of him and thinks that even though Nagi has lost his fire, Ryo is still ready to give someone like him a new dream. We then see Ryo just aura farming with him, spinning the ball on his finger and telling Nagi for them to go out there and get the 2 remaining points, and calls Nagi a prodigy, which is always just nice when they call each other nicknames. Ryo then starts getting a big smirk on himself as he says that they are the heroes. We then get to Nagi, who looks a bit lost to be honest, but he thinks that until recently, Ryo would freak out when things got bad, and without Nagi by his side, Ryo couldn't do anything, and this makes Nagi wonder when Ryo became so goddamn cool. Nagi, still looking absolutely miserable, tells Ryo that he is on board with the plan and calls him boss. This makes Ryo very happy as he even gets his tongue out, typical Blue Lock behavior. Nagi then continues his little inner monologue and thinks that even though Ryo is still a bit scared, he still gets it and understand him. His eyes start to light up a bit as he says that he will fire Ryo up, and for himself to do that, he has to get himself fired up as well. After that, the match restarts with Nagi passing Ryo. Nagi thinks that if they score another point, then it's all over and that they need 2 goals more. He looks over to Ryo and wonders where Ryo would like to pass the ball to, and it's like they are sharing the same brain as Nagi gets right to the spot Ryo wanted him to and passes him. Nagi makes yet another savage trap that flies over the FC Barca players' heads as he thinks to himself that he wants to become the Nagi that Ryo wants him to be. With the ball over his head, he just says Ryo's name over and over again, which sure is totally normal. He then actually does a cold header as he jumps up and meets with the ball. With Nagi breaking through them, he wonders what he should do and if he should shoot the ball. However, he looks towards the goal and thinks that he's a little bit too far away from it. He tries to look over to Ryo and wonders what Ryo would do right here. However, to his surprise, he doesn't spot Ryo but instead Lavinho, who is right by his side with an insane aura around himself as he gets to Nagi and steals the ball. Lavinho looks intensely towards Nagi and tells him that soccer isn't a passing sport. Ryo looks over and can't believe his eyes. Meanwhile, Nagi realizes the trouble that they are in and that if Lavinho steals it, then they are done for. But luckily, the GOAT Chris Prince sweeps in and steals it back from Lavinho. Meanwhile, he screams to the future. He gets a smirk on himself as he tells his team that they are not done yet. Lavinho looks furious as he looks back at Chris and calls him a show-off. Meanwhile, Nagi on the side just calls him master. Chris then looks intense as he says, "Okay, striker," and then dribbles past Lavinho. But to Nagi's surprise, he wasn't talking to Nagi as he completely ignored him, which left Nagi stunned. We then get back to Chris, as he says that he won't give a future to egoists who don't chase their ideals, and he then tells the blue lockers to transcend reality as he sends away the ball flying towards the penalty area. Ryo looks at the incoming ball in total disbelief as he doesn't know what is happening and just says Chris's name. Chris then awakens some sort of inner demon as he screams, telling Ryo to score and that Chris wants to see his future. Chris's words make Ryo's eyes light up and they start to glow from pure determination and excitement. After that, Ryo hits Otoya with the same move that he used on Chris Prince in the last chapter and gets behind him easily, also leaving Otoya quite impressed with his abilities. However, if you thought that we were done here, then you would be so wrong, as Ryo doesn't only copy Otoya's sneak behind move, but he also copies Otoya's shot from the last chapter, so he jumps up towards the sky, and this makes Nagi's eyes widen as he now understands that Ryo can already really live on his own. Anyway, Ryo gets his whole chameleon out, and this just looks so awesome as he shoots the ball. And come on now, there's no way that the GOAT Ryo would miss, so he scores with ease and makes the scores even. He then coldly lands down on the ground, and I know that I'm glazing Ryo like crazy right now, but he looks so cool. We then see Chris Prince, who is ecstatic and fist bumps the sky and tells Ryo that this is it, and copies Lavinho's saying and calls this a golazo. We then see Lavinho scratching his head and looking frustrated as he says that their time is up. We then see Ryo breathing heavily, and it looks like he was possessed, but he then gets back to his regular self, and in an instant, he turns around towards Nagi and apologizes because he shot on his own, which is just wild that he feels the need to apologize for that. But as Ryo looks absolutely destroyed, Nagi tells him that it's okay. He says that it's good and that if Ryo gets fired up, then that's his answer. Ryo is just confused to the max and doesn't understand what Nagi is on about. But Nagi then tells him that he thinks that he has been too reliant on Ryo and that just as a kid, he believed that Ryo would always be there for him. But now, he will show Ryo that he can get fired up on his own. He then looks super fired up as his eyes are literally burning, and he apologizes to Ryo for being such a pain. And looking at Ryo's face, he kind of looks sad and almost destroyed by hearing this. We then see Nagi, who looks completely insane, as he has his death aura around himself. He looks intensely at Ryo, and tells him that he doesn't need to pass to him anymore, telling Ryo that he won't pass to him either, and that Nagi is capable of winning on his own. Ryo looks extremely confused as this is basically coming out of nowhere, and he just says Nagi's name. He then gathers more of his sentences and asks Nagi to wait and tells him that if they don't score the next goal, then it's over for them. However, Nagi tells Ryo that he's wrong and that it's not over for them, but that it would only be over for Nagi himself. Telling Ryo that he just secured his survival with his last play, Ryo, a bit hesitant, says that Nagi is right. Nagi begins to walk away, but Ryo isn't going to let it end this easily. So he still tries to tell Nagi that he should at least combo together. Nagi, who continues to walk, tells Ryo that this approach that they have been doing isn't going to work anymore, saying that if Ryo is with him, then Nagi will end up relying too much on Ryo. This has made Nagi understand that this kind of soccer won't make them the world's best, telling Ryo that he's already able to play on his own and saying that he will follow in his footsteps and do the same. Ryo looks completely crushed and shocked as he doesn't even know what to say. However, Nagi tells him that for the first time ever, he's scared that Ryo isn't going to be there with him, which only makes Ryo look even more sad. After that, the game is back on, with FC Barca starting with the ball and Nagi running up on the field. Bachira passes the ball, while Ryo tries once more to get some sense into Nagi. However, Nagi isn't able to focus on Ryo's words as he tells himself to go and to change this fear of his into fire, which is exactly what he does as he jumps up high into the air and catches the ball in the air. Even Bachira on the side is in complete shock as he didn't know that Nagi could jump that high. Nagi gets the ball, and he's looking super locked in as he passes the ball over to Agi, who's firstly confused, but then gets a smirk on himself as he laughs and says that Nagi is finally beginning to play on his own as he passes Jigiri the ball. Jigiri, who's now on board with the attack, tells them to go for a swift attack and not to slow down and passes the ball over to Nagi, who looks at the incoming ball and thinks that Ryo will disappear and that maybe he won't be able to play soccer with Ryo anymore, saying that he didn't think that this future would come. But as he says that, he makes one of the craziest backtraps ever as he lets the ball roll over before he kicks it over him, even leaving the no-name FC Barca defender completely in shock. Nagi then continues his little conversation with himself as he says that he doesn't want it to end this way, as he still wants to play with Ryo, telling Ryo that he'll become strong and for Ryo to stay close to him. We then see Nagi trading passes with Agi, which makes Ryo feel really left behind as he just says Nagi's name. Anyway, Agi manages to hold off Hayate and gets the ball over to Nagi, who's beginning to look completely locked in. After that, Nagi pulls out his crazy tricks as he makes an awesome feint shot, which looks completely awesome as he tells Ryo that he'll become someone who can dream of becoming the best on their own. We then see Nagi's eyes beginning to look completely wild as they are burning. However, just then we begin seeing some shurikens on the ground, and just then the ninja Otoya appears as he comes in Nagi's way and asks him how many stages he will do. I'm guessing that he saw Nagi's goal against Isagi and is referring to that. Anyway, Nagi gets completely taken aback by Otoya's presence. Otoya tells him that he won't let Nagi get any closer and that they have countermeasures for his move. It gets dark around Nagi as he legit can't believe it. He thinks that they completely saw through him and wonders if he should shoot. However, he knows that there are 3 players in front of him. He looks at the incoming Otoya, which only makes him more nervous, before he sees one small spot in the goal and tells himself to come on. However, just then, Ryo appears on Nagi's side and screams his name. Ryo has an immense aura around him, and as their eyes meet, Nagi says his name. Nagi sees Otoya coming extremely close and thinks about what he said about doing this alone. However, just then, his aura starts to disappear, and he instead changes his alone approach to doing it together with Ryo instead. Ryo looks at the incoming ball and is ready to give it his literal all to save Nagi's and his dream. However, just then, you think that they will live happily ever after. However, Bachira then comes in front of the ball and steals it. He tells Nagi that this won't do. He has an intense fire in his eyes as he looks over to Nagi, telling him that if you can't die here and go on alone, then he's failed as an egoist. Anyway, Bachira gets the ball and starts sprinting with all that he can, and Ryo screams at the defenders to stop him, but when Bachira locks in, then there's truly no one who can stop him. He passes to one of his teammates, who passes it back to Bachira, who, as he sees the ball coming, jumps up and scores the final goal of the match, which means that FC Barca wins the match. Now as the match has finished, let's go over all the offers we missed and then get over to Isagi. Alright, we start with Bachira, who came in at 5th place with an offer of 120 million yen. We then got Chigiri in 6th place with a 90 million offer, followed by Ryo, who has a 78 million offer. After Ryo, we have Kunigami, who has a 66 million yen offer. After him, we have Otoya, who has gotten himself into the top 9 with a 63 million offer. And in the number 10 spot, we have Aiku with a 60 million offer. After them, we have Karasu, who's sitting on a 55 million offer. After him, we have the GOAT and the wildlife explorer Gagamaru with a 50 million offer. After Gagamaru, we have Aryu on a 45 million offer, followed by Yukimiya, who has a 42 million offer. We then get to the 15th place, where we find Nico on a 40 million offer, closely followed by Hiyori, who's got a 39 million offer. After Hiyori, we have Sendu on a 37 million offer. After him, we have Corona, who's sitting on a well-deserved 35 million offer. After Corona, we have Zantetsu, who's sitting at a well-deserved 33 million offer. Moving on, we get to the 20th spot, where we have Fukaku on a 28 million offer, followed by Reichi on a 27 million offer, and then Kiora on a 26 million offer, which I'm a bit sad that he didn't get the 23rd place, as it would have fit his character better. Anyway, this means that we have one character left, and we will see who that is alongside Isagi as we get back to the chapter, and Isagi is looking at the screen in shock as he sees the 23rd name appearing. However, it's not Nagi, but instead Nanas, who comes in at the 23rd spot with a 25 million offer, and we then see Nagi under him with a 24 million offer, which means that he won't qualify for the U20 Japan team. We see Nanas looking at the screen, and I hope he realizes that he shouldn't be there because that's a miracle if I've ever seen one. However, we also see Isagi, who looks completely lost as he says Nagi's name. He must really wonder what the hell has happened to him, as he was a beast when the two of them met each other. We start off with seeing FC Barca celebrating their well-deserved win as they ended the scores with 3-2. We see Bachira and Otoya being ecstatic, while Ryo looks like he's about to cry his heart out, while Nagi just looks shocked. We then see Nanase, who just got the spot above Nagi, and even he can't believe it as he asks if he really made it, and he starts to cry, which is a bit sweet. Under him, we see Reichi, who's ecstatic as well, and he screams with all of his heart. Meanwhile, Zantetsu and Kiora have a rather quiet and chill reaction to making it. However, the fun is unfortunately over now as we see Tokimitsu, who sadly didn't make it, and he came in at a 25th spot with 22 million, and as he sees his name that low on the screen, he starts to cry uncontrollably as he knows the hard truth, which is that he will have to leave. We also see the rest of the U20 defenders who are angry, but also heartbroken by the fact that they did not make it in the end. But sadly that's not all, as Igarashi also sees his offer being last on the screen, shared with the GOAT Nishioka, who will still come back. Anyway, Igarashi starts to cry as well, probably just thinking about how much work he has to do at the temple. After that, we see Ego, who pops up on the big screen and says that this concludes the final salary auction announcement, saying that those of them not selected as the top 23 players are no longer needed in Blue Lock. He tells them to be gone as he opens a door called Loser's Gate, where they all have to walk out. Just then, Isagi speaks up, and he asks Ego to wait up, and he asks why Nagi didn't make it. Ego gets serious and says that he couldn't prove himself in a match, explaining that there have been times when he's shown us he can shine, but that he's too inconsistent, telling Isagi that this salary is appropriate for a player of his quality, and ending it by saying that's all to it. Isagi tries to argue and is about to say that Nagi has talent, but that's when Ryo comes on the screen and asks Ego to do it again. Ryo looks furious, and he looks extremely mad as he says that it doesn't make any sense. Isagi sees him and just looks at Ryo in pure awe. We then get back to Ryo, and we see that Nagi is sitting on the ground beside him. Ryo says that the whole world acknowledges his abilities and that sometimes he's off, but that there are miraculous plays only Nagi can make. We then see a small panel of Nagi just looking down towards the field. Ryo then starts to scream and says that he's obviously a genius and asks Ego if it isn't a waste to just let him disappear here, and once again asks Ego if he can run the calculations again. However, Ego cuts him off and tells him to get a grip. Ego tells him that this isn't school and calls him a sheltered dimwit. He asks Ryo if he didn't clarify at the start that this is a laboratory for creating the world's best. Ryo looks shocked as he hears this and isn't sure what to say. Ego continues and asks him what he is going on about calling Nagi a genius and asks if Ryo is serious or if it's a joke. He then says that the results just now were clear enough that Nagi's talent has withered away. Ego looks super cold as he says that, and Nagi still just looks down towards the ground. He probably feels a mix of sadness, but also as if he's betrayed Ryo. Anyway, as Ryo hears Ego's words, he can't believe it, and his eyes get wide. Ego then continues and says that talent isn't the power to believe in your abilities, but instead it's the power to believe in and then prove your abilities, explaining that talent changes depending on one's surroundings and mental state. Friends and rivals, goals and emotions can all increase or decrease talent, not to mention that sometimes you get results that surpass your talent. Telling them all that Nagi's wild feint chain in the third match was an example of that, saying that, in that moment, he unexpectedly proved he could produce results beyond his talents. However, Ego is far from finished as he continues to go in on them and says that Nagi was deluded enough to think that was his true power and the world demanded that from Nagi as well. Telling them that what they should have done was to analyze the fact that they got a result beyond his talent. However, the biggest mistake was letting that goal convince Nagi that he'd achieved his dream of defeating Isagi. We then see Baru, Igarashi, and Isagi all listening in closely as Ego asks all of them what the biggest cause of talent withering up is. Is it loss of hope, despair, or fear? However, it's none of these, as it's satisfaction. And just look at Ego right here. This has to be his #1 coldest panel ever, as he looks so insanely cool. Ego tells them that Nagi still didn't really have what it takes to beat Isagi, but he just happened to win, and his desire was released, and an animal with a full stomach forgets to hunt. Explaining that the fire Nagi felt in that moment will not return, Ego then gives a weird smirk and says that in that match, he should have tried to prevail on his own, no matter how painful it was, and that even if he'd lost, he should have kept the fire of his ego burning strong. However, the choice to team up killed Nagi's talent. And just hearing these harsh words makes Ryo completely lose it, and he starts crying his eyes out as he thinks back to some of the times he and Nagi spent together. Ego says that the talent was already withered up then, and that his talent will never blossom again, but even then, Ryo continued to water it and believe otherwise. Hearing that only makes Ryo cry more as he has floods of tears running down his face. Ego says that in the end, Nagi spoke of being the world's best, but he couldn't find a fire beyond the dream to defeat Isagi. Ryo, who can't take hearing all of this anymore, asks Ego to stop. However, Ego continues and says that Nagi was satisfied, and that's why he was afraid of losing the ones around him. Ryo, who's still crying uncontrollably, once again asks Ego to stop speaking. However, Ego tells him to shut up and says that this is Blue Lock, and that he only needs crazy bastards who won't be satisfied until they're the world's best. Ego's eyes are starting to look wild, and his veins even start to pop out as he says that normies who are satisfied with less than that should go home and says Nagi's name. Isagi is in complete shock by all of this, and Ryo's still crying. We then get back to both Nagi and Ryo, where we see that Nagi is still sitting comfortably down on the ground while Ryo is standing by his side crying. Nagi thinks back to one of their earlier moments and calls out Ryo's name. He starts to get up and says that he has no regrets. Nagi explains that it's just like Ego said and that he was satisfied. He's finally standing beside Ryo now, and he tells him that to win against Isagi and play soccer with Ryo forever, only having that would be enough for him. However, he himself admits that a dream like that wasn't nearly enough, thinking that to survive in Blue Lock, his dream was too small and too childish. Nagi starts to scratch his neck and says that if that time he hadn't won against Isagi and gotten angry, and if Ryo wouldn't have spoiled him like he did back in the Manshine City vs Bastard Munchen game, then just maybe the future would have looked different. Hearing those words coming out of Nagi only makes Ryo more emotional, and he starts to cry even more. But even then Nagi continues and apologizes to Ryo, saying that rather than wanting to become the world's best, he was more scared of losing Ryo in the end. Also, I know that it's really emotional right now, but a quick side note is that it must be so awkward for all of the other players just standing there watching them. Anyway, Nagi then starts to look down towards the ground and apologizes for not finding a new dream. Even after Ryo managed to become strong on his own, Nagi chose to still pass to Ryo, so he apologizes for that and for not taking that shot against Otoya. He continues and is about to apologize for not keeping his promise, but then Ryo goes forward and puts his hand on Nagi's shoulder and tells him that it's enough. We then see Ryo's face, and he looks absolutely destroyed and crushed as he tells Nagi to not apologize anymore and that Nagi didn't do anything wrong at all. Nagi then looks down towards Ryo, who continues, and even though Nagi didn't like soccer at first, he still tagged along for Ryo's dream. And just a small detail, but seeing Ryo's teardrop falling down on the grass just hits so deep. After that, Ryo continues, and Ryo apologizes for forcing Nagi and says that he's sorry for making him try his best. Then, with a super shaky tone, he tells Nagi that he doesn't have to do that anymore, telling Nagi that it's alright and that he shouldn't apologize for anything. Nagi just looks at Ryo with a stone face before he grabs Ryo's hand and says his name. He puts away Ryo's hand from his shoulder and holds his wrist and tells Ryo that he was happy. Ryo looks a bit shocked but relieved while hearing that. Nagi then tells him that Ryo is pushy, selfish, and scared. However, when he was with Ryo, Nagi was able to meet the new him many times, explaining that he got fired up by soccer all the way back in the first selection, and that in the second selection he also became frustrated and lame too. Not to mention how many cruel things he said to Ryo. But even then, in the Neo-Egoist League, he knew that the feeling of winning felt extremely good. But even then, he still kept thinking about how lonely he would be without Ryo. Those words just hit Ryo right to his chest, as it even got dark around him. Nagi then continues, and says that Ryo showed him the light. And even though he was a pain, everything that came after Nagi met Ryo, he will treasure it for life. We then see some of their sweet moments together, mostly from their school days. Ryo continues to cry, but Nagi then releases Ryo's hand and tells him that probably he lost because he started thinking like this, and because he valued being with Ryo more than anything, and because of all that combined, he stopped being a genius. He then tells Ryo that if they had just passed by each other that day, then they would have surely become stronger and maybe even the best in the world. As he says that, we can see the vision of them winning the World Cup together slowly but surely fading away as Nagi tells Ryo that their world's best ends here. Nagi, while looking more nonchalant and stoned-faced than ever before, puts his hand on Ryo's head and says goodbye to him. While holding onto Ryo's head, he tells Ryo to become the world's best on his own, and just having Nagi's hand on his head and hearing those words is just too much for Ryo to handle, so his tears can't stop rolling down his face, and he looks so sad. We then see Igarashi, Baru, Zantetsu, Chigiri, Kunigami, and Bachira, all watching this go down. However, there's of course one more player who's looking intensely at this, and that's of course Isagi, who screams Nagi's name as he is walking away. Isagi looks shocked as he is seeing Nagi leave. However, Nagi waits up and looks back towards Isagi, who actually starts to cry. But then he takes all of his energy, and his aura starts to appear around him as he screams at Nagi not to quit soccer, which I believe is the little push Nagi desperately needed, as we see him in the next panel, and if you look really close, then you can see his fire in his eyes starting to appear before he walks out. We also see Igarashi and Neru, who are walking out together, and both of them are crying. I feel bad for Igarashi, don't get me wrong, but I mostly feel bad for Neru, who didn't even get a single chance to prove himself, as he only got to sit on the bench this entire Neo-Egoist League. We also see Darai and Hayate being frustrated about all of this, but on their side, we also see Tokimitsu, who looks insanely crushed as he has his hands covering his face and is probably crying his eyes out. Anyway, with that Blue Lock Phase 2 and the Neo-Egoist League are completed, and as Nagi walks out of the loser's gate, we see that the next phase is, of course, the U20 World Cup. We also see both Ryo and Isagi crying their eyes out as they are watching Nagi, who they have spent so much time with, just leave them. And we then see the players beginning to walk out. We see Loki, who I know is thinking back to when Isagi owned him earlier. And then we have Noah, who's probably looking back as he can feel Isagi's aura. We then see Lavinho and Chris Prince walking side by side and smiling. And if I'm honest, then I don't know why they are smiling, as they are basically the losers of the Neo-Egoist League. But anyway, we then see Kaiser, who's slowly walking away before he stops and looks back. Behind him, he sees Ness, and he asks Ness why the hell he is following Kaiser. Ness is trying to play it cool and nonchalant, so he doesn't say anything, which makes Kaiser do his regular emo pose by putting his hand against his face and telling Ness that it's enough, explaining that the Kaiser that Ness believed in was just an illusion and that in reality, Kaiser is shit. Finally, he takes away his hand and looks right towards Ness and says that they are broken and once again tells him to get lost. Ness, however, just looks dead as he's staring down Kaiser before he coldly just says no and that he will still be by Kaiser's side. This only makes Kaiser angrier as his eyes begin to twitch. He then starts speaking louder and he asks Ness if he's good in the head, telling Ness that he threw him away for the sake of victory and yet he lost to Isagi, calling himself a piece of shit, humiliating the world with his existence. Ness is still just quiet. Meanwhile, Kaiser's crash out only gets worse as he begins to scream towards Ness and tells him to stop clinging to a piece of trash like Kaiser himself. And we can really see that Kaiser is beginning to get truly mad here. But Ness doesn't budge, as he once again just tells him no, and that he won't do as he is told anymore. And I have no idea when Ness got this much confidence. However, I like this new version of him. Even Kaiser can't believe what Ness has just said, as he looks at him in total shock. But Ness's eyes just get wider as he looks intensely at Kaiser and says that he isn't a piece of trash, but that he instead is just a flesh and blood human being, which I don't know, just sounds kind of corny. Kaiser looks like he is about to break down and that he doesn't know what to do. Meanwhile, Ness's eyes get lit with a fire, making him even more serious as he tells Kaiser that with his ego, he will cast a spell on Kaiser's broken self, which I can't wait for, as I need to see what Ness will do to transform Kaiser, because right now, Kaiser has lost pretty much everything. Anyway, under them, we have the offers for the non-blue lock players, and there we see that Kaiser got a 400 million offer from Real, Lorenzo got a 280 million offer from Ubers, Ness got himself a 130 million offer from Bastard Munchen, and Charles got a 110 million offer from PXG, and last but not least, Aggie got an 80 million offer from Manshine City. We then get back to the real stars, which are, of course, the Blue Lock players, and the announcer starts speaking as he says that the 23 players who survived the Neo Egoist League should please have some rest in their stratum, because the next itinerary will be tomorrow at 9 AM. He tells them to please wear designated suits and get on the shuttle bus, which I guess we just fast forward to right away as we see everyone sitting on the bus. Now it's a bit hard to see who is who right now. However, I find it funny that Kunigami is holding his ears while Yukimiya tries to talk to him. Also pretty funny how Rin is just sitting by himself, really acting out his emo personality. Meanwhile, Jigiri is looking for someone else to talk to, as Ryo probably isn't in the best mood right now. Anyway, we then get to Bachira, who says that this might be the first time that he's wearing a fancy suit. Nanase agrees and asks Hiyori if he's tied his necktie alright, but of course he hasn't, so Hiyori tells him that he will do it for him. We then see Baru, who asks why the windows are dark and says he can't see anything. Meanwhile, Otoya just randomly says, "millionaire," probably referring to his bid, and Zantetsu wants to feel included, so he just says that it's free, which I don't really get, but alright. Karasu then asks them where they are going. Meanwhile, Sendao looks ecstatic as he is thinking that they might go to a meeting with journalists, or maybe even a live stream. Aryu then looks over to Sendao and realizes that this might be his debut. Nico on the side is caught off guard and says that he is stressed, and wonders if anyone has wax for his hair. We then see Rin, who's probably so done with them as he just thinks about how loud they are while he is trying to sleep. We also have Ryo, who's just looking out the window, probably rethinking his life. We then see Isagi, who is doing the same thing, while Gagamaru is sleeping right next to him. Isagi then thinks back to when he told Nagi not to quit soccer, and thinks that it was all that he could say. He then starts to wonder what Ryo is thinking right now, and admits that, to be fair, he himself still can't get his head around that Nagi is gone. Suddenly, the announcer says that they have arrived, and everyone looks back, and Bachira is happy to hear that, and asks them where they are and what they are going to do. But he doesn't get much of an answer, as the announcer then starts to pull down the windows on the bus, and tells them that right now, for those 23 who survived the Neo Egoist League, they will hold a victory parade in Roppongi, and as he's pulled down the windows, we can see that a massive crowd of fans has gathered all around them and are all celebrating them. Bachira is shocked to see so many people, and Chigiri thinks that they are truly stars now. Meanwhile, Isagi is just in pure awe and can't believe it. After that, all of them go out on the roof of the bus to celebrate with the fans. Some girls instantly spot Otoya, and they say that they love him. Otoya calls it cute and asks if they want to hop in, but Karasu pulls him aside and tells him that it's not a good idea and calls him an idiot. Hiyori is amazed at the big event that they have gathered, and Yukimiya says that it's the influence of Blue Lock TV. Bachira is as happy as ever, and he screams that he loves them all. Chigiri waves towards the fans and he tries to get Kunigami to wave as well, but he just tells Chigiri to shut up. We then have Shidu and Rin, who are just stone-faced and don't say anything. That can't be said for Sendao though, who screams at everyone to follow his Instagram. Luckily, Aiku is there to pull him back and tells him to calm down. We then have Nico, Kiora, and Gagamaru, who's just doing peace signs to everyone, which is kind of wholesome. But then we finally get to the main man, Isagi, who looks at everyone and is in pure amazement as he realizes that they were able to cause such enthusiasm. We then see a whole bunch of people just screaming Isagi's name and being ecstatic to see him. He looks at them with big eyes and says that this is sport and that this is entertainment and the power of football. He then grabs tight to the metal bar and says that it feels so good, but at the same time he feels so scared, thinking that one can become a hero with a single blow and fall just as easily, calling it a world of the best and worst outcomes. However, as he sees everyone calling his name, he thinks that it's exactly why he won't get satisfied, and he then throws his fist out towards the crowd. His eyes start to burn with a super intense feeling as he thinks that until the moment he becomes the best in the world, he will go beyond this scenery and he won't go back to the world without football. We then go back to Nagi, who's just gone home and says that he's home as he drops his bag while looking miserable. But at the bottom it says that there are only 50 days left to the U20 World Cup. We then see Nagi's apartment, and we hear that his alarm is starting to ring. We then see Nagi, who isn't ready to get up just yet, so he stops the alarm while looking half asleep. He then channels his inner energy and gets up while looking dead in the face. Anyway, the first thing he does is say good morning to his cactus, Choki. He then touches Choki, which obviously hurts his finger because of its cactus spikes. However, this helps him wake up. Nagi then looks over to his right, where he sees his school uniform. We then teleport right to the Hakuho High School, where we see everyone in Nagi's class being blown away by him. One guy rushes forward and tells him that he was amazing and that he watched everything. Nagi, however, just asks him if he can sit here. After that, another one compliments his insane goal, which would be the first thing I would do as well, because that 5-stage volley is something I don't think I'll ever forget. 2 more guys ask him if he's going to go pro, saying that he still has his offer on the table. While they are speaking to Nagi, another girl speaks up and asks Nagi about Rio and probably how he is doing. Nagi just looks at all of them and tells them all to just forget it as it's over now. They all become pretty surprised hearing this, and one of the guys says again that Nagi's pro offer still stands. Nagi then starts to look sad as he once again tells them to forget it and that he's done with soccer for good. We then see the lecture starting and the teacher telling them all to think carefully about their future. Meanwhile, we see Nagi, who's sleeping behind one of his textbooks, but then he suddenly wakes up and thinks that he's hungry, so he takes out some sort of melon bread from his desk and begins to eat. But just then, the teacher appears right in front of him and takes it away, telling Nagi that it's not lunch yet, but Nagi just says that it's his breakfast. We then get to one of his breaks, where he once again goes to the rooftop and begins to play his mobile games. He dies in the game, and then puts his head against some sort of thing, and is able to feel the nice breeze going past him, thinking that there's nothing he has to do, and that there's no hassle. He then goes down the stairs, when he suddenly encounters the stairs where he first met Rio and saved his phone, but he says that as there's no hassle, it's fine after all, and that it's not his life anyway. It then gets dark, and Nagi begins to cycle home. However, when he's doing it, he remembers how Rio used to give him a ride when they were still going to school together. As Nagi then cycles for a bit more, he notices a big crowd, which gets him interested, and as he looks over, he can see a big poster of the Blue Lock Japan U20 World Cup, where Rin, Isagi, and Shidu have been showcased. He then stares towards Isagi, who looks hyped up to the max, while Nagi just looks sad. After that, we get to a new day, where we can see Nagi being in class again, but once again not paying much attention, as he just tells himself that it's fine, and to forget all of it. Suddenly, all of his classmates have left, and Nagi is alone in the classroom. He then looks out of the window, where he sees a bunch of players playing football. As he looks at them, he starts feeling some sort of weird feeling, and he tells himself that he should just forget all of it, but he then starts to wonder why he is so sad. We then get this wonderful panel of him scratching his head while tears begin to form in his eyes. He then puts his head back into the desk and wonders why he didn't just try harder. He thinks back to the fire he was able to feel and the excitement and all of the crazy moments he got to experience, but he thinks that they now won't ever come back. He thinks of Isagi, Rio, Rin, and Baru and says that it was all new to him, so he didn't realize how much all of the moments truly mattered to him. His tears are beginning to almost fall off his face as he says that it's okay and that it's already too late as he can't go back. But that doesn't change the fact that Blue Lock really was fun for Nagi. He then starts to think about a ton more of exciting moments from Blue Lock and thinks that he'll never forget it, and that he doesn't only want to go back, but that he needs to go back. He thinks of Rio and says once again that he wants to go back, saying that he didn't know anything and that he should have just chased after both Rio and Isagi and then gotten fired up. Then, for the 3rd time, he emphasizes that he wants to go back to Blue Lock, but he very well knows that he can't. We then see Nagi just letting everything go as his eyes begin to fall with tears that are rolling down his face, which just hits so deep, as Nagi has always been someone who never shows emotion, and to see this now hits so deep. So to begin chapter 303, with seeing a bunch of tweets about Isagi and Kaiser, not to mention that Blue Lock TV has passed 150 million subscribers, we then see Hirotoshi Buratsuta, the Japan Football Union chairman, who comes in rushing as he has a huge smile on his face as he screams economic results. He makes a slide celebration on the ground, probably thinking that he is as cold as Isagi is, but anyway, he screams 78 billion, which is probably the amount of revenue that they have made, and if that's correct, then it's totally insane. He then starts to beg towards the gods or something as he says that it's all thanks to Blue Lock TV and the Neo Egoist League, explaining that their subscriber count is skyrocketing and that their merch is flying off the shelves, not to mention how their relationship with PIFA is great. Buratsuta then starts to get money symbols for eyes, as he says that it's just like he thought, and that the superior ones get rich and that capitalism is the best, which is a bit wild, but sure. We then see Ego, who walks into the room and asks Buratsuta what he wants. He scratches his head and says that he is busy and asks Buratsuta to keep it brief. Buratsuta quickly slides over and tells Ego that this is a great achievement. He tells Ego that they have done an amazing job and that he's making a killing for the Japanese Football Union. But even with all of the praise, Buratsuta isn't completely happy as he asks Ego why he decided to cut off Nagi, asking Ego if he isn't one of the popular ones. Ego is just cold and collected as he says that it was per the results and that it's all over now. Buratsuta then tells Ego that the social media is full of bring back Nagi and calling Ego mean, explaining that the world is tearing them a new one and that Nagi would be a goldmine of a player, so Buratsuta tells Ego to just let him back to the team and to do some sort of selection or something to bring him back. However, Ego stands his ground as he tells Buratsuta, or the money-grubbing Tanuki, as Ego calls him, that he is here to give Japan a World Cup victory. Ego starts to then look completely manic, as he says that in this project, he is God, which just hits so insanely hard, I'm not even going to lie. After that, we get to Henri, who's in some sort of press conference, and she explains that they formed Blue Lock, dreaming of being the best in the world. We then see that Aiku and Rin are on Henri's left side, while Isagi and Sendu are on Henri's right side. Henri then continues as she tells everyone there that in Phase 1, they selected 35 players out of 300, and they played against Japan's U20 representative team. And in Phase 2, the Neo Egoist League, their numbers thinned to 23. We see the cameras starting to get active as Henri says that it's finally time for Phase 3, which is the U20 World Cup. We then get a close-up of Sendao, Aiku, Rin, and Isagi, as Henri then continues and says that Japan will actually host the U20 World Cup and that 64 countries will participate, the highest number ever. We then get a big panel with both Loki and Kaiser. We then get back to Henri's speech as she says that, starting with Brazil, the soccer kingdom, then there's the German team with Michael Kaiser and England soccer's motherland, and not to mention Spain and Italy as well. We then get to France, the champion country, led by Loki, who also fought in the Neo Egoist League, plus all of the new generation World 11 who will be gathered together. These and other unknown foes will be faced by Blue Lock Japan. She then looks intense as she says that their sights are set on one thing, which is nothing else than total victory. We then get back to Buratsuta, who is starting to get angry and tells Ego not to kid himself and that he is the god, explaining that he haggled with PIFA to let Japan host this year and that he's the one who's been holding up Japanese soccer and that Ego is just a dreamer who got hired by this god. Buratsuta starts to look crazy as he says that this is in order to bring Nagi back. However, Ego is just quiet for a while before he says that if that's the case, then he will simply just quit, which shocks Buratsuta, but Ego begins to play with his glasses as he says that per his plan, he assembled a team that will represent Japan to win the World Cup, and that he has no intention at all of changing the 23 players that he chose for that, and finally says that Nagi Seishiro isn't needed. However, that's not even all as Ego continues to go in and asks Buratsuta if he and Ego didn't already agree to their promise that Ego could only choose 23 players, and in the end he simply didn't pick Nagi. Ego looks so insanely cold as he says that while he looks right into Buratsuta's eyes, who we can see is only getting more and more furious because of all of this. But we then leave the two of them for a while as we go over to one of the reporters who asks if it's possible that they will get to see Loki versus Rin or even Kaiser versus Isagi. Continuing and saying that they will get to see Lorenzo and the new generation World 11 face off with the Blue Lock 11, Henri right off the bat says yes, and that the U20 World Cup has primarily been viewed as the World Cup's little brother. a championship tournament for the world's best players younger than 20. Henri then starts to look excited as she says that this time, it's different, and that thanks to the Neo-Egoist League and the Blue Lock television show, this generation has garnered top-tier attention in all of soccer. Explaining that they can think of this U20 World Cup as being as much of a mega event as the main World Cup. And the reporters are visibly left stunned by that answer, but it doesn't take long until Henri continues and asks everyone if they can feel it, telling them to just look at these players who face world-class players in the Neo-Egoist League, and telling all of them there that you can feel that the times are about to change, saying that a World Cup victory for Japan is no longer just a dream, and that now it's time to turn their dream into a reality, which just hits so insanely hard. Sadly, we leave Henri and go back to Buratsuta and Ego, where we see Buratsuta starting to get closer to Ego, as he says that it's fine. However, he won't allow any more of this savagery as he goes right to Ego's face and tells him that if they can't win the U20 World Cup, then he's just an egotistical dreamer. Ego sighs, but says that it was the plan all along and that he will win them the U20 World Cup, and then he'll make Japan the center of the soccer world. Buratsuta laughs a bit as he's hearing this and says that if Ego manages to do that, then he will make it the best business asset in the world. We then once again go back to the press conference where we see Henri, who's welcoming Isagi up towards the stage. Isagi walks towards the mic and grabs it before saying that they will win, but he then corrects himself as he did in the U20 match and instead says that he, Yoichi Isagi, will make the U20 World Cup the hottest place for soccer on earth, and just look at how cold he looks right here, like his aura is through the roof. All of the interviewers are also totally ecstatic over hearing this as they begin to take as many videos and photos as they can of Isagi. We then see both Sendu and Aiku, who's smirking after hearing Isagi's words, while Rin just looks emo like always. Before Henri starts to speak up again and tells everyone to please look forward to the start of the new Blue Lock Japan, we then get to the last panel, where we firstly see that it says that there are 47 days until the U20 World Cup, and we then also see Nagi, who's sitting in some sort of arcade while looking totally miserable and just staring at the screen, probably being super sad about all of this. We then get home to the Yoichi family, where we see that they are eating real good as they are probably celebrating all of Isagi's insane achievements. Isagi is over the moon as he thanks his parents for the meal. His parents, Iyo Isagi and Issei Isagi, are just glad to see him and compliment all of his good work. His father, Issei, tells him to eat up and that it's his mom's celebratory pork cutlet. Isagi takes a bite, and we can see that it tastes amazing, as he even says that cutlet after winning tastes so good. His mom is glad to hear that and explains that they were surprised by his sudden visit, and she asks if he has a break from Blue Lock. As he is diving into his food, he tells them that they still have some time before the U20 World Cup, and that they even got 2 weeks off, which is why he decided to come home. His parents are happy to hear that and tell him that this is the time to rest up. His dad says that Isagi really did become something else. He got fame, abilities, and a salary, of course. His mom tells him to stop it, and his father apologizes and says that Isagi came here to rest and that they maybe shouldn't talk about work. However, Isagi assures them that it's fine. Isagi explains that Blue Lock will take care of their offers from overseas, which is super interesting. Anyway, he continues and says that he doesn't know the details, but they told them to focus on the U20 World Cup for now. His mom's face lights up as she says that it's amazing, not even the money, but that Isagi won everything and became #1 in the Blue Lock program. Isagi, as the humble king that he is, thanks her and says that he joined to become #1, and now that he actually is the #1, he feels really happy. Suddenly, out of the blue, his father puts out his hand and tells Isagi, "Thanks for your hard fucking work." However, this catches Isagi super off guard as he is drinking his food and he asks what he is going on about. Isagi's mom adds in that he has been practicing and that he wanted to imitate Isagi this whole time. The father then once again looks super cold as he calls Isagi his finest clown. Isagi is getting super embarrassed and tells him to stop messing with him. All of them then start to laugh before Isagi's mother says that if Isagi continues to talk like that, then he'll set a bad example for the kids. His dad agrees, but Isagi tries to assure them that it's not him, but Kaiser that talks like that. Suddenly they can hear a knock on the door, and Isagi looks out and sees a delivery man with a Blue Lock package. He gets it inside of the house and then starts to open it. In the package, he finds a ton of DVDs and even a letter and a plane ticket. Isagi is a bit confused, however. He decides to start off by reading the letter, which is from the man himself, Ego. It says, "Learn soccer, Isagi. The key to your next evolution lies in here. Try to find it yourself." Isagi looks like he can't believe it as he reads about learning soccer again and thinks that Ego gave him his own dedicated task. As he is reading the letter, his mom asks Isagi about Ego and what he is like from Isagi's own perspective. Isagi is a bit confused, but he says that he's sharp and that he has his own philosophy, calling him hopelessly unfriendly, and says that he always speaks his mind no matter who he's talking to and calls him just a plain weirdo. His father says that if that's the case, then he's just like how he is on Blue Lock TV, and his mom says that on the other hand, he is someone that they can trust. Isagi says that they can, and also adds on that he believes more than anyone that Japan can win the World Cup. He thinks back to Ego saying that he only needs crazy people who won't be satisfied until they're the world's best. Isagi then explains that somehow he can feel it, Ego's seriousness and the real fire. He looks at the letter and says that Jinpachi Ego is the most interesting and craziest guy in the world, and says that he is Isagi's patron of dreams, which just goes so insanely hard, like Ego has gotten himself another insane nickname, and I just love it. Anyway, hearing Isagi talk so happily about Blue Lock makes Isagi's parents smile, and his mother even laughs as she says that it looks like he's having fun and saying that he's met some good people. His father then adds in and says that Isagi has changed, and he asks Isagi if he's become more mature than himself in such a short time. However, Isagi tells him that there's no way and thinks to himself that it's just his father who's become more childish. They then get a bit serious as they tell Isagi to remember this one thing, which is that no matter how much he's changed, both he and Isagi's mom are still his family. He continues and says that from now on, Isagi will be fighting even greater opponents, and that he will get hurt, and that he will hurt others, living in this world of competition. But even then, his parents will always look at Isagi in the same way they always have, so no matter what changes, Isagi can always come home. Now this is just so sweet, and we can see that Isagi also felt that way, as it looks like time just stopped for him with all of these incredibly kind words. Like this is the first time in a long while he looks touched by something someone else said. He then thanks them for everything before he takes his care package from Blue Lock and heads upstairs, as he wants to check out the videos he got sent. He goes to his room, where he firstly picks up a DVD from 2008, and even though it's old, he decides to play it. He puts it on, and wonders what it is that Ego wants to teach him. He loads up the video, and sees that it's of course a soccer video. He quickly realizes that it's just a cut from the middle of the game. He sees someone shooting the ball and scoring a goal, which makes him wonder if Ego wants Isagi to learn how to shoot, but he doesn't think about that too much as a new game starts right off the bat. This time someone traps the ball before sending it over to someone else who tries to score but misses, which leaves Isagi puzzled as he realizes that this isn't about scoring goals. But then, as he watches closer, he finally realizes what it is that Ego wants to show him. He sees that whenever the video changes, it starts from a trap or a killer pass that changed the game. Isagi starts to wonder if maybe this is it, and maybe it isn't about goals, but the moments that change the game. Isagi quickly starts to look intense as he says that it has to be it, and that those are the traps, passes, and dribbles that inspire the whole field, plays from the whole world carefully selected by Ego, and a collection of plays that create the smell of the goal. This makes Isagi's puzzle pieces flow around him like never before, as he says that the whole world is overflowing with soccer that he still doesn't know of. He thinks back to the old times when he used to watch Noel Noah play, and says that this is interesting, and not to mention fun, thinking that he will input this new inspiration, and that he wants to get to this level of thinking, and he says that Blue Lock is still in the middle of evolution. We then also see the original 4, and all of them got a letter of their own, and I guess that all of the top 23 players got a letter of their own. But still, also, at the bottom of the panel, it says that there are 45 days left to the U20 World Cup, so it's really starting to count down, which is so sick. And then we see Henri, who's been cooking up a special late-night yakisoba dish for Ego, which is just so insanely nice. Anyway, Ego is a bit too busy at the moment, so as he is frantically looking at his computer, he tells Henri to just put it over there on the counter. Henri looks a bit in shock as she sees the crazy Ego, but she agrees with it and puts the food down. After that, she tells Ego that he's been working all night recently, and she asks him if he's okay, as his dark circles around his eyes just keep getting worse. Ego, who doesn't even have time to look up from his computer, tells her that he's been putting together the trainings, and also written 23 special letters to each of the 23 players, and that more and more work just keeps piling up. Henri looks a bit concerned over him before she asks Ego just what he asked them to do in their 14 days off. Ego thinks for a bit before he asks Henri in what order she prepares the dishes. Henri, like Ego, thinks over it before she explains that she usually thinks about what she wants to eat, and then she goes and buys the necessary ingredients. We then get a close-up panel of Ego, where we can clearly see that his dark circles are in fact horrible. Anyway, he says that it's the same for him, and that in his recipe for winning the U20 World Cup, these 14 days are all dedicated for the players to find their missing ingredients. We then see Baru, who in his letter got a location, and Ego told him to go there if he wanted to become king again. As Baru is walking towards it, he wonders just what that four-eye is scheming. He arrives and sees that it's a university. Suddenly he hears someone from behind saying that he's Baru from Blue Lock and that they have been waiting for him. He looks back and sees a ton of buff guys welcoming Baru to American football. Baru just looks like he's about to kill all of them. We then get to Bachira, who in his letter was told to learn by teaching and to feel his childhood self again. Bachira arrives at an elementary school and is a bit confused before a kid opens the door and says that it's Bachira. Bachira is taken off guard and puts out some karate moves as he asks the kid who he is, and I don't know why, but this is just so wholesome to see. Anyway, after that, all of the kids from the elementary schools start to rush towards Bachira, and they quickly swarm around him while looking super excited and telling him to teach them soccer. Bachira also starts to smile as he says that he finally gets it, and that he's the teacher suddenly. We then get over to the glorious and future #1 striker of Blue Lock, Chigiri Hayoma, who's seen swimming in the water as he was instructed by Ego to throw away his legs and become a fish. He was also told to gain a heart and lungs that can keep up with his speed. After Chigiri, we have Kunigami, who was told that his answer lies in combat, and that he should become the strongest warrior with his body. We then see him training boxing and going absolutely ham, and I'm not going to lie, but he looks super cool. We then get over to his best friend in the world, Shidu, who was told to do everything he wants to try before he dies, and that Blue Lock would cover all of the costs, and we both know Shidu, so he decided to just go all out and went skydiving, which I'm sure went crazy. We then leave Shidu and go over to Rin, who's sitting in like a shrine. Rin was told to take another look at his own ego, and that destruction alone isn't a desire, and as he's meditating, he can see both Sei and Isagi in his mind. However, suddenly, an old man hits him with a stick, which makes Rin mad as he rushes to attack him, telling him that it's the 50th time now. It's kind of funny how they needed 3 people to stop Rin. Anyway, we then get to Ryo, who's in his special training room. He is giving it his all on the treadmill as he thinks back to Nagi. More specifically when Nagi told Ryo that if he hadn't relied on Ryo, then maybe his future would be different. Ryo gives himself a well-deserved break and says that he keeps thinking about it and that he always thought that they would be together and that a life without Nagi. Ryo still isn't used to it and calls it a pain as he's sipping on his water bottle. Suddenly Baya comes in and excuses herself. She informs young Master Ryo that a letter has arrived from Blue Lock. In the letter, it says that Ryo is a special soldier of Blue Lock, telling Ryo that he has to master copy everyone who's still in Blue Lock and telling him that he still has a path to becoming the #1. Ryo is completely mind-blown as he's reading the letter, but Baya then tells him that there was an SD card included with the letter and that it looks like it's footage of the remaining 22 players. Ryo looks up and wonders to himself why Ego would give him such a task. Baya tells him that even with his physical abilities, doing this in just 14 days is impossible. However, Ryo cuts her off and tells her that he will do it. He starts breaking the letter and tells her that right now, using his body will be better than using his head. He thinks that Ego's words always have meaning beyond imagination. His eyes then start to flare up with a fire as he says that he will ace this task. We then see all of the other characters and what they were instructed to do. We see that Otoya is in some sort of virtual reality thing. Meanwhile, Karasu looks to be up in the mountains running. Kiora is just in the park practicing his parkour skills, and Raichi is seen doing some sort of physical sport, and from the looks of it, it looks to be sumo. After Raichi, we see Corona, who's in a running race against his dog. Meanwhile, Ryu can be seen doing karate, and I'll be honest, but when I first saw him, I thought that it was Baru, because you can't tell me that he looks exactly like Baru right here. Anyway, we then have Nanas, who's seen holding chopsticks. But to be more exact, he's practicing using both of his hands and being able to use them more effectively. Meanwhile, Sendu has been sent to the front lines, as he's legit laying down in the grass holding a goddamn rifle. He's probably just playing paintball or something like that, but it looks so funny just seeing Nanas holding chopsticks. Meanwhile, Sendao has a whole rifle. It looks like Hiyori has gotten back home and is gaming. Meanwhile, the goat Nico went straight to the gym like the beast that he is and is training his upper body. Below him, however, is Fukaku, who's just casually sitting under a waterfall while trying to meditate. We then leave Fukaku and go over to the better goalkeeper, Gagamaru, who's playing baseball, and I would assume that he's practicing his already insane reflexes. We then have Yukimiya, and I have no idea what he is going to do, as he has a whole blade in his hands. We then get to Aiku, who's casually sitting at his desk and is journaling, or maybe he's been given some task that requires him to study. Lastly, we have Zantetsu, who we can see is doing some sort of sprinting. Anyway, what all of them have in common is that they all think that during the U20 World Cup arc, they will become the star. We then get back to Ego and Henri, or only Ego, as we can see Henri, who's passed out and is sleeping. Anyway, Ego says that they are all strikers after all, and when they meet again, without killing that striker instinct of them all, he will try and create a chemical reaction of all of the 23 players, and that it will become a fusion of the new Blue Lock. Bro really had his toes out while saying that, by the way. Anyway, we also see that Ego left a note for Henri, where he told her that the yakisoba that she made was delicious, telling her to make sure to sleep properly in her own room, and also telling her good job, but also to fuck off. We get to Nagi once again, who's sitting at school. We can see some of his classmates saying that class is finally over, and that they are going to do some club activities, just having fun. Meanwhile, Nagi is sitting in the middle of them, looking all gloomy and sad. After a while, he starts packing his stuff and heads out of the school. He looks at the people playing football, but he just walks past them over to his bicycle. As he is riding home, he wonders if he will always feel like this, and if he will die while feeling this empty feeling inside himself. He starts pedaling faster, and says that maybe he won't ever get fired up again. We even see him speeding ahead of a car while he's still on his bicycle. Anyway, he thinks that he doesn't want that, and that the thing that he wants is to go back. He starts pushing himself even harder as he's going up a very steep mountain road. He thinks that he wants to meet that fired up version of himself just once more, and there we see him cycling all of his way to the Blue Lock facility. He gets off his bicycle and knocks on the door. He excuses himself and asks for them to please open up and to let him in. We can see that the cameras have detected him, and he looks towards it while asking for just one more chance, and that he wants to fight in Blue Lock again. However, there's no answer and no nothing. Nagi looks a bit let down. However, he says that he will come again, which we see as the next day he once again goes to Blue Lock, but this time with a whole tent with him. Anyway, he gets to the door and asks for them to just hear him out. But like yesterday, the camera only stares at him. Nagi understands that they won't listen, but knows that there's nothing to lose and that he will try whatever he can. He builds up his tent, and after that, he starts doing keep-ups with the ball, before once again asking them to let him in and that he's ready to do anything. The night then comes around and he sticks to his words as he falls asleep in his little tent. The next day comes and he spots a beetle sitting in the tree, so he tries to climb towards it. He then tries making his own curry. However, he put in way too much spices, which made it taste awful. After that, he loses it and just shoots the ball at the door and asks them to open up. He then sits on the ground and knows that they're not gonna come out. He starts to wonder if he should maybe enter from somewhere else, or even contact someone. And when he says that, it finally clicks for him, as he knows that he can just contact those who survived in Blue Lock and ask them to connect him with Ego. He thinks that he should have realized that way sooner. Before he thinks about who he should ask, he says that Isagi is the easiest to talk to, even thinking that at this point, Baru might even hear him out. But with that said, he very well knows that the most reliable one is definitely Ryo. He goes to Ryo's contact, but as he opens it up, he sees a message which says that he can no longer message this account. This makes Nagi's whole world just freeze as he can't believe it. While that's going down, someone finally speaks up from the camera. It's Henri who tells Nagi that this is private property. Nagi looks up right away and asks if it's Henri who's speaking. Henri continues and says that if he stays here any longer, then it will be considered trespassing and that she will have to call the police, which is why she asks Nagi to please leave. Nagi looks completely mind-blown and he has no idea what to say, but Henri speaks before him and says that Nagi is now an outsider and that he's no longer connected to Blue Lock. As Nagi hears this, his whole expression changes as he looks like he's about to kill someone. But even then, he thinks that it's true after all. He starts to get up and wonders what the hell he is doing. He thinks back to when he told Ryo to become the world's best on his own, wondering how he could come back after saying something like that. He puts his hand against his face like the classic anime villain and says that he's hurt, lame, and disgusting, and wonders just what he expected to happen, that they would just let him in like that. He looks at the football on the ground, saying that he's very well aware that he lost, and that's over. And if that wasn't bad enough, then he's still trying to rely on Ryo to come and save him. He calls it disgusting, and that everyone else is already ahead of him, saying that he already understands all of that, but that he doesn't want to understand. As he says that, he kicks the ball extremely hard against the tent, which makes all of his stuff fly in all types of directions. Thinking that he's the only one who's left behind, he then punches the door extremely hard. We get a close-up on his face where he looks completely crushed and thinks that he is the only one who doesn't change and that time has only stopped for him. However, as he is standing there with his bloody hand, someone appears from behind, looking super menacing. We later see that it's Buratsuta, who comes with his smug smile and calls Nagi the genius. Nagi just looks back in pure shock, probably wondering why he is there. And we then see the goat Isagi getting off the plane and finally arriving in Spain, and more specifically Barcelona. He begins to walk on the streets of Barcelona before he thinks that in the package he got, there was a plane ticket and a ticket for a soccer game. He was told to get to know the world's soccer firsthand, and while he is at it, he thinks that he might as well do a little sightseeing around the city. He looks at the ticket and says that there are also tickets for matches in England, Germany, and other countries, but today it's the Spanish League Copa del Rey final, and it's FC Barca versus Chicorid. He says that Barca, chosen by Bachira in the Egoist League, is the top team, and that a world-class battle is about to happen at the top of the Spanish League. He then looks super wholesome as he scratches the ticket in his hand and thinks that he's super hyped. Anyway, just then, his stomach begins to growl, and he thinks that before getting ahead of himself, he needs to get some food, so he goes to some sort of fancy-looking Spanish restaurant. However, when he gets the menu, he realizes something very important, and it's of course the fact that he doesn't get any of it as he don't know Spanish. He wonders what he should do, and as he looks around the room, he spots a guy to his right who is eating a delicious-looking meal. Isagi decides to approach him to maybe ask for help. He excuses himself, and the guy looks up with a bright smile and says, "Hola." Isagi says the same thing back, but also notices the big scar that the guy has on his face. Anyway, he tries to ask him what the food that he is eating is. However, the other guy has no idea what he is saying, so he pulls out the translating device from the Egoist League and gives one to himself, but also the other guy. They both put it in, and Isagi then asks what the name of his dish is. He is surprised that he is able to hear Isagi so clearly before he tells him that it's called audif, and that it's paella with pasta. He then asks Isagi where he comes from, and Isagi tells him that he's just come from Japan, which catches the other guy's attention, so he asks Isagi about the reason for him traveling to Spain. Isagi explains that he is here to see real soccer, and that he wants to know more about the world's soccer. The guy is quiet for a bit before he says that Isagi must really like soccer then. Isagi says that he does, and that the more he learns about it, the more he likes it, explaining that strategies and formations all have their own histories, and that with scientific analysis, modern soccer evolves so fast. Isagi gets a huge smile on himself as he says that the best thing is what shapes the trends of each era of the individuality of each player, which is why he's super excited for tonight's match. The other guy laughs and says that Isagi is lucky, and that he talks about the thing he likes with true passion. Isagi is then caught off guard as he says that the other guy must also have something that he really likes. It then gets a bit moody as he says that he had something like that, but that he still don't really understand himself, which is why he says that when he sees someone as happy as Isagi, it makes him want to die, which is kind of insane to say to someone you have just met. But sure, Isagi is shocked by this, and apologizes about everything, and says that he's gonna go now. However, the other guy also apologizes, and says that it's not that, and that it isn't Isagi's fault, and that he himself is just a bit sensitive. Isagi then right away tells him that even since they first met, he has been smiling like he was lonely. This makes everything go dark around him before he snaps back to reality and says that it's rude, and Isagi right away apologizes but says that it's true. He then stands up and says that he'll be going, and thanks Isagi for a good time. When he gets up from his chair, the first thing Isagi notices is how tall he is. Anyway, he then wishes that Isagi gets a good soccer trip, and Isagi says, "Thank you." After that, Isagi rushes back to his seat and says that he wants one of the thing that he had. However, the waiter says that there is nothing that's called like that, which makes Isagi annoyed that the other guy had lied to him. We then get to the FC Barca stadium, where we see Isagi walking out of the door and into the insane crowd. He says that it was close, but that in the end he managed to make it safe. He looks around and says that the historical passion of the Spanish League and the holy ground of world-class football, looking out towards the massive stadium and thinking that he will also play here one day. The commentators then says that both teams are beginning to walk out. The crowd then spots Lavinho, and they get super hyped as they start to scream out his name. Isagi looks at him and is a bit shocked by just how popular he really is before he thinks that they truly played among superstars in Blue Lock. Anyway, something catches Isagi's eyes as the kickoff begins as he sees Lavinho passing to the guy that he met in the restaurant. Isagi can't believe it and wonders just what is going on, so he takes up his phone right away and sees that he is one of Barca's regulars, and not only that, but that he is a part of the new generation, 11. His name is Bunny Iglesias. He is 19 years old, 191 centimeters tall, and also left-footed, if anyone wanted to know all of that. Anyway, we then get back into the game where Lavinho has the ball, before he sends it high up into the sky towards Bunny. The crowd then starts shouting Bunny's name, while Isagi just thinks about how insanely high he jumps. Anyway, then right away Bunny scores the first goal of the game, and the goal looks absolutely sick as well. Isagi looks at it with big eyes, as he thinks that Bunny will also be one of his rivals during the U20 World Cup, and that he still doesn't know the world-class ego that awaits him. However, that's far from everything, as we then see the absolute GOAT Sei, who is looking at the screen, and he looks absolutely furious as he is looking at Bunny. We see the gremlin Buratsuta with a big smile as he says hello to Nagi. Nagi just stares at him before he asks him who he even is. Buratsuta is surprised and amazed that he can't recognize the chairman of the Japanese Football Association and asks if he has really never seen him before. Anyway, Nagi just skips the small talk and asks him what it is that he wants from Nagi. Buratsuta gets an even more smug expression as he asks if Nagi doesn't want to crush Ego, but Nagi just looks sad as his eyes are filled with darkness. Buratsuta then starts to walk closer to Nagi and says that he has an undeniable talent, and yet they decided to kick him out of Blue Lock, saying that surely he can't be the only one who thinks that it's strange. Nagi just says that he isn't sure. Buratsuta then reveals that the minimum number of players in a team for the U20 World Cup is 23. However, the maximum number is 26, explaining that it's up to the team to decide if they want to use it. But he previously made a promise to Ego that he would provide him the funds for Blue Lock Television in exchange for the power to get to choose the remaining 3 players. He tells Nagi that, in other words, apart from the 23 players chosen by Ego, the Buratsuta 3, as he calls it, which is so ridiculous that he has named it after himself. Anyway, he says that 3 players will be chosen by him and will get a chance to represent Japan in the U20 World Cup. Buratsuta then looks right at Nagi and asks him if he wouldn't like to be one of those 3 players. As Nagi hears that, he's just totally stunned. But Buratsuta then says that there are some conditions though, and that first, he has to win in the selection that he has planned. Second, if he gets chosen for the Buratsuta 3, then he will take care of all his contracts and management of his soccer career, and to put it simply, all of his soccer life from now on will be his own property. And thirdly, when Nagi goes back to Blue Lock, he will play soccer to prove that Ego's methods were wrong. And can we just take a quick second to really understand how insane this is? Like, we literally see Ego getting shot at, which is just wild. Anyway, Buratsuta says that if he does that, then it will push Ego into resigning, and Buratsuta will become the new boss of Blue Lock, and he then asks Nagi what he thinks about all of this, holding out his hand and asking him if he wouldn't like to take over Blue Lock with him. Now, no matter how much I hate Buratsuta, you can't tell me that this panel isn't super sick, like he has a whole octopus behind him. Anyway, back to Nagi, whose eyes get huge as he realizes that he could actually go back to Blue Lock and be with all of his friends again. But he then looks down sadly towards the ground, and he tells Buratsuta that he can't do it. Buratsuta is just in pure awe, wondering how Nagi can pass on this amazing offer, but Nagi tells him that Ego isn't wrong in anything he has done. Buratsuta then starts to scream as he asks him what he means, and that if Ego hasn't done anything wrong, then why is Nagi even here in the first place, telling him that he still can't let go and that he still wants to play football in Blue Lock, right? Nagi just looks towards the ground, unable to say anything. Nagi then speaks up and says that Ego created Blue Lock, and if it wasn't for him, then Nagi wouldn't get fired up playing with Isagi and Ryo. Buratsuta then gets even more mad as he asks him what he is saying, that he's just a stepping stone for their dreams, and that Ego is a heartless bastard. Nagi says that even so, it's because of Ego that this place is full of passion. He then looks super cold as he takes his hand through his hair in the rain and says that he can't betray Blue Lock, and we can see that Buratsuta is about to snap soon, which he then does as he starts to kick water on a legit teenager. Now this got me so mad, I'm not even going to lie, because this man is like pushing 50 or something. Anyway, he tells Nagi to protect his worthless self like that. His eyes then start to burn as he tells Nagi that he's going to spend the rest of his life thinking about how amazing he was back then, and that he won't throw away his pride even at rock bottom, calling him a prideful chicken. Nagi just looks kind of sad as he's hearing that. Suddenly, Buratsuta's phone starts to ring, and he picks it up only to realize that it's none other than the GOAT Itoshi Sei. Sei tells him that groups have been decided for the U20 World Cup, and that Japan is in Group A with Nigeria, England, and lastly France, which is just insane, and Buratsuta starts to freak out. as they say that France are super strong and says that they can't advance if they're not in the top 2. He then tells Sei that one of the spots in the Buratsuta 3 is already reserved for him after all, and that he doesn't even have to pass the selection either, and that for the sake of brand and money of Japanese soccer, Sei is going to join the team and get at least past the group stage right. Sei then coldly drops the bomb and tells him that he isn't joining for the group stage, which really shocks Buratsuta. But Sei says that he will participate in this U20 World Cup only to play against Spain, which I'm not going to lie, is kind of an aura move, which I love. Buratsuta says that he understands, and that he will keep that spot open for him so that he can join Japan for the finals. Sei's eyes then start to burn with fire as he says, yeah, and if he doesn't change his mind later, but he then says that if Japan can't win at this stage without him, then they're worthless. Sei then says that he has a dream to fulfill, and that even at the cost of Blue Lock, from now on, only that kind of ego will win. We then see a ton of comments online, some of them saying that Japan is in the group of death, saying that Blue Lock is done for, and one said that Baru will do something, which I thought was pretty funny. Anyway, we then get over to our boy Isagi, who is putting on his shoes as he thinks that he will become number 1, thinking that no matter the enemy, he will defeat them all. He then looks super ready as he says, okay. His parents are there to say farewell to him, and his mom tells him to take good care, while his dad tells him not to catch a cold. Isagi then starts to go out of the door as he says that he is going now, and thinks that they are the challengers. The text at the bottom then reveals that there are 30 days left until the U20 World Cup. After that, we see Isagi arriving at Blue Lock and meeting up with Bachira right off the bat. Bachira asks if he got a little taller. Isagi just laughs and asks how he could get taller in 2 weeks. After that, Rin comes by their side and says lukewarm, telling them that he has grown 1 centimeter since he last measured himself. Isagi is actually in shock, but wonders what he is trying to prove with that. We then see Bachira behind Isagi with a smug expression, asking Rin if he wants to get praised by Isagi because of that. Rin then gets pissed and says that he will kill him. Bachira just continues and says that Licky Rin is in his growth period. Isagi, the responsible one, says that it's enough and tells them to get going. They then walk into the Blue Lock central room and see everyone else who has already gathered there. Bachira loudly says hello to everyone. Karasu just looks at them and says that they came after all. Hiyori says that it's good to see them. Aiku calls Rin and Isagi the double ace, while Baru just looks at them but doesn't say anything. Isagi then looks pumped up to the max before Ego steps onto the stage, and I'm not going to lie, but Ego just has so insanely much aura, like he is so cool. Anyway, he welcomes them and as usual, calls them diamonds in the rough. He then compliments them on their weeks of personal training, telling them all that they are no longer the same as they were 14 days ago. Ego explains that all of them have obtained a new weapon, and the new combinations will become a tightrope to victory. He tells them that their history, or that they have made it here, things like bonds or low-level thinking like, for the sake of Blue Lock, he wants them to throw all of that away. He puts out his hands and straight up tells them that he will use them for the sake of his dream, and that they should do the same thing and use Ego to make their own dreams come true. Ego tells them that right now they are carrying the hopes of Japanese soccer, but so what? Telling them not to make this moment the peak of their lives and not to live only by the memories that they have made here. He then looks super cold as he puts his fist together and tells them all to go beyond all of their egos. Ego then reveals that their first match will be against last year's champions of Africa, Nigeria. Then the second match will be against the world's number 1, France. And then the third match will be against the birthplace of football, which is none other than England. Ego looks manic as he starts to smile and tells them to follow him, calling them lumps of talent and saying that from now on they will start a special training for victory. Telling them all that in these 30 days until the tournament, they will be reborn into a new Egoist team. Everyone looks super pumped. However, Isagi is the one who looks the most pumped, as he looks super ready as the final training camp for the U20 World Cup begins now. After that, we get to Nagi, who is sitting inside the arcade. He wins the game, and his character says that the blood won't stop flowing while he looks miserable. He then starts to wonder if he really made the right choice before he tells himself that there was no other option. However, he still thinks back to when Buratsuta told him that they could join together and take over Blue Lock. Nagi thinks that if he had accepted that kind of money-grabbing slave contract, then this wouldn't be his ego anymore. He thinks that it's not something worth becoming a villain for, even to the point of betraying Blue Lock, as it's just something like soccer after all. Nagi still looks super dead as he thinks back to when Isagi told him not to quit soccer. He starts playing the arcade game again, as he thinks that he wants to play soccer. He then remembers his classmates, who asked if he was going pro, as he still has his 24 million yen offer from Munchen City. Nagi thinks that it's not over, as after all he has a way to go pro with that contract. Thinking that even if it's not on Japan's national team, he can still become pro and aim for the top. But he quickly starts to wonder if he really is fine with that. He starts to wonder about what it is that he wants, and that the reason that time has stopped for him. What is it that really fires him up? Is it soccer or is it Blue Lock? And what is it that his ego is really screaming for? Now, before going any further, can we just talk about how insane this panel looks? Nagi's eyes are even fired up to the max. Suddenly he can feel someone doing a gun towards his head with their fingers, and it's none other than the rat Igarashi, who asks Nagi what it is that he is doing and that he was looking for him. Nagi just looks back in shock, and is probably wishing that literally anyone else would be there and not the rat. Anyway, the rat then gets a smirk as he calls Nagi Mr. What a Hassle. After that, we see Igarashi and Nagi going into the city. Igarashi tells Nagi that he looked him up at school but couldn't find him. He even says that he even got treated like a total creep. Anyway, Igarashi then explains that after that he asked one of Nagi's classmates, and they told him that he would probably be in that game center, which is why he went there, telling Nagi with a smile that he seriously looked all over for him. Nagi just looks at him, kind unbothered, and doesn't really say anything, before he then gets a smug expression and tells Igarashi that he is now a creep. Igarashi gets annoyed and screams at Nagi that it's not like that, and that he just came to see him. They then get to a nearby park, and Nagi sits down and asks Igarashi what it truly is that he wants to talk with Nagi about, and calls him Mr. Stalker. Igarashi then goes right into it, as he asks Nagi what he will do about soccer. Nagi thinks for a bit before saying that he still hasn't decided yet. Igarashi says that it was just like how he thought, and that he guessed that Nagi would say that. Nagi asks Igarashi what's up with this know-it-all attitude, but Igarashi tells him that he doesn't understand it all, which is why he came here to tell Nagi this. He sits down on some panda toy and tells Nagi to keep on playing soccer. Nagi asks if Igarashi has the same opinion as Usagi. However, Igarashi tells him that he is wrong, telling him that it's just his selfish ego from when they were eliminated together back there, asking Nagi about the moment when his final bid was revealed and his loss was set in stone, and asking Nagi what he truly felt in that moment. Nagi just says that he didn't think much, just that he kind of already had figured that much out, and that it makes sense. It then gets dark around Igarashi, as he tells Nagi that he firstly felt frustrated, but also happy, which really shocks Nagi. Igarashi then goes deeper into it, and says that it's because he went to Blue Lock to go pro in soccer, so any bid on him would make him not have to inherit his family's temple, which made his dream a reality, further explaining that if he were to borrow some words from Ego, then it must be that he was fulfilled by that. Looking back to Nagi and asking him if he also was fulfilled, Nagi, however, just tells him that some things you just have to walk away from, even if they leave you unfulfilled. However, Igarashi disagrees and tells him, like hell there is, and that there's no such thing as a limit to a dream. And it looks like it started to make Nagi's brain tick as he said that. Igarashi then continues to cook as he says that all there is to a dream is just about how big one's vessel is. The dream he had of going pro, to Igarashi, it was something so big he was willing to stake his whole life on it. But in the end, it was too small to fit the vessel it takes to become the best in the world. So he walked out of Blue Lock fulfilled, but Nagi, on the other hand, is totally different, as he isn't fulfilled at all. Igarashi then looks super pumped up as he tells Nagi to stop sulking and tells him that there's no such thing as a dream you can't have in this world. Igarashi then laughs to himself, saying that he nailed his speech and that he came here just to tell Nagi that. After that, Nagi says his name and tells him about the Buratsuta deal. Igarashi is completely mind-blown by this. However, Nagi says that it doesn't make sense at all. Igarashi gets on the swings angrily while saying that Buratsuta is a scumbag and wondering why Buratsuta didn't come to Igarashi with the offer. Nagi then looks sad towards the ground and tells Igarashi that in the end he turned down the offer, which leaves Igarashi in total awe as he asks him why. Nagi explains that he has no intention to crush Blue Lock, and at the same time, he can't betray Blue Lock. Igarashi looks in shock before asking Nagi if that's his only reason, and Nagi says that it is, and that it's really all that it comes down to. Igarashi then looks at him with an annoyed but frustrated expression as he tells him that he's the one who's betrayed Blue Lock more than anyone in the world. Nagi is just caught off guard by this and doesn't understand what Igarashi means. However, Igarashi tells Nagi to think about it and that he lost because he made that final pass at the very end, telling him that what he did went completely against the whole idea of being the best striker in the world. Igarashi then starts looking mad as he tells Nagi that he's seriously saying now that he can't betray them while he has already done that, and he tells Nagi that the more he talks, the more pissed he gets at Nagi. Nagi just scratches his head and asks Igarashi what he would think if he became obedient to Buratsuta and returned to Blue Lock. Igarashi right away just answers by screaming pathetic. Nagi then wonders what both Ryo and Isagi will think about that. Igarashi then tells him that his thoughts now are super pathetic and asks how someone like Nagi has the nerve to come back. It then gets dark around Nagi as he agrees, but Igarashi tells him that if his dreams are so weak that he would just give them up just because of what others think, then he should just quit already and that they're not going to come true anyway. Nagi then starts to get mad and asks Igarashi if he is trying to pick a fight with him, and Igarashi says that he's right about that. Igarashi then tells Nagi that his parents opposed his dreams, so when he joined Blue Lock, he left his home prepared for anything to come his way, and that if he were to lose, then he would work at the temple his whole life, or he could go pro in soccer, explaining that he put the risk and his dream on a scale. Igarashi then starts to scream as he says that humans can only be fully immersed if despair and hope are both equal on the scale, and that he's always believed that he entered flow to fight for his dreams, asking Nagi what's up with him on the other hand, and telling him that Nagi can't even say what he wants to seize, telling him that he is lost because he didn't even think about what would happen if he couldn't seize that dream. Igarashi then starts to wonder why the hell it's Nagi and not himself. He pulls Nagi by his t-shirt and tells him that if he had Nagi's talents, then even if he looked lame, and even if it hurt, he would still be aiming to become the #1 in the world. In that moment, both of them look at each other intensely, but after that, Igarashi puts Nagi down and apologizes, saying that he is now talking about meaningless hypotheticals and that his life is only his after all, and he apologizes once again for sticking his nose in. Nagi then picks up Igarashi's cap, which fell off towards the ground. Nagi puts the cap on Igarashi's head while thanking him for coming to see him and telling him that he will become a good monk. But Igarashi tells him that he's going to become a soccer player and not a monk. Nagi then starts to leave, and Igarashi realizes it and asks him where the hell he is going and that their talk isn't done yet. However, Nagi waves with his hand and tells Igarashi that he has heard enough. Igarashi is just wondering what he is going on about, but Nagi then tells him that meeting Igarashi has gotten him totally fired up, and we then see Nagi looking like a total beast with this insane aura around him as he looks ready to give it his all. We then also see that there are only 2 days left until the U20 World Cup, which is kind of insane, and inside Blue Lock, we see that an insane match is already going down. We see Reichi screaming at his team to go and to counter. Meanwhile, he has Yukimiya and Nanase in front of him, and Yukimiya tells him to make it a 2-on-1. We also see Ego by the side spectating this intensely. Anyway, the ball goes over to the sadist Hiyori, who crosses it towards Isagi, who has Nico behind him. However, even then, he manages to score a flawless goal. We then see the goat Chigiri being pumped as he compliments Isagi's goal, and we also just see Bachira by the side chilling. Isagi breathes out for a bit before he says no, and he looks towards Hiyori and tells him that he was one tempo too late. He tells him that if he doesn't send that cross earlier, then at the world's top level, he's getting blocked right there. Hiyori says alright, but tells him that he gets what Isagi is saying, but that he can't just pull off all of that right away. Hiyori looks towards Isagi and tells him that he isn't a robot and that he would break down before their match even starts. Karasu then adds in by saying that Isagi is asking for too much. However, it then gets dark around Isagi as he just says, "Huh?" He asks them what kind of lukewarm crap they are saying, telling them that their goal is to win it all right, and asks them what's wrong with pushing that vision onto Hiyori. Hiyori laughs and tries to ease up the whole situation as he says that Isagi is right. However, Karasu instead tells him that he could have put it in a softer way, but Isagi disagrees and says that it's not like he meant for it to come out harsh and that he was simply giving out his opinion. Karasu tells him not to say lukewarm then, and that Hiyori isn't slacking off or anything, and calls Isagi a dumbass. They both start to get super angry after that. However, that's when Aiku steps in and tells them that there's no fighting allowed and that both of them are saying that to win after all. Hiyori is just on the sideline and says that he doesn't mind at all. Aiku then looks at them and tells them to be fired up on the inside but stay cool when they communicate, and both of them then apologize to each other. After that, we get to Rin in the corner, being emo, as he has his hand in front of his face and says Isagi's name. Isagi looks over, and Rin tells him that he is already thinking that he is the center of the team and that everything's just going to go his way. He then looks fiery towards Isagi and tells him to do that after he has completely won against Rin and calls him a wannabe demon king. Isagi just looks a bit mad. However, just then, Buratsuta barges in and breaks the tension as he screams to everyone that he is sorry to intrude, calling them cash-making teens before he corrects himself and calls them diamonds in the rough. Chigiri is surprised to see him here. Bachira calls him a money-grubbing chairman, and Zantetsu holds his hands in front of his mouth as he tells Bachira that he can hear him, and Corona just tells him that it isn't hiding anything. We then get to Ego, who asks Buratsuta why he is here and tells him that he directly told him not to come to the field. Buratsuta, however, tells him that he isn't here to interfere with his soccer and that it's just a nice greeting. He then gets a big smirk as he says that he thought that it would be better to tell them about the promise he and Ego made, and that knowing that would boost their motivation as well, and this really piques Isagi's interests. After that, he opens up his arms to all of Blue Lock, and he tells them that the U20 Japan team roster officially has a maximum of 26 and not 23, and tells them that he is in control of those 3 remaining spots, while leaving Isagi stunned. Buratsuta then gets an even bigger smirk as he tells them that one of those slots is for Sai Itoshi. Gagamaru just says, huh, and Fukaku says, what? However, I find that super weird, as he was in the original U20 team, so he, Aiku, and Sendu must have been aware about the team limit. Anyway, Nanas then just says that there's too much information. We then get to Rin, who looks super pissed as he thinks that Itoshi Sai is coming to the U20 World Cup. Buratsuta then explains in more detail as he says that Sei will be joining out from the knockout stage based on his wishes, but it hasn't been decided how the remaining 2 spots will be filled. He taps on his iPad and tells them that they will all be fighting in the U20 World Cup group stage. But behind all of that, there will be a Blue Lock Japan final 2-spot survival selection, and he looks pumped as he says that Side B is about to begin, telling them that in this Side B he's gathering around 300 young talents once again, and they will be streaming the heated battles on Blue Lock television with extra pay previews, pumping up Japanese soccer. Otoya asks if this isn't just a ripoff, and Nico says that it is, and Bachira says that it's as to be expected from the money-grubbing raccoon, and Zantetsu once again tries to tell them that he can hear them. Buratsuta then shows them some of the members who will be joining, and there Isagi sees Kira Ryosuke, whom he remembers from the tag game, and he is left in shock. Buratsuta tells them that he is planning for the 2 players who pass Side B to be announced at the same time as the knockout stage lineup, and in other words, right when their beloved Sei joins the team, they will hit the world with a massive news blast. His eyes then start to completely fire up as he tells them that they better make it to the knockout stage even if they die, which leaves all of them kind of stunned. Buratsuta then leaves with his hands high and tells them good luck and to make big money. After that, Ego is quiet, but Isagi speaks up and he asks him what that was and what's going to happen to Blue Lock. Ego tells him not to worry and that it's only simply just another option, telling them that the chairman only thinks about making money and that he'll use that to make them all stronger. Isagi then reminds Ego that those who lose in Blue Lock can never play for Japan's national team, and he asks him what has happened to that rule and starts talking about Kira. But before Isagi can even finish his sentence, Ego cuts him off and tells him that he won't use them. He then tells everyone that, putting Sei aside, there is no possibility that the players Buratsuta brought will outperform them all, and that the decision of using those players lies on him and not Buratsuta. Isagi then asks him if it's right to assume that Buratsuta's route selection is also a part of Blue Lock, and Ego says that he is right. He calls it an unexpected crap interference but tells them to think of it in that way before telling them that, besides, if they can't win the U20 World Cup, then he will be exiled from Blue Lock, and that leaves all of them even more shocked. Ego tells them that his situation isn't that different from them all, and that he won't change his ways, telling them with an intense tone that he will create the world's #1 striker, and that he will put everything on the line to make Japan win the World Cup, and that until this ego burns out, he won't hand Blue Lock over to anyone. And seriously, can we just take a moment to look at Ego here? Like, he looks so insanely cold. He then says that he will now announce the regulars for the first round against Nigeria. After that, I'm guessing that we get to the day of the match, where we see a ton of people in Blue Lock shirts, and we also see Isagi's first fan, who has come to support Isagi, which is so wholesome, but that's far from all, as we also see Nagi going to Blue Lock. Is it to watch the match or be in Buratsuta's side B? We have no idea. However, the text on the side tells us that there are only 2 hours until the U20 World Cup starts. We then get right into it as we see Isagi tying his shoelaces before he takes a really deep breath and tells himself to focus on this one battle, calling himself a machine that lives for goals before correcting himself and saying that he is the tool that will make Japan the world's best. After that, we see the whole stadium starting to grow more and more excited as the announcer says that now the long-awaited first round of the U20 World Cup is here. These are the starting members of Japan, and we begin with the goalkeeper, who is none other than Gagamaru, who comes jumping into the pitch. The spectators in the crowd firstly comment on how cool those fireworks look, before someone else says that they are counting on him and calls him their guardian. Meanwhile, someone else just screams his name. Moving on to the three inner center backs, we firstly have the captain, Aiku. After him, we have the tall, long-haired, magnificent defender, Aryu. And lastly, we have the brains of the defense line, Nico. And I don't know why, but as he is walking onto the pitch, he just has so much aura like it's crazy. They are then about to move on to the two fullbacks, when we instead go over to Nagi, who is getting his ticket at the gate. He overhears someone else saying that the games are about to start. Nagi then walks alone in between the huge crowd and thinks that he is no longer part of Blue Lock, thinking that he betrayed the philosophy of living for his own goals. He lost and fell, and then because of all that he ended up here, thinking that because of that he can't try and make a return. We then get back to the game, where we see the glorious right-back Chigiri being announced as they call him the Godspeed Panther, and he also just has so much aura. We then have Hiyori on the side, who is kind of ruining it a bit, as he doesn't look as cold, but anyway, still hyped to have Hiyori in the game, as he will be playing as the left back, and they call him the cool-minded lefty artist. Then back to Nagi again, who we can see is beginning to sprint all that he can in between the people. He thinks that he will go out and seize something new. He runs to the security guard while saying that he lost, calling himself lame, gross, and pathetic, and that only after facing that version of himself can he finally start to understand who he really is. The guard sees him approaching super fast and tells him to slow down. However, he just runs right past the guard while saying that he is seriously searching for that heat. The guards are in shock and tell him to hold on again, and one of them screams that there is an intruder in the VIP floor. Nagi, however, is just in his own mind as he thinks that finally he is able to realize that maybe he wasn't actually fired up just by playing football itself. We then get back to the game for a brief moment as we get to the midfielders, and those are firstly the defensive midfielder, the unordinary assassin Karasu, and then the fiery, ever-changing all-rounder Ryo on the right midfielder position. Sadly, then we get interrupted by Nagi, and it's kind of annoying just going back and forth, but whatever. Anyway, he says that the reality is that no matter how much he tried to get fired up about being with Ryo, it just didn't work. So with that in mind, he thinks that he won't play soccer just to stay by Ryo's side anymore. After that, we see the left midfielder being announced, and it's none other than the yellow technician, Bachira, and I'm honestly so insanely happy about seeing him play. Then, moving on to the final two forwards, we have the strongest striker in Blue Lock, the beast Itoshi Rin, and then once again, back to Nagi, who thinks that it's not like he wants to go back to Blue Lock or to fight Isagi, and that the true heat is buried deep inside of him. We then see Nagi barging into the Japanese football union room, where Buratsuta just looks to be in shock seeing him. Nagi, on the other hand, looks out of breath as he says that the true identity of his ego is the scream of his heart. After that, the announcer is about to tell us the last striker, and I love how Isagi's first fan in the crowd is already ready for it, as he is screaming his heart out for Isagi, who then comes walking out, and he looks so insanely cool. Like, just look at his eyes. They are screaming determination. We then see Nagi's eyes beginning to flare up as he says that he wants to get that feeling back. The feeling of him being the center of the world, and pretty much being the god, and feeling the thrill of it all. And for that he doesn't care if he lost everything else. Nagi then walks to Buratsuta and asks him if he still has that one spot open for him, as he no longer cares if he has to crush Blue Lock, and he looks insane and completely wild as he looks dead into Buratsuta's eyes and tells him that he wants to become the best in the world. And we then just see Buratsuta's smug face as he knows that his plan is just getting better and better. The announcer then says that alright, the U20 World Cup match is about to begin, and that it's finally time for Japan versus Nigeria. We then see one of the Nigeria team's strikers, and he is called Onatsi, and he tells Blue Lock to go all out with a smirk on his face. Isagi just activates his headphones, and he then locks in as he looks fired up to the max, and tells himself that it's time to get to the top. And just like that, the U20 World Cup kickoff has officially begun. We then see the four main Nigeria players playing when they were younger. Onatsi has the ball and is styling on everyone, while Bello tells him to go. Obo Abona calls it unreal, and Kuso tells Onatsi to finish it. And we then see Onatsi doing just that as he most likely scores, and the text says that he became their beacon of hope. We then get to the announcer, who says that alright, once again, their commentators today are him, Teriasa Atsuto and Natsuki ask what's with this U20 World Cup, saying that the heat for the opening match is unbelievable and they are then about to go over the regulations for this tournament. Teriasa says that first the 64 participating countries are divided into 16 groups of 4 teams each, and they'll compete in a round-robin format, and the top 2 teams from each group will advance. From there, the top 32 teams move into the final tournament, including the third-place playoff. A total of 128 heated matches await, ushering in a new era of intense battles. Teriasa continues as he says that, and during the matches, the instant translator earphones that shined in the Neo Egoist League will be specially permitted on the field. After that, Natsuki interrupts as he screams that the match is about to start and says that he's getting really excited. Teriasa then says that now a new future of Japanese football will be paved and that the new chapter of Blue Lock, the U20 World Cup, begins, and we then see the kickoff with Rin and Isagi rushing forward. Meanwhile, Onatsi passes the ball to Kuso. Kuso now obviously has the ball, but Rin and Isagi are right before him. However, that's no issue at all it seems, as Kuso is able to get through Isagi in no time. After that, Kuso just says that it's the shortest and fastest and calls it the best move as he passes the ball upwards right between both Ryo and Rin. It looks like the ball is headed to Bachira, but just then Bello comes by and tells Kuso that it's the spot, and somehow he takes the ball and is easily able to move around Bachira. Bachira is just impressed by this and he compliments him. Bello, on the other hand, continues the attack and shoots the ball up on the field and tells them to quick counter. However, we see that at the bottom of the panel, we have Aryu, who tells Bello that the pass was sloppy, but then Onatsi appears and says that it's completely fine because he's here. But Aryu isn't fazed, as he tells their captain to come on, and there we see the glorious Aiku appearing. Aiku smirks and tells Onatsi that he has some serious springs on him, but Onatsi just smiles and tells them that they are wide open, as he is able to see a hole in their defense, as he then shoots the ball while being in midair, which is so insanely sick. But what's even more sick is that Nico then comes and tanks the shot with his head. He then decides to just aura farm as he hits this insanely cool pose, as he tells Onatsi that gaps must be filled immediately and calls it the basics of pest control. Onatsi looks pretty shocked by this. However, he also looks amazed. After that we see a couple of feathers appearing, and I think both you and I know what that means, as we then see Karasu jumping up to meet with the ball and tells the newly reborn Blue Lock to go as he shoots the ball high up towards the field to start their counterattack. We see both of the commentators being ecstatic by this, as they say that here it comes, the counterattack, and that the ball goes to Hiyori. Hiyori traps it so cold and then calls it all reflex, which just sounds so cool, like he's got some new aura to him coming into the U20 World Cup. Because after that, he makes one of the most diabolical and disgusting crosses I have ever seen in this series. Just look at the curve on that pass. The commentator says that with only a few touches, the ball goes straight to the front line, and we then see Rin, who is the lucky individual who gets the ball, and we see him completely destroying and embarrassing not just one, but 2 of the Nigeria players, like none of them even knew what had happened to them. However, after that, the last of the 4 main Nigeria players comes, and it's Obo Abona who tells Rin that he stopped him cold. But seriously, who did he think that he was, and that he could stop the beast of Blue Lock? Rin, who activates his predator eyes and tells Obo Abona that he is lukewarm as the ball has already been fired. Obo Abona just looks back, and he genuinely looks scared by that, as he is in amazement by the insane curve on Rin's shot. However, just as the ball is about to go into the goal, Onatsi hits the Loki pose and blocks the shot, telling them that it's all good because he is here while having a smirk on himself. The goalkeeper is probably just thanking God that Onatsi was there, because we can clearly see that he would have had no chance of saving that shot. The commentators are then in pure awe as they say that Onatsi stopped it and asks just how he is able to be there. They continue and says that both teams exchange brilliant opening attacks and says that this is sure to be a fiercer battle between evenly matched rivals in the opening game. We also see the spectators just being in total awe by everything they are witnessing. But we then get to someone who has become a new version of himself, and it's of course Isagi who says nah, and that he has transcend. And while he is in his little puzzle realm, he says that he sees it, and that he sees a sure-winning vision. And firstly, this panel just looks awesome, I just had to say it. We see Aiku being super locked in, as he says that it's just like their simulation. I'm guessing that he is referring to their training before, and that they tried to predict and simulate how this match would go. Anyway, back to Aiku, who says that the Nigerian players are leveraging their physical abilities to make and receive outrageous passes and then try to finish by passing to their ace striker to score goals, saying that it's a single endpoint system. We also see Onatsi for a quick second as he starts to run back, as he was at his own goal just recently and saved the goal. Aiku then screams second ball to the Blue Lock team. While he thinks that for them, they have an egotist system that can score from anywhere, he thinks that they are different types, but that they're both playing hyper-offense soccer. Aiku then smirks and says that it's going just like how they imagined it, calling it a clash of offense versus offense. After that, we see Obo Abona completely destroying Rin, as Rin had no shot at getting to the second ball, as Obo Abona was already in the sky and heading it away. He says that he made it and calls it a nice clear. After that, the ball falls to Kuso, and he also compliments Obo Abona, but calls him Obo, which I thought was pretty cool. I really just like when characters have their own nicknames. Anyway, Kuso then gets ready to turn around, as he says that it's time for a rapid counter, but just as he turns around to the Blue Locker's side, he spots Isagi being right in front of him. Kuso thinks that he responded so fast, and that he came to crush Kuso with a high press. Kuso then tells Isagi that he is good, but just then, another one enters the playing field, and it's Ryo, who comes by Isagi's side and tells him that it's time to hunt, and Isagi says, yeah. Ryo going in kind of throws Kuso a bit off guard. However, he manages to keep it nicely, as he puts his hands on both of their cores, which makes it harder for them to move how they want to. Kuso then thinks that both Ryo and Isagi moved in like ruthlessly efficient predators. Just when Kuso is in a rather tricky situation, Onatsi comes behind him and screams his name, telling Kuso that he is here. Kuso looks at him and manages to get off a really nice looking backheel pass to Onatsi and tells him that it was a great backup. But just then, Karasu comes by and steals the ball, telling them that they are so ordinary and that they are playing too obviously, and calls them dumbasses as he smirks. Onatsi is a bit shocked by this before he just says oopsie, and I like how the main star of their team is just goofy in these types of situations, while on the other hand, Kuso is the more serious one, as he immediately says that their coordination was suddenly rendered ineffective and says that they saw through them in just the span of 2 minutes as well. Kuso continues as he says that Blue Lock has already started to adapt to them. Karasu, who now has the ball, is beginning to run towards their box, and the Blue Lockers have a ton of passing options as we see Hiyori, Ryo, and Isagi all being possible players to get the pass. However, Hiyori is in the most dangerous position of them all, so one of the Nigerian players tells the others to cover him and to look out for another cross. Karasu just smirks, and he says sorry, before telling them that he is a real bully, and he then manages to get off a pass to his right, before the defender manages to get it off him. And on the right, we find the clear number 1 and future superstar of Blue Lock Chijiri, who looks super fired up and says that it's time to charge up the line. The defender from before just looks at this in shock, and is amazed that they went with the other side. Another defender then comes by and tries to stop Chigiri, but it's no use at all, as Chigiri flashes past him and gets past him with no effort at all. Kuso looks at this, however, and outside of being impressed by the Pink Panther, he says that this time, rather than charge up the middle, they are racing up the side, and he screams out for his team to watch out for an incoming cross. However, Chigiri wouldn't let himself be stopped, as he tells them that they were too slow, and he makes a no-diesel cross, which I have no idea what it means, but whatever, it looks super cool, so we will go with it. Anyway, Kuso is ahead of Rin, and it looks like the cross is heading to Rin, so Kuso decides to try and stay close to him, but he quickly realizes the fatal flaw he has made, as the cross wasn't going to Rin, but instead to Isagi, who looks super locked in with his Metavision eyes out, as he says that it's his. However, at the bottom we see a white shoe, meaning that it's one of the Nigerian players, and they simply says nope. Now honestly, let's be honest, it's probably Onatsi who will come to ruin the fun. Onatsi tells Isagi that he is already aware of the fact that his direct shot is bad news. Onatsi then gets a huge smile on his face, and is about to say his annoying catchphrase, but that's when Isagi actually finishes his sentence for him. Isagi has his Metavision out and ready, and asks Onatsi if he is going on about that again, and calls him a one-trick pony. Onatsi is just super caught off guard by this, and he's like, what? But we then get into Isagi's puzzle realm, which always just looks so insanely sick. But that's far from all, as the ball actually goes down, and Isagi right off the bat makes a pass, to who we have no idea yet, as Isagi's puzzle pieces starts to go wild, as he tells Onatsi that his best weapon is his ability to appear anywhere to help with offense or defense, using his unlimited mobility, trapping, shooting, jumping. He has all high basic specs, which lets him run freely all over the field, and that keeps the Nigerian team invigorated, telling him that to simply boil it down, he tells him that if they won't let him touch the ball, then his team is dead in the water. We then see that the ball came to his partner in crime, and the devious monster of Blue Lock Bachira, who, I don't even know what that man is saying, but he at least has a big grin on himself. Onatsi then just looks like a mix of confused and shocked. Meanwhile, we have Kuzo over here acting like the Nigerian team's Karasu, as he's closely analyzing the plays and says that he understands, as Bachira runs on the field and embarrasses some of the Nigerian team players. Kuzo says that it's not as if all of Blue Lock has adapted to them, but rather every switch between offense and defense to keep the ball away from Onatsi. It all starts with the boy Isagi. Kuzo thinks that he can read a situation and instantly formulate plans, and the ones who quickly fill in the missing pieces are the two brainiacs in the midfield. And Kuzo is of course talking about Ryo and Karasu, but then it all takes a wild turn, as at the same time, both Rin and Isagi locks in at the same time, which firstly catches both Onatsi and Kuzo completely off guard, but they also starts to run with full speed towards the goal, and Kuzo is very aware of that. But to add on the fire, Bachira starts to get into a passing stance. Kuzo still can't keep his eyes off it, and he says that the twin aces are on the move, and he tries his best to figure out their next plan, and which one of them it is that Bachira will pass to. But Bachira then gets his tongue out and says that the number ones really thought that Bachira would pass, as he instead goes completely mental. And I'm sorry, but be ready for a ton of glazing, as this is insane. But we see Bachira firstly like shadow stepping behind a random defender, but then as he has gotten to the two aces, Onatsi and Kuzo, he firstly nutmegs Onatsi, like it's kindergarten football, before he gets in between Isagi and Rin. And then with the ball he makes a back heel back to himself, and he runs right ahead of them, leaving them no choice but to just look at him, as he's taking all of the cred and the glory. But seriously though, how crazy isn't this play off Bachira? Like even the analytical Kuzo is completely left in awe, as he says that at the last minute he forced his way through with an ad-lib. After that, we see Oboabona trying his best to get in front of Bachira. But seriously, come on, Oboabona has kind of done nothing this match so far, so of course he wouldn't have a chance of stopping the wild monster Bachira, who it looks like shoots the ball under Oboabona, which creates his second nutmeg, which adds on to the craziness. Anyway, while the ball is heading towards the goal, we see the goalkeeper actually jumping towards it. Meanwhile, Kuzo calls it a soccer that fuses a strategic coordination of intellects with a totally egotistical finish, and he now knows that this is the reborn Blue Lock with Isagi at its core. After that, we see the ball going straight towards the top corner like it really smashed into there. But after that, we see Isagi with a huge smile as he says that it's not bad and calls Bachira monster. Meanwhile, Bachira also has a smile as he says that he is going to scatter his ego all over this field, which honestly just keep that to yourself. Starting it off, we see the commentators screaming goal over and over again, followed up by them screaming Bachira again and again. After that, they finally start speaking sentences as they say that breaking past two aces to smash in a preemptive goal, it's Japan's young king dribbler, Bachira. After that, we see his goal celebration, and to be honest, it might be one of the most unique ones. However, I can't stop but think that it's still a bit underwhelming. Anyway, Bachira lands from his backflip, and we then see someone calling him Bachira Sensei. And we then get to 44 days earlier, where he's at Hanekamu Private Elementary School, and all of the kids ask him to please teach them soccer. Bachira says alright, and that they should start by trying to lift the ball first, and then, when they hit it with the top of their foot, they can learn to dribble. Now, obviously Japan's king dribbler does it with ease, but the kids are struggling a bit. Bachira firstly laughs at them, but he then tells them to try to feel like they are playing, and not to think too much, and to just feel it, giving the exact instructions that Lavinho would undoubtedly give. However, even then, the kids are still unable to juggle, and they start to call it boring. Bachira tells them to hold on a sec as he starts using his brain and thinks that he thought that it would be easy, but he then thinks that what's obvious for him isn't obvious to others. After that, he drops the ball onto his foot and tells them to do the same on whatever foot they prefer. After that, they're going to hit it back up and then catch it with their hands, asking them if they believe that they can do it. After that, the kids actually start managing to do it, just like Bachira taught them. He goes around and looks at them, and tells them that they are doing good, telling them that once they get the hang of it, they can then try kicking it twice before they catch it, and after that, they can even go for like 3 or maybe even 4 times. Bachira then thinks back to his letter from Ego, and says that he gets it. He thinks that to teach someone, you need to explain your own sensations in words. Basically, to teach, you have to have self-awareness and learn what your essence is, and that lets you grasp what you are doing in terms of sensations, as well as what your own essential talent is. After that, a shadowy figure of Ego pops up, and Bachira thinks that Ego gave him this homework to help him discover the sense of wonder that's already inside of him, thinking that in that case, it's not passing, shooting, or trapping, but that the essence of his soccer talent is dribbling. After that, he takes a ball and tells them to try and steal it from him, as he starts styling on them. and they tell him to wait up and low-key glaze him. Bachira just smiles and thinks that it's not like anybody taught him, but that the source of his fun is his dribbling ego and the goal to become number 1 in the U20, which honestly is a pretty rough road ahead to do. However, I fully believe that he can do it. We also have Onatsi on the side who watches Bachira, and he looks amazed as he says that he rules. We then get to Kuso, who says that they caught them off guard and tells them to try again. Bello says that it's time to strike back, and Oboabona tells them to let's go. We then see the fiery eyes of Onatsi, who tells them to put their trust in him, and just like that, the game was back on. Kuso has the ball, and Bachira tries to take it, but Kuso actually styles on him and gets around him. Even Bachira admitted that he's got some skills. Kuso doesn't respond, and thinks that as they move up the midfield with him as the axis, he has to keep his eyes on Isagi and that they will revise their game strategy to get the ball to Onatsi without Isagi touching it. The ball then actually goes to Onatsi, but just then Ryu appears, and he tells Onatsi that he is in his way. Onatsi just smirks and asks what's next. Ryu then thinks to himself that he studied a new secret art during the 14 days Ego gave him, and that it's one used by defenders in one-on-one showdowns, explaining that it's Judo's principle of spacing, telling us that by reading the tiny movements of an opponent's body and gaze, you can then sense their next action, and when combined with his soccer defensive techniques, he becomes an impassable embodiment of martial arts, which we clearly see here as Ryu was able to read what Onatsi was going to do and was able to follow him. Onatsi just says that he guesses that he won't get past him, and he passes the ball to Kuso and tells him to give him an idea. Kuso traps the ball and says, "Very well." However, that's when Nico comes by and steals away the ball and tells Kuso that it's not as well as he thought, and that he's obviously the one to crush, which means that Nico has read that Kuso is the brain of the team. Kuso then looks shocked as he asks what's up with Nico, as he can't push him back, saying that his core is tougher than it looks, and he asks how this tiny guy is so jacked. We then learn that in Nico's letter, Ego had told him that his brain was exceptional and that he should build up a body to match. Nico then looks super cold as he says that it was simple and that he just did a ton of lifting, and after that, he starts to run away with the ball. Kuso, who is following behind, thinks that their defensive line has evolved past their prior data and thinks that they are countering. Kuso then screams at his teammate not to let them pass to Isagi. Nico just coldly asks him if he doesn't mind leaving this path open as he sends a long pass towards Ryo. Ryo traps it, and this trap actually looks super cold, but he then compliments the pass. Nico then does his signature hand gesture as he tells Ryo to go and calls him a chameleon. After that, Kuso looks like he has just lost his mind as he thinks that their attack isn't starting with Isagi, and he tells everyone to watch out as they could pass anywhere. After that, Ryo says, "Initiate copy," and tells it to come on. Either he calls it original egotist or he calls Bachira it, as we see Bachira being right by his side. Bachira has a smirk on his face as he asks Ryo if he has done copy pasting and tells him to let's go, and we then see their double Bachira formation with Ryo transforming into Bachira, and now both of them are heading towards the goal, and Kuso just looks at them wondering what it is that is going on. And just imagine that. 2 Bachira are coming towards you. It's basically game over. Anyway, Ryo firstly embarrasses one of their defenders, leaving him questioning everything, and after that, he sends away the ball to the real Bachira, who seems to have been badly influenced by Charles and Shidu, as this monster has also started saying emojis. Anyway, he starts doing some nasty scissors as 2 of the Nigerian defenders start closing in on him, but that's when he genuinely locks in and does a similar move that he did when he scored the goal. But this time, instead of using his back heel to pass to himself, he passes to Ryo, who's still copying Bachira, and he jumps towards the sky to trap it flawlessly. We then get to Kuso, who is analyzing this closely. He says that the original Bachira and his copy are making coordinated play combos. He then looks super shocked as he thinks that this tactic isn't in their data and that they can't adapt to this right away, and he calls it a free and technical charging up the center. Anyway, back to the main men, who we see continuing to trade passes, and Oboabona says that they have to foul them, and Bello agrees and says that they need to stop them. However, if 2 Bachiras wasn't bad enough, then both Rin and Isagi appear on their side and tell them to pass it and to use one of them. And honestly, let's be honest, if we see Isagi, Rin, Bachira, and Ryo coming towards the goal, then it's just better to give up. And we get to Kuso, who I can imagine thinks the same things as he says, that now they have the chance to pass to an ace, thinking that they're fine-tuning their attacks to fit any situation and that they have too many options, explaining that blue lock is impossible to predict, and he is just left wondering what they will do next. But we then see the purpled hair goat who says copy and change, and we then see him turning into the goat, Chigiri. Kuso once again is left wondering what is happening, as he thinks that he isn't passing but instead creating a shot course. But anyway, let's look at how insane this panel is. Like Ryo says model Chigiri, and then his eyes says 44, like that's details at its finest. I might just be hyped because it's technically Chigiri, but yeah. Anyway, Ryo says 44 degrees Panther Sniper as he shoots away the ball, and both Bello and Obo Abona are there and could block his shot, but I'm guessing that they didn't feel like it as the ball goes past them, and it even curves around Kuso, who just says that Blue Lock is unreal as he looks closely at the ball, which slowly but surely goes right into the goal, leaving Kuso wondering how Blue Lock is this good. After that, we see Ryo, who clenches his fist super hard, and honestly this looks super sick, as this might be the first cool goal celebration Ryo has ever gotten. Anyway, his eyes look super intense and wild as he says that he will win by himself, which is just what he needed. We then see the commentators who say that it's a super goal by Ryo. We see the crowd being absolutely ecstatic as they continue and say that it looked just like the slice shot Chigiri debuted during the Neo Egoist League, and with that cutting middle shot from 44 degrees, Japan has jumped up to 2 goals while Nigeria has 0. The other commentator doesn't know what to say as he just laughs and asks what that crazy thing was. We then get to the Nigerian side where we see Obo Abona saying that they are good. Bello says that they are gonna lose, and Obo Abona then once again adds in by saying that this is the wall of the world. But just then, Onatsi comes forward and tells them that it's fine, and that they made it this far by busting through walls like this. Kuso looks back to him and says his name. Meanwhile, Onatsi holds up the ball and says that they are connected by soccer and that they are the world's strongest family. After that, we get to 12 years ago in Nigeria and in the Lagos orphanage. There we see Bello and Obo Abona playing football, while Onatsi is sitting by himself. Kuso goes to him and asks him why he hasn't tried to make any friends since he came here. Onatsi just looks annoyed towards him. Kuso then asks him if he would like to play soccer with them and that it's no fun to just be alone, but Onatsi then looks away. After that, Kuso explains that his parents got sick and died as well, saying that it's why the guys here are like his family now and that they are all the same as Onatsi. However, Onatsi continues to ignore him, which makes him annoyed, so he throws the ball back towards him and tells him to keep living a lonely life and says that he is boring. But then suddenly, as Kuso was walking away, he suddenly gets a ball thrown at the back of his head, and it's obviously none other than Onatsi, who screams that he isn't lonely while looking super sad. Kuso is super mad and says that somebody who's not lonely doesn't say it while looking like that. Onatsi screams that he really is not, and he then dashes away from Kuso and he runs outside with the ball, even going as far as throwing Bello to the ground, who asks what's with him. Obo Abona just asks him if he is trying to pick a fight, but Onatsi is locked in and he pulls out some really cool scissors and he then destroys both Bello and Obo Abona. Kuso looks at this and says that he is good. Onatsi then looks like he is going to evolve as he then jumps on Obo Abona's face, which makes him bleed, but that doesn't really matter as he then scores the goal. After he has scored the goal, he looks back and he looks afraid. However, he sees all of them looking super happy as they are going towards him, and they ask him for his name before telling him that it's nice to meet him, which makes his eyes light up as he finally feels happy. And just like that, they become a family. After that, we get back into the game, where we see Onatsi, who has put the ball down and tells them to trust him and that it's fine as he is here. They all look pumped up, but that's when someone tells him that it's not fine, and that person is none other than the goat Isagi, who looks super fired up as he says that it isn't fine for them, as right now in front of them, he is here. Basically just taking Onatsi's slogan and making it 10 times cooler. Onatsi just looks at him a bit annoyed, as he has just been robbed of the only thing he says.